I think with every round they win, SemperFi are just going to get looser and more comfortable, a little less nervous.
Yeah.
Started off with some keen damage on both sides here. Short control coming in though, and that is something unfortunately that was indeed overlooked. Nota here on the Deagle, looking for maybe 1 or 2 more heads. We got James and Zello backing up pretty quickly. James going to lose his. All the CTs coming in from Market. It's a decent little spot for them. They're here quite quickly as the scout is recovered. Nota goes unchecked. Oh no, Shadi is low here as well. This is not looking good if you ask me. They've had that bomb hit the deck. They're going to need to find it sooner rather than later. Shadi comes in from the side.
Good time, by the way.
This is a little dangerous. I think that bomb got dropped at bench, didn't it?
Yeah.
It was just kind of unrecoverable.
No
and
time.
there went the timer. SemperFi with some of that nervousness that we talked about getting in the way.
Yeah, that's a mistake that you don't want to be making. And that might be costly as well. He just about survive. So he keeps the Galil in play, sure, but it's still not the way that you want to be going about things. And a very early timeout as well taken by SemperFi.
I mean, it's not great signs, is it, to be honest? Like,
no.
When we talk about like the energy and the mindset, something I really like focusing on in the game of Counter-Strike, the losing of the force buy like that, we can all see they're a bit tense. No one wants to move. They got to check with everyone before they go for a peek. And then an immediate timeout is, sometimes it can be a good thing to have the early timeout. I think this quick, it just speaks to a panic. Like,
yes,
what do we do now? What's going on? How do we play this?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It really doesn't look good on the surface in a sense when you're going for a timeout like that. It really feels like, in a sense, arguably, I'd say premature because you haven't given enough time to really gather information about what PARIVISION are approaching things at the moment. Being their map pick, there is an onus on SemperFi, and we've kind of built it up as well when we saw the veto that they need to take this map if they want any chance at the series. The next map, Dust 2, surely just no chances now. You can have all the prep in the world and all the tape to look back on with PARIVISION, but they are just so strong on that map, hence why it's been their go-to pick for such a long time, kind of as they made that run through the tier 2. So there is a force buying response around that save Galil. Upgraded pistols, but a loss here for SemperFi. Not only PARIVISION get the second, but they get a freebie of a third behind it with the broken econ.
We'll find out here. There's definitely something brewing for the T side. Trying to burst in towards middle. Oh, taking some dinks, but they've done a lot of damage. And first kill coming in for Belchonok. That might just be enough for my money.
You're probably right.
Nice lineup. But if they can take a gun away, if they can maybe chuck an M4 out of the map, that would certainly help their campaign moving forwards. There's hardly any money for the CTs actually in tow.
Yeah.
So yeah, any kills are going to be really, really valuable here.
I guess that previous round, it was ultimately kind of expensive. Nota. Got a nade in his back pocket. If he had used it like now, it would have been great. But he'll dive in with the rifle. Good for one. Gets the support of Belchonok and James. They just dissect this connector play. Unfortunately for Keen, there's no chance in hell. He's got his trusty Deagle out, which did nothing in the first round, and it does nothing again here. Flawless round for PARIVISION. You'd expect that with that level of buy, but it's nice to see it nonetheless. PARIVISION, a pretty effortless one. I'm still concerned about SemperFi, you know, not only kind of with the tag pause and that whole narrative around it, but like, it doesn't seem like there's a lot on offer in these T-side rounds. Like, it doesn't seem like there's that much of a formulaic plan here.
Yeah. As I said, I mean, if they were winning rounds, converting rounds, they'd sort of loosen up, but they immediately get stopped. So, yeah, I don't quite know what to say. There's some direction here as they're trying to get the bomb out, but unfortunately not going to work. The quick nade in towards CT maybe didn't quite make it deep enough as he died pretty quickly into the round.
Very easy for Belchonok. I think he was a bit perplexed because he was like sort of expecting them to swing him, and then he eventually gives it a second check, and both of them are on wood next to each other, not looking at him after he's already got 2 kills. So he just taps both of them down. Either way, PARIVISION, let's be frank, they're loving life at the moment. This is so far a pretty simple game. SemperFi aren't offering up lots. You have a buyback in play. Let's see. I mean, Addict just let one cross. There was a flash over, sure, but none of them were blind enough. So Nota's got a bit of a luxury there, getting back in towards Connector. And he'll drop a smoke in towards the bottom side of it. Jetty creeps his way forward. may try and be cheeky around this, but I have a feeling Note needs to be careful. As that smoke starts to fade, should he might have the advantage.
It is possible.
Grenade.
Yeah, it's the info game. Beautiful moves. Absolutely beautiful moves. Something that I think PARIVISION might pick up into this tournament. They were kind of abused by Vitality with a lot of the setup reads and whatnot, and nade spams and things like this. So I do feel like PARIVISION have been doing some work on their locational knowledge and
I agree.
Getting those nades downrange. Beautiful way to start things. And now a boost as well to just watch for the response. So far, it's flawless from PARIVISION here in the first rifle. I mean, really great moves.
Yeah, this had all the makings of being one of the most one-sided games, right? And so far, it's playing out exactly like that. It's a gulf in terms of the level, and Belchnock showing why. Ota, he will get caught by Hazard, and Belchnock will dip himself back in towards jungle. He's getting hunted down, though, and that's a risk. He walks straight into the trap as James there with an AWP. Hazard going to try and get this bomb down, but he actually will get it planted. Surely all for naught, and it's a quick trade off the back of that spam through triple. So bomb goes down, a couple of kills, but ultimately that round was never in doubt. Another for PARIVISION as they extend the lead now to 3.
Yeah, looking very clean while doing so. A couple tests for them, find the entries, get the clean retake going. So I think they can be very, very happy with the way that this has panned out. SemperFi stuck, certainly. I think it is safe to say. Do they take another timeout here? Do they just keep going through the motions and trying to figure things out? It is big questions. They're going to go somewhere down the middle in terms of the buy. So certainly a fan of that. But the hero AK out. Hazard's been kind of holding his own a little. A couple of nice shots.
I'll give him credit, yeah. He's looking sharp. Was that quad kill on the pistol? We'll give it a little boost, but ultimately speaking, yeah, he's looked really solid. Uta. Surely an unorthodox angle here. I just can't see SemperFi expecting this. It's a smoke fade. He might even get 2. He's lucky to get 2, to be perfectly honest, but we'll see. Waiting for the cross, and he actually will get caught. Hazard. Hero AK living up to the moniker. Gets the opener. If they can get a bit of room in towards mid, they do have a smoke to cross. They could recover that gun if they wanted to, but they're actually not going to opt for that. Setting smoke going to be thrown. They're going to head back towards the A site. There's 2 players in this direction. James here in towards connector. Belchnock, the A side anchor. Once again, they might get a plant out of this.
It is true. They've got a rotator now coming in, so ready for an A hit. Convinced of an A hit, actually. And it will indeed be one. Come flying out. Oh, it's a nice trade. James, though, is uncovered, not smoked off, and he will capitalize. Spotted a little tip of a head, so I don't think so on that boost. They do indeed call it off. The bomb has to make its way in. Meanwhile, they have Addict actually in behind, so they're trying to wait for that. Gonna walk into James here.
They're gonna go to speed.
Oh my!
Oh no!
Away is James. If he got a second, that would be crazy. There's not loads of time. 15 seconds. Someone is now watching the B rotations. They're forced in towards A. Zello with an open angle, able to drop one, looking for the next, and surely got to get away with this. Plant attempted, but not going to happen. And SemperFi, it slips away.
Oh, it's a bit of a rough watch, isn't it, for SemperFi? Like, opportunities were there, and sure, we can kind of talk about, you know, giving them a little bit of space because of the buy they had to work with, but man, that's so rough. You get Hazard who rotates through. If anything, them swinging into jungle with the bomb on their back, that's the worst play there. What they need to do is have that B player come through, clear out jungle to give them the pathway going towards the site. But instead, they sort of overcook it. They go a little bit too quickly. It gives PARIVISION an opportunity to get back into it. So credit to them. Yeah, that's a tough watch for sure. PARIVISION just continue to extend this lead. Yes, that round was closer, and yeah, there's like a little bit of a fight here, but again, I'm not getting enough out of SemperFi to have the belief that they can take rounds properly on this T side, especially when guns are in play. I wouldn't have minded attack pause here as well, right? It's like
turning point.
Yeah, we had like attack pause earlier off the back of a bad round, but like ultimately, considering the buy they had, that is an okay round from SemperFi. They've done something with it. That'd be a nice moment to have a bit of a conversation and say, right, this is how we're going to find gaps. We've already kind of just done it there, but we're going to just start, you know, move around the map as a pack and however they want to cook it. But let it run in. They slow things down massively here. They've done nothing for the first, essentially, minute of play.
And still going. Still freezing. Not a lot of movement at the moment. Keen spotted out. It's kind of about the only action that we've had all round, really.
Yeah.
A little bit of utility in towards Con here. It looks like they want to go for a B finish. James is so locked in and ready for this, though. Certainly not going to be easy. They jump across.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. He will lose his teammate in on the site, though, so it's just him for a brief window. He takes another one with him. Rotation coming in. James trying to survive here desperately, and he is doing a good job. 10 seconds to get the bomb down. James will take another, eventually falls, but there's hardly any time. They have to cover off. They will just about squeeze out the plant, and somehow it's a 1 versus 2. Belchonok has crept in. Can he find them both? He hits the bullet so very low on the AWP, and Belchonok will deny. Absolute heartbreak on B, the closest SemperFi have come since the pistol.
Bit of pandemonium in that round as well.
Absolutely.
But I mean, credit to James first and foremost. However, you have to then throw the conversation on the flip side for SemperFi. Like, the communication has got to be a lot better. You got James, who's posting towards back pillar, who gets the kill on the first guy crossing out of apartment. The fact that he's able to fall away, spotted by the short guy, posted on that angle, and he gets a second kill because they're overlooking it. They think he's somewhere elsewhere on the site. Like, that is unfortunate. It's just poor communication. It actually cost them 2 kills in that sense. And the fact that he then swings for a third, that's, you know, a nice shot, but they've got to do a better job. They had utility to clear him, they don't. And he's given way too much space to just maneuver around that back pillar and just keep taking pop shots. Credit to him. Also credit, of course, to Belchonok in that clutch. Fantastic work. There's been a couple of people talking about, like, if PARIVISION are going to make changes, Belchonok would be the guy a lot of people would kind of look to be the first out the door. But I think he offers up so much. On the anchoring positions, in late rounds as well, I think he can be so massive for this side. And that's a showing of it. Brilliant work. Dissecting the 1 versus 2 effectively. Love to see it. 6-1. Fi. It's going from bad to worse, unfortunately. That's their closest, and still not good enough.
Yeah, and then the immediate timeout afterwards as well, Neo. For me, it doesn't feel like a good sign. I think I worry a little bit. Reactive again on the timeout, which was exactly the case earlier.
They always taught me in my football days, be proactive, not reactive.
Well, there you go.
There we go.
I mean, it's good advice.
It is.
And it does extend to a lot of angles of life,
Best
to be
footballers
honest.
are thinking, you know, 2 steps ahead.
Yeah,
you know
well,
what
of
I mean?
course. Of course. There's a lot of stepping in football in general.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. You do use your feet a bit. Molly down. It's a nice little double for Keen and Shady. Latvians will out the server here. They're looking for more, but Keen will get caught by Nota. He'll fall back out of Murder Hole, but at the same time, ladder control has been taken, and Zway's trying to wrap him behind here. Oh, he could be caught, but he's actually going to do the catching. Shady exposed to the angle. Where are we looking? Savage, hello! Your teammate has just been caught from that angle and actually has a planting in a very dicey spot. Yeah, there's a smoke down, but that very easily could have been spammed. Now, 1 versus 3. Hazard's easily been the star of this SemperFi side so far, but surely this is too tall a task. There's Utah to work as well. Double nade, molly, double flash, and the smoke on this retake. And they've got 2 kits in play. Sure, damage has been dealt, but the fact that when he finds his first kill, it'll expose him. And now he's got to try and decipher where the rest of them are. Molly down. He's holding down Mouse One, but it's not enough. And James will see it off with the AWP. Time is close, but I think they just about got it. And they do. Another one for PARIVISION. Yes, it's close, but ultimately, this lead is getting out of the realms of reachable.
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of nice moments, exciting moments and whatnot, but yeah, they do just need, on a practical level, to convert the rounds, and they're not doing that. So it is tough. I mean, Hazard had a couple opportunities there. We had some missed shots from James, I think, out from CT that perhaps he could have landed. Really, really solid stuff here from PARIVISION as a whole, though. They are looking very impressive. Couple of players over on SemperFi, as we maybe feared, just not shooting back. And that is ultimately what the past couple of close clutch moments have come down to.
Yeah.
Some aggression from PARIVISION. That's a little against the grain, but they make it work.
Well, you know, let's kind of talk back to our head-to-head a little bit, right? We kind of brought up Nota and Savage, but basically because they're not the stars of their respective sides, but they're kind of the guys who, if they are popping off and they're doing well, it's actually a really good reflection of the side. And the flip side, if they're struggling, it's also a reflection of kind of the side as a whole. And you look at it, Nota looking very comfortable, very strong, doing a lot of really decent legwork in a lot of these kind of strong positions. Well, on the flip side, you know, hate to kind of beat a man while he's down, but Savage is still yet to frag 0-8. And it is reflecting this SemperFi side who are struggling to get round on the board. Just as I say that, though, Savage will get his first kill. Down goes James. That'll help. Now they're trying to maneuver their way in towards the A side. Break open under the smoke. That'll expose one. Sway can't capitalize upon it, especially with Zila going down. This is the best looking round that SemperFi have had for a hot minute here. Oh, I say that. I do say that so early because Sway's going to find two and Nota comes in the back line to see off Hazard. That was the best looking round for SemperFi and they double swing CT and they both lose their life. Oh, that is such a rough play. Everything was looking like it was set up for success for the Aussie Corp. And unfortunately, they let it slip.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, when you're in a situation like that, you have to be absolutely have to be capitalizing if you want to compete here. And it just seems there is a real lack of completion from SemperFi. And I think now it's going to start to get into the realms of, are you capable at this point? This is their map pick. It's falling away, very much so. Desperately trying to work their way in here. Keen moving forwards will be naded down. Addict finds the first death through that smoke. Keen going down over on B. James keeps them coming, and it's just all too simple here for PARIVISION.
Yeah, I mean, this is going from bad to worse. They're struggling to really even get themselves into competitive spots. I keep giving him credit. Hazard's not doing too shabby. In his head-to-head duels, he's looking all right, but ultimately, he's just given these mammoth tasks. Third and final. Timeout here by SemperFi, and what do we even do here, realistically speaking? I mean, I don't even know what you bring up. Like, we're going for quicker rounds, nothing's really happening. We're going for these slower pace rounds, and it's a similar thing. Like, you know, PARIVISION they're just not phased. Like, nothing really is being, or, you know, is hurting this PARIVISION side. Like, this is a team that are just so unbelievably confident right now, and unfortunately, I kind of will reiterate this is sort of expected a little bit, but man, this is tough to watch.
Yeah, just the little things as well, you know, like that spamming through the wood barely ever happens, but it just feels like everything is going right for PARIVISION at the moment.
They've got the little nuanced things in their locker, right? We spoke about it a bit earlier with the kind of the nade stacks and stuff like that. Like, this is actually where I think PARIVISION, especially throughout the tier 2 when they were starting to really climb the ranks, that's how they were finding the gaps. They popped it towards A quickly, mid-centers as James found two with the AWP. This can still get a little dicey. These Tech-9s are running and gunning and they're causing problems. And they're hitting heads. 2 versus 2 now. Shady and Addict taking on James and Sway, but just above that smoke, James popped his head up for yet another. Third in the round, and it's all on the shoulders of Shady. And from the heavens, James rains down. His 4th in the round. The pop in towards A had something behind it, but just not quite good enough.
Yeah, James looking so calm, I think, is the big thing in this game as well. Finding a lot of very heavy impact moments. And then, of course, just the consistency. We get a little bit of it in that round, leading from the front, as he so often does. But that's also one of the big things, right, that I think we've been touching on. And maybe he's able to bring people with him when they've had this taste of tier 1 again, and you think that it's going to be difficult. James is able to bring the same level. He's able to boost everyone up. I remember they won Bounty, and the whole team was like, it's James, it's Dastan, it's all them. You know, they were really thankful of the guys. So that experience is obviously paying off.
Savage is dead here. Surely. Surely.
Talk. Oh, the re-smoke, and Belchonok a little asleep at the wheel.
Yeah.
There you go, opening kill for SemperFi. Just as the thought pops in my head, are we going to see them find anything before the turn of the half? And there is potential Man advantage and a lot of space to work with. Up connector they will go. James still here. Can he drop the bomb before it crosses? No. Molly comes in, so round is back on, but SemperFi in control of things.
PARIVISION caught up on the retake. Already done great work when it comes towards retaking this A site. James just going to slow things down. You see there's a player coming through from short, dropping in towards connector, and we already have Zelos been fighting through jungle. They're going to pop in towards the CT play, but this didn't work out for them last time. But a missed shot from James will open the door here to a second round for SemperFi. Time is ticking in this 2 versus 3. Sway. Oh, he's all that's left now as well as Zelo hits the deck. This one's done here, mate, I think.
Yeah, not looking too likely. Svay moving in, taps on the bomb, just can't find any of the heads, and indeed, that will be the 10-2. So something for SemperFi to work with, a tiny, tiny, tiny amount, but not sure that it's going to be enough here, folks. We're going to take a break. We'll be back.
And that's what... Oh! Laser beam!
Hope you enjoyed those bangers. We are back for potentially a soft banger here, as if you are a PARIVISION fan, the tournament's starting pretty well by the looks of things. SemperFi holding on for dear life here on Mirage, their own map pick, and then they have the scary Goliath of Dust 2 coming up next, which, not sure how we feel about that. I think it should be a PARIVISION 2-0 if they can clean up Mirage.
Yeah, safe to say that first half was a non-factor for SemperFi, so needs a completely different showing in towards their CT side. Let's see. Shady getting aggressive here. I kind of like this move. What has he got for us, though? Well, ahead is the first find. As he dips in for a second. He's confident. And he's crisp with the support of Keen. Down go the opening 2 for PARIVISION. James taking damage as well, and Belchinok walks straight into a death trap on B. Okay, SemperFi, the halftime team talk and the orange slices have really helped out.
Yeah, the pistols in general going very well.
Yeah.
This one looking to be no contest, though. Exactly what you want. Oh, there you go. Keeping the crispness coming. He'll take a headshot of his own. So he does have to back away. It now becomes a question of, can we get any kills? And then maybe can we get a bomb plant? Svei, though, surely not a chance here. He's got no armor even. We'll take the head of one, looking for another. They're both left on pretty low ammunition. Got to be careful with his pathing here. There is a couple players hot on his heels. They're ready to take him down.
Is he going to get caught? He might be close, you know. Might be close.
Well, they're going to see him. They're going to see him. His Palace player's ready. Oh, and he's got his knife out. Wait a minute. Okay, I was going to say, if he guessed the wrong way, he might get knifed on 4 HP, but thankfully it does not go that way. It does not end in embarrassment. So a nice clean pistol for SemperFi to begin this comeback train.
Yeah, I love the move there by Shady and Keen, right? You know, they both just go for a double play in towards top mid, and they just take fights. Like, it's a pure contact play. It's a very confident play as a whole as well, which is good to see, considering the first half that the side have just had. And that's the perfect way to kickstart yourself into a recovery. Granted, this road to recovery is mammoth for SemperFi, but a pistol and a freebie of a second round force buy is exactly what it's all about. It's that first gun round which is the real true test. It could go right back to how proceedings were, but let's see. They're diving in towards A, and Zelo and Nota with the first 2 fall. It looks like more bodies will drop around. Dominoes as they fall for this side. The MP9 gets the luxury of facing a Glock, so it's an easy win in that head-to-head. And the last man of Jane, P250 for him. He might get a consolation, and he does, which he'll take. MP5 scooped up. Bit of cash.
Yeah, I think he was hoping it was an M4. It looked a bit like an M4 initially with the suppressor, but not the case, so he will go down pretty quickly. Nice little follow-up. No funny business here. And we'll see whether SemperFi can survive, right? Despite their hefty leads, PARIVISION have gone for the early rifle buy, get those guns out, and just lay down the law here. And as you said, this is the real kind of test of whether we've got anything going here or if it will just go back to the regular play for PARIVISION.
Yeah, that's it. These smokes come through. Top mid and window, but they're going aggro towards mid once again, SemperFi. I love the sort of proactivity they're here for them. It worked in the pistol, and they're going to do it again in the first gun round. But let's see. Nade will come deep, and that is a chunk of damage. Oh my. Nota and Sway are left reeling as shrapnel shreds them to bits. And they're diving out on towards this B side. But Zelo's a monster! Oh my god! 4 kills for him as he lights up the server, and SemperFi are left in an awful spot. Savage with it all to do in a 1 versus 4. This is surely no chance in hell. A one-man battering ram in towards the B site.
That is crazy. It took me a minute to pick my jaw off the ground. Honestly, that is wild.
No reaction.
What they are capable of. Yeah, come on, man. That's how you...
Average day at the office.
Aura farming, that's what they call it, right? You know? We're maybe on the camp of just, you got to celebrate.
Yeah. I always wonder what his tattoos meant. I don't know if you ever know.
not really looked into them, to be fair. The hand tattoos is a level, though. You know what I mean? It's like hand and neck is like...
It's got to be painful,
I don't know.
Surely.
Yeah, a little bit. You got, like, knuckles, thinner skin.
Yeah.
But it's also just, like, not something you can hide anymore, you know? So you're really out there. You don't give a damn anymore.
Yeah. I feel like they will fade as well, or no?
Maybe. Depends on your care. Depends on what kind of work you do.
I don't have
working in the sun and stuff. Yeah, I got a couple.
Yeah. Phase?
Yeah, I got the face tattoo. Don't remind me. Lost a bet.
Yeah.
All right. Not my fault. Kind of my fault for getting involved in the bet, I guess.
I feel like mine would be sentimental. If I like...
The first one definitely has to be, yeah.
I feel like maybe, like, right, if I work my first major, whoever wins the major, I'll tattoo that logo.
Could be good.
That's a good one. Or like something around it, maybe the date.
I like a lot of there's a few pro players with like crosshairs on their fingers. I might
get
that.
That's kind of a vibe. Yeah.
I like that.
This is, as a round for SemperFi, it's a very important one, of course, in the sense of they're force bought in, but opening 2 kills are just so simple. Azza and Shady hit the deck so easily, and still not even a point of damage dealt towards the T side. Savage going to go for a contact swing here. Oh, I don't like this. Belchanok is so ready for it. And of course, going to come out on top. Belchanok was expecting that to be the case. Addict on towards the side. There's so many bodies to fight from so many sides. And it's noted the third man swinging out. Who will catch him on the cross? Keen, the last man in this round, and he dies as well. Flawless for the likes of PARIVISION as they find map point on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, they're in the groove, man, on that T side, able to control the game just completely. Really, really solid as they look set to take this one over the line with no real hiccups. The pistols going against them seems to be something that SemperFi have got in their locker, I suppose,
True.
but beyond that, not much else. They will be, of course, forcing into this one 4 Deagles plus the MP9. Workable, but it just feels inevitable at this point. 8 in a row going to be required.
And look at the buy, you know, 8 in a row where they've got to kind of do it against what is statistically a massive anomaly.
Yeah.
And then the statistical and massive anomaly of then doing 8 rounds in a row, like, surely no chance. It's a nice way to start it, though.
Yeah.
He does love his Eagle, Keen, doesn't he?
Yeah. Could certainly see a couple more of those coming in. The free opening kill. Don't get the gun, that's the only thing. James being a nerd and just moving it out. It's 12-4, bro. And he's throwing it out of the map.
Do not take anything for granted. That's why James does what he does. Zelo, a couple here, but he might overlook the close angle. No, he doesn't. He's so quick, so sharp. Will he expect a second? It's looking like the answer's going to be no! And he does just about get away with the kill hazard. That was nearly one of the fumbles of all time.
Yeah, we did see that. Meanwhile, in towards middle. This fight's going down. It's Shady, meanwhile, that finds another kill out towards A, I believe, that's going to scare them off of the A-bomb site. Also, with 2 different names in the kill feed, confirms that it is both players on A. So they're trying to quickly make B, but he's here fast, and he's recovered an M4.
Hazard can get a gun as well, you know.
Oh, he's not quite ready. Reacts fast enough. 20 seconds, so plenty of time for James to work with, trying to isolate this fight. And he will. So brings it down to the 1 versus 1, and there's really not anybody you want to see in this, that's for damn sure. Up against James in the 1-on-1. He fakes it out, takes the peek, and misses the shot by an inch, maybe even a millimeter. We'll be able to get that plant and reset the round, and now has to figure out how he wants to play this. His pathing is perfect, but another missed shot from James. He will be kicking himself not to close it out then and there. SemperFi have to battle hard to stay alive.
And I think as well, you know, when you look towards James, it's not only surprising just in general, but he's actually having a fantastic map. He looks so, you know, clean and comfortable in terms of his fights. But 2 back-to-back misses like that is sort of unexpected for the role of form that he's been on. But honestly, as a whole, nice round. SemperFi coming towards that one with basic upgraded pistols and a bit of utility, and to walk away with a round is big. But like we said, that's one statistical anomaly. They've now got to chain multiple of those together to be able to pull off this recovery on their map pick. It is a mammoth undertaking for this side. And B9 in play for Savage, rest of the side in a pretty decent buy. Addict can opt for the FAMAS as he prioritizes utility, but at least Keen gets that AWP in play. Well, still a buy in response for PARIVISION. He's on deck for them. He didn't flash in, but the flash does more to Jane than anyone else, to be honest. So I have to rework that one a little bit. Back to the drawing board.
Yeah, not ideal. A lot of info here for SemperFi as they've moved a man through the apartments. So going to be ready for what should primarily be an A move. Whether they can stand off against it, though, is the next question. 2 crispy headshots to kick us off. Keen mollied out. Savage is the last line of defense over here, and he's only good for 1. It's going to be Hazard, who was on this epic flank with all the information that they just couldn't capitalize on, who is left to save the day for SemperFi. Certainly having a decent map. Might be able to get 1 or 2, I'll give him that, but surely not all 4. He doesn't even get the first, as Vi will clothesline him from the side. And that is Mirage just over in a jiff. Real quick, real simple.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
He denied the AK and OC only walked away with the scout.
And
so,
also he rebought his armor at 4 armor, so respect that.
smart man.
In-game leader right there.
Right now, bro's thinking, where's George? Where is George?
Somewhere snorting.
We got this Grim guy, but now, where is George?
It's his first game, Chad.
I know, and I'm not being
Quote
hard on him.
Chad.
Heroic can't stop winning. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All they do is win, 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 no matter
They
what.
beat 100 Thieves. Now
They beat
what's
the
their
Black
oyster?
Equestrians.
Wow.
I know, that's an embarrassing loss, I think. Makes me a bit sad they lost that one.
100 Thieves, man.
I think it's just 100. I don't think they say 100. I think they just say
100 Thieves.
100.
I'll have 100 Thieves, please.
Harry,
I'll have a 100
Me
Thief.
when I'm starting the Thieves Guild.
you didn't have breakfast, correct?
No.
Would you like to go? Henry's back.
I'll ask him about it. Henry, how is the catering? Oh.
We'll get him on in a second. It's fine.
Okay, okay.
He's back. He's back.
If you enjoy meat and/or potatoes,
I do like both.
you're in for a treat.
Okay.
My friend, excellent meat, excellent roasted potatoes, lots of nice sauce, very creamy sauce, actually.
Okay.
I'm feeling replenished and refueled.
That's nice. That's a glowing review. I'm going to go get some cream sauce.
The mailbag was requesting you speak in a higher pitch to differentiate me and you.
So if I talk a bit more like this?
Yeah.
Or, yeah, no.
So, to just bring you up to speed, Henry, on
Yes,
what you missed.
what did I miss?
NRG won the pistol, then
Saw that.
Heroic took an eco.
won the
They
third
won
round.
that, and then now Heroic are kind of spanking him.
So it's GG.
Essentially, I would say it's GG. Harry forgot his glasses again. What do we got? 25 seconds. 5-7's gonna have to do a lot of work.
Good try.
And they need to plant still. This is slightly threatening. Oh, there it is.
Oh, it's not pretty, but it will do.
No one saw it.
Yeah, it's under control.
No one saw it.
OC.
6, yeah.
Come on, roll back the years.
We didn't even really get stuck in on this second half with that. The util or anything crazy. The problem with Nuke as well that we're going to have, you know what we should focus on? Like what the door guy's doing.
Squeaky door.
Yeah, because it's such an important role
Yeah.
on the T side. How are you harassing? Do you have the lurk smoke? What fun and games going on with that little head-to-head? We're always focused on the yard guy. We're always focused on the guy getting the secret control.
The yardies.
Let's mix it up a bit.
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
fair enough.
Good take. Yeah.
We'll focus on the squeaky door activity. For now, though, OC, squeaky bum time. As not really much you can do with this one, I'm afraid. As down he goes on map point on their pick.
Break down that saying.
What's that?
Break down that saying.
What?
Squeaky bum time.
When you're on a chair, I believe, and you're moving around,
what?
and your bum's squeaking. I don't really know. Why?
I
Where
think
does
it's
it come
just
from?
I think it's just scared that you're trying not to shit yourself.
Is it? I thought it meant like squeaky bum time. I don't know.
I've heard it, but I couldn't explain it myself.
Chad is definitely right here.
Chad's right.
See?
Squeaky bum time. I thought it was like a squeaky chair or something, maybe falling off it.
No, look.
It's a nice attempt at explaining a horrible.
Okay.
Stop. He's taking a fight.
All right, stand by for map point.
We're standing by for map point, guys. This is where we need to be building.
We need to, okay.
Yeah.
Building what? The excitement?
4v.
Oh, that's next round.
For him now.
Oh my, he hit it.
Okay. 3v2. Nilo with some space. He's pipped.
Oh, Flash! Take the gap. I'll call it every time, Rush. Don't worry.
He's pipped the gap. Look at this gap. This is a massive gap. This is the way into the round. Nilo's going to secure it right here, right now.
He can't find this kill, though.
He's got the gap. All right, youngster.
Shots.
He's already won a clutch. He's won a 1v2. This is his... This is his chance.
A clear was the call. The call was wrong.
It was
Here
not
it
clear.
comes. You didn't take a cam. I thought you were going to take a cam. You did? Oh, yeah, this isn't PGM, is it?
Rush, you cool over there?
Am I,
What's going on?
Am I live? Sorry.
You're live.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah, we just heard you snorting as well, mate.
I'm a little sick. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm a little sick.
Are you wearing, what kind of sick are we talking? Food poisoning or like a flu?
No. You know, just
No face mask?
it's just a common one, common cold.
All right,
I
fair
kind of
enough.
want to make everyone in the control room a bit stronger, you know. So
That's what being ill famously
I'm
does to you.
spreading it
Makes you
everywhere.
stronger. All right, fair enough. Cool.
I'm actually my.
I just
comms always
recovered
light,
from food
actually.
poisoning myself.
Oh,
so
really?
I
Yeah.
feel you. Yeah.
Yeah. What did you eat? Would you know what it was? Or
I was eating chicken off a man who was serving it.
Sorry, what?
I normally eat it off of a plate
And
personally.
chicken.
Sorry,
The same man does taste like chicken.
There was a man in the street in Thailand who was selling chicken from a motorbike. I was buying it from him every day.
Notoriously a good idea to buy
Yeah,
chicken
and
from the street.
Motorbike chicken.
Motorbike chicken. He had a little oven on the back of his motorbike. I was buying that. Was working well for about a week and then ended up shitting myself for about 3 days straight.
Where's Bro going?
Is that enough?
Henry, otherwise known as Squeaky Bum.
Good throwback. I definitely had a lot of squeaky bum time in Thailand. It
Bro's
wasn't my
just
best
gotten up and left the room.
He's had enough.
He's had more than enough.
Bro's no longer on the team.
Ghost.
Bathroom break, I suppose?
I don't know, but
Maybe like deliveries?
do you think he was instigator of the timeout? Because he didn't leave immediately.
Guy on a motorbike just pulled up with some chicken, I think. So
Yeah.
just gotta go grab a slice.
Yeah, that's wild. Maybe someone's at the front door.
That's guys, I got a package.
Yeah,
Delivery.
that's all I can think of.
Or the neighbors.
Complaining. Too much shouting going on.
Yeah.
We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown #1. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown #1. We are the champion. Champion. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown #1. We are the champion. Champion. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown #1. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion, crown #1. We are the champion, king champion. We are the champion. We are the champion, king champion.
And that's what laser beam!
Welcome back in, one and all. We are looking down the barrel of the second map, as I like to say, and it might be the end of the series. In fact, unfortunately for SemperFi and the boys, their map pick did not go to plan. I think that's certainly safe to say, as PARIVISION just storming through the gates, as expected, looking really, really clean.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, you look at that first map and you just got to see really, again, PARIVISION, who, let's be frank, we're probably coasting at about 60% and still making it look quite comfortable, still looking quite clean. We're not seeing these massive pop-off moments because they're not really required from them. SemperFi did just struggle to really find the level that they're required to be able to play against a side of this caliber. This is the best team at this tournament, at the stage of the tournament, may I say, in terms of, especially not only the VRS ranking, but how the teams rate them for everybody apart from SemperFi, who had them down in 6th. And I feel like SemperFi are probably learning quite quickly that this is not a team playing at the 6th best in terms of this stage of the tournament. This is a team that have aspirations and, you know, in a way, arguably expectations to be making it to the final at the very least.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it. The expectation argument. Stage 1 should be a breeze for PARIVISION. It's kind of a shame that you come up against them in your first game.
Yeah.
Maybe you do just have to brush this one off and not really read into it or consider it too much. As this doesn't feel like a game that you're going to be capable of winning at the end of the day. So yeah, a very, very difficult opening matchup for SemperFi. PARIVISION, though, there's not much work required here, and I think, like you say, 60%. We saw like a nice nade stack, some cool ideas on the aggression, and then eventually they just sort of moved to a point of like not being as bothered, not needing to dig as deep. So yeah, really, really effective stuff from PARIVISION thus far. And now we move into their Dust 2, which for a long time was undefeated. I think at Blast Bounty they went undefeated on it. It was like a big conversation from that tournament. So yeah, really, really solid home map for PARIVISION. And unfortunately towards the bottom end of the SemperFi side of things, losing out to a lot of European tier 3 kind of teams recently while they've been on this journey in Europe, I suppose.
Yeah, and you look at the losses as well for PARIVISION on the flip side. It's like, you know, a loss to Vitality. Fair enough. Best team in the world. And you know, already very much entering the conversation of the best team of all time, right? And then you look towards a overtime loss against Furia. Again, kind of fair enough, right? Furia, in terms of the caliber of this side, that's a loss that is not the most damning thing in the world. And then all the way back in Krakow, it was an underwhelming tournament from them. And they picked up a loss to, again, Na'Vi. And you could definitely tell that Na'Vi had a really good read on them, but it was a really good recovery, if you remember as well. Na'Vi looked like they were dominating that one. PARIVISION did an immense recovery. It just wasn't enough to get it over the line. And then they lost to Heroic. But aside from that, so many wins across the board. They've looked fantastic. They've been taking down and scalping some really big sides. Look towards that back at Bounty, right? That 13-1 over Astralis was massive. They beat Falcons as well when people were still kind of sleeping on this side. And obviously, like we saw at Cluj, a lot of times they played it and they got so many wins under their belt. Mouse, Falcons, FUT, G2, Mouse again. I mean, it's just a showing of how dominant they've been on this. When you look at SemperFi now in the mix, like this is an absolute giant killer performance required from them to take it to a third.
Yeah, absolutely. And that'll be the reality that sort of sets in, unfortunately, for them. As we talked about and predicted, the shooting back, as they like to call it in the pro scene, like just not really there for SemperFi. And I think that unfortunately is something that's going to continue plaguing them, that they just can't deliver. They can't quite, as a 5-man unit or even like a 3-man pack match up to the traders and the anchors on the PARIVISION side of things. So yeah, the reality, like I say, setting in pretty heavily for the Aussie core, and I think it will become a pretty interesting conversation moving forwards around whether SemperFi can lift their game up to the rest of stage 1, or if this PARIVISION game is just sort of an anomaly in that sense, which hopefully for them, future matchup, Swiss system is going to give SemperFi a little bit more to work with and prove themselves. But we have to keep it real, 100, right?
That's it.
And that's what we like to do. PARIVISION just not going to let that happen here today.
Yeah, and we already kind of brought this up as well a little bit towards the pre-show, but this is the kind of this stage of the tournament. It is really kind of like PARIVISION's bread and butter in a little bit. They are so used to this boot camp that they've been playing on. They're so used to grinding out online Counter-Strike. Like, they were the kings of it last year. They went on such a good run, starting from basically unranked, basically from 0, making their way all the way to a top 30 by the end of the year, playing through the likes of your CCTs and playing through the likes of whatever tier 2 online tournament was around. There wasn't even very many lands in the run required. There was a couple towards that tail end, like the Lands of the world, but for the most part, their ranking came from the grind of the tier 2. So PARIVISION, in this stage where it is online, they're so comfortable. This is not going to phase them at all, where I feel like it's a little bit more uncomfortable for tier 1 sides that are just used to constantly playing on LAN environments. Either way, we're underway. Number 2 here, Dust 2 picked by PARIVISION as they'll start on that T side. Keen, this is a kind of a nice move here. He's tucked it. There's just no way in hell that Sway will expect this. We've had some good pistols already, and this is looking like could be another one of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Started very, very well. Into the 5-on-3, charging towards B. It's getting messy over here, though. Oh, James
no.
Finds himself in a really good spot. Not able to find, all those kills that we saw coming his way, but he will scare them off. Will slow the roll. That could be beneficial. They're starting to slowly but surely move away. Nota's in a bit too deep. Takes one down with him. Azur and Shady are pretty low here. Oh no. Oh no. Nota just keeps the kills coming. Oh man. That is the egregious one. 1 HP. And suddenly Shady finds himself all alone. With a lack of info as well, you figure Nota, they're trying to join him, they're trying to hit the B-bomb site. But no, the bomb, meanwhile, crept up long and got miles away from him. So absolutely wild stuff.
What a recovery from PARIVISION this round. The opening 2 kills don't go their way, and they somehow, while being stuck in between mid and the B site, have made a round out of this. Shady, the last man, spotted. 16 points of HP and about to be double swing in just a second, that is for sure. Ducked in towards backside. He'll get up on top of the box, but he can't find anything. James body spams to close. And just like that, it'll be an opening round for James and the young crew. And yeah, again, you got to look at that as being a quite egregious mishap from SemperFi. Like, it starts quite well. Like, that key moving towards upper B is kind of brilliant. And the fights they're finding around it are quite nice. Like, they were winning out head-to-heads early, and then they just overfight. But not only are they overfighting, they're doing it one by one.
Yes.
So they're giving head-to-heads, and in these heavy heads, you're always going to expect PARIVISION to come out on top, no matter if it is a 5 versus 3. If you're going to give them 5 1v1s, more often than not, they're going to win all 5. So beautiful work coming through. But for SemperFi, you can't be losing rounds like that. You can't be squandering advantages like that.
Yeah, not on the same page, right? And I think we can all see that. To be honest, not great. Force out for the CT side, and they'll attempt to make themselves known here. 3 SMGs certainly could happen. The Deagles and the Scout at range, you'd probably give them a slim advantage over these SMGs. The MP7 remains in the conversation. Is it busted? Is it OP? I feel like it was for like a week. And now it's just in the realm of being another SMG, really.
I still think it's really strong. Like, really strong. In the right hands, that is. I mean, when we catch teams like Payne, for example, we'll see Big Azera using it a hell of a lot.
Yeah, but I didn't feel like it had the crazy impact. He was using it over like the MP9.
Yeah.
And I feel like
I think it's better than the MP9.
Sure, but it's a bit more expensive. So maybe you'd expect that,
It's the price of a flash.
Yeah,
yeah. I think it outputs a lot more, easier spray control, hits harder against armored and non-armored players.
Yeah, it does hit a bit harder.
And the spray dispersion is way less for 200 difference. Like, for me, that feels worthwhile. I feel like in the right hands, it could be a real pocket rifle.
Yeah, I mean,
I just think
maybe it does fit that balance.
using it. Yeah.
Like in between, your Mac 10 and your MP9 are true SMGs with like
Yeah.
their run and gun,
Yeah.
distracting crosshairs, things like that. I think, yeah, maybe the MP7 is somewhere in that thread through gap down the middle where it's a little more expensive than your SMGs, a lot cheaper than your rifles, and it sort of tries to do both jobs.
Yeah, and the one thing that is really good, obviously we don't really see it at the pro level, but I guess sort of at like our level or whatever, when we're playing, the MP7 is now incredibly accurate running, like full running.
Yeah.
Where the MP9 got a big nerf in that, so we don't really, obviously not really going to see it in this kind of tier 1 pro level, bar if you're kind of rushing in towards a site or whatnot, but I think it's got some validity to it. It's also a bit of a moneymaker in the right hands as well. Because I didn't see anyone in that round. It's a bit of a throwaway, a bit of a nothing. They've kind of recouped the losses a bit by just keeping hold of what they can. Kind of gambling towards the A site here. B is completely open. They threw a smoke early. They're trying to bait them into heading towards A. So far, it looks like the opposite is happening. They're moving forward back in towards tunnels, and they're kind of not hearing anything, not spotting anything. This might tempt them to go for a B here. It really depends if Key can get one with the scout. If he can get an early shot, that actually might force them back towards A.
Still think they're pretty sold over here. Keen will smoke off and look to cover middle, though. Rings off, but the gap is just far too closed out. Maybe you were onto something, though, as they will take the hit and feel like they've been seen and actually consider moving the bomb back towards A, but then they reconsider their reconsideration.
Yeah.
This is PARIVISION on Dust 2, man. They just keep these ideas coming, trying to play a lot looser than maybe James teams in the past. And here it's going to work. They split the difference on defense, slip the net, but can't land the shots. With the 5-on-3, that should be that. They have the armor here, so I think they'll just hold on to that, and a decent amount of utility for a couple of the players. So yeah, it will be another slightly boring save for SemperFi.
Yeah, they don't know it, but they honestly could have won this round, you know, a minute and a half ago, or like a minute ago, basically.
Yeah,
they could have won it in the first 15 seconds, you just walk in towards B, but obviously they didn't know that. So they take their time trying to dissect what the defense is looking like. And actually, they do an excellent job. Like, the whole thing in this sort of round, and what Jamie is calling is basically, we've got to avoid the stack. Hence why they are a little bit sort of nervy and double-checking, doing their due diligence. Because they just want to make sure that they don't walk into a stack and lose guns for nothing, lose numbers for nothing. And in the end, yes, it looks maybe overly pedantic, right? But we're seeing them walk away with a flawless round. Everyone survives. And this now makes it a nice, true bonus buy heading in towards round number 4 as well. He got the saved SMGs. I say that before. Jame will upgrade in towards an AWP, but for the most part, around that, people are just keeping hold of what they've got, at least for the moment. And if you're able to convert a true bonus buy against what is now the first full buy of SemperFi, that's where SemperFi's chances go from kind of, in my mind, slim to none.
All right, let's see. Pressure on, as SemperFi really didn't deliver in the rifle rounds on map number 1. So it's kind of a series question of, like, can we win out rounds like this? Really smoke towards long will keep them at bay. The widespread default. See a lot of teams put resources into one particular area, but these guys are wanting to just keep everywhere covered for now. Not sure how that missed. Keen robbed, potentially, of a bullet between the legs. Zello is going to eat a nade to kick off the damage. Addict trying to find some timing here. They're watching for him too. Has to be very careful as he tries to move away before they can close the gap, take him down. And he's on the opposite side now, so the nade doesn't reach him.
Molly down CT. Them trying to scale. First, found. Looks for a second, but it's Savage, who does get 2. Okay, hang on a moment here. Savage gets 2. Numbers taken by SemperFi, and we've crept under the minute mark as well. Now this becomes kind of interesting. James trying to call as best he can, but Belchinot gets a freebie. That feels unnecessary for me for Shady. He's now given the chance of these numbers being level, but the HP is better. Oh, the likes of PARIVISION. Jamie, if he held that angle in towards doors, there probably was a kill for free there. They're double pump executing in towards his A site. There's only 1 on site. So Savage, who's got 2, now has to go huge again.
Yeah, but he's got his shoulders out, right? He's really convinced them that there's another player around. He will lose his head. They will take control of the site. Addict down below. Can't do too much to stop them. I think the molly doesn't quite reach. Yeah, that is unfortunate. Landed a bit funky. See here, 3 versus 2. That's Hazard and Addict.
It's really unfortunate actually, that money not spreading. That changed around a little bit.
I think it could have maybe given them a kill back in, but not the case. And James left comfortable to find a couple kills on the AWP. Really well done in the end. And PARIVISION, again, just making it look easy.
Yeah, that investment towards the AWP ends up being a really nice investment. As simple as that, right? For him, it's kind of one which he utilizes, generally speaking, as well for information. It's like, you know, crosses in towards door, using it to set up in a lot of senses as well. How Keen doesn't get that? It looks like, you know, there's an air strafe that comes through from the top mid player, but it looks like he maybe slightly overflicks to the right-hand side. That's unfortunate, but ultimately, it's a bonus buy for PARIVISION to come out on top. I mean, that is alarm bells ringing off. That is for sure. Opener found by Zelo, but an instant response. He'll lose his head to the Deagle. And waiting patience pays off as Jame will get his. Flash over. Notice he needs to be very careful. Lower control is very much not under their control. He's scaled in towards B. No one's home, but this flank's brewing. And actually, Addict potentially has a way of kind of splitting the gap here, because you can actually see his way sort of tempted to join them in towards tunnels, but he's out holding for this possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, they picked up some guns, so they've decided, let's just keep these, actually. And Addict misses his window, made a bit of noise down below that I think was heard by Sway on his way in.
He's crossed.
Yeah, looking for exits here. Might be able to get one. They've lost some track of him. Oh, it's close for another. Not quite going to happen, but, you know, you'll take the damage. All the same, PARIVISION just very quickly back to that regularly scheduled programming, up to 5. And it's looking all too easy. You know, not a lot of contest in these rounds, unfortunately. Yes, there's a lot of low buys here for SemperFi early on in proceedings, but just not able to give us anything so far.
Yeah, it's been a very, very simple showing, ultimately, from this side. You know, this first time out that gets taken here by SemperFi, it actually has to be now a really, really big undertaking to recover into this. You've looked a little bit worse for wear. You've not shown up a lot in terms of what are the niceties we look towards on the CT side. Now, generally speaking, when, you know, for me, the way I value strength on this CT side comes from what is that proactivity looking like on the CT side? Like, how much do you try and take map control off them? How much do you try and play with the timings? How often are you trying to make the executes uncomfortable? And unfortunately for SemperFi, we haven't really seen any of that. They're playing a very defaulty setup in terms of how they're kind of playing towards the site. It's kind of a pretty much of a standard either a kind of a 3-1-1, 1 towards B, 1 towards mid, 3 towards A. What they're doing right now, right, you send 2 out towards long, you sit 1 up and towards short as basically your contact player, a mid player and a B anchor, right? That's a very standard setup. The other one being a 2-2 split if you're expecting a B pop, right? The issue is you want to see SemperFi actually trying to utilize bits of control. Like here and towards long, you can start getting a bit active, which is they're kind of starting to do now as well. Send the bodies in. The flashing is perfect, though, and that's where the support is required from Keen with the orb. If someone gets flashed in, he needs to be the one finding the kill. And unfortunately, he's going to get tagged, but he'll get the kill on towards Jame. So there's bits of the proactivity, which the tag pause has been useful for.
Yeah, lovely to see. Nice little angle from Addict, going to work out as well. So that gives them the man advantage, the coveted man advantage, of course, for SemperFi in particular. Refaces. Loses his life, so damage has been done, but the numbers workable. Beltronok in a great spot here as well. Keen looking for more. Can he get it on this AWP? Is he quick enough? I think he will be. Spots him out before he even knows what hit him. Really great spot now for this CT side to be in. 40 seconds left on the clock to recover things, but neither of these players at full health. It feels like it is just too tall of a task, especially with this AWP hidden in the pit, right? He can just buy so much time, and indeed, they will see it off. So SemperFi, with some proactivity, what you talked about, comes in at the perfect moment, and it works out.
Exactly, and that's exactly what you want to be having off the back of that sort of tack timeout taken. Brilliant work. You kind of immediately try and make life a little bit uncomfortable. You try and find where the gaps are, and you want to be fighting fire with fire, right? To take down, especially a side of the caliber of PARIVISION, you cannot afford to let them dictate the pace and the tempo of this game outright. If they do, you are not even getting a sniff in towards these rounds, right? So that's what you want to be seeing. Getting yourself into a bit of control, kind of brute forcing your way into some of these engagements. And again towards lower, it's a great nade as well. Might be able to get himself a kill off the back of it, and he can. Zelo, down he goes. Unfortunately, he's been caught in a couple of these opening engagements, and to make matters even better, Alex got out. So he's got his, dipped in, got information, got a kill and fallen away.
It was a little quiet. Keen still feeling himself here in towards short. Got some support as well to work with, so could be a make or break position over here. And look at the T side stacking up, ready to go. Dry swing! Oh man, a tag for a tag. Huge damage done onto Nota though because of it, so an advantage looks pretty damn good now. There's a smoke in, takes the peek off the back of it. It was maybe wanting more of a flash. Meanwhile, the pivot towards middle here from both teams is causing a lot of action. Keen with so many tags, but not enough frags. Very hidden in the corner, will go down. So now maybe starts to come to fruition all this damage that's been done. They will get the plant with a long rotate towards long. This could get messy. The AWP is here and ready! And James hits both! Because of course he does! Oh my god, the 1 in a million move works out for James. Just got the timing, hit the collateral. That is ridiculousness.
Cerebral superstar, James. That is just ridiculous. Of course, he gets that to perfection. He's read them like a book. Jump across CT because there's a gap in towards that smoke. You go out towards long because you know that is probably where they have to be retaken from. And fantastic. They just line up.
His timing's just perfect. Yeah. And he ran there immediately. Like his teammate was planning. He was like, right, I know you've got that. Yeah. I heard him rotating, or I just have that sixth sense. Yeah. And he immediately set off towards long. Just so well read.
Brilliant. Honestly brilliant. It was millisecond level perfect. Yeah. If he's quite literally half a second late, they're not lined up and he probably gets traded, and in doing so it leaves his teammate on site in a 1v2, low on HP, one coming from short, one coming from the long side of things. So honestly, that is single-handedly bailed them out of that round. Beautiful.
That's what we came for. Yeah. That's what we came for, guys. The PARIVISION just chef's kiss Counter-Strike, you know? It's just beautiful to watch, man. It really is.
Yeah, when the cogs are whirring, it's a delightful display. It really, really is. Anyway, back towards the A side. Shady's heading towards ramp. I'm assuming they might have just contact swing him. A Molotov will tickle the toes, I think, momentarily. He got Keen at range with the AWP, and he will line up a shot, and that's where Shady will show his face and show his cards as he looks for more. Shady makes it a second, and in a matter of moments, it's Jamin's way again in a 2vx situation, but this time it's a 2 versus 5 rather than a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, certainly going to be tougher. The bomb at the feet of the CT side as well. And I think this time, with how the last round went and the craziness of it, they're not going to take any risks here. No one's going to be on that overface, gather the info, and see it through. Make sure you get this one.
Might be time,
for the first time in the series.
First time in the series. James time, I think, might be in play here. They're not
got the bleeding sticker on his scope.
Yeah.
This guy knows what he's doing, man. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, they're not looking to recover that bomb. Extra frags are nice, though, because the money still isn't super secured up for SemperFi. Like, if I'm SemperFi, I don't actually want to be hunting here. Generally, hunting when the T side is saving is a good idea, but I think for them, shoring up the econ's a smarter decision long-term in this spot. Save comes through. The James time is there. And will be a second on the board for SemperFi. Again, it's still a long road to recovery already. Not as long as we saw at the tail end of Mirage, but definitely in terms of the momentum right now, yes, that's a hiccup, but ultimately PARIVISION are winning these hard rounds. SemperFi still need to see a lot more to be convinced of the chance of that. Game holding towards lower. Nota has got the pretty tough and unenviable task of actually trying to clear out towards mid. He's sort of got to be the fight on towards the orb. Speaking of said orb, Keen's making a move in towards tunnels here, and he's going to net a kill. He's getting really active. I like what I'm seeing from Keen. He's a lot of confidence showing, and especially making up for Hazo's being a bit quiet. He was doing that in towards Mirage. He's sort of taking that space.
No, it's great to see from Keen. Keep that confidence coming into this series. They are going to react with a quick move towards A. Addict has moved in towards the site and hidden away, but the heads will roll here. This is James bread and butter coming in from short. Absolutely brilliant stuff as they will hold it off. James wasn't even with them, but ultimately that's where I think he became a bit famous, was from A short, and you can see why. Super clean.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Again, you know, opening kill goes the way of SemperFi, and you lose it. Like, it's one of the most damning stats to have as a kind of a team is the amount of 4v5s you lose, right? When you've got the man advantage, when you get the opening kill, like opening kill success rate, like that is like having that low is one of the worst stats to have. James could have taken a pop shot there, but his team actually gets in the way. Zelo sort of, unfortunately, jumped just as they were jumping across, so he couldn't take his pop shot. It'll come through, and I'll tag him a little bit. They're playing 2 towards B early, and actually limited mid control, to be fair.
Yeah, it's a setup change. I think they're maybe expecting something different. As PARIVISION answering back pretty keenly, but SemperFi still competing in these rounds, which is definitely a difference from the early stages of this map. So they're expecting something a bit different. They will start to slowly pivot round. I think it's also the fact that long has just not really been a point of contention for PARIVISION. Will be another short hit. Pretty much exactly the same. Oh man, Keen not flashed off. Same thing again, might just see their downfall here. And the sight smoke as well is so troublesome. Big counter that seems to have only really crept in.
They're cancelling.
Recently, and indeed, they will move away. They do not feel confident anymore.
That's a really interesting cancel, because look, they've got 2 smokes to work with for an execute now. Looks like they're going to double back towards B, but they might have to win raw aim duels. This is a rarity to see PARIVISION actually kind of stuck, if anything. Attic jumps on the corner. James takes a pop shot. They now know, of course, that surely he's the insurance policy. He will get one before he falls. So he gets one of the entry as well, but Belchinok will be found. 2 versus 3, time ticking, sub 10 seconds to get this C4 down. And Attic might just dive in and deny it. No, he's going to respect the plant, but kills will come through, and that's a nice retake on towards the site. That is the first time this series that we've actually seen PARIVISION look, honestly, a bit kind of dazed and confused in a sense. They did look a little bit perplexed by the initial A hit. They kind of put all their eggs in towards that basket. And when they call for the cancel, like I said, they have 2 smokes to work with for an execute. Like, that's never going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, certainly going to happen, isn't it, when you draw away from A, when they put all their chips in over there. Maybe they just have to see that through.
Yeah. I think if anything, you guys got to double pump it. I think you got to go back in.
Yeah.
You've committed so much to that, to then fall away and try and cancel. And especially because they hadn't really even seen everyone, as we kind of saw. There was a B player and a quick rotating towards mid. Like, yeah, first time we've seen them actually be out-called, out-red.
No, it's true. And now the change-up coming in. Now the follow-up round, they will hit towards long finally, which Shady's got himself into a nice routine over there. No one really been around to contest him. Now, in fact, it is the entire team. So, opening kill for PARIVISION. Trying to keep them down on only 3 rounds. Really not a lot to work with, is it? Savage up top. A dangerous angle, but he makes it work for that opening kill on the CT end. So much damage done here as well.
Hang on.
Quick flank is successful. Hazard from behind, looking for a bit more. He's going to get it. They will deal with him. They will indeed deal with the site player, but there's just a few too many targets to get through here.
Belchinok gonna clutch. He's good in these late rounds. He saw one do one in towards Mirage, but not this time. Savage will see him off. And honestly, nice work. Again, this is actually now SemperFi showing that they can win rounds where they immediately outcore, but also in a situation like that where it is in towards the latter stage of the round itself, and it's a bit of a hard one. You've got to get your individuals firing all cylinders, and they do. Good work. I mean, this is actually a very nice round to fall back on. We talk about successes and how you find your way into kind of winning maps and winning series and whatnot, and it's rounds like that which are ultimately replicable. Like, the game plan has worked out nicely, the calling there, the synergy, the trading off each other is really effective. Like, these are all positive signs. These are all things that ultimately we just did not see on Mirage. Whatever they've had in terms of their 15-minute team talking between the 2 maps, they've plugged a few gaps in the armor, that is for sure. Keen, going aggressive, and I don't hate him for it at all. He's been working for the most part through that first half, so I like that he's sticking true to his guns, but it's just a missed shot ultimately. But it's information gain.
Really great to see. Deep mid to B smoke coming in, so not necessarily going to be acting upon that. all gone very, very quiet here as they're trying to keep attention on that B-bomb side, but I'm not sure if the bomb is going to join up. I think it might. They're bursting through mid as the main move here. They will get away with that, but there's 3 CTs posted up on the B-bomb site itself, so really going to have to go crazy here. It's not going to happen. Just such a strong crossfire. Addict and Savage mowing them down. 7-5. Fair recovery. It took a bit of time, but SemperFi are able to pick up some momentum there as they look pretty damn good towards the end of that first half. We're going to have to find out if they can keep it up in the second. Welcome back in, folks. We are maybe considering a third map. Maybe ever so slightly. I mean, we'll
potentially
see.
Premature to be starting this conversation.
There's a little bit of something there for SemperFi, and they have been good on the pistols, so yeah, maybe I am jumping at it, but I'm excited to see if there is a certain delivery here from SemperFi, whether they can keep things going, or if PARIVISION CT side is just going to be too much to get through.
Yeah, let's see. Potentially premature, but I like the thinking. I like.
I'm a hopeful kind of guy.
Yeah, opening the door to that narrative. I mean, the pistols have been good for SemperFi so far this series. Like, they've actually had the edge. So I'm not going to discount it in that sense. Already damage on towards Jame, a slight tag on towards Keen. Oh, let's see. So wait. He's going to be called back over towards the site. He's got to hit some of these shots, though, that's for sure, because he's being flanked upon. Hazard and Keen combined. Jame will find one through the smoke. A bit of fortune favoring him, but the bomb goes down nonetheless. This is a good-looking round so far for SemperFi.
Yeah, no kit available. They do have the Julies, of course, but not really at the ideal range here. Addict holding out for this flank. Oh, takes a bit of work. He was only 2 HP. He was only 2 HP, but it looks all good. Belchonok will back away, tail between legs here, and look to save the Julies.
Yeah. Julie's half armor is just, and the smoke, I guess. It's all small little additions that, I guess, in some way might help later down the line. But again, like we've been reiterating, SemperFi on the pistols have actually looked at the better side. Like, this is the glaring weakness right now for PARIVISION. It's giving opportunities for the SemperFi side to start opening at least the doors to some conversations, right? So now, off the back of that, basically nothing really found. I don't expect there to be a force buy, but we do see that PARIVISION light going for them, so we'll have to see. But ultimately, where we're at the moment, SemperFi should be tying this game up, if not actually chaining the momentum to take a lead. We are going to see that force come through. They can't bring multiple SMGs this time because they just didn't get the kills. Yeah, scout in play. And B9, the Eagle double 5-7. In towards map number 1 in this spot. PARIVISION won this round, and it kind of propelled them to just closing out the map. SemperFi, who've got large in part tenfold the firepower and the util. If they can win this here, this might be that door opening to the third map.
No, it is true. It is certainly true, and we look to the first rifle, really. But we'll start, I think, one step at a time is maybe what you're getting at. This looks like a pretty good round. Yeah. Contacting up short is crazy work. They drop into CT.
Oh my
and
God.
Eventually, surely, got to find this kill.
One of the fights of all time.
Once you get used to the jumping rhythm, when his knee shows, takes a bit of time. But yeah, it's all good for SemperFi, and that's a very cheeky move to just get in the head of your opponent, contacting up short, like you sort of just don't care.
It's bold. It really is bold. Because it's one of those moves as well that the worst case scenario around it is that you see the likes of a PARIVISION gamble stack towards A, you contact up and you just get shredded, right? And that looks, you know, on the surface really, really quite ugly in a sense, but in this occasion it's kind of beautiful, right? They walk through, they catch them off guard, easy aim duels one. Oh, shady, of course, which was a little worse aware on the eye. He killed him. Yeah, just kill him. Just took a whole clip, tap it away. But we're tied square. SemperFi should be taking the lead here. This is now starting to get interesting. Now again, like you said, we're not really going to like properly entertain that narrative until we see maybe 1 or 2 gun rounds come through. But
see, after you get that kill, that's when you say one tap.
Yeah.
And then everyone goes, ah.
That's where I would use my keybind of breaking news. Local man gets 1D.
Yeah. Bless him.
I wonder if any pros use keybinds like that. Surely
I feel like that's got to be
banned,
so
right?
BM.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, probably because it
surely it's banned. But that'd be hilarious.
Jump throw type conversation, which you don't really need anymore. But you know.
But yeah, if you people were doing like just next round or like
just I feel like people would complain.
Yeah. Funny though. Let's see. 5-7 up with this could be messy. There's one. For 2 as well. 5-7 up close. They can rip heads, but he only gets 1. And Savage just double pumping around that corner will catch him with the Galil. But again, getting 1 for 1, it's okay. Does damage.
It's the information that's the big thing, though.
True.
They were stacking over towards B, and now with what Zwei has seen, they're rotating in. He may well get cut off here. Keen is very, very low, so he's instantly traded. But he also picks up some decent information. James going to take a lot of damage. There's a conversation here. They will, of course, be looking to buy into the next round, but Beltronok's got his hands onto an AK. Seems like they still want to go for it, though. They feel confident in the numbers. Shady needs clearing. He hears some footsteps coming his way. It's a small sort of bait move here, but it's not going to get fully cleared. James is around. Seems like he knows about him, so maybe James did step as well at one point a little earlier. Should be all she wrote for this round, and pretty cleanly done, considering the fact that the early kill, the early rotations looked pretty dangerous.
I know they have a buy-in towards the next round, but I'm actually kind of surprised that they don't save there. You know, it's obviously so inherently ingrained in towards James' kind of philosophy is we like to laugh and joke about, but, you know, having an AK in towards the next round would actually be quite a nice thing to have. It's, in theory, a bonus buy for SemperFi. A couple of reinvestments do have to come through, hence why we see Keen going towards the AWP. But yeah, generally just having an open player would have been nice. Somebody like a Belchinok who's doing a lot of the anchoring, that would really help out if he's faced with a few. We'll see. This first gun round will be a big test to see whether SemperFi have the stones to take this map, number 2. Jump across Keen. A little late to the party on the pop shot. They've already made their way towards B. They're double stacking early here. PARIVISION. Belchinok wants to fight. Oh, he gets one for it, but Addict and Shady combine well. They've cracked open the B side. We could already be tempting a save. If they get a smoke down towards door, which they do now, and the nade actually kind of opens things up a little bit prematurely, I think we're saving it, PARIVISION. SemperFi should be taking a 9th.
Bro, they're shooting back.
Yeah.
They're shooting back. That was really well held. Great little fights. They've got some gimmicks. They've got some nuancey plays, but they do them well. And I'm starting to get a little convinced, partial convinced at this stage.
I'm like 40% of the way there.
Yeah. So, you know, PARIVISION going to have their work cut out if they are to take it in 2. SemperFi looking good. It's just a case of how deep this well goes, I think, and whether they can continue these types of moments.
James time indeed.
There he is.
And James, I beg of you, do not make me watch Inferno, please. Not day one. Not this map. Not this map.
With James.
Yeah, James Inferno, please.
We should do what like crowds do every time there's a save. Like one of us just boos.
Just boo. You know,
Inferno is crazy for it though.
Scratch Dante's Inferno, James Inferno. It's way worse. That's the 9th ring of hell right there.
It is.
Don't make me do it. But just an overfight there, really. Zelo and Belchinok. First time we see, if I'm right in saying this whole series of timeout from PARIVISION, they didn't call one until that first map.
No, yeah. You're absolutely correct.
First time we actually get to see it. As I say, Dastan gets onto the mic, he's actually not speaking. So maybe kind of leaving this up to James in a sense, but also just a bit of a, you know, reset the mental in a sense. We have an investment to work with. We do have loss bonus, of course, as well for PARIVISION. We're around those saves. Very easy to rebuy in towards this round. But as a whole, for the first time this series, I'm liking what I'm seeing from SemperFi. They offered up very little amounts in towards Mirage to be happy with, bar a few bit of individual brilliances. But this is actually looking kind of good. The team's playing really nicely.
Yeah, I think PARIVISION probably agreeing with you, and they're like, we got to do something about this. So
lock in, I think, is the first
hopefully
one.
this will be the round in which that happens. Some aggression towards long as they look to lock them out of the long house. So establishing some map control in the early stage of the round. It's going to be a short move. James thinking about sticking around, but he will ultimately back away. Trade up of locations. Send James towards long. He puts Vey on the site, so that's kind of interesting. But it is a slow roll here from SemperFi.
They've stuck with this double stack towards B. Oh. As it takes a little tag. Flash over will basically only catch Shady there. Smoke down. He's going to dive in front of this. Oh, he's going to get in towards CT. That is beautiful from Shady. Nota, no chance. And now this double stack in towards B might get called upon in a moment. Trying to spam through the smoke, but what can they do? Belchinok, the answer's nothing for him, but will they expect the second? Zelo's here, he looks for the first and he'll get it, but there's a lot more that comes forward. And Savage, a simple one as he just dives in through the window, and another one where PARIVISION just get dissected. That dive from Shady in towards CT is excellent. Finds the gap just as the smoke plumes on towards short, and PARIVISION just don't hold it. If they're holding their own smoke there, they catch him no bother.
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. I mean, it's something that they seem to quite like, the old drop down into CT. They've done it.
Yeah.
I think this would maybe be the third time, certainly the second.
The thing is, surprisingly, the one thing that is costing PARIVISION here is communication, which is normally the thing they're arguably one of the best in the world at, right?
I think there may well be a case after that first map of foot off the gas is the way we like to say. Just not quite as focused. And pistol into rifle, and it very quickly stacks up. And then you have the wind sort of working against you on that CT side. The money isn't there. So it's really an uphill battle.
I love that
brilliant.
move. It's just great.
Brilliant.
Like, it's just the smoke plumes. It's perfect. Like, SemperFi, this is... They are legit playing good Counter-Strike right now. There's no complaints I can have about them at all. Both now across the CT and the T side, we're seeing great developments in terms of how this side can contest. And, well, maybe not that kind of time. Keen, he'll get caught by Jane. Sure, they're not on their game, but they can still hit the shots. Nice show that'll come through as well, keeping the numbers in favor of PARIVISION. There is information to be gained, though, off the back of Alec's death. Like, he spotted 3 people there. There was 1 to his right, 2 on the left-hand side who swung and traded him. There's a lot of numbers here. That's a bold move, and a move that will not pay off. A risk not rewarded as Hazard will fall, and Savage and Shady have got to do a lot in this round to save face, as it looks like PARIVISION might be biting back a little bit.
Take some guns away if you can. Keep the econ under the cosh. James going to have to potentially deal with them in just a moment here. You're looking for a fight on both sides, really. But James not taking the chance. You know, he's not usually the one to walk past that boundary. It seems like Shady is really, really begging for it here. And he will walk straight into the crosshair of the orb. So
James knows it's a right eye peek for him, right?
Yeah.
Like he's winning that every day of the week. For Shady, left eye peeking coming through doors, there's no chance of hell. James too patient. That's never going to work. Savage gets his kill, but he gets dinked in the making, and that will probably cost him a little bit more damage to the HE. And with 25 seconds, there's no way he's dissecting this defense. Does have the bomb on his back, but it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, it's kind of just a slow save angle. If he doesn't save, not the end of the world. And yeah, tries to go in for a bit of something, but will get taken down. So 2 rounds to difference now. PARIVISION on a bit of a comeback train. And when you see them over the edge of your shoulder, I think it can be a pretty scary demon that you got to try and shake off here. So SemperFi have to be careful.
I mean, for sure, there's been respect being earned here by the SemperFi side, but they would still love to be able to take themselves towards a 3rd map to prove to themselves as well that they can contest what is the #1 ranked team at this stage. That was long. Blind James takes a pop shot, a hopeful one, but an unsuccessful one. Sway as well here in support, but for player in towards Pit, Sway's best option is actually falling away from long now. It's not a fight that you really want to be taking. It's at times a bit of a 1 in a million shot at range, but no drop close towards short will find his. That'll open up proceedings. And you at this point as well, if you are PARIVISION, which is actually what they're doing, you can allow them to scale. It's actually in your kind of advantage to let them scale up and fight them on the site rather than fighting them on the distance along. That feels a bit overzealous to send Sway in towards the fray, though. You've got the numbers advantage, and then you squander it back into a 4 versus 4. But I like this from Nota. Does Savage even expect this? I mean, he's got to do his due diligence of clearing, and he's got to actually win out the fight. Nice work from Savage.
I think they really wanted to be sure that they were still towards long. It's just such a quick sacrifice of players.
Yeah.
And the flank doesn't work. Timing of it all is slightly off, I think. Head towards A. Re-smoke on the cross. Slowly moving forwards here with man advantage. Oh, it's a great flash. Just trickles along the floor. Zello to find a key frag, and there's smokes on the site, smokes on the ramp, just getting in the way here for the T side of things. Zello runs out of ammo. He could have been the hero, but he's denied the opportunity. It's all on James. The bomb plant comes in. He looks to work around these smokes. Keep the silence. How does he play it from here is the question. Oh man, he's just missed maybe the slimmest of timings. He's moved on to the USP. This is not going to happen. 2 round the corner. Surely. Absolutely got to be the orb. Waiting for the smoke to go down. They're out the sight. But he's not ready. Savage on the off angle will take him down. A 4-piece for Savage. As SemperFi are doing it.
That's why we're highlighting them as well, right? Another showing, you know, we brought up this conversation, this head-to-head, right, of Savage and Nota in towards that, you know, pre-series before heading in towards the first map. And we kind of said that, you know, these situations that if Nota's playing well, it's quite indicative of PARIVISION playing well. If he's playing badly, it's also indicative of the side. Look at his rate, you know, 9 and 14 right now. Flip side, Savage had a really poor map #1. The team struggled. Now, 15 and 7, and SemperFi are doing well. they are kind of litmus tests for their own, team's response in a sense, and they're a really good look in to how these teams work out. Fantastic 4-piece though from him. Really, really nice. So self-sufficient, right? A lot of those fights he's just taking on his own, doing his own legwork and coming out on top. 2 away now. And let's be frank, if PARIVISION lose round number 20, that is the map gone, surely.
Yeah. Might even be an argument to be made that the previous round was the make or break moment.
Yeah.
We're going to find out. Once again, short presence coming in from SemperFi as they look to slowly but surely scale their way in. They do get some B smokes down though, as well as an A trickle. I mean, it's very confusing right now for PARIVISION as to where they're headed, but PARIVISION are sold on B, and they are not going to move. Stealing a setup from SemperFi, it feels, as this was how they closed out their first half. So we're going to find out. Belchonok misses the timing, trying to get away, trying to survive. Actually takes a kill with him, and maybe a few more here as well. Nota in towards Car is the one that is completely forgotten about, not considered at all. And Zwei to finish it off. So PARIVISION read the situation perfectly. Of course, it's the B burst that lets SemperFi down.
Yeah, that's an excellent early to mid round as well, just to kind of shore up those B defenses. Really, really nice read there. Whether it was from Jame or a mid round call from somebody else. It's quite a vocal young core on this side, but that's nice. The 3 players there ready. There was just no way they were breaking it down. Trades had to go so positively for the T side, which is such a big ask. And every time, you kill one, there's half expectation of that could be it on the B side, right? Maybe there's a mid player over towards door. Then you kill a second, and you're like, okay, well, surely that's it. That's the B defenses. They see a third, and you can see it perplexes them. Like, they had numbers there ready for that fight. Second time out by SemperFi. It's a 2-round game. PARIVISION find themselves 2 rounds behind. SemperFi 2 rounds away from pushing us to that Inferno. Arguably a bit of a pick your poison situation for SemperFi. It's kind of losing 2 or be forced to play James Inferno.
Yeah, no, it is very true. It is very, very true.
Best of luck.
Game. Take the first peek here. He's on the crack, and he will indeed find the kill. Has a left low as well, so this is a pretty damn good look for PARIVISION as they desperately try and claw at this SemperFi lead. But with such a solid start, you feel like James PARIVISION should be able to convert from here.
Yeah, surely. Opening kill. Has a hit down low. 38 points of HP for him. They can stop moving their way through. Next time Molly could really hinder the pack as they're moving forward. It'll actually split them up to make matters all the more better. Nota. He's the flame. He's going to dump a bit of util as well just to try and buy time for this rotate to come through. Nota, right idea, but he's also got support at range holding this angle. As all peer his head around the corner. Bomb's going to go down though. That's a positive. They can work upon a post bomb, but numbers are starting to dwindle. Belchonok will find Addict. That'll help. And as they start moving in, there's just so many people to find here. So many CTs who are hungry for kills. And in a matter of just a few seconds, Keen's left all alone. It felt like there was maybe for half a second to a second legs behind that, but then numbers dwindle so quickly.
Without any kind of long presence, the A post plan is pretty damn hard. So it's tough. It is tough. They make their way in, but again, off the back of the initial find from Jame, I don't think there's many teams in the world that would be able to convert that one, So, it's really, really tough. And it continues getting tougher as, yes, the AWP makes it out, but
the buy around it.
Yeah, this is really quite rough. Going to go to 11-11. We're probably therefore going to go the distance, or we definitely are going to go the distance.
Really?
And maybe a few more as well.
Really?
Yeah. See, the thing is, you have to be careful with what jokes you make because we're sat right next to each other. So, you know, you might get a slap. You might get a slap if you're not careful. No, I would never do that. Your face makes us quite a lot of money, I think.
You're too kind. Well, this one, unfortunately, like for SemperFi, realistically, everyone else around Keen your best option is actually just being cannon fodder. Throw yourself into the fight a little bit. Like, isolating duels against PARIVISION in this sort of a buy is such a big ask. So, I don't know. I mean, this is a really interesting fact, though. If you actually can find Zway for free out towards long, it gives you space to scale, but it also actually kind of draws attention away from short, where then you can go for an ace split. Like, that's how you fathom ideas. Oh, he gets a dink. The flash is good. And the trade's not bad. AK scooped up, and this is what we're talking about. It's going to draw attention now and allow for this short split angle to actually be a real problem. PARIVISION are drawn away from this long control and actually forced to think about this being an idea. And now they start to scale. This is exactly kind of what you want to see. They've got to hit the shots, though.
Yeah, just don't have anything for the cross.
Yeah.
So surely it's impossible. Insane shots needed.
Everyone's here now.
And it's just not going to happen. Shadow spotted.
It's the orb.
Yeah, I mean, the hopes and dreams fading away. 10 seconds. Shady goes down. As a nice start, but what do you do from there? You know, what do you do from there, really? I think they just had to try and send it, sacrifice a couple players, force a bomb plant, but even then, that doesn't sound very winnable either. So 11-11 on the board. The inevitability here has arrived. We're going to find out if SemperFi have got it in the tank to keep this one going and take us to that third, or if they will have the ultimate heartbreaker.
I mean, let's be real. It's kind of now or never, really, for SemperFi for staying alive, right? Because they've had to rebuy in, and sure, they get the AWP in play, but because of Keen saving the AWP and then dying the following round, he's got no armor. He's glass cannon here, so it's a real gamble. And don't get me wrong, his AWPs look quite good, but that was primarily on the CT side when he was being really kind of, you know, he had a lot of audacity in the fights he was taking. On the T side, he hasn't had the same level of impact. So glass cannon AWP, it's a bold decision, to be perfectly honest. But SemperFi, you lose this one, you've got no money left over. You are in serious trouble.
But I mean, that would just be the case. You know what I mean? Like, they have to win it from here. Or even in their book, secure the OT would be a pretty solid feat.
Yeah.
Against PARIVISION. It looks like they're going for the B move. Oh. I don't like it. Zway's going to win his fight. Oh, no! Belchonok! Something possesses him, and they're going to make it out. He's missed the timing now. That could be all the difference. We're going to find out. They're moving quick. They're leaving gaps open, so he's still able to find the head of one. 5 on 3. They have one smoke and a flash remaining here. Keen going to try and make a move. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, God, they're so close. He manages to land one up close. The trades are in. It's Shady in behind the smoke. Can he keep it alive? The flank is super, super late here, so he has a chance to reset things, find this 1v1. He's somehow still alive, so is Nota. They miss each other by a breadth of a hair. And, oh, man, Nota from down below will find the head somehow. The very tippity top sticking out. And it is close, but it is PARIVISION's.
God, that so nearly falls apart. There is a real positive off the back of that, though. It's bomb plant up with loss bonus for the T side. That actually might warrant something here now to make this final round of regulation still somewhat doable. You know, we were coming into it saying that you lose this, you're in trouble, but generally speaking, it was kind of a loss without the bomb plant. Because of that bomb plant, it will shore up a little bit more of the investment, but it is still PARIVISION have done such a good job to recover until this point and now find themselves here. Map and series point on their shoulders, and they just need to lift it up. What a time to get a tech pause, though, right? After such a long run of things. Yes, it's because James gone for a toilet or something.
Well, that's a human tech pause, man.
You got one more round. Like,
yeah.
James time IRL making us wait. Come on.
Yeah,
now.
well, that's true.
Get in the server, King. Come on now.
Yeah. Amazon man's here. He's had to go let him in. I don't know. Surely, if you're a pro, you are not scheduling deliveries for.
Sorry, so
for tournament days.
Order some Pokemon cards. They just arrived.
Yeah, yeah. And alive.
I actually, the second he sat down, the typing came in, right? So I actually must have
maybe. I mean, he might have taken the opportunity. I'm not sure. Okay, now we're in like an actual tactical timeout. Yeah. So yeah, potentially
he might have gone for a toilet run, I think.
Which.
Because he wasn't alive either, so, you know...
Yeah.
He wasn't alive. He doesn't need to call. They can call for themselves.
I get it.
Which is actually kind of hilarious in the sense of, like, they got this. I'm going to go to the toilet. See you in a bit. Then he was a little bit late coming back, so then someone else had to call the tech for him to be like...
Possible.
James not here. Can't do that on LAN.
No, you can't. No.
Or maybe you can. I don't know. I don't know the rules.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't.
Well, surely you can call a
I don't want to imagine
toilet break, right?
I don't think in the middle of a map though.
You reckon?
I don't think so.
They do it online so often.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I suppose that's one of the LAN things. You just got to hold it. But then like the adrenaline and the atmosphere and all that probably helps you do that.
I think I've told you this before, but they actually did a study, and you play games better if you actually are holding in, needing to go for a piss.
That's kind of crazy.
Because it forces your whole body to concentrate.
Yeah, I suppose.
Same way with playing sports.
Lock in.
You actually play sports better if you're holding in, needing to go to the toilet. Because you're like fully locking into concentrating.
Well, there you go.
Well, and primarily it's concentrating on not shitting yourself, but like, but it also might help in the game.
Maybe you should have kept it then. You know, it's going to make a difference here. We're going to find out.
Let's see. He's 19-7 up to this point, holding it in. Let's see how he does in towards this round.
Go all the way to overtime. He's not found a kill.
Potential final round of play here. Round number 24. As PARIVISION find themselves a map and series point. And SemperFi have already earned respect to be in the consideration of an overtime, or in the consideration for taking this map, but it will be heartbreak if they squander it right at the tail end. But they're going to go for an A here, and, well, hard, mate. No one's really home. You've got one player here playing around car.
Curious setup. Definitely a curious setup. SemperFi going back to their tried and true method of quietly making it up short. Is that going to continue being the case here? They will go for the trickle. They're pretty quickly behind it. And of course, going for that CT drop. That's what they have loved here. Slight variation on it, but unfortunately, Nota is ready this time. Read like a book, and that might just be it. Addict on the MP5 in a 1 versus 4. I can't think of a worse gun to do this with, and he will go down at the first hurdle. 13-11, heartbreak for SemperFi as they will lose out their first series. They play really well there on Dust 2. Mini comebacks. Control gained, in fact, at the start of that second half, but just could not hold on to it. And in the end, James, as he does to many, will get the better of them.
Yeah, run for some of these highlights again. And you can see, like, right at the start for the SemperFi side, like, it started so poorly, but their run to make this competitive was, man, like, tail end of the first half into the start of the second, a run for them, which I think it's safe to say is earned respect, right? You know, we were kind of talking about it. They are kind of, by large, in fact, they are sort of the tail end of where teams are rating teams in the stage one. They are normally either right towards the bottom or maybe second from the bottom, right? The fact that they've gone the distance against PARIVISION on their best map, their go-to pick, right? Dust 2 has been their pocket pick. I mean, that is actually a fantastic run of things. It obviously is safe to say that they spent a lot of time in the tape, in the demo reviews, looking towards this side, and things have worked out quite nicely for them. But again, just showing how good PARIVISION can be, that I think even when they're coasting a little bit, like, let's be frank, like, that is not PARIVISION at 100%. Yes, they might have to lock in a little bit more towards the tail end, but they still are kind of warming up in towards this tournament. We've seen what PARIVISION can do in the depths of a LAN, right in towards those tail end stages. That's where they play their best kind of CS, right? This is them warming still up a little bit, but I think it nearly cost them, right? I think they were a little bit maybe overconfident off the back of map number 1, and it very, very nearly cost them their map 2.
Yeah, for sure. They took that time out, didn't they? And might be worth going back and just matching it up. I think that was sort of the lock-in point. Yeah. And then there was only like one more round for SemperFi from there. So they were really, really able to battle back brilliantly. And a lot of it down to this guy. Two fantastic maps from James, really looking solid. The crazy collat. But you can just kind of see as the CT side gets going here what sort of AWP kills he was able to get. As we'll see, you know, that scoreline going up. We have like the entry there. We have the jump up on the retake in that round. So some really important moments in the gun rounds, especially James recognizing his role and just slightly more aggressive than perhaps he felt he needed to be, and able to turn that dial up ever so slightly. So very, very aware of himself as a player, I think.
Agreed. I really like what I saw from him. I think for James as a whole, this is sort of a matchup where I think you kind of see how confident he feels in himself, and he's like, I want to take some fights here, right? Traditionally speaking, from when we've seen PARIVISION do a lot of their best work, he is happy to be a supporting element. He's happy to kind of let this really young, really aggressive rifling core do a lot of the heavy lifting. But he was like, he was feeling happy for the fight. I think, you know, for a large in part, he had a real nice head-to-head against Keen, where he just felt like about 20% a bit sharper, right? Keen, I think in the second map we saw him on the CT side, where he was starting to take a lot of those fights, and then James, he's so good at adapting, he's so good at reacting to those situations, and was able to fight fire with fire. So Credit where it's due, I think, again, for SemperFi. Like, I think this was...
If you didn't lose your glasses.
Yeah, it's fair. All right, NRG, what are you up to? Little walk into hell. Bomb is in the yard. Info I wouldn't have had earlier.
What does NRG stand for? Is it just the energy, like energy? Supposed to be
I
that
think
sort of thing?
so.
It's not like
I call them
acronym.
no remorse gaming.
That would be pretty cool, actually.
Isn't it like Nerd Rage Gaming?
I hope not. Crizzen. Oh, spun into that.
Not really gaming after that one.
This one looking done and dusted, as the old adage goes. What's the origin, Hugo, of done and dusted?
I guess like when you finish cleaning a room, you're done and you've dusted the room.
Okay. I do look to you for any scholar-esque type information.
Yeah, I didn't go to school, so it's kind of on you, that one.
Yeah. What about you, Henry? You go to school?
I did, but I was playing Counter-Strike the entire time. I think we talked about this last point. I was at university just playing CS.
Fair enough.
That was a whole...
Yeah.
That's why I didn't go to university, because
Yeah.
I knew I'd be doing that.
Yeah, that's all I did. The
According
entire
to,
3 years.
according to AI,
No remorse.
in community memes and forums, it's jokingly referred to as no results guaranteed
Okay.
or never really good.
Oh, dude.
Okay, those are quite nice.
That's
not
savage,
official,
bro.
man.
These
Not
guys
Top pop. Get ready, Harry. This is your moment.
I actually have been wanting to see one of these for a minute now. They're going to try and burst through with the util. Flashes were good, but it's
Nice
not mattered,
shots.
as this one's been dealt with pretty cleanly. And so that'll be a tie game. Youngstar even had an extra couple of seconds to get that shot off out in the yard.
Nitro, though,
Yeah, go on.
has been playing exceptionally well. Let's see whether he can do anything with the Tech 9. Not going to happen.
So Anubis, you want to be a home map.
Yeah, for sure. I haven't actually played the new version yet.
Okay.
Gonna put that out there.
I want to talk about a bit of a theory here on Anubis. So if you push the first 2 spawns out the window, right, you could take nade damage and you will have to extinguish the molly. But if you do that, have one player push con, you don't really need anybody pushing A main.
I see what you're saying.
The way that people respond to a window push now is they take mid control and pugs. So I think you need to play 3 middle, 2 out the window, 1 holding mid, 1 connector, 1 B.
Well, maybe we can do a little segment on it later. Hopefully we get to see Anubis today.
It's unlikely. It's being played very little at the moment.
Why is that?
New map, people are scared. Oh, that's no good. Did Nitro get team flash there?
Potentially.
Have we lost Hugo?
Yeah.
I'm watching the game. I'm just
Spectating.
I had no thought.
Just enjoying it.
You're here to speak.
As a viewer.
I was out for a round.
just
baby.
enjoying the game.
There were 4 people here.
I thought he disconnected.
4 is a lot.
It was a round. It was 1 round I didn't speak. I'm
Important
here.
round.
I'm watching, yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Did Nitro get team flashed?
Did he? That's the question.
I don't know. I don't have the answer.
Well, for someone who was watching, you weren't paying much attention, were you?
Nobody had the answer.
We were all talking about the game, bro.
Oh, shut up. Heroic won a round with 5 alive, and now they're about to win the series, and we still don't have Youngstar
do.
locked in.
No, he's locked in.
He's
How
locked
do you
in.
know? How do you know?
I don't know.
He's texted him.
I just have a good feeling.
Guys, we could join their TeamSpeak after.
You can't join their team.
Guys, before you go anywhere,
Who do we have to ask? I'm not joking.
Yeah, I
We
thought
have this whole plan.
All right, well,
Simon?
production can let us know right now in this tactical timeout. Call from
Simon,
NRG.
please.
Daps is on the mic, Henry.
Is he really?
He's on the mic.
How's Daps been getting on recently?
Well, better now that he doesn't have to play. At the major, he had to do that. Which is
he had his best
wasn't-
game
yeah, he
ever
wasn't.
on
He actually
land.
was on train, wasn't it?
Yeah, like,
It was unbelievable how good he was on that map.
I thought he was going to come back for a moment.
There's always that chance.
all right, Hugo, you get on the phone.
I'm phoning people.
You
right
work
now.
out what's going on. Because if we do need to buy that extra 5 seconds, one of us has to do it.
That's fine.
Do what exactly? Sorry.
Buy
Buy the
time
time.
for us to move.
Oh, the 5 seconds.
Yeah,
be.
5 second rule. They call
Okay.
it.
Okay. All right, everybody. Timeout done. NRG. They've spoken to Daps. Daps has said, boys, we're playing for overtime. We're not going to shove. We're not going to force. We're going to partial buy. We're going to bring in a bunch of Tech 9s. We've got a couple of bits of key pieces of utility. Now, looking at it from here, Henry, I see 4 smokes. The smokes I'm expecting.
Suggests.
Yard control, either diagonal or the flip side. Okay, so we'll call the straight line flip side, the old school. We'll call the diagonal Navi. All
They
right?
also have a nade and a flash. So they're going to be nading the door at some point.
Yes, so I think the 4th smoke, squeaky lurk smoke.
Okay.
Right? Sow the seeds of doubt. Are we dropping vent? Is it a possibility? Are we crossing outside? Or it's 2 smoke walls for yard, right, to be dotted in at different points.
Okay, that is a great summary of what could be coming.
Are you going to
Supper.
need a lot of pace on this, though, Chad?
I don't
Because I
think you
worry
need-
that if you do the yard smokes and they beat you to a ramp rotate, you don't have any util to stop that, and it's a strong position versus Tech 9s.
I think the key for me here is maybe not the pace, but you need to get across on the wall.
Right.
If you don't get across, then you have no chance.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. I'm going to dial in. Can you guys keep talking for a second?
Yeah.
All right.
Request has been made.
Oh no, we're messing this up, guys.
Oh, we're supposed to be doing something.
Yes,
aren't we?
we're buying chat 5 seconds.
Hi. So we're back. It's a Swiss format, I believe, isn't it? Hugo? So it's a Swiss format. So first 3 wins and you go through to the next round. So if you lose this one, not a big deal. We still have 2 opportunities.
Is this your first broadcast
I believe that's how the Swiss format works. So not a huge deal if we lose this. Is
First
what I'm
broadcast ever, Henry Greer here.
Dude, I just realized you guys are all neighbors now.
Wait, because of the
we actually are.
Because of the camera tracking now.
Hopes that the days like these never end. No, he says, I know the feelings won't come round again. No,
have to try. I'm already with him until our last goodbye. We got so much time. I don't need to dream or fantasize. I pinch myself just to realize all that he touches turns gold. All for the riches he holds. Finally smile. He's helped me 1,000 times. He's more than a man, he is my life. All that he touches turns gold. Of all the riches he holds, kindly smile. He held me 1,000 times. All that he touches turns gold. Of all the riches he holds, the finest smile.
Welcome in, guys. We are looking forward to map number 2, or match number 2 even, and we're on a new map here as well, as we now find ourselves in Overpass Window. We're looking forward to this one. We've got Astralis taking on Monte. It's a bit of a kind of, I guess, say revenge, not really revenge, just like, you know, for Ryu, you're playing against your old side. Yeah. You've got a new look Monte that have actually been looking really quite interesting, and a new look Astralis that honestly I'm starting to enjoy, right? I feel like it's early doors, and granted the performances haven't been there yet, but I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think they're a good fun team. It's nice to see that they have dropped the full commitment to trying to make the Danish nationality work. There just isn't enough talent and enough depth over there. So,
Agreed.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what Astralis can do, and I think we have seen them make improvements. They've not quite super impressed like a PARIVISION have, or like a FUT has into this year, but they have been slowly making those improvements. So maybe something like a Pro League, the online realm, get a few of these players a bit more comfortable with that, you know, given the history of their new guys. Potentially we could see them doing pretty well here, I think, and I definitely see them making it through stage 1.
Yeah, I briefly kind of mentioned it in towards when we had like a bit of that tech pause earlier, and we were kind of just running through the VRSCs. I think Monte are underrated in towards this tournament. I actually really like what Monte been doing recently. We kind of just saw there as well, alongside Hooksy, we had Gizmy. For those who don't know, there he is. He's the young British IGL from this side. Originally just came in as a standard support player, but took over the IGLing role, and honestly was doing a really decent job, and has actually been doing quite a good job, but in the sense of he's had so many different players he's had to play around. This Monte's had made a lot of changes, and he still continues to call really, really effectively. Flip side as well, spoke about it, promising start for Astralis. It's really early doors, but I'm liking what I'm seeing. It just seems like the CS is starting to open up a little bit for this side. It's not so ingrained in this old Danish style that it once was. We've got a key clash here, of course, of Ryu and Azuwu, two high-impact riflers on this side. Ryu playing against his former side of Monte, and Azuwu, another British player who we've known for many, many a year. Incredibly talented, and a great time for him to showcase his talent.
Yeah, starting in the small halls of Kettering, you know, Epic LAN and whatnot.
I've got a picture of him asleep under my PC.
Yeah, there you go. Brilliant.
There he is.
Classic. But yeah, sort of, I think a really solid player. Maybe not like the most vocal in the past, not necessarily putting himself first in some of his teams, and therefore not necessarily being able to showcase like the high highs, but a super consistent player. It feels like, you know, what you see is what you get, which a lot of teams, a lot of IGLs are going to want that type of player around them, particularly on this Monte team. There's a couple of loose cannons, I think it's safe to say, on this squad. So it's nice to have someone like Azu, who is just very by the book, very makes the right decisions sort of every time is how he tries to play, at least.
Yeah, it's one of the things I love about this Monte side. It actually feels like it's like a bit of a band of misfits that are actually on a bit of a resurgence in terms of their careers. Look at BMAS, right? He's a fantastic example. BMAS sort of was out of kind of just competitive Counter-Strike, not even just like tier 1, but just competitive Counter-Strike as a whole for such a long time, to the point where he kind of became a bit forgotten. And then we saw him at ISF playing for Lithuania and was fantastic, right? They ended up winning the tournament in a massive upset in that sense, and he was an integral part of it as well. You look at Rainwaker, I think he got hard done by his time in Liquid. I still think he had a lot to offer up and didn't get to show it. And I always thought he was such a threat within the tier 2. Like, you look at the teams that he'd played on in the past, we look at teams like the Skades and the Voivodas and the 500s, these Bulgarian mixes that we had, they were always so threatening in the tier 2, and Rainwaker was always such a prevalent part of it. And then Afro, final example, but another one, right? A guy who, again, playing in the French scene, dotted around a few variety of sides like your Fanatics as they were just falling out of tier 1, and then kind of got forgotten about a bit, and then back in towards this side and actually looking incredibly solid within this team. But let's run through the veto. We get an overpass, we get a nuke band out. We're going to kickstart things with a Mirage, which is not too much of a shock as well. It's been a map in which just Astralis ultimately have not looked that great on. Flip side, though, we get a Dust 2. Now, this is a bit of a wild pick here. Monte are not bad on this map by any means, so my feeling with Astralis not looking great on it is that they've spotted something in Monte's game plan, and they might have a way to break it down.
Yeah, and I mean, Astralis sort of struggling at the moment in terms of the map pool as well, as, you know, they're not really fancying Anubis. It seems like it might make an appearance here, as it is sort of being floated out. It would be sort of wild as the decider. Yeah, I was going to say when you've got a couple other options. But your other option is this Inferno, which is also not really a map that Astralis have liked leaning into. Monte are super hard to read, just because they've not been playing loads of Counter-Strike this year. Yeah. So there's a little bit less to work off of since the Anubis has been added in. You know, what are they going to go for? What's the kind of logic that they're bringing to vetoes and whatnot? Teams don't rightly know. So we're gonna find out here. I think that it does again just raise a lot of eyebrows in terms of whether Astralis are the slightly cleaner team. They've got that little bit more firepower, you might say, and just a lot more experience to work with, really. Yeah. I think it came through. I was going to say that the veto was just
this makes more sense. Okay.
Slightly sideways.
I was a little bit confused why Nuke wasn't a decider, if anything, right? And the Dust 2 as well. Yeah, it was like, for Astralis, I mean, that feels like a rogue pick. When I was rolling through, I was like, surely this isn't right. This makes a lot more sense. We get the Ancient out as well, which, of course, is a great map for Astralis. It's kind of, I feel like, being quite ingrained in this Astralis side. I think Hooksy, as well as a caller's always liked this map. Nuke is the decider. That is the handshake. It's not like a strong handshake, because both sides aren't exactly fantastic on it, but it's a map in which they've both been incorporating in towards the pool. Astralis, this is historically their map, right? This is the map in which they famed themselves on many a moon ago. But now with this new look team who are branching out in terms of going international, I wonder how it looks. You know, we look at kind of where they're at now. Monte have actually been kind of making a real name for themselves in the tier 2. Like, they have been winning a lot of decent lands, looking really competitive in tournaments. They're flying up the ranks. And it's become a bit of a scary / precarious time for Astralis, who are also on a bit of the come up. They need to be careful. I mean, currently, Monte found themselves 17th in the world. They won Copenhagen Gaming Week recently. They went on a decent little streak as well. They've been taking down some notable names. Like, they are definitely not to be slept on. And I think a lot of teams who have ranked them, I think they're like 4th from the bottom. That feels too low for me.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. Again, I think it just comes from the idea that a lot of the teams don't know what to expect. Like, they've not played them recently, or they've not seen them play very much, so it's like you don't rightly know where to place a team like that. You know, the top 10 are going to be teams that are like, okay, we've seen these guys, we know they're good, I can guess their level. The bottom ones are like, they're coming from a region or a qualification that just puts them in a bracket of like not quite being good enough at this level. Monte fall in the weird middle ground where it's like, people know they're good enough because obviously the numbers and stats speak to that, but in terms of playing, they've not necessarily been putting up loads and loads of games. They have been focusing the LANs, and therefore don't have as many reps to go from because they've not been at every single LAN going so far. But that also seems to be the case for quite a while, actually, looking down these results. There's just not a lot of online play from Monte.
Yeah, which is actually completely against what they've traditionally done. But I think this is actually their kind of like themselves, like 100 Thieves, for example. this is the textbook they're going for, which is like BRS points on LAN are double. Let's just play LANs, right? If we can kind of spend a lot of time shoring up our prac and shoring up what our scrims are looking like, and we can get towards a LAN and look really strong. And if we do well at said LAN, that's going to help us massively. They fell to Fnatic and Roman Imperium Cup 5, which they led them kind of falling out in 5th to 8th. It's quite a brutal format, that Roman Cup, where basically a loss and you're gone type vibes. And it's quite cutthroat in that sense. They got drawn up against Fnatic, fell short there. But as a whole, where we're at looking in towards this side, like, you know, it's been a quiet year by their standards. We're so used to seeing them being so ingrained within the online Counter-Strike and so ingrained within this kind of, well, this sort of format, right? Playing from home, playing from the comfort of your bedroom in a way. I will say, though, because we are going in towards this game being it online, I would say Monte are going to feel a little bit more comfortable in doing so, right? You know, I feel like bar the likes of a Ryu and the likes of course, a Fuzi. I think, you know, the rest of the Astralis side are just so used to doing everything they do on LAN, on boot camp, whereas for Monte, this has become second nature for them. They're going to be a lot more comfortable out the gate.
Bot. What? I told you before, you're a fucking bot.
Hashtag remove this update.
Okay, so my name is Miroslav Plachotya. My alias is Zontix.
Let's see.
Good answer. What a professional. What a professional.
Do they have to go into the hole? Oh, whoa. Okay, for break. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. This time is blowing out.
Oh, mama, I killed a man.
USA CS Renaissance is upon us.
Cathedral might just be their tomb as Apex all five.
I'm really bad in English.
So there's a reaction.
Let's go, Nico. Nice, Nico. Let's go.
Alrighty, we are ready to get the action underway here, folks, as we kick off on Dust 2, a map that here on the B stream we are familiar with, it would seem. Finished the previous series on this one, and we start this series on Dust. Astralis, see what they are able to deliver. They are fan favorites. They are bookies' favorites as well, by the looks of things. So certainly, indeed, on paper looks good, but we're quietly hopeful for Monte, aren't we, really? I think there is definitely a chance that they could pull off what many would seem an upset, but just a team that I think a lot of people don't quite recognize, don't quite have info on, and that makes them harder to vote for.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. You know, this Monte side, I just think maybe will get overlooked a little bit in towards the stage one. That they feel like, for me, a side who are underrated compared to where they're ranking, where teams I think might potentially sleep on them a little bit. You're hoping that Astralis won't. And they obviously have plenty of days to prepare for them, but at the same time, we've kind of already mentioned, comparatively to like last year or kind of the entire span of this Monte organization being in professional Counter-Strike, this is like the least amount of Counter-Strike they've been playing compared to where they're usually playing every sort of online tournament around to really get the reps under their belt. So, picking and choosing their tournaments, let's see if that benefits them here heading in towards this one. Of course, it is a CT side start for Astralis. On that T side as they're taking mid control. Hooksy, hopeful taps that aren't quite connecting, but it's BMAS to open things up. Stare and Fuzi took damage out towards Long, and it's BMAS who, on this long lurk, has netted a kill, and he's just going to draw attention there.
Oh, contacting out here is really quite clever. Quick smoke down, quick burst towards B. Gabby is around to maybe try and help out, but he needs to be careful.
A bomb.
Bomb does get dropped, but you can see there's a Glock in that smoke. Oh! Ryu makes quick work of him. Is it going to be enough? The bomb out in the open is so very awkward to deal with. Hooksy up close here. Drops one, but he's dropped himself. It's down to the one-on-one. Fuzi locating Gizmi. Needs to find this headshot. Doesn't quite know where to look, and as he looks away, the peek comes in. and a huge frag found.
That is so cerebral from Gizmy, right? He pauses for 5 seconds, holds, waits, and he knows the longer I pause it, the more likely he's going to be tempted to look elsewhere or to kind of avert the eyes over towards door, because the other way to try and recover that bomb. Really, really nice work from Gizmy. So smart. We've kind of already given him his plaudits for his calling. I think he has been calling a really good game for Monte, but that is a really nice individual play in the 1 versus 1. Fantastic. And the first start is successful for Monte, but we'll see Astralis go in for a force. Triple MP9, 5.7 and a Deagle. Don't have loads of util is the only thing I worry about a bit in towards this. They kind of have prioritized a bit of that firepower. The issue being, though, if you're forced into a retake, you probably can't even give it a sniff. You kind of have to just call it a day and then save, go next.
Oh, decent nade.
Yeah.
Not the best, but decent. Afro's found a wild frag, it would seem. Holding the line pretty well here as they try and burst out. Not going to happen. Ryu, the only one left, and he doesn't fancy a charge through the smoke by himself. So will be the round for Monte. Turning some heads already, I am sure. Should be able to get a third, and then the conversation starts as to whether Astralis can match up in the early stages. Ryu with multiple guns, a man of many arsenals, but not able to get any more than just the one.
Yeah, it's actually a nice round to be taken if you're Monte, only the one casualty. It's really going to help out. Just to, again, shore up your econ, shore up your confidence as well for this side. All these niceties to have. Back in towards the pistol round, you can kind of just see these sharp shots that are being hit. But, I mean, honestly, where Monte are at, this is kind of that dreamboat start. Pistol round 1, force by 1, and now third round's a bit of a freebie. No real investment to work with Bar Fuzi and that Deagle. So this is a kind of nice position to be in. For Monte, you're giving yourself a bit of breathing room on your opponent's map pick on the T sides, exactly what you want to see. And interesting to see that they chose to start T-side as well. I think that's a real backing.
That is true, actually.
I mean, I caught quite a bit of that Copenhagen Gaming Week, and actually for Monte, one of the things that they were utilizing a lot to take down sides, it was brute force. They were really flying in towards a lot of fights. That's why the T-side looks so effective. And I wonder now for them, is this sort of what they're going to try and utilize throughout this entire Pro League, right? Where it is a bit of this sort of, let's just try and brute force away in the T-side a lot and build up the gap there.
Yeah. Slow around here, as I think Monte in particular are somewhat worried about what's on the other side. Ready for a stack, perhaps. And indeed, they would be correct, but strong weaponry and a nice spray control from the UK boys. Looking good to open up this 8 round and finish it off. That's a bit of work, but Azu gets it done.
Yeah, not an easy fight, that one, by any means. It always kind of favors the pit player generally, but does take a dink and he stands tall. Yeah, nice work from Azuru. Not pulling any punches in that round. Same for Gizmy as well, dropping down towards CT. Simple stuff for Monte. So they got a 3-0 buffer zone to work with heading forward now. And it also as well, this gun round's really important for Astralis, just in terms of, I think, shoring up your own confidence a little bit, right? You know, this is first game of the tournament. There can always be a little bit of time to warm up in, as we kind of just saw with PARIVISION. Like, we have big expectations for PARIVISION, but opening games can always be a bit difficult, I think, especially for teams who are a bit of a target on their back, as Astralis kind of naturally always do. They're always kind of such a legacy org and scary in that sense. And being the overdog, in a sense, it can take a bit of time for them to warm up. So this first gun round's really important. Let's see, Fuzi, pop shot misses. He's forced off the corner as Monte take aggressive long control.
Yeah, with an interesting smoke as well that usually would be thrown their way to keep them off guard, but it just stops the CTs re-aggressing.
Yeah.
Absolutely no chance at fighting back here, so Monte with really, really solid control. Oh, seemingly going to act upon it. Oh my, Bemis takes the tag. That is unfortunate for Fuzi, but he will return the shot in kind. Nice little find from Hooksy on the break. There's another break of that smoke as well, and another on the way. Bomb just makes it across, yeah. Have they missed the timing here? Gizmy to find the head of stair. He's entering all by himself. He's not got any support, waiting for the utility to come in, but this looks really solid now.
They've got plenty of time as well. They don't need to rush by any means, right? They've crossed with a minute on the clock. Yeah, it's beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. This, again, you know, it may sound like a bit of bias because he's a British boy that we back, but like Gizmy's calling really well now. Like he's got a good read at the moment of what Astralis are throwing at them, and his innate timings, like, you know, we kind of saw it in that 1v1 earlier, like the timing of the freeze, but that freeze there is really nice. Like they are breaking smokes open. Let's hold on for a second. After the third time, then we can cross them and get the bomb down. Like it's really nice work, and for Astralis, not the kind of round they were looking for. The good news is though, it's only 2 casualties for them, which means that you can actually just rebuy in towards the next round. 3.4 loss bonus. You can reinvest in towards the next round with drops coming through from one of Ryu, Yabi, or Huxi. That's the positive to be taken away. But flip side, it's a bonus buy for Monte, and they've only taken 1 casualty. Like, they're kind of loving life.
Yeah, I think so. Looking very good in the early doors.
Yeah.
But it is still early doors, so Astralis have plenty of room to answer back. Maybe a timeout here. Feel like we've been on these player cams maybe slightly a second too long, but it seems like not. Like not. I thought there'd be a tactical from Astralis, as I think they potentially do need it.
Like a good time for it, yeah.
Yeah, they're feeling confident all the same, despite the way the early rounds have been going here. And Monte testing all of the waters. Looks like a straight B execute, which, man, I could count on one hand the number of times I've seen these be successful. Maybe this will be one of those times. The flash not quite good enough. Ryu does lose his support, but he will stand strong for a couple. It's just the fact that the rotations are so late getting in here.
Yeah. BMAS as well, he was worried about that molly coming over, so he planched a little bit off from the corner. Now set up, we got Afro holding at range. He's got to hit this shot. Oh, he's got to open up. Oh, thankfully he does. Little pump fake there on the shot, but he gets it nonetheless. That's all that matters. And Swish, and I think the round is all but secured again. Good effort, I will say, by Ryu, getting 2 out of that when he's being overwhelmed with the barrage of utility and the bodies in front of him.
He just lost his support.
Exactly.
Really, really quickly.
Needed a little bit more, and he could have had something behind it. Honestly, a pot flash behind him from somebody from mid, and it could have been a whole different scenario. But Survivor star for Monte. We'll keep reiterating the point. I think teams are sleeping on this side. They've been playing some very good Counter-Strike at the moment. And I think they also, as well, just have players that, for me, feel underrated or overlooked for a variety of reasons, whether it's kind of the 2 British boys, because of the flag, ultimately. We know that we can hold the British people back a little bit when it comes towards CS. It's seen as a cursed flag, in a sense, because of our history, maybe. Fair enough. We haven't exactly produced that many, bar Messi, kind of at that top level. But you know, this is kind of an interesting side where it's like, you know, the career recoveries for a lot of these guys, you know, for the core of this side of Rainmaker, Afro, and BMAS all played at that top level and have been overlooked ever since. Looking really nice there. Nice work from Azu on the entry. He's so self-sufficient, right? He's so happy to fight, and finding Stair early is good, and he's struggling to get on the board here.
Yeah, it really is.
Same for Yabi, too, to be fair.
Yeah, I think the team of Foes is only on 1, so, you know, the team at large struggling to have any impact, make themselves known in these rounds. 5-on-3 very quickly unfolding here. Run of the mill for Monte, as they can just go wherever they like. They're going to choose the B bomb site. Again, it just fills me with nerves when you see players lining up in these tunnels. Anything can happen, and Yabi is looking to be that player. The flash is good. He's still alive here, though. Takes another. The gap going to start closing. It's a great Molotov to push him out. And thankfully, his teammates had not quite made it in, so they may well have weathered the storm. He must take some damage. He's that bomb planter once again. And they're looking to go for it. They're close to proceedings. Flash comes over the top. He's able to work his way in. Great little moves here from Huxi. Will go down. Has enough been done for Fuzi on the AWP? He's lost track of the player underneath him. Can't get the quickscope, and now he's located him. Bemis misses his opportunity, and all of a sudden, Fuzi's got a chance. Potentially crosses into the AWP and takes him down. Oh my goodness. Got to move quick, but Fuzi's going to get it. He is far too fast. Does he have enough time on that bomb? I think there's a kit drop close to him. And indeed, with one hand still on the keyboard, he will find Astralis' first round.
That is monstrous from Fuzi. That is ridiculous. What a clutch coming through from him. Has no right to get away from that. I think for Monte, I think they were even sort of expecting a soft save there. And it cost them. Yabi does so well to get 2, but the fact that, first and foremost, diving out a window One is found, but Fuzi getting 2, and excellently played. That is the kind of round that can break momentum in a massive, massive way. Oh, wow. I might open up some doors now for Astralis to get running and gunning. Oh, there is a AWP barrel spotted there, but will they expect Yabi? The answer is no. Goes for 1, looks for a second as well. Damage dealt, and he'll get another 2-piece to open up around. Yabi, excellent work as he's doing, God's work in towards lower. For Monte, that's an oversight. They were so distracted by seeing that AWP barrel in towards short that it just drew all the attention away. They didn't even expect the lower player.
Yeah, and just the energy shift after that clutch as well is absolutely massive. Definitely can be felt. Monte maybe still got half a mind on that round. Astralis back with a vengeance. Slow build into defense here. As Monte looking maybe for a B hit.
Yeah.
They have found success over here to getting the bomb down. So I'm going to try and give it a go again. But yeah, the 2-man stack up is kind of insane. Even if it does go 2 for 1. Oh, pulled away at the worst time. They just gave up on it. That is insane. That is insane. The timing, I don't even think they know how good they got it. And the 3 versus 3 comes pretty easily here. One point going down, Stair trying to move in quickly to just take 1 before the retake fully gets going. It's not looking too likely. This is tough. They got to rely on another clutch again. Surely not, right?
They don't have util for this. They got 1 flash. Like, surely not. I mean, I guess they made that 1 flash working towards the previous round, but this has to be another bout of individual brilliance to make it work. Oh, and it might just happen. All on the shoulders of Gizmi on AWP, which he barely uses. Gizmi gonna find himself 2, but he just can't round the corner. And I think they've just got enough time with a kit in the back pocket for the defuse. They will. Oh, it's fine margins. I think for Gizmi, he's in 2 minds of, do I just turret up and go for the third there? And he realizes the right call is to fall away, but he just makes it the wrong time. Half a second earlier, he wins the round.
If he was an AWPer, I think he sticks, you know,
yeah.
and maybe finds it, but just a little bit of lack of confidence coming in, really.
It's also just like, we just never see him on an AWP, right? So it's like one of those where I think he does like innately know what is the right kind of movement around here. You know, I can hit a couple of shots because I'm mechanically skilled, but what is like an AWPer's play?
Yeah.
What's my movement looking
The decision
like?
making.
Yeah, exactly, right? And that's where, unfortunately, he falls flat there. Good effort. But
Indeed. Yeah.
I will say, though, just worth throwing out, that is 2 back-to-back retakes on the B side by Astralis. Like, that is
true.
That's no easy feat. Like, that is one of the, it was statistically the hardest site in Counter-Strike to retake. Like, that's impressive.
Monte also taking the B bomb site so convincingly a number of times is kind of surprising as well. You know, man down situation in the previous round, and they managed to get in there.
It's so different to how we traditionally see Dust 2, especially at this top level, which is a bit of a, it's kind of the same thing. It's to take a bit long control early, prioritize taking mid to short control on the T side, and then you kind of space from there. But it's so different.
It's a different approach. It's a different game. We got contact out long here as well, I think, from Monte.
We've seen the contact door plays as well, which are like, again, vastly very different.
The approach is confusing, but that can lead to some chaos. Stairwell, full blind. Gets himself on the board. Hooksy on the edge of the smoke here. Standing pretty strong, looking good. Gizmi will trade him out. Trying to swap things up a bit and get onto the AK, recover some utility. The smoke going to start going down, and Afro misses. That's a key miss. That's a key miss. He's come off the bomb as well now, so going to have to find this kill, Gizmi. Going to have to stay alive. He's got 1 in front, 1 behind. Here's the steps behind. Can he find the headshot? Looking for the fight. He gets his crosshair across. He's so low, but so is Stair. He doesn't quite know that. 15 seconds. Where the hell is Rainwaker? So very slow to get in. He was miles away, I suppose. I don't know about him. He takes Stair cleanly. 7, 6, 5, 4 is what you want, and he just gets it in. Rainwaker in on the site. Has to find this 1 versus 1. Ryu makes himself known with that nade coming from down below, and Rainwaker's maybe got the drop on him here. Head on a swivel for Ryu. Got to be on the right angle. Lands the ding, but it's not enough. And Rainwaker denies another crazy clutch round for Astralis.
Oh my god, if they had got away with 3 in a row, that would have been just miraculous first and foremost, but I guess distraught over on the side of Monte. Well played from Rainwaker though. These sort of like dipping your head up and down. Getting away with that is not easy, and it's just going to break the back of Astralis. Arnhem and I left with no finances to work with. Oh, and Yabi's going to take a tag through the door just to make matters all the more worse. Low buy here for them. They've got a lot of reliance on Stare and MP7 in this loads of half bite. Bit of damage dealt, but now a known quantity that there's some level of investment, just basically to be careful. They know the money's feeble. Not to overlook it. Nice swing. As you sent in. Perfect stuff. The AWP is holding to. Afro might get his in a second. He's going to drop the bomb in. Might be the sign that he wants to get aggressive. There's one, there's two for him. A couple of kills coming through. Needs to be careful. Only down or forced out of fight as Afro gets another. And they're now just picking them apart. 1v3 for Ryu against his former side. Surely no chance. Deagle half armor. Maybe a consolation kill. But aside from that, I don't expect a lot.
No, it looks like they're going to move away towards B as well, actually. So, yeah, not expecting too much. Really doing their due diligence to clear the B bomb site, though. There's a world in which he charges in with the bomb.
They've learned their lesson from the previous
well,
two.
this is true. Yeah. Anything is possible type game.
It's a good song.
Another song.
Everything is possible. A Lego movie.
Okay. That's a deep cut, man. I don't know my Lego movie soundtrack.
Have you not seen the Lego movie?
I think I've seen it a while ago, but, you know, not one that I committed to memory like that. To pull out on broadcast, that's a crazy reference. That's a crazy reference.
I got a deep bag, man. I got a deep bag. Ryu. Nice shot towards Gizmy. Takes down his former IHL. Just scoop up an AK as well. I mean, I can't see him pulling off the retake, but he can still make this kind of expensive. Opting for the AK himself, Afro, but it's BMAS in the end who sees it off. Just making sure. I like what Afro did there. He knows that actually, like, if he takes a head-to-head against kind of the AK with an AWP, missed shot, I'm dead to rights. Let me go for the AK. Gives me a little bit more leniency, a little bit more breathing room in that sense. But still, this is Monte. Yes, those 2 rounds in isolation from Astralis are actually really nice. It's Monte who've guaranteed the lead in this first half already, and we've still got a few rounds to play. Like, they could, in all technicalities, they can still make this a double-digit first half.
Yeah, we're going to find out, man. Monte looking sharp for sure. And potentially upsetting a few people, proving a lot more wrong in time. We're going to find out, of course, how the rest of things go.
Nothing on offer here in the early to mid round. Playing towards short off the back of the flash. Fuzi will take a pop shot. We're just forcing off the angle. That's all really we're doing here, Monte. We're kind of forcing them back a little bit more so they're isolated on site. We're also trying to draw out some of this CT utility. But it's nice work from Astralis, realizing that we don't need to be doing this. Keep hold as much as we can for moments like this as the execute comes through. Fuzi's posted on the angle. They don't flash him off. He wins this fight every day of the week. Oh my god, the flash actually catches the bomb, which does get down. And now it's a 5-on-5 retake with basically everybody full HP, bar Stare 1 point of damage.
Yeah, we're in a very weird game state here that I think is going to be a challenge for the CT side to get through. You know, so many eyes watching above, and Rainwaker coming in from behind. Catches them lacking. 2 so far. Potential for more.
Brilliant.
Clean spray downs at range. He's been in that shooting range for sure. Fozy left all alone, and he will go down. So, wow, flawless in the end from Monte. Head in hands for the Astralis boys, as this map is really getting away from them, slipping through their fingers.
What a lurk. What a lurk by Rainwaker.
So perfectly executed.
Like, it's such a bold call, but his timing is absolutely immaculate. Like, he gets in at the perfect time where they're just stuck behind a CT smoke. The bomb has just gone down as well. They're scaled up through short so well, but he's done an excellent job of just finding that gap. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. 8-2. Best case scenario for Astralis here is 4 rounds. Like Monte on their map pick are looking full of life, and Astralis, unfortunately, there's just not been enough on offer. Azu quite commonly sent through these doors off the back of a pot flash, and this round no different. the response in terms of firepower isn't fantastic. Astralis are keeping money in the back pocket for the final round of the half. So a low buy here, which BMAS will net the first with ease.
Looking good. They pivot towards short. Just trying to keep things simple here. Do have to be careful. Deagle in the right hands is often deadly. Stair gets flashed off. Does have an opportunity though.
Yeah.
There's the first before the molly comes in. He will burn or fight and unfortunately goes down in the end. So it's a nice find, but it will be null and void. Fuzzy with a quick move. Maybe I speak too soon. Rainwaker on the flank. They seem aware of him, drawing his crosshair. Somehow he gets both.
How?
I don't understand. I don't understand. That's wild that he gets away with that. Both of the CTs just panicking there, I think.
Yeah.
Wow.
How is he alive?
Wow.
He actually only takes like 2 tags as well.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 potentially, but like, oh, that's a yikes. The fact that he was actually able to kind of like aim at the guy on the left, then the guy crossing, then back to the guy on the left, then kills the guy on the right, and then sets himself for the guy on the left. Like, there's so many stages to that whole transfer, which he should have died basically on the first engagement. Nice shot here by Stair, but just because that molly at his feet. There you go, crossing, back to the left, back to the right, back to the left. It's
crazy. That's so crazy.
so wild.
I think we needed the replay from the other side.
Yeah.
I want to see what the hell's going on on the other side.
Where are those bullets going? Last round of the half. It's 9 rounds already for Monte. I told you guys, do not sleep on this side. They are overlooked in this tournament, especially in this stage. And right now, they're giving Astralis a good old thumping. They are struggling to find anything really on this Dust 2. I will say as well, I love what I'm seeing from Monte in these T-star rounds. They're really punchy, these executes. Like there's no wasted utility. They're so efficient. It's like, this is the idea, Gizmy makes the call, go, we fly in. And in a similar vein to when we kind of see like maybe like PARIVISION at their best, like they kind of are like really living and dying by the system here. It's great.
Oh, up close to the smoke here. Could be our dangerous first exchange. Stair does have a teammate behind him. They waiting for a flash, or are they committing to this setup?
I think Azu might get flashed in here potentially.
Meanwhile, push up through tunnels. Yeah, Stair's gonna get the catch. It seems like they made the move. There was a little flash trajectory line there, of course, and Fozy's still around with the orb. So, looking set to find a really nice round here, Astralis. Better late than never. Yeah. Afro will be the only one remaining against 5 in the final round of this first half. So nothing really matters other than winning, which I think is impossible. He'll get his hands onto the bomb. We love that. We love that from Afro. He knows like what's up. It doesn't matter. It's all good. The round is over. 9-3 though. I think Monte will be pretty damn happy with that. A keen start on the T side of things, and well, I'm very curious to see if they can continue it into the second half.
Welcome back in second half, about to get underway here, and it has been a monstrous performance from Monte. They are really looking sharp on their map pick of Dust 2, and the questions now, well, we're waiting to see whether they get answered of can they continue in towards the second half. The T-side was excellent, at times felt nearly flawless. We're popping towards B, we're going early. Rainwaker's here, but Azuwu with the doolies, good for one, just. Rainwaker needs one, but can't get it.
Yeah, gets the smoke down, gets trapped behind it, just caught switching nades and pistols and whatnot, just not really looking all that good. And I think you maybe have a conversation about saving,
yeah,
to be honest, and just take the armor into the next, try and get some kill bonus, because it ain't happening. Yeah, the B burst from Astralis, pretty effective. Monte thought they were ready.
Oh.
It's the 50-50 of the Julies, isn't it? Either he gets 4 kills or even one.
And done.
Yeah, you know, even one from there, I think he just got flattened so quickly. It could have been over.
That's kind of what my dualies look like. Now, I saw someone telling me that, like, I think it was Zaiwu was talking about using dualies, and he was saying that, like, he kind of, like, mimics the AK spray with dualies. That's how you kind of, like, keep them. You know, he's so clean with them, but
I'm just there, like, my mouse is not even on the mouse pad.
Hoping and praying.
I'm hitting it, like, so hard. It's, like, just going all over the place, you know?
I don't really use them that often.
No, I don't. The primary problem you have is, can someone drop me some Julies? And everyone's like, nah.
Yeah.
You know? So you have to go. You have to use the Julies with no armor, which kind of defeats the purpose. That's it. You know.
Also, I don't mind a P250. I don't mind it. If you kind of slow with your shots, you can be pretty accurate. Either way, back underway. Nade. Oh, decent damage on towards Yabi. He'll start the round at 38 points of HP. Forced by here for Monte with that saved armor. It does kind of make some sense as well. Scouting play for Afro. MP9s, MP7. So only really Gizmo who takes a step back in terms of the firepower, just a pistol. They do have a little bit of util to work with. About the same amount as Astralis. So, yes, Astralis have better firepower, but the buys aren't too dissimilar.
In their own little way, yeah. Definitely workable. So Astralis have to be careful. Some early control taken, but still begging the question of whether they follow up on this long control or not. It seems like they will, but this is Inferno maxing right now. It's like just copying each other's smokes, keeping them at bay. And there's a slight gap above it. Afro is just begging, chomping at the bit for a frag here if they peek into it.
He just needs to hold this angle, Afro. Because of the gap on the right-hand side of the smoke, even if he gets flashed off, of course, he can fall away, but he needs to be holding to see if someone's diving in towards pit. Basically, he's a little bit worried now because he hasn't been holding that they could technically have got down. How goes the shots? Not good enough. Fuzi swinging a fine with Stairs Flash is excellent. Diving in. Double MP9 shot. Deagle goes for 1. 2 versus 2. And Hooksy's not exactly healthy. There might be legs behind this, but it's all put on the shoulders of Rainwaker. 1 versus 1 against Hooksy. Like we mentioned, he isn't the healthiest. And there isn't really time to work with. 10 seconds on that timer. And Rainwaker rounds the corner perfectly. Monte, what a force. And sure, it's expensive, but that is a immaculate response.
Hopefully we can catch on the replay. There was a jumping shot from Rainwaker, which A is just insane, but B, I think really threw Astralis and Hooksy for a loop. Like, where did he jump from? Where did he come from? I think ultimately a difficult one to track. Immediate timeout coming in from Astralis, because, yeah, I should think so. Losing out to the Force and just
Abby looks
again,
baffled, doesn't he?
Head in hands kind of moment. Where's it all gone wrong?
Yeah, shaking his head. I mean, he's, you know...
I mean, the thing is, you lose to things that are just going to happen. You're moving up long, past that smoke, great flash comes in, scout tags, then you have this jumping MP7 Like, there's not much that you can do
Yes.
about these things if you're hitting A. It's just almost inevitable, and it's based on luck.
There it
yeah,
is.
that's ridiculous, isn't it? Like,
He's got such a small window
Yeah,
for that to be
yeah.
successful. And I come back to what I'm
MP7,
saying.
man,
MP7,
it's busted.
bro.
It's busted.
He's so good on the move, but also good in terms of a bit of a turret, and maybe he might have some bit of jumping accuracy behind
I mean,
it.
maybe the MP9.
It used to actually,
You know,
but it got
highest jumping
nerfed.
accuracy in the game.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the classic line that everyone likes.
Yeah,
to point out.
I think, if I'm right, did it get reduced a little bit? It might even
think
still be the
so.
highest, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
Do you remember
I
when the
think it
Scout
did.
was perfect
Yeah,
jumping?
man,
That
I miss those days. No, I miss those days so
good.
much.
10-4. It's a 6-round buffer. They're about to walk straight into the not-so-loving arms of BMAS out through that smoke. Flash over ineffective. So is the second. The spray control's a little later, but he gets them nonetheless. He'll reload and he'll just duck down in towards Big Pit. I mean, where we're at now, it's obviously, you know, a must-have force buy in response from Astralis, but it's kind of one of those horrible spots. Like, if you lose this, you're kind of like already playing for overtime. It's a brutal position.
Yeah.
Flash is fantastic. The Rainwaker could be in trouble, but he's not, because Azuru's there to bail them out, and then he'll dive around the corner to close it again. Monte, just so effective right now on Dust 2. Like, I can't really make any complaints.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a little conversation in that timeout of like, look, let's try and give this our best go, but not been our map. I don't think it's necessarily going to happen. Let's set our sights on the next one and just try and
save the mental
stay
a bit.
cool,
Yeah.
and save the mental. We could see on the cams a little bit, maybe there is a bit of, you know, tilt setting in. And they're just force buying into Oblivion here, it would seem.
Yeah.
You know, so
I think you're
see
right.
what they can get away with. If it starts a comeback train, so be it. If not, then we're focusing on Ancient.
Yeah, I think, you know, you're right. You know, mentally they're kind of checked out a bit now. They're just saying, you know, it is what it is. Like, this is a good map for them. This has been a good map for them this year, especially. And at the moment, we haven't really fleshed out the Astralis map pool yet. We haven't really figured out where it is. And this is
It's kind of their primary issue.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we don't even really know what maps they're fully committed to kind of pracking and scrimming and whatnot. And of the few that we do know, one of them kind of being Dust 2, we know it's actually been a bit of a problem for them. There's been a bit of a weakness. Rainwaker with that MP7 is tucked up close. Flash will catch Gizmy. Ooh, he might get overlooked here. In comes Rainwaker, MP7 for one. Looking for a second, he's got support, and he'll find another. I mean, this is just simply sublime. Deagle, nice shot from Yabi. It's consolations, though. It's all for naught. You're dealing damage. Okay, it's a good 180. It's a nice reaction. It's good for you, maybe your individual stats a little bit, but like you mentioned, the force buy is in consistently. They're checked out. They know this is a lost cause. And they know they have to play for a reverse sweep in the series.
Yeah. Certainly feeling that way. Take it in your stride.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we kind of knew that looking at the veto.
Yeah.
I think, you know, D2 was going to be the difficult one. The coin flip of Nuke was also maybe the most likely conversation because Monte are not big fans of Ancient themselves.
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
you know.
Exactly.
It felt like Nuke was going to be the inevitable. It would have just been nice to be competitive here, I think. The burst out. 1 for 1. They will certainly take that, and Gizmy has to drop back. Just let them get control of long.
I'm shocked he only gets one there. It looks like he was in a position to get more, but can't. Oh, that is such a fortunate spam, but there's one in response from Hooksy with a drive-by on the Tech 9, and Afro with an AWP now up close. It's kind of potentially one of the worst possible positions for this. That's why Azu has to dive in with this rifle. He'll find Hooksy, and again, it's Afro to close. He opts for the rifle. It's a fantastic map coming through from Monte. What a statement to start ESL Pro League here as well. I said they were overlooked. I said they were underdogs, but with a real decent dark horse chance, and that's a fantastic way to start a series. Astralis, they've got to find a way to respond heading in towards the rest of this series. Ancient's coming up next, and then Nuke. Let's see what they've got.
Back to game one.
Oh, 5-1 now. Tech pause potentially.
Every
just
round.
prepare yourself for that. Looks like we're good.
People are already signing us up to spam.
Yeah,
Well,
classic.
Is it good spam or is it bad spam?
It depends on.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What you're into, I suppose. Yeah. Right then.
A hero Galil.
Don't see many of them.
No, one of the choices of all time.
Flushed out, committed to the fight.
Shoot a left Aurora for this.
That's good. It's strong.
Not bad, Barry.
That's the Galil dealt with. Didn't do too much.
Oh, that's my MVP.
He is farming right now.
6-1.
Look, Hunter's just a gentlemanly man. He plays solid team Counter-Strike.
I found it interesting in that podcast that you did with him and that I was there for. I was so tired that day. And everyone in the comments is like, Harry's so stoned. And I'm like, I wish. I was just there on like 3 hours sleep.
It was an early one. It was a 10 a.m. job, yeah.
Magix was like stonewalling me off to the left, and Zontic's saying, if anyone asks the same question I've been asked before, I'm leaving, and I'm just sitting there, I'm not cut out for
Great
this.
vibes before the interview.
So
He did kind of ruin the vibe of it.
Dude, Hunter gave a good insight where
Is
he
that
said,
verbatim? He said, if you ask me the question.
No.
Not verbatim, but it implied heavily.
Was it heavily implied?
Heavily implied. To be fair, they didn't answer.
They were funny, man.
Almost
Okay.
anything.
So I bit the bull by the horns.
Okay,
and
nice. Good
And
throwback there.
I addressed immediately
Yeah.
that they don't like answering questions they get asked all the time. So what I established with Zontix early was, what are the questions you've been asked all the time that you don't want to be asked, and we won't ask those.
It's a good system.
Yeah, so we did that.
Solid system.
And I even made him laugh.
Really?
Yeah. He did laugh
His
multiple
HLT
times, actually.
His
Like a
HLTV
chuckle
forum
or like a...
Oh, a proper laugh.
Really?
Proper laugh.
Like trying to contain it but failing.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Real laugh.
So I worked hard for that one.
Stoicism only took him so far,
Yeah.
as
Dude,
others may know.
In that podcast, Hunter was
Didn't realize
talking
that.
about
I love
how
that
he's
one.
not a high energy player,
Yep.
which I found kind of interesting. Like, I don't know. I'd never really thought about it, like just the energy levels being different for any one individual, but the idea that he doesn't get hyped up or anything like that, he tries to conserve energy.
Oh, dear. Too easy. Pack it up, Chad. This one's done.
Yeah, I think that's why, Harry, his variance as a big game player is low in the sense that he plays the same Counter-Strike regardless of outcome.
Yeah, right.
That's why in the G2 roster with JKS, him and JKS both gave same output regardless of setting.
Yeah,
whereas
right.
you see your Nikos and your Montes a bit more emotional, right? So we all know what happens with that.
Yeah, like if it's a grand final, they'll
Be more emotional.
well, yeah.
So 7-1.
No, hold on. Oh, it's always 7-1 when these lads are on the server. You go, Harry, remember when we did that online?
Yeah.
CS?
It kept
And
happening.
every single time a Brazilian team was on the server, 7-1 came.
Without fail.
Every single time. And I can't believe
Is that because they were losing, or
Yeah. Every time.
every time on the receiving end?
Yeah. And it's actually happening.
Is this any... So I don't want to be mean.
Okay.
I just want to be realistic.
Yeah.
There should be no surprise for anybody in this universe that G2 are going to own Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, but I just want to give them some, respect. Just
Why?
Watch their game. Watch their game before I judge them, because underdogs win sometimes, Chad.
That's true, they do win sometimes, but
And I haven't seen this team play. So.
the Gaming Gladiators roster is a bunch of players who we saw over the last 5 to 10 years, all put in one team. There's no prospect in this roster. There's no player for the future in this team.
Lucan's pretty good. I like the Lucan pick. Like this org, obviously they qualified back in November. They beat 90 in the BO5. It was a hard game. Lucan was in 90 at that time. Since that point, they brought in some bigger names. They brought in some household names.
Yes,
household names.
Yes.
Household names. And they've tried to upgrade, Chad. They're coming here with aspirations. Maybe you don't believe in them, but they believe in themselves.
Yeah, I hope so.
You have to, really.
If they
no
don't,
point turning up.
And who does?
Yeah. We got the Hero AK, the Hero MP7, the Hero P250.
Yeah, so carried across AK, some upgrades around it. Long control, sure. You now have a smoke and a flash to finish the round.
Which could be enough.
If you find yourself in this position, same as the house, home, hold, you're in hot water. This is not a fun place to be.
You're smoked off. You've got 4 players along. Henny's outside the B tunnels in T spawn, essentially.
Oh, can we catch the next long block smoke, please, Rush? Here it is.
This is a very important smoke. We do need this one. That's in our arsenal.
So we got it's actually particular to throw.
One of those meta smokes in the game right now, guys.
Oh, well, he did miss it.
Ooh.
No, boost.
It was a good response.
Great response.
Orp, though, some Pius. He does miss that first shot, but don't worry. He's got 4 more bullets in the bag.
Sunny P, come on.
Looking for that second shot miss. Obviously, he's going to drop down. There he goes in. They got the sight here, but some Pius is still close. He's looking for the jump shot. No fire yet. Waiting for the kill to appear. So some Pius missing his 3rd shot in the round here.
Fine.
But don't worry, there's still 2 more bullets in that Orp. So some Pius is going to have another.
Oh, God.
Eco win.
He's having a mare. But there's a second round on the board. Chad, the smoke, the 1 flash, it turned out to be enough.
It did.
Well, because you know the rules, Henry. It went 7-1, but now it's got to go 6-7. That's the other one that always crops up.
That's true as well.
It would be 7-6, actually.
Oh.
Well,
okay.
yeah.
It doesn't quite hit the same.
It's a poor round to lose right there, if you G2, I would say. So, there's a few elements to this. If a team does what we call the Navi long like that, I think at some point you want to transition a player across to car.
Okay.
Because essentially, if they are executing on their 2nd or 3rd smoke on the cross, oh, this is B-bomb.
Ooh, Heavy God. And Mattis blind. Heavy God.
Good smoke.
And they're out.
Pulled it off.
So Phelps has to make space now. That's you lurk waiting for rotations. Now rounds essentially stalled. You don't want to play through that. Yeah, it's tough.
This is Dust 2.
You just need Henny to try and crack something open here. That's what you can really do.
Yeah, you may as well let the clock settle in. There's no point rushing it right now. This is going to be tough no matter what you do.
Oh, I love
Oh, it's such a rat.
Love that. You're never clearing it. It's free one.
It's
kill.
a one, even if it's one and done. That's perfect in this scenario.
Yeah,
perfect position.
Set some Pius up to.
You're not going to
look at the right place.
You're guaranteed 1 kill here.
Yeah, yeah.
Unless Henny does do something ridiculous.
I agree with Hugo. You're not clearing this, especially if you're the AWP first. You should let Jota go and clear close doors and blue bin.
He's just holding the corner. Jota clears close. And
Guaranteed
Malbs
kill for Malbs.
Gets Jota.
3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Guaranteed.
And he might get more because it's an AWP.
Well, Phelps, he has to play now.
Gonna hear him run. Easy.
Well, hold on.
Some Pius alone.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, he's quaking right now.
Here we go. Just one needed.
Okay,
Just
now
one.
he's going to get a play with his back turn, so it might be a free kill.
God, he's going to peek at the worst
They
time.
missed the cross smoke. How did you...
Lads.
Oh, Scope's been hurt now, surely?
Nice. There it is.
He's done it.
Let's go.
He's done it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Handled it. 8-2.
Whew. We were all worried there for a second. I know we were.
What's the money looking like?
Not great. No, they won on the partial. They can buy, right? They won on that partial, so they can invest.
Maybe a tactical timeout here, lads.
Yeah.
Let's talk about these last 2 rounds, shall we?
See where we're going. See what comes next.
This was the Malbs angle.
Some of the spam we are getting signed up to is outrageous.
What's the worst one?
I can't say it on air.
Can you show me?
Yeah, at halftime I'll show you.
Yeah.
Because me and Henry will swap headsets. So this is the pick of gaming gladiators. It is Inferno up next.
Long. Some Pius.
There he is.
Signed.
Heating up now. Creamy P.
Creamy P.
Cream Pius.
That's okay. I like that.
He's part of the family with Jason and
Cream
Anders.
Pius.
You're part of the Cream family.
I am. I'm one of the founding fathers. Yeah.
The Mount Rushmore of cream.
Yeah. I've been thrown in pools of cream. I've been tied to
We
a
should
chair
do it
and
with like
creamed.
hollandaise sauce in the future.
I've wrestled Carmack in cream.
Like a big lasagna. We drop a huge lasagna on Henry.
World's biggest lasagna. We go for the Guinness World Record, then drop it on me. I like it. Bring back cream.
It has stopped in terms of it was the only forfeit for about 10 years, and now there's no forfeits.
No, a bit more serious these days, and Mattis out with a serious problem.
No.
That's maybe going to cost them the round here. They're going to pick up the pace. Hunter, the farmer, lying in wait, decides to drop down. Nice little grenade, but they do not pursue. Sure, they're going to fall back and reset the situation somewhat.
Short or mid to be? Short or mid to be? Short or mid to be? That's the question.
It's always meant to be. It's always meant to be.
Yeah, it's fair. But heavy god, Henry, 11 and 3.
He's feeling himself. He is alone, though.
3 upper, and he hears all this at car. He hears everything.
Oh, it's his favorite position as well. He loves just sitting behind the car, getting like a 3. Oh, he's not even behind it, Chad.
Oh,
he's on top. See you later, lads. You're getting mowed down here. That will do.
He did it.
It's going to be a 2-on-2.
He did.
Oh, damn.
You ain't crossing.
10 seconds.
You ain't crossing. Lucan ain't walking through that door.
Nice shot.
9-2 for our audio-only listeners playing at home.
Like a poorly stocked Spanish sweet shop. That's no bueno.
Kinder Bueno he's referring to that. Just to clarify.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff.
Okay.
Pretty good stuff. It's day 1. We're warming up.
This is great from Malves, isn't it? The Lobotomus been under the scrutiny in recent times. He's been better this year. He's been definitely a lot more of the Malves that we would expect.
He has a nice dog, too.
Like a fluffy one or a big one?
Small, fluffy.
Really?
What's his name?
Nice. I don't remember, which is bad. But when
What is cute, a Malves dog or Fallen dog?
Oh, it's tough.
Yeah.
Malb's dog, very cute. It might actually be Malb's dog.
Damn.
Just so people can see, we had the little plug-in going on here with the TeamSpeak on the HUD there.
Okay.
So people might remember that from Krakow. You'll see more of that in the heads-up display. MC, the mastermind of all of it, is in the building. So you have any complaints, let us know. We'll send them through to MC. All right, last round of the half.
And what a
Harry,
half
can
it's
you do
been.
dog-based commentary for this final round?
I could try. I am a bit
don't
of
even
a
know what that
based
means.
dog myself.
How are you going to approach this one? Are you going to be barking
we'll
or just
see.
talking about
I don't know. It'd be like dog breeds, I guess.
Okay, and some barking, but I'll do barking in the background.
Okay, nice. All right, here we go. Oh, they're going through like a greyhound at great speed. But the enclosure is closed. This is a shih tzu.
That's great.
Hang on.
Do you want help?
No, there are more breeds. I'm just trying to think of them.
Dachshund?
Labrador.
Yeah, Dachshund, there's one. Oh,
Red Setter?
Pitbull.
I'm making a dash in that one.
Pounded
Malbs.
down.
He's out long like a
Alsatian.
Like Alsatian. And that's the half. What a great half it was. We had some fun, some food, all inside this Happy Meal. And that's what laser beam!
Welcome back in, folks. We are ready for the second map here as Monte really impressing. Yes, their own map pick of Dust 2, but they looked so crisp at times, man. Really, really clean team. And now we move on to this Ancient, which I think should still be pretty good for Astralis. It's obviously the one that they like leaning towards as much as they possibly can outside of Overpass. But ultimately, it is somewhat of a pain point, I think, for Monte, a map that they have tried to stay away from. But Ancient, it falls into this bracket of being puggy, being a safer map that everybody's going to know by now because it's been in for so long. So you have to be careful how much you really lean into stats and whatnot when it comes to a map like Ancient.
I think you're absolutely spot on, right? I think a lot of it comes down to kind of current form, momentum at the moment. But, you know, you look back towards that first map, and it's like 3 out of the 5 on Astralis are in single-digit kills. You're looking at, like, nobody going positive as well. You're looking at the flip side for Monte, where everybody is loving life in the server. Everybody's positive. It's a very good sign. I think we're ready to get on the way towards this game.
There you go. We are indeed into Ancient.
We have a little bit
the
of
flash
fun.
guy. Yeah, we do.
Fun,
that was good. That was good. You absolutely nailed that, to be fair. The timing of it as well. That's the first time we've done that, you know, and just...
no practice, just straight
trying to have some fun.
Here.
Yeah. He was... it's a solid flash, to be fair, from that guy. We'll see at Donut whether they can hit the same kind of success over here. Astralis clean for the opener. Rainwaker trying to spam away, but nothing coming. Yabi get in at middle. The answer is nothing. He gets taken down. And Afro at range with the Julies. Always good to see a kill like that coming in for them. So man advantage now for the CT side. Rainwaker with a kit. There's no real rush to get in. Just got to find 1 or 2 more heads.
Good nade.
HE moves through, slows them down, does some damage. Fozzy's got this P250 though to keep them locked away. Julie's closing the gap, looking for a bit more. Afro trying to be the hero here, and he might just get it. There's a kit now on the bomb. Surely not going to happen. Ace on the cards for the Frenchman. And, denied by Gizmi. I was so ready to be like, he's got it. But he gets stolen, of course, by the Brit. So the feud, hundreds of years long.
It continues.
It does indeed.
Really, really nice round, though, honestly. You know, for this Monte side, that is such a nice way to come in towards your opponent's map pick. You had a fantastic map number 1, Dust 2, where you're just playing excellently. You're looking so calm and collected, so comfortable in your Counter-Strike and the calling that Gizmi's throwing out there. And then you come in towards your opponent's map pick where, again, inherently we're going to be expecting something a little different to come to the table. And you pull off a nice retake. It's really going to re-up and reassure the confidence for this Monte side, who we already saw were just brilliant. They bombarded Astralis all the way throughout Dust 2. If they can bring that, you know, if you actually kind of break it down as well, the way that sort of Dust 2 and Ancient are both played, they're inherently quite similar. You know, they are just maps that are quite puggy these days, where if you want to find success on the CT side, it becomes about the real depth of how proactive you are on that CT side, right? It's the same 2 ways you approach it. We talk about kind of taking mid control through short on Dust 2, the same way we talk about taking mid and elbow control on Ancient on the CT side, right? So very similar in that vein. This, for me, is a really good start for Monte, though, right? You know, coming towards the CT side, pulling off a retake like that, and getting an individual like Afro online really nice and early, all positive signs.
Yeah, looking fantastic. And seriously just robbed at the very last moment of that ace, but keeping it safe. He's going to go in for the AWP.
Second round AWP, you got to love it.
I mean, a little. He's got no head armor.
Who needs it?
That's the one thing that I watch for, I suppose. Yeah, that is the mindset he's bringing for sure. Azuu here. That first one gives me as well. Trying to train in and solidly able to line a couple up. Out comes Azuu from behind just to add insult to injury. That'll be the bomb hitting the deck. The AWP is barely seen, not needed, it would appear. And indeed, they will mow them all down. Flawless round there and an AK to be recovered. So I think they'll be pretty damn happy with how that one unfolds. Astralis, though, quickly into the rifle buy, which I think is the key thing here. Hooksy moves down onto the tech, unfortunately. But we'll see what Astralis have got in the strat book.
Yeah, I guess because they had a hero rifle in towards that previous round, Hooksy's going to be the one to drop one over and take the lesser buy. But at the same time, force buying around the bomb point is the right decision, generally speaking. But I think, you know, you have a bit of a spot now where for Astralis, I think if you lose this here, this gives such a nice runway for what Monte did in the first map, which is just build up such a lead in that first half. Like if Monte did the same thing here, if they find this third, the fourth is basically a guarantee. Put so much pressure on towards your gun round until round 5. I mean, following that, you can just see already how in a matter of like a few mistakes, things can go drastically wrong. So it's a very important round for Astralis is what we're trying to build here. Towards Cave, he's spamming. Running low on ammo, needs to be careful here. Fuzi actually going to go through the molly. Perfect timing. Here's the reload, swings in through the flames.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. From the AWP is close to the action. Gizmi as well, not in a bad spot here. Oh man, looks away and will be dropped. Super solid find. It's the 5 versus 3 now coming in. The Orb still in the conversation. Definitely something that is worth watching here, see what he's able to get. Surely gets overwhelmed from a position like this. They've started to move towards A as well. And unfortunately, that is the wrong guess. He's good for one. Oh, he's not!
Oh, he's not.
Yabby deletes him out of the round, and that'll be the save.
He could have done with some head armor, I reckon.
Yeah, he could have done it. Might given him that extra moment to just flick and click.
Could have done with a little bit of head armor there, I reckon. The little one tap is never what you want to see. Orb recovered as well. And of course, I'm sure there's a gun around somewhere for Hooksy to scoop up and take himself. Lovely first gun round from Astralis. We were already building it up coming in towards this round. It was such a necessity. There it is. That's what we needed. Let's look forward for Monte. They've got money left in the back pockets to be able to buy in towards the next. I have a feeling Rainwaker might just keep hold of the MP7. He already did great work with it in towards that first map. He looks very confident with it as well. And there's no point over-investing for him specifically. He might even be called upon in terms of a drop here too. I think for the most part, yes, it's nice to see kind of Astralis pick up that round and pick up an opener much earlier. But it's one of those still where that was a bonus buy. So I don't think Monte are going to be too dejected by the loss of it. I don't have an open play for this one, though.
Could be a difference maker. He definitely could have gone for it, I think. He's gone full utility and kit and everything, so...
Yeah,
could feel like
armor up again.
Well, yeah, exactly, but maybe learn... Yeah, I think so. I think so. Not going to take that chance again. At least for a little while.
Like
Monte
a little one-tap will do that
need,
too,
yeah, need the round. Absolutely need the response here. And got some game plans set up. It's going to be more B lane control for the T side of things. Try and get in towards Cave, and the setup here is kind of unbeatable at times. Flash comes round, Fozy on the AWP. Just holding the crack angle. Is he going to go wider? Another flash. Yeah, the rifle will confirm the fact that it's 2. Fozy feeling it. Kind of just edge one frag, but unfortunately not going to happen for him, and he's left on 1 HP. The following spam is deadly. So Monte picking up from a very good spot here in the 5-on-4.
I love that re-aggress from Gizmy, because what he's gone for is his molly down to stop the AWP being able to trade them falling out of cave. Like, Fuzi's standing tall because he wants to catch at least one of that double stack falling back on towards the B side. The molly denies that, but Gizmy then uses the tick of the molly to actually be like, realistically, he's not going to re-swing into me. I can take a bit of control back in towards Cheetah. There's a flank brewing. Keep your eyes peeled top left on that mini-map as Rainwaker starts to scale up through mid. If he can get a bit of timing in, he can make this post plant a little weak. That's a nice timing on that molly as well. There is bodies here, but Fuzi going to find the first as they're looking forward. And a fortunate shot from Yabby and Fuzi. Oh, it's all crumbled. A 5 versus 3 has now flipped the script into a 3 versus 2 favorably for the Danes. And it's all but done. I mean, how have they made that work for them?
Yeah, wild. Absolutely crazy stuff. And I mean, maybe seeing some more proficiency on this map from Astralis already. Some more panic from Monte with the wild attempt at forcing that retake.
That's the kind of rounds that Monte were winning consistently in the first map as well.
Yeah, well, this is it. Maybe they're just trying to see if they can get away with the same sort of thing. Very disjointed in places. Happy with that as moving into this next round, Astralis should have a freebie on the card, so their lead is awaiting them at the end of this round.
Okay. The fact that we're seeing Astralis out the gates nice and early here gives me an inkling that a conversation around 3 maps might start to brew as this one progresses. It's definitely a map in which they look, as you kind of put it, much more proficient on. This being a low to buy in some cases should be a simple one. Fuzi, aggro, red room play from him. He does have support, sure, but being that first contact is good to see. He's very confident at the moment.
They want a bit more.
I
thinking about it, but the smoke goes down, and that's actually an invitation to the CT side now to go bursting through and try and isolate a couple of players. Bemis will take one, spots them moving away. I mean, for me, I think what you do here is take this M4, take that gun you've just dropped, and save into the next.
Call it a day.
They were thinking about it for a moment, but there's just no opportunities coming their way. So, yeah, Rainwaker will slowly make his way over, try and grab an exit. The round is indeed going the way of Astralis.
Yeah, for Rainwaker, you can afford to be aggro on exits. You're going to have a buy-in towards an exit. If you get any kills, that'll be good. And he got to be nice as well. AK scooped off, and will he fall away with it? He's got to make it expensive, that's for damn sure. Honestly, 2 kills and a survival with an AK in your back pocket. You've also seen Azu pick one up as well. You know, we talk about silver linings. That's a really good one there, to be fair. You've made it quite expensive towards the T side. You've scooped up weapons, which means less investment for you as you're going to keep residual cash in your back pockets. As a whole, you're taking that of your Monte. It's a throwaway round anyway. You've got a hero rifle to maybe chance things a bit. That is not that bad by any means. But it is still Astralis in with a lead, in with a bit of breathing room, and looking a lot sharper out the gates comparatively to what we saw in Dust 2.
Yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true. Monte, not necessarily calling for a timeout yet or anything like this, but it does feel that the game is going to be a difficult one. Mid-stack coming round. Great Molotov from the T side here to just stop them running aggressively down middle. Really fantastic nade setups. However, Bemis going to find the first. He's able to survive it with a smoke down. Is there nades to see him off? Is there bullets to maybe try and see him off? Really putting all their chips into middle at the moment. Close to the action is Yabi. Does get one. Bemis with the trade, though. Doesn't get the next. Trade is there from Rainwaker, so
Chaos.
it is back and forth, and this kill coming here and that kill coming there. The 3 versus 2 retake now going to be required as the bomb goes down. The AWP still in play. Looks pretty scary for my money. Uxie on the keen angle here, trying to find the first head if he can. There's kits available, but there's no smoke available for that CT side, so kills most certainly going to have to come in here. They'll nade their way through, trying to find the first. Fozy, aggressive, wants a piece of this action, holding the flank, able to find that kill. So important that he does. There's not a lot of time left on the bomb, working around the big box. Meanwhile, Rainwaker, your days are numbered. Uxie's in behind, it doesn't matter. He has no time. He cannot find a way in, and the round will go the way of Astralis despite such a solid look from Monte. They cannot complete the retake.
Yeah, it honestly felt like in the chaos and the carnage around mid that Monte had won that engagement, and they kind of had, right? But it didn't matter because Astralis at the same time were taking space in towards A and setting themselves up in a post spawn and sort of putting the clock and the timer above Monte. It's one of those where it's so close. Like if one engagement goes differently, like even like Yabi not getting that kill on towards Shelf, you know, if we can kind of see maybe like Azu come on top there, Monte probably walk away with that round quite cleanly because they've got such a numbers advantage, but not to beat. And Fuzi does such an excellent job of just buying time around big box. 4-2. Monte, you can buy in, sure, but again, nothing left in reserve. The nade damage, though, on towards Shelf is superb.
Yeah, we love to see it. Those health bars dropping. Boost coming in. It's being watched for. Not a chance, Afro. Would have bet his life on that one. 5-on-4 then instantaneously, and Yabi left low. It's a pretty good look for Monte, but still the lack of impressive weaponry in places. The lack of utility, of course, I think is the big thing, really. It is getting later on in the round. Astralis have also got most of theirs out, so 1 or 2 more nice shots and Monte might just have themselves around.
I feel like it's a really big thing to be finding Fuzi early because he's been creating so much space. That's the first kill for Huxley. Very immediately traded. Rainwaker, Gizmi, and Azu all combined effectively, and Yabi traded out quickly. Nice response from Monte, needed. Worth mentioning that for the CT side of Monte, that is still quite an expensive round. Like, that is going to be quite costly. Somebody's going to have to take a hit in terms of the investment in towards this following round here. But all that matters for them, getting around to the board, giving yourself a chance to start scaling a little bit. And as you can see, there was like the potential of an MP9 actually, but Gizmi actually manages to squeeze out the M4. Still, there's nothing really left in reserves for this side. But this is a big swing round. Same can be said for Astralis. You lose this round on the T side, especially if you don't get a bump on, you're going to be left with little to nothing following. Rainwaker for the first for you, quick on the trade. Mid-control giving up now to Astralis.
Can they do anything with it, though? I think is a question that's going to be on everybody's lips here. Zoomed in POV of the POV scope. Nothing on the other end of it at the moment, though, as it's all quiet here on Ancient. They're pretty far back and spread out on that T side of things. Small fake out towards A. Lovely little move here. Huxley does well to find Bemis. I was a big fan of that move that was happening. If he'd come away with a kill for free, plus the info in A main would have been huge. However, they still feel that there's not really much presence on A. They're going to start preparing for B.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Honestly, not hitting that shot might change this round drastically with the numbers in favor of Monte, but they're not. 3 versus 3 as they head towards B. You know, double stack long, and Afra's not too far away in terms of rotation. As this neutral comes over, he's going to very quickly hightail it to support. Looks like Azzy will be that first contact. Flash over. He avoids nicely. Turn and reaction, but how good is this shot? Not enough. Yabi and Fuzi, brilliant work from them. And Afro, who was in towards Red Room as an insurance policy, is now cashing in the saving policies. He just wants to keep the door alive.
Really just awful setup, I have to be honest. I'm not a big fan of those positions.
Or if you're going to do double long, you need a short player.
Sure.
I feel like you need someone holding towards ramp.
There's just no fake out opportunity, right? They're able to clear all their angles pretty cleanly all the same. So yeah, not a big fan. Maybe if you go for a wacky boost. I think it does just let them down. They give Astralis too much space into the side, considering there was 2 of them.
Yeah.
You know, just stand strong, man, in your 2 versus 3 scenario. But not the case. 5th round for Astralis. Still not the prettiest, but they are that 1 step ahead of their opponents on this map.
Yeah, agreed. Okay. I mean, at least for this early portion, it's very safe to say that Astralis are in a much more commandable position than they were basically at any point on Dust 2. Never really got in towards that game. They've already got more rounds than they got on Dust 2, which is a very positive sign to see for them. We called that quite a big swing round. And you can see the knock-on effect with it. An M4 and an AWP is all that's got. AWP saved, of course, and the M4 you vested in a bit of a hero buy. Defaulty setup. And normally with buys like this, I traditionally kind of prefer a bit of a gamble. On the flip side, look at this call by Huxley. Contact out B. They've shift walked the entire way up. Azu is just dead to right. That is beautiful work. It's such a nice play. Huxley, what a call from him, and what a round by Astralis. All done off the back of 1 move.
Yeah, wow, that's so sweet.
It's also a page out of Monte's book. It's something they did a couple of times on Dust 2.
True. I think on this map we've seen Monte, when things are not going so well, they've put more resources into mid. So I think it's a fair read from Huxley in that sense, and he was correct once again. It was like 1 on A, 2 donut, 1 red room. Oh, wow. I didn't even know you could spam that so well.
Yeah.
To be honest, that's crazy.
Good spray control too.
Nice.
So the AWP may stay alive. Ooh. Spotted now, so May is a loose term. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck in the flames. Hoping that'll be enough, but it's not. He'll be singed as he's seen off by the Molotov. First time out taken. Argument to be made a little late. I mean, of course, you can say better late than never.
It's on the cusp. I think it's on the cusp for me that they've just had like the rifle rounds not quite working. And then that previous round is not all that competitive.
Yeah.
So definitely on the level. Could have gone a bit earlier, but they're coming into a buy round here. Wasn't a buy round in the previous necessarily. Depends on your philosophy as a team at the end of the day. But yeah, we're going to find out here as things are unfolding and moving into pretty dangerous territory for Monte if they are unable to find an answer here.
All right. Bad, honestly, from Astralis in terms of recovery. Shrugging off the woes of map 1 really well. That's too easy. Rainwaker, he was waiting for the flash, but it just comes too late. Dead to rights as they edge out of that smoke. Fuzi missed his shot and knew that he didn't have time to cock the gun for a second. They will still find the trade. Relinquish mid-control here, Astralis. As they're trying to make a move, ships in the night. They've just snuck past each other. They've traded places in that smoke. Will Yabi expect as he does? Good work from him, just a double check.
Yeah, they feel like there should be some sort of presence around. In the fire once again, trying to find the hero moment. It's just not happening here for Monte. We are now seeing the other side of the coin, really. Astralis looking really clean. And Monte missing out. Yeah, bonks his head there.
I mean, what's worse, 50 cal to the chest or, I guess, bricks to the top of the head?
Yeah. Probably the 50 cal.
Yeah.
Although...
Depends how hard you hit the bricks.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, it is an argument. Yeah. I've never had a brick on the head personally.
Not this much.
Okay. I'd set you up for a good one there, but you didn't take it.
I was tempted. Yeah. I was tempted to do that.
Remember what I said earlier?
Someone call the casters association here. I'm getting threatened on broadcast.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's a fantastic run by Astralis. I mean, the position they're in, like, at the moment, Monte look... No, it's not even like they don't look woeful. They just don't look at the same level right now. It looks like, you know, this is Astralis side who have just got an extra 20% on them, and that's enough to kind of get them through rounds. Like, some of these rounds are quite close in terms of the numbers department. Like, it's coming down to kind of like 2v2s or 3v3s or whatnot, but for the most part, Astralis are just doing more than enough to see it over the line. And kind of where we're at right now, I can't see a world that we don't see that nuke come through. And then nuke's going to be a bit of a brawl, but kind of for the wrong reasons, because both sides struggle on it. So it could be a battle of the bands in a beautiful way.
That's what we hope for. Aggressive Julie's move. Oh, wow. He's 4 HP, man. The 5-7 can't take him. Really clean look. Ooh. There it is. The Deagle getting involved. Looking for a little more here as well, actually. Very cheeky. But can't quite finish another, so that would be your only moment of potential heroism. Has now been pushed away. It's going to be down to Rainwaker and Bemis in this one, and you know, maybe a gun, maybe a kill or two. Round itself feels severely out of the question. It's good timing to get some catches, but not going to happen. Stair catches the next. 8-3. You want that bare minimum of 8-4, as we like talking about, but it's just not happening.
Astralis ever so slightly overcooked that round. They were just a little tentative, worried about there being kind of bodies towards B, but with that level of firepower, it was never really too much to worry about. And like you said, 4 rounds is normally kind of like the bare minimum we hope for. Any less than that, and I don't really see it being a possibility. It's very, very rare that we get like 9-3 recoveries, bar on maps like, you know, Overpass, right? Because of how CT-sided it is. They're going quick, though. Quick towards the A site. And Afro going to be tested here, and he's going to get smoked out as the first thing to annoy him. Spam through it, and Molly to be forced all the way back. An excellent util from Astralis. It's such a brute force call of just barreling towards B, get the smoke down. Rainwaker will get one as Yabi caught through said smoke, but the bomb's still planted, and the post one's still very, very strong. For Monte, this is no easy retake.
Yeah, that's really quite lucky for Rainwaker. Could make a big difference here. A kill like that. There's no kit available anywhere, though, on this CT side. That may well be a regret of theirs in just a few moments here. They've got to get someone on the bomb really quite soon. The trades are coming in, but the time is just not there. Oh, he's tapped it. He's tapped it. There's no one with a kit, and they just lose it completely. Stair with the transfer to close it out, and Monte with no kit are robbed of an opportunity at finding an 8-4. Not going to happen for them. Astralis giving them a taste of their own medicine here on Ancient.
back in. It is second half here after an electric performance from the Danish core. Astralis looking fantastic. And unfortunately for Monte, it's just not really anything of substance there towards that first half. Now, it's worth mentioning that a lot of their best work on the T side, right? They look really sharp on the T side of Dust 2, but this is a big undertaking to get back into this, and it's not a great start as Hooksy will find the first, and there could be more bodies here. They're lining up. Bomb dropped. Oh, Yabi for 2, looking for 3, and where is Afro looking? It's not the close corner. That's for damn sure. He had the horse blinders on as he was only facing forward, and the tunnel vision will cost him his life. Astralis, a simple pistol, and double digits already.
Yeah, super confident from them, though, to just get in the face of their opponents. I think really, really well played to recognize the position in the game, to know that they can get away with something like that, and that Monte may well have done their homework as well, really looking for like a heavy execute. So Astralis are like, let's disrupt that by getting in their face and hopefully catch them with some nades out, and that's exactly what happened. So really quite clean in the end of things. It is going to be the hard eco. Somewhat of a rarity these days to not see one flash or a P250. It is absolutely 0 expense here from the T side.
In these sort of rounds, I mean, especially with what they're doing now, this is what we like to call the existence timeout. They're just taking a moment to have a breather. They do have 2 more timeouts in the back pocket, but yeah, timeout without calling a timeout. Pause to kind of decide what you really want to be doing in towards your next investment, but that next investment is sort of for all the marbles. I wouldn't really mind a normal timeout before going into it. You've been spotted there. Fuzi knows that you're up, and he knows it's a second as well. So the gimmick of the double boost is very, very easily spotted by him. A simple shutdown towards B, bit ahead of hand for Rainwaker as well, and well, funnily enough, exactly what Yabi was doing in towards the first map. You can see they're a little bit dejected. And we might actually be getting to a point here now where, in a similar vein to what Astralis did in towards that first map, Monte, the core might be here like, just boys, just don't get too invested, don't get too tilted.
I think especially after this round. Well, I mean, you don't have a lot of room after this round if you lose it. So
yeah, just don't get too invested. Like this is their map pick, and they'd be better. We'll reset going towards the third, the same way they reset and came in towards us against us.
Yeah, and there's just nothing that Astralis can do wrong, apparently. Rainwaker will squeeze his way in for a double there. Mizzou playing the patient game, but he loses his patience first. Walks out to get caught. The bomb going down as well. There was a slim window where Rainwaker maybe gave them a chance back into the round, but Astralis, like you say, very much, whether it is what Monte are thinking about, but it's just evident that they are playing better, playing confidently, and not putting a foot wrong right now. Really well played here to just, I think, try and pummel them as much as they possibly can. Going into this nuke that just remains a question mark. Don't know what to expect from both teams.
Yeah, it's definitely been a map which has not been a strength in the pool, that is for sure. Hence why it's floated. Like normally we get the floated maps be handshakes of kind of like, you know, the second
somewhere
best
in the
map.
middle.
Yeah, a little bit of a strong one that you both don't mind, but this is the opposite. It's kind of a weak one that you both be, you obviously be playing it and you're pracking and scrimming and all the rest, but it's not being super successful. So it'll be interesting. I guess it comes down to really who's been doing the most work outside of the server to shore up that nuke. But we brought it up coming in towards this one. I think when you get in towards the series itself, stats become less and less of a factor, and it's more about the vibe and the momentum and the feeling in the game. Fuzi, nice find to open things up. He's had a fantastic map, 17-7 for him. Love and life in the server, as he's definitely been winning out that head-to-head against Afro, which he was, you know, losing in the first map. So it's flipped the script. But for Monte, you know, the same argument we were talking about. It was 3 out of 5 for Astralis, didn't get double digits in the first map, and so far 4 out of 5 have him for Monte here.
An advantage looking good. There's slow mid-control for Monte as they look to move in. But actually going to back off. Try and give B another look. Ooh, a bait smoke coming in there that it looks like a, you know, red room control. So we'll see how aware these players are. Still just standing so strong, and Ryu with the triple on top of the box. loses his teammate, but I think they'll be happy with that. That's got to be the round and game secured. Spam not quite close enough. Gizmi reveals himself, and his days are absolutely numbered. MP7 out, can't get it up in time, and that will indeed be the map going the way of Astralis. Super clean stuff, showing Monte what they absolutely deserve and what they are capable of. We've got that nuke coming up shortly, and looking forward to that. Again, going to be this gloves off brawl. We'll find out. Have the teams been doing some work on it? Maybe. Both squads with a lack of map pool, it would seem, and we're going to see how this one culminates on map 3.
Opening fight here and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Looking at his team.
Another guy on for the backstab. Oh, and he's missed the opportunity too, but Jota will make up for it. Oh.
Yeah, that was...
It was there.
Yeah, it was a 1v5 attempt. So he gave it a go, and likely to see, I hope, G2 force buy. If you don't respect your opponent, you force buy right now.
Or if you want a quick 2-0, take the full eco, winning with the guns.
Oh, that's a cheeky opener right there, isn't it? Also, a little bit late on their timing with the pop, with the smoke fading, right? Maybe they wanted them to doubt that it was even being used and going there on the half-life. But it is going to be the economical. There is a Deagle in for the God of the Heavy, and the rest of them will just have some Glocks. They're parked back, they're passive, they're having a good time. Let's take a look at the mailbag. I'll let you know if there's anything in there, guys.
Well, it is a full eco. A Heavy got Deagle. 5 players second middle. This could take a hot minute. We could be here a while.
Thoughts on the whole Markiplier film situation, Henry?
Sorry, the what situation?
Markiplier? I know you're a big Markiplier.
I don't know who or what that is.
It's a YouTuber.
Is it?
Yeah, he used to play scary games and Happy Wheels.
I think I was already in my 20s when that was a thing, so probably missed it.
Hugo likes him.
I've never heard that name in my life.
He made a film.
Did he? Like a blockbuster?
It was it made good money.
Really?
At the box office.
And what's the recent controversy? Why
it's not really controversy. It's more like the birth again of independent film.
Oh, okay.
You know, like people with a bit of money going out there making films that outperform the big studios like Disney.
What's the film called?
Iron Lung.
Is it?
Yeah.
That's a big film, I think.
No, wait.
I
think it is called that, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a massive film.
Now, well, it's done pretty darn well.
Yeah.
It's a horror film, just came out. Markiplier stars in it.
That's okay. Well, then, to answer your question, I'm very happy for him, and I'm going to look into his content.
Okay, nice.
Thanks for bringing him into my my sphere. Markiplier.
One of the goats.
One of the goats. And we're going to see Malbs MD stepping up to the plate here, looking to find a couple, but it's 2 kills received for G2
Convincing
here.
little shutdown.
Don't think there's much chance some pious USP will take care of him. And we've got a 5 versus 2, Mattis and Heavy God remaining. And this is looking quite convincing. A good start on the CD side of Inferno.
They're going to give them a couple. This is what happens. Once you dominate a team on their map choice in the first map of play, you come in, everyone at 85%. Because you already took care of business. So everyone already thinks that they're bots on the other side. So you come in at 85%, and then right now you lose the pistol, you take an eco, you're never going to win that. Now the guns come out, you get stunted, they're going to take a partial into the next, and then from that point on, when they're going to start playing counter. Right? At this point, G2 are honestly thinking, this is a formality. Right? You boys have been there. Henry, you've been there before.
Yeah. You know what you got to do. You know the result.
You just have to work for it, right? And sometimes you get a little bit sloppy, you take more risks when you think that you're better than the opponent.
True.
And because of that, you start slow.
And it's going to be fine.
It is going to be fine.
30 seconds here. I assume Sumo's going back towards T-steps. Give it a save. Maybe a tactical timeout. discuss your options, win the next round. Everything's good.
Everything's great.
Loss bonus accumulating. 2 AK saved. A smoke. A couple of flashes, Hugo. That's all you need, really.
Fries in the bag.
Fries are in the bag.
Rush, checking in with you.
Hello.
How you feeling?
Good.
Rush, were you a Happy Wheels player?
No, I never played Happy Wheels, no.
Damn.
Really?
Was it good?
Dude, that's surprising. You strike me as a Happy Wheels.
Do I? I don't know how to take that.
That's a derogatory.
Yeah, I don't know how to take that, honestly. Thank you.
I think.
I guess. Did you play Happy Wheels, Harry?
Of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course he did, Harry.
Exactly.
The bike guy.
Guy on the bike, that was default.
All right, watch this, boys. Watch this be more tempered of a response. Watch this not be 4 guys trying to charge up Banana in the opening exchange. Watch a round of Counter-Strike now. They're going to block car. Vision denied. Waiting for protocol utility. Window molly. Subsiding now. Deep mid-smoke. They're questioning that. Setting up for something asymmetric. We've got a couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Brackets control likely. Oh dear.
Oh! Okay, Phelps.
That ain't bad.
Gaming.
Still got the 2 AKs. Back over towards A.
Some map control, granted.
This is good space. And with him in library, I don't hate their chances here.
All comes down to this shot, really.
Oh, they missed the smoke.
There is a smoke.
Yeah, but look at it.
Done, and maybe a second one.
So this is one of the details that really irks me with people being stats Andes, right? That smoke that hasn't landed, whoever threw that, once we get stats that can calculate that is a missed smoke, can then be accounted for a teammate's death, right? Because missing util, we highlight it while we're casting. Oh, they missed that flash. They missed that smoke. But I think what people at home don't realize is people who are taking space are unable to do so as they're meant to if people miss util. That's why Vitality right now are having Flamesy pop off on the entry. Every piece of util those boys throw is absolutely bloody perfect.
That's why the eye test rules, Chad. It reigns supreme.
I hate stats. I'm going to put it out there. Put it on the record. I hated economics, I hated accounting, and I hate stats.
Well, it's also why, like with Vitality, whenever Apex would be like molding at them and he's getting like clowned on, people are like, look at him, he's such an angry French man. But actually, like, he's always demanded a level of almost like perfection from that team the entire time. And it's paying off, man. Like, they don't miss nades, they don't fuck up. They're pretty good, don't know if we know that.
A pretty good team. I would agree with that statement.
At this point, though, G2 not looking too good, lads.
Well, this is the round that Chad said they were going to lock in.
This is the round it could all go wrong as another opening frag for Phelps. Can't get the double this time. 4-on-4.
There you go. Creamy P with a trade.
He did that.
Now they just group up, B execute. It's 2 here, but they got smokes and plenty of flashes.
Lots of util.
They're not worried about that. They are not worried about that at all.
Bad combo. That was not a good combo. He just eyeballed the molly, smoked on top of it, and now look, they're running for Lucan. He's yet to die. This might be his first. Back at the site, they run him down. Lucan dancing with death, and it's Mattis who comes swinging in.
There we go.
G2 there first.
They're locked in now. And also, let's talk about the pathing there. Other important details of Counter-Strike. Right, you got one player jumping up first oranges as they swing across pool. And the pool guy waited for Mattis to activate oranges so they could be creating those angles at the same time. These are the details of Counter-Strike, gentlemen. The unspoken details. I want you to drill them, Harry. I want you to understand. Get the textbook out tonight. Learn them all.
Every
all of the details.
Learn every detail. Right now, you'll have a test in the morning.
Nice recovery here from G2.
That's what we're doing here at EPL. We're putting things under the microscope. Get your microscope out, Hugo. Where is it? That's not a microscope. That's a monocle.
It's true.
First on the board.
First of many.
First of many.
First of many.
And it's a solid one as well. 4 players surviving, even after suffering the first casualty there, courtesy of Phelps, as you're about to see right here. I agree with Hugo, though. The Banana retake util, that cost them the round. Because normally, if you're going to do the banana reta util, the smoke lands on top of half wall and the Molotov's in front. You flash over and actually have the advantage. You had no advantage there. Hunter was in the anti-flash position and could actually just kill him. No problem, Chad.
Wholeheartedly agree.
So it's a bit of a shame.
Okay, look at this gear shift. From peppering B in the first couple rounds to now banana fake control, heavy up second mid. This tells you they want boiler and halls relatively quickly.
Nice.
If you ask me. Okay, flashed in window. Mattis clears out close boiler and halls. The double swing for an AWP at the end. Nothing there. That flash was very deep.
Surprised they don't take it, realizing it's a fake flash and all peeked with it. Feel like it's open space. Phelps is closed off, pushed back by the Molotov and blind on top.
Work.
Double entry. It's an answer, but it does still lead to the round being won by G2 with trades.
Nice.
Solid.
That is what we call a move.
Oh, that's a move.
That's a see ya. AWP removed. And now, one player remaining. It's clean as you like from Malbs.
And SemperFi does want the ore.
Okay.
What's the money looking like, Harry? Still good. Still
It's
pretty-
fine, yeah. They can get a full buy here. They got an AWP for Henny.
Nice.
Everything they could need, really. I don't see a kit yet, but they have the cash to get one.
Jacob has emailed in. He wants
What,
to...
for FaZe Clan fame?
don't know where he's from.
Oh, him.
No, not that Jacob. Just a Jacob. I asked the question, is this normal? Hey guys, I don't know whether this is a coincidence or my immune system is linked to ESL Pro League tournaments, but this is the third time that I'm ill while the tournament is running.
Very suspicious. And a good way to cover your tracks to your employer here by emailing in so we would read it on air. I can't say I blame you for wanting to watch the whole season.
If you guys want to use us as an excuse for your employer or school, we will happily oblige in any way
Dude,
possible.
I'll sign whatever.
Yeah.
Anything.
Well, today is Sunday, just to note. He's probably not at work, I'd imagine.
Well, because he's
No,
sick.
but you've got to get the excuse ready for the,
Oh,
the Monday.
For the Monday
That's
morning.
true. How can you call in sick on Monday if you weren't sick on
You
Sunday?
text your boss today being like,
Hey, shit, look
I
at this
hope it turns around, but like, I'm just not feeling it.
Guys, look, the util we just missed, Phelps was lining up a molly to land half wall, right? I think, or maybe he was meant to throw it as a flash, but threw it as an incendiary, hit the beam, blew up in midair. I know I feel like a stickler.
But you want to see good Counter-Strike.
I do, and I just want to, you know.
It's not too much to ask, is it?
Okay, apparently it is.
Nice opening kill, though, the AWP.
The alligator.
Heavy God taken care of. Banana control is theirs, though.
So if you lose the Absolute, nameplate Counter-Strike is essentially name of the game with the top teams at the moment. I don't know if Gaming Gladiators fall into that realm. They are going to have the pieces of paper which say where the players will be defaulting. But what are the mind games being played with that? They're staying in the 2-3. Bomb staying... I was going to say banana for now. Hunter's meandering back. So they feigned brackets control. They have banana control. They're going to finish with the B execute. Henny will be over in time.
Third rotate is not bad here for GG.
What do you reckon? Do they hold on against this full execute?
Deathless exec.
They have no idea that Malbs is across. They have absolutely no idea.
Oh, MVP.
They have to know it's possible.
Oh.
Now they know.
Hit him.
Kind of sus from Henny. They're just going to try and go on the back of that contact. 15 seconds, though. Got to move quickly into the stack.
Yeah, nice.
Get convincingly shut down.
Yeah, very well played. Yeah. Good understanding. Played through the smoke on the contact of your teammates. The stack was there. They read the play. Well done. Hard to fault it. Other than some missed util. Here it is. In the replay. Just so you know, I'm not making it up.
Beamed.
Just so we can. I'm not making it up.
He wasn't making it
up. I'm not making it up.
Actual. It's a fair cop.
And it ended well. That's how we always wanted to end.
Phelps is looking strong at banana.
Now we know Lucan gets fired up too. Doesn't he have that photo with the blood all over his face?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. I think in celebration he hit his mouth on something.
Oh.
I don't know what they would want, but it was something
They
that...
qualified to the major.
Welcome back into map number 3 between Astralis and Monte. They have traded maps, ultimately picking up their own map picks in really one-sided fashion. Now we come on to Nuke, which Neo and I think are hoping is going to be a bit messier, a bit scrappier, because it's a map that both teams seem to have played a fair bit, but don't really find much success on. A map that they would happily avoid if they could, but ultimately going to be our decider here and really all to play for.
Yeah, we look at kind of the recent results for both of these sides. For Astralis, for the most part, it's rough, right? They got a win over 3D Max, but as we know currently, that means nothing, right? And then, of course, they got a win over FUT, which granted, well, come on now. They've been struggling. They've been struggling. They've been looking worse for wear, but
it means nothing. I don't know about that.
Okay, it means not a lot.
There you go.
How
there you
about
go.
How
Thank
about
you.
that?
All right, thank you.
I'll give them stock in the win over FUT because we know how good FUT can be, right? So that is actually got decent legs behind it, but then it's just the rest of it's just losses, and especially like a loss towards Liquid, tail end of the year, never where you want to be. We've got a knife round, of course, to decide who starts where. You, of course, want to be starting on that CT side. So let's see.
Got to cast it as fast as possible. That's what I used to do back in the day. All the kills going the way of the T side. It looks like a 1v2 here for Afro, and he will lose. That wasn't that great, but maybe in future we can work on that.
Slightly, you know, you kind of like by the time you committed to the bit, there was like 5 people dead. Yeah, exactly.
But they used to do all strats and stuff in the knife rounds. Now I think everyone's just like whatever. They just kind of run at each other. They don't really care. Nonetheless. Are you leaning a particular way for this one? Have you got a feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of did a prediction yesterday for kind of like my Pro League overview video, and I did think this one would go 3. I said I really do feel like Monte get a map, but I said Astralis were my preferred team.
And stick to that.
Yeah, exactly. If I said it then, I guess I can't double back now and flip the other way. But I will say, you know, obviously I like what I saw from Monte in towards that first map. There was just none of that. None of the beauty that made them really tick in towards the second. And I think there's a world in which Astralis maybe it was just a slow start in towards the series, and they're now starting to scale and wake up. So heading in towards Nuke, yeah, for me, I'm leading the way of Astralis, and I have a feeling it might be a bit closer than what map 1 and 2 was like, but I don't think it's going to be super competitive.
Okay, that's a pretty comprehensive answer, to be honest.
Thanks,
so there you go. We will indeed. Well, you'd hope so by now.
6 years in the biz.
Yeah, comes with the territory of not being able to shut up. You know. I get it as well. Don't worry. I'm also. I'm talking about me as well and other guys. You know, like the sound of your own voice. But there's nothing wrong with that. And we've got good voices, I think.
Do you know what I will say? This is the first time, basically, bar working on LAN. Like I don't have. I never hear myself when I'm casting.
Yeah, I know, which I find mental.
Everyone else does. Yeah. I never hear myself.
Can't. It distracts me so much, like not quite being able to hear myself and like straining to hear myself. But
obviously, we've got a new setup here where I can hear myself.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it.
It's so much better once you get used to it.
I don't mind not hearing myself either.
It. Right. But being able to hear yourself is really good. If you can't hear yourself, guys, I'd recommend getting a pair of headphones where you can hear yourself.
Yeah, but I also think as well, I get to a point where it makes a lot of sense, especially for kind of like for like LANs and these like studio environments, because it's quite loud and you know, you don't want to like burn your voice out where you're trying to hear yourself.
I find it easier for my thoughts to like not have the internal monologue running a bit louder than what I'm saying, and then you lean on your instincts a bit more. I don't know, and like I say, I just find it distracting trying to listen to myself outside of the headphones. Maybe that's just because I'm so used to the mic monitor, as it were, or side tone it seems to be called these days for some reason.
Side tone, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who coined that term, but it sounds pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd like to do it while playing games though, because like I waffle a lot when I'm playing games. I'm a chatty gamer, so I feel like I'll end up like missing footsteps because I'm waffling. Whereas now, I don't miss any sound cues. If anything, I'm the one who's like, you heard a guy step here because I'm talking, but I can hear it. Yeah, I can't hear myself.
Yeah. But then it's probably better for your teammates a little bit because you're not just constantly chatting
yapping away
while you're like dead or whatever. Yeah.
But as you can tell, I'm not playing these high-level pugs, so I'm definitely
just chilling, just having a good time.
Yeah,
the CS
exactly.
is a backdrop. It was the Turtle Beaches for me though back in the day. I got a pair of Turtle Beaches, or rather, my friend had one. And I used them, and then I could hear myself, and I was like, "Oh my god, this opens up a whole new."
Am I right in saying they were the first Turtle Beach? Were they? Because
they're definitely up there as like what we consider gaming headphones now. Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure, because I watched a video about, like, I'm pretty sure it was them, about how they changed, like, basically, like, competitive gaming, like, for everyone. Because they were the first ones where you could actually hear, it was like, you could also hear, like, the first pair of, like, headphones that could hear, what's like 360, you could hear steps from, you could like directionally hear where steps are coming from and stuff.
Probably.
And it was in like the Call of Duty in the early days, like changed the game.
Before that, it was like you had the little plug-in headset for communicating, and then everyone was doing sound out of the TV still.
Yeah, yes, and that's what they're doing at these LANs. Or you'd have like the classic as well. They were also good because you could do like mic and headphones at the same time, so you have to wear two-pair headsets.
The classic. Yeah.
I always thought that was a funny look. I've had to do it once at LAN. Either way, enough rambling. We are underway. We're ready to get the show on the road. It's a CT side start for Astralis. Monte on the T side, and like we said, the T side is where we've seen some of their best work. We saw none of it in towards that map number 2. They just could not get going. But Dust 2, T-side was excellent for them, and they're hoping they can rekindle that flame just a little bit. Trickle down smoke towards main. It's their first contact, but it's Bemus who gets the first, and he make it a second behind, and he's trying to tap at range with this P250. Raid boss for him as well. They're taking outside control, and they're trying to overwhelm. The flash is good from Hooksy as Yabi dives in for a kill of his own, and it's all now on the shoulders of the new boy on the block for this side. Rain Waker in a 1 versus 3.
Keeping it quiet here, looking to try and find this first head as best he can. But he is so patient, hoping that a peek comes his way. He's going to have to force it eventually. He gets his hands onto that bomb, and he now has the info on these remaining 2 players. 1 down, 1 up, trying to isolate the fights as best he possibly can, but it is easier said than done. They'll get 1 back on him. He's as yet to dish any damage out. Glock wants to be a bit closer, and he just miscalculates. His head will come up, and they will take him down.
He dies in the same position that his teammate, I think it was Beamers actually, a little bit earlier. But that's a nice way to start things off. It was actually looking really good for Monte, to be fair. They take outside control quite quickly. The trickle-down smoking towards main comes through. They're
scaling. Idea
they're scaling quite well. But it's just, in a matter of there's a couple of things to go right. There's 2 kills, and it's this flashbang in here. Hooksy that flashes them in for Yabi to swing and find. It's great work. It's excellently done. First on the board for Astralis. No buy for Monte. I guess that's somewhat apparent with the no bomb plan. Flash over. 2-1 here. No, it's a trade out, but a positive trade for the CT sides nonetheless. But at the same time, they have snuck down Secret.
Yeah, caused enough confusion. They might be able to, I think they will force a bomb plant out, so it has been missed pretty severely. And then 4-player dropped as well. Great angle here, lovely lurk, but the Glock going to let Afro down. Leaves Fozy on 4 HP though. Bemus, meanwhile, holding the vent. He's got the right idea. Someone's on the way. How do they want to look? How do they want to play this? Ooh, a little dodgy on top of each other. It's all going to be down to Azuru. And he will fall, but you take a bomb plant, especially ahead of an early rifle buy like they're going for here. Big boost of cash in this next round.
Yeah, you absolutely take a bomb plant in a round like this. Minimal investment, and walking away with, like you mentioned, just kind of reassuring this first gun round is exactly kind of what you want to be seeing. The question being now is, Monte, can we make it effective? Because we couldn't do this in towards map number 2. We can never really get going. We've already kind of brought up that this map has been a little bit struggling for both of these sides. We spoke about Astralis's, but on the flip side for Monte, we've got some decent wins here where it's like, win over an IP, pretty solid team. We're never tricked as well on home soil in the Copenhagen Gaming Week. Again, not a bad team within the tier 2, but then around that against tier 1 opposition, Na'Vi, Falcons, losses, and Ill Will as well, who, for those who don't know, are kind of one of the scariest sides within tier 2 kind of currently. So that one, maybe in its own regard, is like not the worst thing in the world, but it's just not been a comfortable map for them. So, going around here, alleviate the pressures of this series, especially after a underperforming map number 2. Ooh, he might get unlocked. This is great timing. This is great timing. Oh yeah, he gets it. I was worried that him stepping might actually alert him, but I think he just didn't expect it, to be honest.
Too much noise going on over there. Fozy standing strong as well with the AWP. Able to drop one, buy information on another. They start rotating players downstairs. A quick move and a savvy move, actually, to angle towards Heaven here. But the bomb is all the way outside. It's not like the bomb is really part of this play. So,
and alone.
It does suddenly become very Very dangerous, on thin ice, all of these players at the moment. Waker trying to draw attention so that Bomb can get in and get away with absolute murder in a 5-on-3, fully alone, creeping into Mini. Rainwaker, not ready for the push though. I thought he was in a good spot, he was just so unaware. Might just be all she wrote, we'll see. Afro, they consider him too. Really well played here from Astralis, as for a brief window I thought Monte might be able to thread the needle, but they have missed it. They got to go back in the next round. Anything available here for Bemis would be good. Take some guns, but third round in a row for Astralis.
Yeah, nice movement, I will say, from Afro, but I think actually ever so slightly baits out his position. It's a quicker way to get up into towards heaven, but I think it might have actually...
But he was like already up there, and
yeah,
I felt
exactly.
Like he should be ready for a fight like that.
Yeah.
Not quite sure what he was doing in the meantime.
Yeah, agreed. Nice work. I like that late lobby crunch. It's a good call from Hooksy. Astralis, they're just looking so comfortable at the moment. Not really seeing Monte scratch the surface. This is, yeah, it's dangerous territory. Half by brought in towards round number 4 for them. Upgraded pistols is basically as good as it gets. Bit of utility to try and facilitate getting in towards a site itself, but why the big ask? Gives me your spot, just the shoulder of one. So they're just going to fall all the way back. It kind of wants nothing to do with it in terms of that engagement. From here, this is where you can gain a bit of support.
That is true. They're spamming away, looking for the first. Hooksy spotted some shadows here, and he's crisp.
It's clotheslining.
Yeah, really clean. More for Ryu. Hooksy does not go down. Really well played from him on a keen angle, which in the online realm can be a bit harder. You know, all that peaks advantage and whatnot comes into play a little more, but not here apparently.
Yeah, nice work. Simple, effective, make sure the half-buy has no legs behind it. It's one of those where, you know, for a half-buy, if it walks away with kind of a couple of kills, we talk about a bit there being silver linings for Monte, but the fact that I get nothing is a massive reassurance for Astralis that things are going right for them. And sure, they're on the CT side of this map pick, which is, you know, a very CT-sided map as a whole. Nuke, I think, is statistically the second most at the moment after Over. But, I mean, where we're at, Monte just, again, like we've been saying, they're just not really offering a lot on this T side. That makes us that confident just yet. I love this move by Ryu. Shadow spotted and 2 lined up. Afro couldn't react in time as Azu hits the deck and, well, it's all starting to crumble. Stair will add another to his tally. In only mere moments, with a couple of engagements, they're left down to 2. And make that one. Fuzi gets dinked, but he wins out the fight.
Yeah, going from bad to worse here for Monte. The rounds really unraveling, not getting going. Getting caught out by some cheese, you know, get that smoke down and play ahead of it. Ryu with a really cheeky move, but it works for him, and he, so far, is going flawless, as is Hooksy. That really paints a bleak picture. 3 players on 0 kills here for Monte. It will remain that way for at least one more round. I think a timeout desperately needed here, as this is falling apart before our very eyes.
Yes, yeah, it is. I mean, you have to pull one out. I think you have to stop this run of momentum, which is so comfortable right now. You can just see the confidence for Astralis too. They're so happy to take so many engagements. They're so happy to kind of be, you know, this self-sufficient that we like to talk about. I think heading in towards round number 7, this next gun round for Monte, I really want to see a pause come through. Like, there is no point saving your tack timeouts if you're going to be trying to fight back a mammoth deficit in towards the second half. And we know they're going to be a little bit more comfortable because of it being a CT side, but that's still surely too big a task. We'll see. Pop towards A. Hooksy spots one, drops one. They're diving down vent though, and they actually will get down. 3 make their way down there, and they're going to leave a player top side just as an insurance policy. 2 catch rotations, but Ryu's here. Little labored spray, can't find them. Gizmy gets one of his own as well, and Steer, with his last remaining bullets, will find one through the smoke, and the orb reigns supreme for Fuzi. Bomb goes down, but a 2 versus 4, which is surely impossible for Monte.
Yeah, Bemis looking for a catch here as he will attempt to close the gap himself. Yeah, I don't think they will be expecting him to be so confident with the moves. They come in from the correct door as well. He could get away with a lot, only 1. And you see what happens, Afro at range. No hope at all for him. They're trying. ever so slightly closer. Unfortunately, Monte still not putting a number on that board, and it's already 6 for Astralis' CT side. Potential for it to go a lot further if they can fend off another rifle buy. I think the hard work will be done in this first half at the very least. You know, a real successful half is right around the corner for these guys.
Yeah. Staring Yabi a foot race to get the defuse off there. They wanted a little bit of the extra money, stats, whatever you want. 6-0 though. This is lovely. And, you know, I mean, when you look over towards Astralis, it's being led by the front, right? Hooksy 9-1. You know, he's obviously, you know, often gets criticized for the numbers that he puts up, but he's really not looking too bad. Azu's getting sent into the gauntlet. And he'll open things up with a catch-on towards there. It'll break open the smoke, and there's an option there for Hooksy to fight behind, and he probably is one that in hindsight he wouldn't and shouldn't have taken. Afro was so ready for that.
It was quiet here. They get Rainwaker down the vent. What do they want to do with that? What can they do with that, I think, is the question that they're trying to discover. Slowly going to back away. Monte realized this is the most winnable situation they've had probably all game long. They do not want to mess it up. So they will move away from A, go outside, which is another area that they had a man gathering information, and look to try and join Rainwaker downstairs, which appears quiet. I think if they can get in there for free, it's going to be tough to retake things in. They go for the smokes outside. Does this start to give some info to Astralis to move people down? It would seem not. So I think if this bomb gets planted, it's just a straight save from the CT side. They do have plenty of cash, but I think it feels futile, and you don't want to give too many weapons away. Fozy here in good time, though. Yeah, that's got to be the save now for sure.
If you find that early kill, you can maybe be tempted behind it.
They're not bothered about saving, I guess. They've got too much money.
I think that's so much, right? I guess in that situation, though, as well, right? If you, because of how far the timer ticks, like if you actually get a kill, you know, early as they're crossing in towards site, you can actually really cause a bit of, you know, chaos, which might actually buy a bit of time before that bomb goes down, or even denying the bomb going down. But yeah, Afro, too clean. Too simple for him. Yabi, anything on the exit would be nice. You know, we all know this T side have been struggling financially, but it ends up being Azu sees it off. He opens up the round and he closes it too. And finally, something positive to talk about for Monte. Basically, it's been the case that we haven't been able to do that since map number 1.
Yeah, no, a very good point. Afro in particular, finally having some impact. He goes from 0 to 3 in that round. We'll see. Monte going to have to convert it into a few more, though. It's a nice looking round. It's some good openers, but still not a great scoreline here. So, yeah, conversion got to happen. Otherwise, I think Astralis will just pick up where they left off. We have a wild move into Mini. Does find one and really sows some chaos over there on the A bomb site, but it is traded. And Monte are really enjoying the vent dives.
Yeah.
Maybe finding that that's an area at which Astralis don't have much cover, not posting anyone up downstairs. They're going to try and abuse it as much as they possibly can. 4 on 4 here, looking for the retake. Oh, just coming off
shadow,
the angle.
right?
Did see his shadow, I think, and now scared of the repeat, but it doesn't matter. They're hitting their shots finally here on the T side of things.
I kind of like what Monte have thrown in these last couple of rounds. It's just relentless pace. Like, they're just saying, right, let's just brute force our way through some of these rounds and see if we can't just rely on our individuals. Like, they are consistently now, the last kind of 3 or 4 rounds, just sending Azu straight on his own into engagements just to see what he can gain. It feels very, like, Stewie-esque in the way they're using him on these T sides. Like, go in, kill somebody, see where you get traded from, get information, and then off the back of that, then we'll call from your information. But they're reacting to what Azu's getting, which is a horrible task to get. You know, if you're kind of this dedicated entry in a sense. But it's worked, right? He's drawn attention towards outside. It's opened the gap because that mini player will rotate off and focus on outside as Azu's kind of just got one. He's been traded out, but you're kind of re-upping the outside defense. In doing so, they dive down vent again. Sandbar taken here by Monte. They've started a bit of this recovery train. But you still need to have something in this first half. Like, I think, like, worst case scenario is 4 rounds. 5 rounds, we always call it the golden number of 5. That's where you're actually okay. If you get 5 rounds of your T-side and Nuke, you're loving life. 4 rounds is sort of the bare minimum we say is actually workable.
Yeah.
4 rounds of a pistol, then before you know it, it's like a 1 gun round being the difference between a couple rounds deficit and a tied game. I think Monte more than anyone know that. Hence why they're going to utilize his tax towards the tail end of the half, just really make sure that they have some sort of foundation to work on.
Yep. Really got to push themselves forwards in these next few rounds, I think it is safe to say.
Yeah.
There's a lot that they're working towards on this T side, and it is just not over yet, right? The hard work has only just begun, to be honest. Losing is easy, winning is the difficulty, of course. But we'll see if they can keep the rounds rolling through and close this gap as best they can. Early nade with some good damage. No presence outside to net them an early kill. Just dropping back to recover some utility here. And Rio with a late move up secret. Good info gather. I think they're going to be more ready for a ramp hit. Monte trying to adjust their play as well. So a lot of conditioning, a lot of mind games going on.
Get towards the minute mark. No real decision being made yet for Monte. These last couple of rounds, which have been successful, they've been very kind of quick in terms of the idea we're trying to throw here. Punchy as we've been putting it. That's kind of how their Dust 2 was, but this is a very slow one. I mean, they are not making any decision. They're still all around lobby. It looks like now that Afro sets himself up. This is getting ready for an A-pop. You got Hooksy on towards rafters here. You got a mini player as well. Just in front of it, actually. Towards the box. I mean, this is going to be not an easy... They've got no room for error here. They're leaving it so late in the round that if even one bit of Uto is wrong, they're in serious trouble. Fuzi pop shot misses, but Hooksy are swinging for 1. And there's Fuzi who doubles back with that orb. Looking for more. He'll lose his head. But again, they can't even dive down vent, which they try because Astralis have read it. Monte have got one gimmick, one trick up their sleeve, which is go down vent. And that time they read it. Ryu knows all too well about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like statistically or something, it's one of the more successful strats is dropping down vent. I think because it does just become this random, difficult kind of thing to predict and deal with, but when you keep doing it over and over and over...
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row is taking
I don't know.
Let's be honest, 3 rounds in a row is taking the piss here, mate. Like, come on now. Like, I mean, I'm all for a little, a little laugh and a joke, but let's lock in. Let's get serious.
Fool me once.
Shame on
fool
you.
me twice.
Shame on me.
Yeah.
Fool me 3 times.
Shame back on me.
Yeah.
Or whatever, back on you.
I was going to go J. Cole there.
Oh, yeah, well.
Peace signs.
There's a good bit that I've seen where it's like...
I've seen it as well,
fool me 4 times. Shame back on you for taking advantage.
Taking advantage. I'm a man who obviously needs help.
Yeah. But it didn't work this time. They were ready. They don't need help. Stare? Wait. Stare on the edge here. This is dangerous. I thought he was going to go for loads there, but...
Spot the bomb.
Not the case. Yeah, that maybe calls them off because the bomb does get spotted.
I was going to say, like, I kind of love it how it's Ryu who's the guy into his vent as well. Like, he's the one who shut it down. He, like, he knows the system. He knows his calling style. And he's like, right, that's what they figured out. I'm going to react to this. I'm going to change up my position.
I've seen this one before. The stand around for a minute and a half and do the vent dive.
Yeah.
It's a Monte classic, guys. Trust me.
Trust me. Guys, you should see this one. The amount of times I've done it.
Crazy work. An advantage.
If you go down vent, Rainwaker, I'm going to lose.
This is a good time, though.
I'm going to lose.
It's a good time to go down the vent, man.
If you go down vent, I'm going to lose.
Just go down the vent. It's a good time.
Lose my shit.
No, it's a good time to go down the vent. There's no one around.
I will lose it. Okay, we're going A. Don't show me the vent. Chev and Jonas are observers. They're taking the piss here. Right, we've gone for an A plan. Ryu. First engagement loses it. Back now into a 3 versus 3. There's Rainwaker and Gizmy. I mean, they're both tagged, but they're in decent spots. And now maybe even trading mollies. Fuzi, he's kind of out of this round. He can only be really late on the retake, diving out of heaven. We're looking towards the mini players to facilitate anything. Flash over Fuzi? How does he get away with that? Dropping down from the heavens, an angelic shot into ult vent, and they might just stick the defuse here. They will, because Yabi's the insurance policy to hold. They go for an A here. It's the closer round we've seen from Monte in a while, but how does Fuzi get away with that?
All right, guys, back to the well. Time for the vent dive.
If in doubt.
They'll never expect it.
They will never expect it.
They will never expect it, trust me. Back to timeout being taken. Right, who's nading door?
Wait. Timeout being taken. Gizzy's like, guys, I've got an idea.
Just hear me out.
Hear me out.
Swear to God, man.
Hear me out. I'll
you
get
call
a
a
nade.
vent dive again. I'm quitting. I'm leaving.
I'll get a nade. Azu, you get a smoke, mate. You smoke mini.
Yeah.
I'll nade door.
Right. Keep your eyes on Rainwaker. He's the only one with a nade.
Oh.
Why has he bought a nade instead of a flash?
There we go. It's a fantastic question, because what else would you use that nade for?
Where's it going?
Is
he at the front of the pack? If he's at the front of the pack, it's definitely a vent dive.
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
See these spawns, man.
I need a spawn check on the Monte guys here. Oh my God, he is. No way. They're going to go for it. They're going to go for it, aren't they? They're going for it, aren't they? Don't you dare. Please. He's got the nade out.
Please, I'm begging. I'm begging.
He's got the nade out.
I'm begging.
He's going for it.
Someone's diving. Nah, it's just... Wait, it's a fake.
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute.
We're counting the vent dive.
Wait.
Oh my God.
I think it's actually genius, except, okay, Rainwaker does trade it, but it's a fake out to draw their attention towards the door. And to be fair, there's one guy pushing it. There was two guys swinging door on the site initially. Stairs in a good spot here. Sort of, maybe.
Oh, he's overlooked.
Oh, but also not looking. Gizmy's got half an eye on it. Gizmy's got half an eye.
Oh! No way! No!
I don't believe it.
The reputation of British players is already in the mud. That's not going to help.
God.
That's not going to help.
What is going on in this game,
UKCS Omega LOL. That is tough. And a barrel spotted as well. Rainwaker sees off Hooksy. It's back into a 2 versus 2. This round is pandemonium here. And a flash will force Fuzi off the angle. The bomb will cross as well. Did they even spot Fuzi? It looks like he's got a gap here.
I guess so. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? They're not considering him at all.
No, they don't know.
Now into the 1 versus 2, and Fuzi denies. Really, really solid. Mental rounds going on here. I just don't know what to make of it.
Yeah.
To be honest, but it's fun and entertaining. Unfortunately, the reality is that Monte are really struggling here.
Yes.
They've not managed to battle things back, not managed to pull the important round when needed. And Astralis have turned the dial up to 11, looking really good as we come to the dying embers of this first half.
Such a weird and wild round. Oh, it looks so bad from that angle. What? Oh, yeah. It's a reaction we've all experienced.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
I don't get paid to do that. Do you know what I mean?
True.
That's the difference, bro. That's the difference. All right, I'll leave him.
That's tough.
He looks like a sweet kid, you know. I don't want to bully him too much, but
no, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah,
all at the moments.
It does, but the worst possible moment to do it. You know what I mean?
True.
Like,
when
you're in a good spot to maybe get that third and tempt the fourth, but it's one of those moments that you might look back on as an individual and feel like game was in my hands in a way, or you know, it's a game-losing moment.
No, I think you're right. Stairs the first to fall. He's kind of had this unenviable task of constantly fighting a barrage of util and people towards outside, whether they're sneaking through the smokes or just flying into fights. Azu traditionally kind of be the one who's been doing that. But it's kind of difficult in a sense. That's nice work. Gives me a make-up for prior mistakes as he catches Yabi. 5 versus 3 here. And they've actually got a lot of map control. We've got outside secret. We can wrap in towards mini as well. We can still play around lobby. Like, this is all angles that we now hold. And as we see Astralis re-aggressing, they have to do this. They have to find some sort of information. Where are they heading? What is the plan here? Rainwaker is there for exactly this. And he's heard these steps walking away. Rainwaker knows about this. He knows they're coming back down towards ramp. Hence why attention's focused on this. This is a really good round for Monte. You know, it's very late, right at the tail end of this half, but better late than never. BMAS for one, Afro for another as well, and Gizmy will close it. A flawless one by Monte to see off the half. Like we said, better late than never, but the recovery required is huge. And let's see if they can in the second half.
here we move into this final half of this series, and there's a lot of question marks around Monte, such as where did they go on this map, bro? Or I suppose for the last two, really. Yeah, it's just not been going well, and Fozy is coming around to just hammer in that final nail, looking real solid. He wants a bit more on the P250. They've left him to his own devices, interestingly enough, so confident in him. Ryu to find one, Fozy getting another over here, so it's just two that remain for Monte, and this was their time. This was their clean slate. Let's get back into it. Let's try and find some momentum, but they have been flattened. It's all on Bemis. The return of Bemis into this team. Needs all 5.
Yeah, you know, and he had the raid boss as well, dualies in the armor. They weren't even going to look in. Fozy sees off. What a fantastic round from him. Cheeky grin as well off the back of, yeah, he just gets, as you mentioned, kind of left his own devices. It's kind of a bit of a simple call of Fozy go kill. He gets sent outside, do what you can do, and he gets 2 outside and then moves his way down secret. Fantastic work. Lovely kind of B split that comes through as well. Fozy's holding for the extremities coming through secret, whereas they all go for a ramp dive. It's fantastic stuff. Astralis, they have not pulled any punches here in towards Nuke. They did it on towards Ancients, and I kind of thought the momentum might transfer across, but I didn't think it would be as strong as this. Monte, yeah, they're non-existent here, unfortunately. They've been outclassed, and I cannot see a world in which they recover, really. They've gone for the force buy. And let's be frank, you lose this, your chances of finding anything are next to none.
Yeah, absolutely true. An advanced move from Monte, as they will manage to get the first. How Astralis worry about how they get back into this round. Some strong weapons, but really not many. The AK is pretty key in unlocking this round, and I think that they do indeed know that. Really, really, really put the brakes on. Find out. Moving up secret slowly. The patience might pay off. Ryu for one. Oh, and he's ready for the next. Don't do it, Rainmaker. I mean, hold the stairs, sure, but the peek up would be the end of him. And that might be the end of the round if he's not careful.
This is a bold call here as well. Because you're looking at, for Afro, real decision to be made here for him. How aggressive does he want to get? We now see Rainwaker make that move. Afro going to bring in BMAS for support, but he'll lose his head, and BMAS gets that quick trade. But Ryu and Fozy, they've combined quite well, and it will create space towards the A site. Do they clear backside as a Deagle is there? Just can't hit the shots. A drive-by MP7 will put BMAS all alone in a 1 versus 3. There's just no chance in hell. Bomb goes down. That's Astralis up to an 11th. And that was the force buy. That was basically the last chance hurrah for this Monte side to stay alive in this series. It's now an 11th. You've got no money to work with. And realistically, they might as well just force buy the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, we are sort of seeing, I think the ceiling of Monte is pretty solid. You know, the Dust 2 is so well coordinated, but I think their floor is pretty severe.
Yes.
We've got a couple individuals here really struggling. Some of the shots just like nowhere near. And I think they're in their own minds about decisions and the way that things have unfolded here.
Yeah, agreed.
Unfortunately, just not good enough, and it's something they got to get over. You know, a lot of young players, a lot of academy-ish, tier 2 sort of players.
Yep.
And they have to be a bit stronger when it comes to the mental, I think.
Yeah, I think we're absolutely spot on.
And we're ecoing. I mean,
whoa, it's a bold call. You're playing for overtime.
What can you do? What can you do, though, really, is just the question.
Again, I propose it. It's pick your poison, right? You know, what poison do you really want here? It's eco here. You play for overtime. That's now you trying to recover from a 12-3 deficit. Or do you force buy out here with 2K being basically about the max you've got to work with and hope for the best with essentially what is 5 sevens and half armor? Like, that is, again, another mammoth task. Astralis, outside cross smokes have allowed them to cross down towards secret, and honestly, they've got a lot of room in. No one's home. They're going to walk all the way down. We went for a bit of a gamble stack towards the top side for Monte. I think stacking is the right call, don't get me wrong, but it's going to be a bit of a free, easy round here. They're just going to walk all the way down towards B and realize no one's present, free plant, and that'll be about it.
Rainwaker in a spot to maybe catch one off.
Yeah.
Bomb going down in just a moment. Is indeed the case, yeah. Not looking too good here. As you would expect, really. I suppose you're just kind of delaying the difficult inevitability of this round. There's a jump scare for you, Neo, of the vent stairs.
My arch nemesis. My arch nemesis.
They're not stairs, also it's a ladder.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Me when English.
I corrected myself, don't worry about it.
Yeah, vent has really become kind of the overarching theme of this map.
Yeah.
For all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, for all the wrong reasons. It just really, it worked for like one round and they were like, we have to go vent every time.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the second round through vent. They were like, guys, this is it. This is our gap. Immediately gets plugged by Ryu, who's obviously seen this game, this plan before, having been on this side just a mere couple of months ago. But a shutdown at the tail end. That'll be a map and series for Astralis. And you can just see Monte looks so dejected, right? You know, head in hands. They know that these last two maps have been brutal. They have barely got anything upon them.
Yeah.
3 rounds in Ancient Astralis' map pick, and in the decider of Nuke, they sit now at 12-2-3.
I'm just really curious as to what like the practice cycle may look like. They're not playing a lot of Counter-Strike, so is it you work on some serious maps like the Dust 2 and they look solid, but the rest, you just kind of play in them, and you can't really work from a 12-3 or a 13-3 as it may well end up being here. So big question marks. Maybe we're going to have a few more rounds though. Azuru's got something else to say. Perhaps I was premature on the 13-3. It looks like it should be a forfeit for the CT side. Any damage to be done would be good, but it's only 1 for Ryu. And indeed, they survive 1 round at a time.
Yeah, and that's now the only way you can approach this, really, if you're Monte. At a deficit as large as this one is, you actually can't afford to look long-term. I think last week you can actually start to get maybe a little bit mentally checked out. You can start to realize how tall a task this is. And in doing so, put sort of pressure on yourself, basically. You've got to approach it 1 round at a time. Take it in a more micro sense rather than the macro. Do things like that. It was a nice little setup there on the CT side from Monte. And it's had a bit of a knock-on effect to Astralis in terms of the finances. Eagle out for Yabi. A Galil for Stare as well.
Nearly some smooth movement. I think he was meant to end up on top of that box. But not quite there, unfortunately.
Yeah, get back in the KZ servers.
Hey, it's a tough one, man.
Yeah, no, it is.
See what Fuzi can get with this AWP, importantly. Stare thinking about making a move, but there's still nades coming in, and now the smokes are going to start going down, so
yeah, that's smart from him. He realizes they're double nading that, and they're probably going to continue putting focus on towards the breaking those outside smokes, so he just falls back. There's just no point showing any presence. It's the best thing that they've got. Cross smokes with no presence seen behind it, so it makes Monte question.
Hoping for a fight here. Fuzi's not going to get it. Going to be briefly spotted. Smoke comes down, his bullet is close.
First the needle.
But the AWP here has the run of the mill. He's got a lot of options in terms of where to go and how to play it. Gives me late push into lobby. Drops the bomb.
Work.
Could be a real big deal here. Is he going to expect the man up top who has too many angles to be checking, unfortunately. Really nice little crunch there in towards lobby, and I think that will be the round once again.
And not only just a 5th round on the board for Monte, but the 6th is now sort of a guarantee. There's not really residual cash to work with for Astralis. So, again, this is the right steps being taken here. That's fine by Stare. Any kills they get at this tail end are going to be a positive, though, because, again, keeping that CT economy in check, making their finances a little worse for wear is great. But realistically, because of this recovery, it doesn't really matter how they get there. Astralis is looking to stumble over the line at this point. A nice round there for Monte. I love that mid to late round re-aggressing towards lobby. You're sending 2 players in 2 different directions fighting for control. You have to, at that late stage, when we're getting to the point where Astralis need to be committing to a plant, you have to go looking for information if you're Monte, if you've not found any. And it's a great move. And for, you know, for Gizmo, you've had a couple of moments where we've seen him have a couple of fluff shots. Nice to see a clean one there in response. So Astralis, their first time out. First time they've really actually felt pressure, well, across the last 2 maps.
Absolutely fair enough.
I don't know if they even called one in. I can't remember.
I think they called one,
yeah. Right? Yeah.
I think they called one. And again, similar vein here.
And they broke the round after immediately as well, yeah.
But similar vein here that they're just playing really respectfully. Timeout comes in, despite the fact that they still have so many rounds to work with. So some experienced players here who have absolutely been on the end of 10-round comebacks, I'm sure, as well as dishing a few out themselves.
They know as well, it's just one of those where leaving things, even just like a couple more rounds, you allow Monte to snowball. I mean, some of these tier 2 sides are so scary when they can snowball because they're kind of puggy. They want to fight. They want to get kind of like warm and crisp. You can't afford to let them have it. You want to try and ice them out as best they can. Nice work. An AK and an AWP and a few grid of pistols around it. It's still potentially a scary buy here, especially in the hands of Fuzi. You can't overlook this. Stay of a rifle is always a scary prospect.
Just the AWP that you really want to keep eyes on. What is he doing with it? Is he going to move downstairs?
Oh,
I mean,
hello.
Could be a weird peek here that Afro is just not ready for this angle. And they just can't really see each other at this point. He's surely walking around the corner.
Oh, no.
And a missed shot. Fuzi's already got one. Looking for another. He's going to drop down. Again, keep them guessing. Will they follow up on that? Seems like he will fully dedicate this time around and see what he can get away with. Oh, I know what that smoke means.
Oh,
They're going down the vent. Little stuck. They will make it in.
Yeah.
And Gizmi not going to fall to his own ideas. And I think Ryu's the one that drops with the bomb because of getting stuck. What is happening? What is happening?
What's going on? Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing?
What? Oh my goodness.
Rainwake in a 1 versus 3. How is this round flipped? It was pistols for 3 of the 5.
And
AK
they
and
dropped the
AWP.
bomb.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what was up.
Ryu couldn't get down the vent. He got stuck on the outside by minis. That's why he was showing around the corner. I can't believe it. And a knife just to insult to injury. Stare will see off the last. What a wild way to... I mean, Hooksy's losing it, and so are we. What an insane way for a series to fall apart. Credit where it's due, Astralis. A reverse sweep from them where they were immaculate, more or less, across those last 2 maps. But Monte, back to the drawing board, because after Dust 2, they were non-existent.
Yeah, I mean, looking fantastic in places, really solid from them when they were in charge and when they were confident. They looked kind of unstoppable, some really nice team play, some really nice broken down rounds. And I think that maybe just speaks to the fact that they've done so much homework, so much practice on that Dust 2, but ultimately coming into maps that they're a little less comfortable on, they falter, they fail, they don't have a strat book to go towards. They don't have experience to draw on, and this is the interesting conversation around these guys who, for the past like 6 months, have just been LAN maxing, as it were, VRS maxing to try and get as much as possible. And once in a while, it might be nice to enter an online tournament, just play some of the maps that you're not as confident on, and just get the reps and have that experience to draw from. You see what happens. They just drop completely off a cliff, and felt like nobody on the team had any ideas of how to pull it back.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being frank, right, if we look, even if we cast our minds back like a couple of years to a year and a half ago, for Astralis, one of my biggest kind of things that were complaining about the sides, I thought they weren't playing enough CS. And we saw that with a lot of teams that were dropping out of this tier 1 contention. And for Monte, they've kind of gone the other way. They've been the tier 2 demons for a long time, kind of at that gatekeeper level now that we like to call it. Then, as you mentioned, basically the entirety of this year, they played 2 LANs. That's it, right? And one of which they had a pretty early exit after their 3rd game. And they've had no online reps, no CCTs, no online competition, where they generally is where they've secured themselves. And it feels like this is a prime time of where you want to be playing CS. You've just added a new player in towards the team, Rainwaker. If anything, the synergy and cohesion comes off the back of playing CS together. Sure, you can learn and mold around each other in practice and scrims, but it's a whole different thing when you've got the official under your belt. So this is one of those where the mistakes for me feel like they come from the lack of playing time together.
Yeah, no, absolutely true, of course. It will be Astralis starting off very strong in this here Pro League, but that is going to be it for that series. We'll be thrown across to a quick little break and then some fresh faces to take the next game. FUT up against M80 on your screens very, very soon.
Chance, all dog. Nobody fight here and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
say I chop piloto. Anytime you hear the lampa, I'ma show my dark on Jojo. Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hear the banker, I'ma show my dark on Jojo. I chop piloto. Anytime you hear the lampa, I'ma show my dark on Jojo. Anytime you call my number, feel like say I chop piloto. Anytime you hear the banker, I'ma show my dark on Jojo.
On this road to riches, I just pray and make it home. Application glitching, had to get there on my own. I made it this far, I can't turn around. Just know my mama proud, moving at the speed of sound. Trying to strike it real.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. It's me, and Dan's on his way back from the kitchen. He's got no idea that we're live. Welcome, Dan. Welcome to the show.
I was told I had 5 minutes.
No, that's the matches in 5 minutes. We are in 1 minute. So here we are. Welcome.
All right.
Welcome to ESL Pro League.
That was my entrance. Did I have a good entrance though?
You did have a good entrance. Yeah, you looked great. Honestly, the hair's in place. Looks wonderful.
Did I leave you hanging though, James? Because I don't know how long you were kind of staring at a blank.
I'm ready. No, you got here seconds after we went live, so everything is fine.
Still got it.
So we're 2 matches into our 4 of today. So we have a change of the guard, if you will, to move through to the second half of the proceedings. Here is stage 1. You can see the results we've had over stream A and B thus far. Some 2-0s, some 2-1s. We had that previous match go the distance here, Monte versus Astralis. The last round was a little bit funky. That was an unusual one, which is a little bit dejecting to have that as your last round of a match if you are on a losing end of that. But yeah, I mean, rather them than me. So we've got a lot more matches to come your way on both streams. So you can take your pick if you want to be on stream A or stream B. Up next here, though, we're going to have FUT versus M80. All the way from North America. They've got the bling around the neck as well. Marvelous stuff.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see both these teams. I think FUT in particular for me, actually, because they are, it feels like they might be at the beginning, that J curve, at the bottom part of the J curve, right, where they'll have that trajectory that kind of shoots upwards, where they had, recently really good results at Krakow and Cluj-Napoca as well. And, they got some players that are seemingly looking really, really nice, like, some hot young stars that, could get pilfered from this lineup if, that's always a threat, isn't it? When you're one of the teams that, might be potentially feeding into the super big teams that are, highly salaried and so on. It's always a threat, but, the former Na'Vi junior core, I think Symmetry and Demon kind of are 2 players that, comes to everyone's mind. But, I mean, we've seen, epic stuff from all of the players on this lineup, James, and I think, most notably, having a win against Furia, and also like challenging them again in a rematch, and also beating Aurora. This is a team that is currently challenging the tier 1 level Counter-Strike teams. So I think this is a super exciting story, and we get to kind of see them on the beginning of that trajectory upwards.
Yeah, I remember we covered them back in October, and they were, I think that rank-wise, they were in the 30s, and now they are 13 on HLTV. So they have continued to rise, and we've got some heavy hitters from both squads. So Laux and Swisher will be the ones to watch. We always hear good things about Demon, but in terms of the numbers, they're simply better for Laux. So perhaps he will be the flag bearer for the squad today in this best of 3 series. Swisher, one of the talisman of that North American side. But indeed, FUT have been FUT or FUT, whichever one you prefer, have been a entertaining team to watch, certainly. I think M80, the guys down towards Australia like to say geographically challenged, if you're familiar with the podcast. But I think that is something like a thorn in the side maybe for the likes of M80 as well, who will have periods of time where they're in NA playing NA teams. And of course, with the top flight Counter-Strike mostly taking place in Europe, that can be a bit of an Achilles heel, if you will. So like if you look at their recent matches, you could argue they're on a hot streak, but against whom? Here is the map pool for both squads now. So we can see some things that stick out a lot here will be the Anubis and the Inferno. So, Anubis again back, but somewhat shockingly back in the map pool, if you will, is a mixed bag. I think people are a little unsure about it, but there are those teams out there who will always try to be the duck to water and kind of sink their teeth into the recent additions and try and take a lead there. M80 have struggled to do that, as you can see from these numbers. So that could be an interesting one. And on the other side, Inferno, not everyone's favorite bag of toys. Actually, there's Nuke is a bit dodgy as well on the M80 side. So I feel like it's going to be hard to veto everything that you want to in the map pool between these squads. So I think we're going to see some weaknesses, which may lean towards a likely best of 3 going all the way between these squads.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think, when you have the common ground that's Mirage that we could see there statistically, I think that makes a lot of sense. But, one of those, suspicious maps getting banned already with Nuke. And then also Inferno, as you mentioned, definitely not something that's, for either team, that maybe you're super confident, Inferno. But Anubis, the new Anubis gets selected there by M80, which is going to be, I think, a very interesting one because M80 have 0 maps played on it in the last 3 months, and it's 5 maps played for FUT, but they actually have 0 win percentage on it. So Anubis as the start is very interesting, very uncommon ground for both teams, and then going into very common ground in the Mirage. So it feels like a lot rests on this Mirage.
Yeah, I think a 3-mapper towards Ancient might be likely here. M80, they win Mirage, they lose Mirage sometimes, but their opponents seem to often get into 10 rounds or more on those maps, whether they win or lose. So, versus Gentle Mates, M80 only achieved 2 rounds on Mirage. They beat Passion UA 13-11. NRG got 10 rounds on them in a loss for NRG on Mirage. So I think there's a lot of to be done by FUT on that Mirage map. There's no guarantee of a loss, but I think M80 probably have a better chance to do it in 2 than what FUT do on paper. But again, I think it's quite interesting from a commentator point of view when you know that a team's been practicing a map, behind closed doors, but haven't had a chance to have an official yet. We have no idea what that will look like. And the same might be true for FUT as well, which may lead to some explosiveness. I'm quite keen to get into that Anubis. I think some teams are, I'm sure teams are scrimming it, but I feel like maybe the ones who aren't playing officials in it so often, perhaps it's quite volatile. I feel like the commitment with the hole near mids and maybe on the CT side committing through that hole to take positions in the water and so on might feel quite brittle. So I'm quite interested to see what that will look like between these 2 squads.
And I think one thing that's worth mentioning too is I feel like FUT probably have an advantage in the fact that this is a head-to-head for these 2 teams where neither have played each other before. And FUT obviously have a pretty aggressive calling style that is very in your face. And I think that can be quite difficult to deal with, especially given the level of mechanical skill that's on the team, and that's something that I think M80 are going to have to understand how to deal with. And so I'll be very curious to see if they appear to us to be prepared for that, because I think that's the first thing for them to navigate. And after that point, I think if they can do that, we could have like a very interesting series on our hand. But I'm worried here, James, that there's a world where M80 could get overpowered by FUT considering their form of late.
Yeah, I think FUT are going to be a favorite for most people in this series. Ancient as a decider is an interesting one. FUT went 13-4 on it versus Liquid, so I think that's going to be a tough task for M80 as well. And into the game we go. So it will be FUT on that T side to start with. Again, very interested to see the approach. I think if you're on a CT side playing around that window, it is going to be so challenging. Like you're really going to have to try and pick the right rounds to play close to that window, because we're going to see so many grenades go that way. Slacks will get started early though, dropping Demon as the remainder of FUT around A for the time being.
It's a nice pick because that's the man that can kind of look out for mid and aggression from B. So right now, you kind of have to assume if you're the T side that you're somewhat committed into this A play, which is not a good position to be playing from. So looking to try to mix things up here, looking into this boost play. This could be the variation that they need as they organize the human tower.
They detect the boost then. Interesting variations to that boost as well. Again, there's so many little details in this area to look out for on these buy rounds. If you boost close or far, peeking with different weapons. Going swimmingly for the CT side, though. They are 500 HP versus 2. Lounx will start the comeback. Many more headshots to find, though. You'll see a reposition from these CTs, but they'll have no success whatsoever. A 2 versus 5. Down to a 2-on-2 now. Lounx with 2 HP. Switching out for the P250. Oh, great angle from JBA. Does he have enough, though, to delete Lounx as well? Looking for his 4th kill. Of course, there he is buying time also. Almost, but not quite. It will go to M80's way after all.
Very nice opening. And M80 obviously really need every advantage into this series to start dictating the pace themselves. But I love the aggression to start things off. Obviously quite risky because, you're taking the 1v1 there, and that's always a scary prospect as the CT, but perhaps that's part of the reason why it worked. It's somewhat unexpected. And with that, it's going to be also, again, a journey of discovery for us with both of these teams that don't have this map is something that's played all that much. But in addition to that, obviously seeing how new teams are really tackling Anubis with the updates as well.
Yeah, I think E-Box is going to be in a very important area for information and denial of information, smoke grenades and such. So I think that area between E-Box, Water, Hole will be quite the flashpoint. And how the CTs try to not be predictable will be an interesting one. How they balance risk with different positions and so on. I think maybe teams might be looking for evidence from others to kind of see where the middle ground is between too much risk and not enough info. So a good pistol round. Promising start from Lounx though as well. Again, he was one to watch and he's already proved that he will be in this one. He's come in piping hot. American-German team of M80. Great work with the Julies.
Back in we go. The Tech9's coming out, the AK, Hero AK on Jugs. We'll see how much value can be found with that one. Jugs working alone at the moment towards the A side of the map, looking for any pushes. The CTs just have to hold tight at the moment. Mid does feel like a pretty big hole of information at the moment for the CT side. M80 have to be pretty worried about that. And with the T smoke there, that's going to be obviously heard by M80. So just have to hold their nerve for now and rely on the setup on both sides.
It's a great util in mid. From the T side of FUT, and Krebeni will be in a threatening position now to split the bomb site with his teammates who start to stream in. So far, so good. Demons close the distance. Swisher looking to find a second one. Eats the flashbang, but still catches one more. Lounx is down. 4 stands. Make it 3 now. Swisher has finally dealt with, but Sin has shown some presence. Swinging with the flashbang. Doesn't overcommit, though. Got to be really careful versus the proximity of these pistols. Krebeni with the SMG now. Oh, there was a chance there for Sin. Eats another flash, and Krebeni's going to swing all the way, but the burst fire will be enough. Symmetry in the clutch now will be denied, and somehow they've held on to that. And wow, that was really difficult around the E-box. Deciding whether to swing or not to. So awkward, so many flashes, and yet...
Yeah, that looked like such a great punish as well. It's a very tough spot at the CTs, like we said. The CTs are playing at M80s. They're playing in a way where they kind of lack the information, but they're looking to just hold the site, so they get the shortest possible warning here. But that second kill with the UMP, with just a few bullets left, I think that's kind of the over-delivery that really swung the entire round in favor massively there for M80. So off to a great start, but obviously the Galils and Mac 10s coming out, the pressure's not going to stop here.
Util so important as well. I think it's more difficult now to have a round which is relatively dry in terms of utility. So there'll be plenty of sacrifice to get that util out. M80 holding on to a fair amount.
Same setup here, though, for MAT on this CT side. Again, voiding the middle completely. Previously, you know, that was, if we think to the last round, there was some information gained there that no one is home around these double doors. And so this is space for the taking as we get the pressure from Krabeni, the in-game leader. But great response from M80, you know, coming out of E-Box, trying to find out if they can catch the back of this push there. But good defense, every single kill going the way this time for FUT, and they'll get an easy A site at the end of this, and it's going to be tough for JBA to hold on to this AK. Are they going to hunt him down? I don't know that they're too interested in that, James, because their money is pretty atrocious at the moment.
I feel like Symmetry's position there, looking at E-Box, aim redline would be a great map to practice things like that. Handily dispatched of 2 CTs. Looking very awkward there in this particular round for M80. I wonder, like from a CT perspective, how much money provides comfort to go for one of those hyper-aggressive plays? If everyone's got 7,000 or more, what are you going to do?
Terrorists win.
Or maybe
what's really
like
interesting as well is just the timing there, I think, where for M80, the timing was slightly misread. They were a little bit too soon. You could see that the T's, you know, they were initiating the aggression, and they had kind of a kind of buffer window of time where the back of the push is, you know, a couple of players are still holding on to the river position towards E-Box where they can catch response from CTs. So, you know, sometimes this game does come down to just the slightest difference of seconds. And we'll have, once again, the 3-2 setup from the CTs on this defensive side. However, the guns aren't there, but they do have that AK-47 saved, and Lake has an M4 as well, so still some firepower to worry about. And Lake is going to be in that mid position at the moment, which they've often just been very passive around. And in fact, he will float back towards the B side. So right now for the FUT side, they just have to be very cautious here that they don't give anything for free, because this would be a devastating round to lose in terms of momentum.
If they are to head to that B bomb site, how do they deal with these close range positions? Fire certainly helps. Fire is generally bad if you're in the fire. Oh, such good nades. If you're familiar with Holmes's YouTube channel, he's got really good guides for devastating HE grenades towards that B bomb site, amongst other things. Great to see him in a coach position now.
Ooh, interesting. 30 seconds left, and the stack it rotated off of B. It's now actually in position on A, and the T's didn't push inside just yet. So FUT are actually potentially causing a lot of problems for themselves here. They're going to have make a mad dash onto the site, which is stacked currently. This could go horribly wrong.
It feels like the CTs have got better utility as well. Look how they're delaying time and again. These Molotovs are coming through. And they're swinging with the flashes as well. M80 could get utterly annihilated. That multi-frags are going to be really, really key. 5 seconds to get this bomb down. Is there even time to plant it? Just about, my word. And look what is left. Swisher with a 5-7 versus 2 players who don't have perfect health. This could be doable. There's the HE. Putting Lamps down to 32. Does he think the position is empty? Well, his head's empty now, so does not matter. But that util usage was really good by M80. They made that as dangerous as they possibly could. I'm not sure what the read was, but I really respect what they tried to do there.
Yeah, you can see the sigh of relief at the end there. That was ridiculously close. Demon coming in on just the perfect timing. That second kill as well. So key. I honestly didn't think they had time to plant. That was so against the wire. And we have a mid push coming in here. The CT's on pistols. Can M80 get any value from this? Get those incendiaries, forcing them back slightly, but they're pretty committed. They want this. They want any kills they can get in this position. And there comes the push from Lunks with the Mac 10. You can't get a more perfect gun for this one. And they will clean up every single player in this double door position. And in fact, Lake's going to get cleared up as well.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Man, Demon's 2K in that previous run was so important. Having the correct timing for that lurk is critical. If he got that wrong, they lose that round. definitely. But it is very much in the past now. The ink is dry. Mac 10 did great work there. Now the AWPs are starting to come out. This is where I want to see what the CET approach will be, especially with the action we saw from Symmetry towards E-Box earlier on when he got that 2K by the pillar. Does that encourage them to send the AWP to try and deal with such a play? It looks like it does.
So again, we see a lot of conditioning around the A side of the map for FUT on these attacks here on the T side. The same with mid, making sure that the CTs can't play close mid, forcing them back, pressuring A main. So really making these openings look quite similar. One of the main differences, though, Cemetery on this AWP is potentially a big problem. Looking into the A side of the map right now. So if the CTs look to retake this, Cemetery might be able to deal with it. Will they expect an AWP on this angle? Will there be a flash? Looks for that peak, but doesn't connect the shot. That's unfortunate there for Cemetery. And now that he's been spotted on that position with the AWP, how is that read by the CTs? They're going to hold on to position for now, but in the meantime, James, we see now the push from FUT into mid.
No util, no sound cues whatsoever. A big swing now, Lake close. Sin will collect 2. That's going to be really important. He might see more in the kill cam also. And Swisher is in position. How long can he stay undetected for? Drops the bomb carrier. 20 seconds on the clock. Can't buy further time for rotation, but perhaps the CTs are close enough. 19 seconds. Demon trying to reposition, somehow catching Slacks, who is pushing through the smoke there. And JBA is punctured as well. That one really going down to the wire. You can see the CTs left that mid position open early, maybe expecting utility to give a cue that there will be more urgency there. Lucky to get away with forcing the tease out from that AWP position without losing a player. And then able to reposition accordingly. They were ready for that cross. Didn't need too much of that flashbang. And they find themselves at a 2-4 scoreline. M80, their economy is in the bin now. Swisher with the MP9, a bunch of pistols.
I like this.
Yeah, this is looking rough for them.
Contacting into the B site proves to be a little bit sketchy, in fact. Actually, the pistols will be able to deal with both of those players. The bomb wasn't with them. Cemetery is holding that one right now. So this actually gets a little bit scary. 3 versus 3. Guns collected now. 2 AK-47 upgrades on the B site. A minute to play with, though. So that does give time for both sides to work the map. Now for the CTs of M80, they're looking to hold on to the B sites primarily for now. They've got Slacks who can start to investigate whether there is a split onto that B site. Now it's up to his teammates to hold things down. MP9 at close range. The 50-50 angle, always a problem. And now the duel around the pillar from E-Box. That E-Box position, constantly a threat here for FUT as Cemetery makes his way through the smoke into the embrace of Slacks. And that is a great round with the pistols. Again, this T side for FUT looks very uncomfortable.
That's got to be dejecting. Better it happens early than at match point, though. we saw a very rough end to the last match on the B stream, where there was a complete collapse and a knife kill in a very favorable situation. Somehow turned on its head. And we'll see what the buy looks like once the beginning of the next round is here. Cemetery and Krabeni maybe trying to figure out grenades and who needs to pick up the Gilil over the AK. Got 3 AKs at the moment. Definitely want more util on that T side. More util there will be. So Slacks on the AWP once again will be changing his position, heading over towards the A-bomb site now. It could be a useful tool to look for boosts in mid later on, so plenty of options. Nice HE. Seen and avoided for the most part. Oh. Saw a belt, a swing and a hit, but Jugs will remain. I'm sure Slacks will be rotating that AWP elsewhere now. Element of surprise, so important with that.
like this. You know, we've got typically the timings for FUT have been a little bit slower, where they always do that A main default conditioning, trying to take over that position, as well as, you know, slower timing into mid. We have a heavier B lean from the beginning here. How is the AWP play though read? Because Slax is actually repositioned from A main into mid now, so this would catch a mid aggression timing, and again, this position often voided by M80, so this could be the perfect weapon, the perfect play to just get another pick. Well, the first pick. Good flashes though, deny the AWP angle, and that forces Slax back into the A site. Now things feeling a little bit more uncomfortable as we see the setup now for FUT onto that A site.
25 seconds on the clock, still 10 players on the server. The numbers streaming in now to this A bomb site. They'll go back and forth, but Sin gets yet another multi-frag. We need to keep an eye on how many times he's doing that. He's been really important for the squad. Keeps the numbers high for the CTs of M80. Cemetery in the clutch now, 9 seconds remain, and Sin will collect a fourth. Very nice work on that bomb site. Again, I think it's at least 3 rounds he's had a multi-frag, and that will be very important if he can keep that up on what remains of this CT side.
That was a pretty great performance there. Quad kill from Sin indeed. This guy, his pre-performance routine, whatever it is, starting off hot, going into the first map against FUT, and it's definitely a very difficult team to play against. But maybe Anubis, a less comfortable territory. We'll see as the series develops across the best of 3. But Demon now looking for the Eagle, but it's going to be the AWP instead. Slack's moving now to the B site. Perhaps unexpected. They're moving that up around. You love to see that there from M80.
Oh, another one taken out of the sky like a pigeon. I like the double HEs that we saw as well. A good read from M80. Had good expectation from FUT, who will be trailing very shortly indeed. All 5 survive for M80. Important for the coffers to do a bit of building. And now with 4, just north of 4K, I wonder what shortcomings we'll see in this buy from FUT. A lot of AKs coming out, so perhaps favoring the jewels over full utility. And like Def.
Pretty interesting game so far, I gotta say, James, because I feel like M80 are doing a great job here on the CT side. I think winning some of those more unlikely rounds should surely give them a lot of confidence. Looking at this 5-4 lead at the moment, it is definitely worrying, I think, for FUT.
Work from Slacks. He has been all over the map with the AWP in this half. And it's good to have the synergy to be able to do that with your sniper. Nice flash from Laux allows him to swing behind it without being blinded. Closing the distance now. This might prove to be one of the tougher positions on this new Anubis to be effective. Very difficult to round that corner and survive. Somehow avoids that flash swisher, doesn't avoid the lead though coming from Laux, and this will be a very fast compromised bomb site. Look at the full rotation coming through from M80. They know they're in trouble and they're all on the way.
Like the defensive smokes though, trying to hold on to the backside position. It does make it more difficult for the T side. FUT though will try to burst their way forwards with the HEs. Again, very awkward right now as those smokes are still up, and it's not going to feel comfortable to go for the plant as plays are beginning to be made. Longstow finds another one, but JBA delivers there. 2 through the smoke with the M4. Absolutely unbelievable hold here so far, and it gets even better there now as Sin joins the act, and it's going to be JBA to finish off absolutely everybody. Incredible defense on the side. You can see they're absolutely elated by that.
Yeah, really nice work. A promising start. And again, I think there's potential. I think if it goes 3 maps, people will probably favor FUT the most. But I think that M80 certainly have a chance to do it in 2. I think we might see some stylistic problems for either team when we get to the second map. But you know, if they can be successful here, I think they will feel confident for what is to come. The Tech-9s, though, will be bound for FUT. No flashes here. Just swinging with the meat. A people-first policy, and those people are eating shrapnel.
Yes, meat has been cooked. Slacks. Oh, love the splat sound on the headshot with no helmet. So it's going to make life a little bit tougher because now the CTs can kind of surround this position. It's one choke point to funnel them all into Lake. He's going to get traded though, so a decent start, I suppose, into the site. Can they get the bomb down? That's the first objective. M4 collected, but too many jobs on hand. Longstow still able to get another pickoff, able to get the bomb planted. So there is that objective. The bonus money is secured, but a 2v3 after plant is no easy task with Swisher around from A main.
Clock is ticking. Bugs tries to position himself best to take a 1v1. Still information for him there. At some point, someone needs to swing. They are closing the distance, though. They are solving the problems bits by bit, just removing the possibilities, and Swisher will deal with that, making it 7 rounds for MAT to the 4 of FUT. Move into the last round of the first half now. How big will the deficit be? FUT may be looking at a canyon if MAT are to be successful in this one.
This is really interesting, James. Obviously, the T side's going to tell another story here for MAT, but again, you know, you're picking this into them. They have no maps played of Anubis. So, well, actually, it was MAT that picked this. So, you know, you just don't know what to expect. And so far, the CT side looking quite nice. And once again, we have the B-lean defaults from FUT on this T side to try to close out this half.
False sense of security, maybe. See how far Lake goes. Lanx can't be spotted walking on that side of the water unless he sticks his head through the window, which may not be recommended. 4 on 5 then. This smoke will soon be gone, and Swisher might be in a great position to deal with Lanx. Indeed he will. Can't save his teammate though. The trades will continue. 3 on 2 in favor of MAT. Slacks rotating now with that AWP. Bomb still in the hands of FUT.
Timely smoke there to block the entrance. You might just have to walk through this one. This is very, very uncomfortable again. The FUTs, they make their way past. Oh, Cemetery almost in a very good spot to pick up that kill, but it will be the 2v3 after plant here as the CTs wait for the perfect timing. Demon sees one player, doesn't know if he's isolated or not, and in from the side, the distraction pays off in dividends. The Swisher through E-box again. Demon in the 1v3. Oh my god, what do you do now? The Incendiary forces him out of position for a very anticlimactic finish to the first half.
We return for the second half of Anubis. Action-packed, explosive. We had pretty much everything we were looking for in that first half. We had rotating orcs, we had boosts, we had plenty of util usage around that mid position. We had proactive CT sides. And now it's FUT's turn to do the same. We have Julies on more than one player. We've got 7 pistols on the 5 players. Surely that's not fair.
Yeah, well, life isn't fair, is it? It's a quick push into the B sides here. Aggression straight in there. Right at the start of the round, and it's a very clean entry after entry there. M80 looking nasty here on Anubis. And now Jugs, 1 versus 3. Always doable in a pistol. You can find those headshots. There's the jiggle there, the bait. Just trying to distract. Make Jugs look in the wrong place at the wrong time. And he might just find it. But oh no, he's been robbed. Absolutely robbed. Great coverage though from that main position. And that's going to be M80 with the pistol. And James, they're looking like they could really storm off with this first map in this series if things continue in this way.
Sometimes I feel like the back of the head is a lie in Counter-Strike. Perhaps that was one of those times. Unfortunately, for what remains at the end of that round, Julie's doing God's work here on Anubis. I don't know if you ever played. There was a first-person shooter on the PlayStation 1 called Exhumed, which was like based in Egypt, ancient Egypt. It was really cool. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But the doors are reminding me of that game for some time. I don't think it ever had a sequel, which is a shame because it was if you just liked, if you were just like a solo kid who liked exploring, it was a good game. But anyway, it is M80's turn to explore. As the heat map will be fixed in that mid position. There's Zeus waiting by the hole. Not be given anything. But it's turn to be proactive. Ill-equipped, but proactive nonetheless. They get a star.
Finally. Around the back. Around the back, can they find what they're looking for here? It's just the one so far. But James, it had so much potential. Was that a jumping headshot?
Yeah, surely not. That's impossible.
Isn't that crazy? Not crazy. I wanted that to be more. They deserved it.
I feel like almost a dentist in that POV of Swisher. Like I'm going to say R and then just, stick something in his mouth. Something metal.
Glad you.
Yeah, I know.
Specified that.
Double figures for M80. They have 10 to the 4 of FUT. There is potential for them. I wonder, will they make a strat around these Mac 10s to close the distance, try and pop some heads? Speaking of which, Jugs, the point of no return ahead of the molly, falls to the flames. Some pre-fire from Krabeni, who's desperately trying to hold on.
Well, 1-for-1 actually is quite beneficial for the T's early in a round. As a somewhat universal principle. There's a hole now on the defense. Mid, obviously not really defended, but it is looked for now. In fact, both Demon and Cemetery have good attention on this position and can kind of crossfire it to some extent, although positioning not working out for that now. And the creep comes on through. The smoke there also going to allow the split into the A site here. So they are going to be in, but quick response there from Cemetery. Is he able to win this 1v1? No. Lake takes that one down, but the trades are being looked for. Lake, though, great delivery into this A site. Leaving this to a 2v2. The bomb going down. Really giving a shot here. But that's a fast timing on the flank from Lonks. And now, big problems for Swisher. And there we go. Demon is going to take him down, and that is a much-needed round there on the board for FUT.
Yeah, they start to build now. The only way is up. It's so interesting, to try and set the expectations for this half. I think we need to ignore the score at this point and just look at the half in a vacuum and see what FUT will be able to do here. So far, so good. round at a time is all you need to focus on. Easier said than done, though. We are human. With all the like shooting competitions I've been doing the last few months, it's like understanding how difficult that can be to focus on the most important goal and ignore the bigger picture. So now we can see how both teams approach that mid area on the flip side of things. And again, E-Box as well. I think it all ties together.
Mid-take coming in. About 5 smokes were active on the map a moment ago. Another 2 just thrown. So both sides beginning to run low on the util fairly early. Couple smokes left though for the eventual site take though for the M80 side. Late in the creep on mid. With that smoke there towards A allows him to go deep. He's going to go into the smoke. Look at the timing there. Flash over the top to allow his escape through that smoke into the site. That's insane. This is crazy. Because look at the rotation as well. This has been read. They know what's going on. They think it's going to be A, but they are completely wrong.
This is crazy. He passed all of them. But does he make a play now? He's got no util to throw to try and bait them, but they're here regardless. It is Krabeni alone. And now Lake's got time to execute. 30 seconds left and like, oh my God, I've made a terrible mistake. All rotating round the back, but still winning the frags despite the bomb site being completely compromised. They find themselves in a 5-on-3 and it only gets worse for M80 who have not answered a single frag just yet. This could be a clean sweep in this round. They could come out of this spotless. Sitting in a 1 versus 5. What do you even do here? What are your chances of winning the round? Are you just holding on to your AK at this point? And it seems that answer is yes.
Oof, that's really rough. It's such a kind of feel for them in that round because, you know, Lake gets through there. They had a really nice molly and flash to kind of allow him to burst through the smoke, which I think is super unexpected. And you're hoping that he gets a 1v1 there, gets a kill, and then that really sells. It really sells it. But as you say, no one was on the site, and then Lake he has to kind of confirm the info that the rotation is happening, but I don't think he heard what he needed to. And so then there was too much hesitation. Absolute disaster there. And that's going to really throw M80 off a little bit, but hopefully they're able to recover. They, of course, are now going to be somewhat in the doldrums there. We might get a round restart here, but we can still look at the buy and kind of just look at what they were working with there. I think an AK and maybe a Galil and a Tech 9, something like that. So there's still some action to be had in this next round, but this is a real, really a great turning point that's now available for FUT as they pick up that very unlikely or very strange round.
Yeah, I think I would like to see. So just from the perspective of it being the first map and M80 being in the lead and having perhaps a good chance at a 2-0, I would like to see a closer score. I want to see the heat on the back of their necks. I want to see how they can deliver under such pressure because I feel like they've got to be going for it in 2. Shout outs to Def as well. UK Mans, he's been Team Wedge for ages as well. Tweet him for dietary advice. But it's nice to see him still doing stuff. Long post complexity, of course. But we don't see UK Mans in too many spots. So it's great to see their presence, outside of casting, of course, because that's where most of them are. But really, like as players, coaches, there's a few doing the heavy lifting.
Yeah. There's a lot I can say about Def as a coach as well. We can return to that in a moment. We have, again, this hodgepodge buy coming in from M80, or save, I suppose, with the AK for Swisher, which he saved, obviously, in that previous round. And fast pressure towards A. And in fact, A is fairly up for grabs right now because there's no presence there whatsoever. And with this util, they're going to be able to get in for free. They're going to get an after plant here, James. And this could be pretty devastating for FUT, depending on how they retake. But they have full utility to retake with, so you like their chances, I'd say.
See how many angles they have to throw it. How much are they likely to lose? I mean, they've got to throw bodies at the problem here, but look at these close angles. Swisher in the back as well. Oh, that is one way to deal with it. Shucks, there's no response from M80 to that. Now, can they keep the losses low? They can indeed. Lake only had a Glock, I think. They dealt with that one very handily indeed. Jugs with almost all of them. That looked somewhat difficult, but it didn't play out that way at all. I think that's a great confidence round as well for the CT side.
Yeah, and one thing that's worth noting is, although at the end we see that it's cleaned up quite easily, I think the real swing engagement, if you want to call it that, was the double from Jugs. Even if Jugs is traded there, just gets one, killing Jugs and having the AK from that position suddenly enables the rest of the T sides to have a, like, you know, two-pronged way to deal with the CTs coming in for the retake, and it gets a lot more difficult there for FUT. So very key play there from Jugs as we go into this next round, and the AKs come out once again. Full util thanks to that bomb that went down to give all that money, and it's a fast timing on this A main default as well. So they are really conditioning this spot for the CTs to throw their util here very quickly, and in fact they may just... I feel like they want to run it down, James. I don't know if that's what's going to happen, but that's kind of how it feels to me, and so it must certainly feel threatening to FUT as well. Oh my goodness.
Lovely. I think Nart out here will be making a video of that one very soon. 5 HP and a dream. Minute on the clock, and Lake starts his lurk once again. I feel like some of these have been relatively early as well. There's been plenty of time to invite a reaction or react themselves to the yield from that position. See, 5 seconds. We've got counter grenades. Even with full util over towards B bomb site, but I don't think he'll be using it anytime soon. The trades begin as they try to force their way in. Now the bomb's been lost for the time being, and it's Sin with 5 HP who has to collect it. Krabeni knows that he could be in trouble as they start to push from different angles. There is a trade for Sin, but 25 seconds left, and hey ho, they are going to take that gamble and rotate towards B.
Oh. Gun down on the escape. And Sin, who took the double HGs, down to 5. It's going to be heard. Oh my god. Very, very much presence here into the Molotov, into the incendiary. He goes. Is incinerated. Nice for FUT, able to hold on to that round. And they're really stabilizing now, James. It feels like the map is starting to swing in their favor after, I feel like, a very difficult initial 12, 14 rounds.
Yeah, that timing trying to rotate out of the window was brutal for M80. Good call otherwise. But just couldn't get there. Poor Sin. Just wrecked by utility in that round from HEs to mollies. Not sure how many people he even saw. And you can see FUT growing with confidence now. They can feel the weakness of M80 and trying to take the game to them. Taking liberties, not showing them respect, not giving them the real estate that they think they are owed.
Yeah, it's a nice reset, and I think Krabeni is going to be feeling very expectant of a play through mid here because the other choke points on the map have sort of been shut down. This is the only thing that's really left open at this time. With that said, Krabeni's going close, and when there's a lot of pistols out here, there could be a lot on the other side, so he will get some support. Okay, so they have a setup now, so this makes me a lot more comfortable for Krabeni's chances to survive. And he's going to wrap himself around and actually not find that kill, but there's the HE to follow up. It's going to be quite painful once again. Sin getting blasted by HEs. And nice drop down. Krabeni finds another as he's on the tail of this push and is creating quite some pressure as the site itself not really in too much danger right now. Slacks gets eliminated, and a very well played initial CT aggression in E-Box, I think, really unlocked that round and allowed them to get ahead of the T push.
Good timing once again. FUT knowing when and how to collect. And again, this is basically the scenario that I was wanting to see for M80. Their backs are firmly to the wall now. AWP is out for Slacks, who's done great work. Lake's had a quiet one so far. Everybody else is doing some hand-holding in terms of the fragging board for M80. But yes, backs to the wall. They have had failure after failure here on this T side thus far. But again, they have to believe that they need to do it in 2. And now they really do need to do it. They've had Lake lurking in that mid position round after round. FUT have had good timing with the counter utility. And as you can see, they've held on to quite a lot of it as we head towards that minute mark. And again, Lake will be put into position in mid.
One more smoke available for the CTs in the hands of Chugs on this A side of the map. And big spread, though, across the entire map from N80 at this point. Looking now to lean towards B. And with Cemetery on the AWP repositioning after showing the AWP presence, this might work out nicely. They just have to get past this smoke. This smoke, though, it could really create a timing for the CTs if it's respected overly by M80. But it might not be. The smoke comes in, they've got this split through E-box, and they will overwhelm the site.
Krebeni caught by Lake now. Symmetry rotating over. That's a great angle from Slacks. Bomb needs to get planted, though. Utility continues to sail through. Slacks has got himself a good angle. Can Jugs go further? No, it's a quick flick from Slacks. Symmetry and Demon remain. They've got plenty of money. Even if they can cut the numbers down, that could have impact for later on. As M80 can't really afford to lose many players here. And Slacks will deliver once more. So there'll be no frags at the end there for the CT side. And M80 finally able to push forward some.
Timeout from FUT. And it is definitely coming in, I think, at a good moment here. Because right now, you know, if they were able to take this round, they can really sort of begin to crush the economy of M80 and start to take the momentum that will bring them into a map with victory. Whereas, you know, looking at M80's side of things here, they're looking to be in a very strong position potentially. Now, if we think about, you know, where their success came from that round, it really was that they were able to find a great timing on the B site, and they were able to split through E-box because the E-box presence was given up completely. And so there wasn't any way to prevent this push from, you know, happening with good timing. You know, you're not staggering the split, as you might say, making things more difficult for the T side, slowing them down more. So we'll see if we get the same timings from this T side from M80, or if FUT will actually get aggressive somewhere, potentially in E-box.
Mirage will be the second map of this series. Ancient to decide, should it be required, as you can see in the top left of your screen. Watching on a mobile phone, perhaps you can't see that.
They're going faster, James.
Change of pace, perhaps. 2-round lead for M80. Symmetry has a quick look, gets his bell rung, but he's still standing for now. Wall attrition around this site now as grenades sailing towards the bomb carrier, but it is M80 with the spoils. And the money isn't great for all of these players. They should be okay for the next round. The bomb plant is denied and delayed by the molly. Great work there from Krebeni.
Really giving them a chance to come back into this one. This 1v1 is going to be hard for Swisher. 9 points of health. There's the swing. And of course, Chug's able to win that one. Still looking relatively healthy. As now he can pressure this position. Interestingly, his teammate Krebeni, the in-game leader, is repositioning through to his position as well. But Slacks putting his attention with the close range AWP. Feels very scary, but he gets the quick scope. And with that, it's going to be now very hard for Krebeni to make any good of this one. With the rotation into A, James, it really does, I think, create an opportunity.
Do you have enough sound cues from both the players? Confident enough to walk straight in and deal with the big risk there. Slacks taken down immediately, catches the second. He had the audio cues, he had the information, he had the timing, and had the aim also. That was a nervous one. That was an important one for both squads. But only one will prevail. Opportunity missed. You could read that on some of these faces. That one was really down to the wire.
That's crazy too, because I think just the way that Krebeni was rotating, I don't think you're reading him kind of, you know, with a rotation like that, with a timing like that. I think the very reason that they take the bomb and they go run all the way to the other site is because, you know, you're kind of feeling like maybe he's still playing around spawn. And so hits a really, really nice timing there and wins that 1v1 at the end. Great stuff there. That's going to really throw a wrench into this one for M80, who found so much success on B. This time, very aggressive. Krebeni dropping down into the river, and he's going to find one headshot, and the chaos resumes, but Swisher on the better end of it. There for M80, bringing them back into advantage. They just simply have to close it to take the full edge here. And looking for information now is the CT side. FUT peering into A main, seeing absolutely nothing. Nothing. No sounds, no movement.
There they peek on A, I wonder. Slacks is gone. He's been quite punchy with the Autobahn peaks with the AWP. Cemetery's alone on this B bomb site. There's still a lot of time on the clock here. The remainder of the CT side will be somewhat static. Utility starting to stream in towards B. Our position has been lost. Will there be a full rotation over? There is some money for the CT side yet still. So they can get the abacus out and figure out if they have the space to go for this. 4-on-3, bomb getting planted. Utility won't deny this time.
Smokes will go down soon, but the positions on the post plant looking solid. Good entry though, but still much more work to be done. Incendiary's there to displace the T's. Lake though, so good here in the backside position with a triple, and that's a 12-10 scoreline. M80 now on the precipice of picking up map 1, which would be an excellent start to this series against the favorites in, I think pretty big favorites to be fair, against FUT.
Talk about impact frags. That second of the final 3 was really, really important. Look at this wonderful pre-fire there from Lake. Again, a few less frags than his teammates, but the impact of those will be very key indeed. And he has caught up as well on this second half. 13 frags now for Lake, and M80 in a strong position. But as I said, the CTs had the money. They could survive the failure. They'll have the guns in the util. They need 2 from 2.
Pretty fast presence and pressure on E-Box. That again, can often cause a lot of rotation just by itself. And the position, after being harassed by Swisher, is now voided. The CTs have to respect it. Krebeni is looking for that rotation out, but he's since missed it. And now the big push onto the A site. Set piece coming on through Incendiary Smokes. It's going to be a free entry in light of that for the M80 side, and a great pick across the map from Slacks here with the AWP. This gets now very, very dangerous for FUT.
Jugs is in trouble. The Smokes will give him some cover for the time being, but then the question is, how much do you extend as you wait for your teammates to rotate in? You want those trade fraggers to be there as well. Outnumbered by M80 5-4. They've got the Mac-10 to swing in the hands of Sin also, and the util keeps on coming, and Slacks again. A nuisance with the AWP. 21 frags for him. Maybe more to come. 3 remain. Clock is ticking for FUT as Jugs goes to his demise, as does Demon. And it will be M80 to take a very important first map of the series.
Kaspersky. Just when they were starting to aggress down the ramp, they lose their piece, and now Sadzin's staring at deep smokes.
Shush going in, and Doom out. Gonna fall away. Sadzin's off, finally connecting, and he's got a second one as well. Sharp shooting from Sadzin, and then Nissim gets involved as well, leaving Snappy in a 1v2. It's doable, but let's see if he's able to pull it off. He gets banged as well through the pillar. Sadzin isn't missing much in this round.
Check him, PC. Snappy, you're a dead man. You are a dead man. Missed shot from Sadzin, picks up the Deagle headshot for style points. That was a very nice little sequence out of the sniper.
That one is I'm not gonna say backbreaking, but that's got to be so frustrating for an IP. Like, you were in complete control of that situation. Yeah. You had all the fights go your way early. Sadzin just shuts you down for no good reason. Lovely shooting with the ult.
Second follow-up shot. Like, this is already impressive, but this one, what is?
It's also, again, it's like you're peeking before the smoke pops. Like, I know you have an op, maybe you want to challenge him, but it's like, how's that decision work out at the end of the day? Like, you have that smoke coming in. You don't need to take this fight. You don't even need to look for it. Just wait for the smoke to plume, and then you get in for free.
Right. You know, Yanko said something a few rounds ago. He was like, oh, it feels like this one's over, and now we're looking at overtime. And now it's looking like Legacy are going to win the map, which is so crazy that Legacy have found their way back into this.
Thank you so much, Dinko, for pointing that out.
Yeah, you're welcome, Yanko. But now Art's T side. That's what needs to happen here for a win.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's like that first half, the strategically looked a little bit crazy with how simplistic it was, but it put the number of rounds on the board, right? So it's not like they had a bad T side whatsoever.
Result-wise, yeah.
Result-wise.
The strategery was definitely there. Bombs A main, you've got two players still in cave. Who moves first? You have the boost for the orb, hoping for an overextension. Dismount, audible to Wrinkle. So he knows there's action A main.
He knows there's nothing in middle. Kaspersky's jump spotting from Red Room. He's got the angle in Donut, so mid's clear. They heard one footstep in A main. Haven't really heard anything outside B. Shush is playing it so passively you wouldn't hear any noise being made by someone like Lotto or Art playing in Jaguar at the moment. Very passive defense as well. Going to be very susceptible to a full execute and set piece, which is exactly what Legacy's bringing to the table.
Now let's see if they will let the smokes plume before they actually commit. Yes, they will. Smoked off, no HEs for the CTs to break, and now Nissim's trying to activate on A. There is going to be a
huge gap.
A massive gap. If Ken doesn't catch this, Wrinkle's going to be mad. Wrinkle's mad.
Oh, he turns around and the kill comes in. Karen at least getting the trade immediately, but that bomb is now planted over on B. A retake required of NIP here. Gonna wait for Karen to come back over from the A site.
Got to give this a look in, boys. That's a great, well-placed incendiary. Makes it easy to pick up Doom out. Still, Sadzin's a problem for them. Nice headshot back. Kaspersky removes Cave with instantaneous speed. It's not looking easy to get on the bomb. Sadzin! How has he got three of them? You have to run at him. Kaspersky's got to close this gap. He's just right in the clock. Runs at him and a no-scope to close. Stunning from Sadzin. Legacy one away from taking the map.
Back-to-back Sadzin rounds. That's filthy.
Bro, honestly, that's the biggest difference in this game compared to like the first half or just until Legacy started coming back. I mean, he was missing some shots. He was struggling to find impact. I don't feel like he missed one shot in the last 10 rounds. Yeah, dude, look at this lovely double.
Ooh. Nice and quick, just on point. The no-scope to boot at the end of the day. Well done.
There you go. You don't even need the sound. You know what that sounds like.
Yeah, you know exactly what it sounds like. Audio-only listeners might not be happy, but what can you do? Kaspersky with the trade back, and now it's a slaughter. Dumao trying to finish this game right here, right now.
Wrinkle and Shush, a 2v3 to try and recover to keep this one going, but Legacy's Orper and Sadzin has found a way to get Legacy enough output to get this one done. He's still alive inside of mid. They drift towards the A bomb site. It's only Shush waiting for them, and the anchor has moved into A main. So he's not going to be in the site ready to take them down, and he's continuing to move forward as they slip their way into the site.
Like, you know, A main's a possibility, so throw out the util, no rush on the plant. Art's not hurrying. Covered by Nissim. Wrinkle through mid, is going to be heard by Sadzin. Nice from Shush. Pulls us back into the 2-on-2.
Trying to move, but Art's got the headshot out from default. Shush is gone, leaving Wrinkle on his own, and he will be taken out by Satsin, the man to close it. 26 kills, 14 deaths. Legacy come back. It looked like NIP were about to close this one out. Legacy stay in it and find enough power in overtime to get the job done in their map selection. Ancient falls in the way.
this road to riches, I just pray and make it home. Navigation glitching, had to get there on my own. I made it this far, I can't turn around. Just know my mama proud, moving at the speed of sound. Trying to strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. That risk, trying to strike it rich. I'ma take that. Bands, baby, who don't want them bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance. Yeah, it's about who gon' period if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. That risk, tryna strike it rich.
Here with the locals, doing alright.
Bands, baby, who don't want them bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance. Yeah, it's about who gon' period if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich.
And that's what... Oh! Laser beam!
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League. We are on the B stream. The best B sounds the best. I have it on good authority, and we have a very interesting matchup here, where a very compelling initial map with M80 actually able to defeat FUT on Anubis, and now we will move to Mirage. Much more familiar ground for both teams, so you'd expect there to be a lot more comfort here for the FUT side. And this is where they have to right the series. A team that has had so many highs of late, it would be for them, I think, quite a disappointment to lose to FUT at this stage of the ESL Pro League. James, what do you make of this?
I think we have the perfect ingredients for an explosive game on Mirage. I know that much. Again, I wanted M80 to come through on that first map because I think that gives us the best scenario possible. They need to win it in 2. FUT probably need to win it in 3. So I think, you know, both things are true coming into map 2 now. So I think we have the perfect mix of ingredients. And I don't know what to expect on Mirage between these two teams specifically. Again, as I mentioned before, looking at previous games that M80 have had on Mirage, you know, they win a fair amount of them, but their opponents tend to get a fair amount of rounds as well. So they may feel like narrow victories. So again, I think all the ingredients are there for an entertaining series, regardless of which way it goes. I think the wider audience expects a victory for FUT in this series altogether. But for me, I'm just coming in with eyes wide open. I don't have any expectations beyond, well, beyond it being a good series, I'll say that much. I don't know if you have a dog in this fight or like if you have expectations as to which way this will go.
I think, you know, like you said at the top of the show, a 3-mapper here I think is very likely. Mirage is I mean, if we look at the last 5 maps of Mirage that were played by FUT, you know, this was all at Cluj and Poker very recently, and they started out by defeating Aurora 13-6. They then defeated Furia 13-9. They then defeated Astralis 13-4. They lost to Mouse, but that was pretty, you know, reasonable. And then a 13-10 victory against PARIVISION. So this is very comfortable, and they're starting things off here on the pistol with an opening entry into the A site.
Great tap by Lake, slips away to focus on Connector, often a lurker in that position. But as his teammates are being dropped on A, no one else really has angles just yet. Slack's wandering about the window as the smoke's just dissipated. In the meantime, the bomb will head towards that A bomb site. Then Lance continues to slink away, try to find a headshot. He will be unsuccessful in doing so. Bomb still not planted just yet. They had a chance, maybe thinking that somebody might be lurking in CT. Now Symmetry's alone, but he's made it a 1 versus 2. 2 headshots through CT. Perhaps it's the next headshot wins. Lake with more HP, but takes one in the face. The USP collected by Symmetry will put in great work for him as the T's take the pistol.
There you go. So kicking things off in a comfortable fashion. And I think you know, this will be a very interesting game because I think one of the reasons why Mirage is so fun is because it really allows individuals to shine. You know, there's so many elements of this map that are extremely familiar to basically everybody. So it can be very dynamic. And I think with some of the form that we saw from M80 on the first map, it does give me confidence that they could certainly cause some problems here for FUT. But we'll see. On the CT side, they are actually going to, you know, force it up. And a decent amount of util that will be also used in combination with some nasty weapons, the 5.7s, MP9s, and a scout as well. So lots of danger in this round. We'll see what FUT do. They've got that B split ready to go. Starting with this cat presence.
Numbers starting to head in now. Outnumbered are FUT. It only gets worse as well. Lake dispatched of. And I'm not sure what there's left for the remaining 2 of the squad. Probably better to hold on to what they had. No need to throw the good money after the bad, as I like to say. So M80 will be firmly in the bin. Feet first. Don't want to be head first in the bin. And a promising start for FUT. Depends on what's in the bin. What are you going in head first for in the bin? What sends Dan in head first into the bin?
I don't know.
Broccoli.
Pillows? Clean pillows.
Clean pillows in the bin. Okay. It could be a brand new bin. Clean pillows in the bin.
Terrorists win.
Mirage with one of the last surviving graffitis. Who knows if there'll be a graffiti when Cash comes back? I think the people want it for the culture, but the devs don't seem to appreciate that. You know, they don't want to stand still, if you will. The map, I mean, a map can change, but the lore of the map doesn't change. So I don't know that it should necessarily be wiped, but Mirage is one that they know they can't ruin, like Inferno, with changes.
Fast timing for Slacks, the scout. Not going to catch anybody, though. There's no luck through the B apartments. However, Longs is looking, and he might actually find this scout. Slacks. Oh, did he get a look in there? Just a pixel on his screen. I'm not sure, but either way, the stack on the B site looks like it could be fully evaded potentially. That is the goal here, of course, for FUT is to detect any stacks. Need to puzzle the map and see with the information they have what it tells them. But look at this. The stack is moving. It is mobile. It has wheels.
Oh, fancy meeting you here, says Demon. I love the pre-fire as well as he swings with the Mac-10. Neutralizing the threat. Swisher and Slacks remain. Before I can finish my sentence, Slacks has been deleted. And he was a dab hand with the AWP on the first map. I would expect that to continue when the time comes here on Mirage. I'm curious to see how he will implement said AWP. He was rotating quite a lot on the CT side of Anubis. I would expect him to do the same here as well. Swisher knows better than to try and retrieve that rifle immediately, but he will not be retrieving any rifle in that particular round.
Yeah, and you know, this really shows a big difference between Mirage and Anubis, because if we look at Anubis, there was a lot of trouble that FUT had where they had this strong position where you're playing the anti-eco. Yeah, there's, well, anti-force buy, I should say, where they're on the T side and they're trying to figure out what are the timings, how should we approach this round. And they ended up making a pretty big mistake and it cost them a round. Or no, in fact, it didn't cost them a round, but they lost like 4 people and almost lost the round very narrowly. You can see that Mirage is a completely different story. Very drilled, very comfortable with how to play these rounds out, and they've got great protocols so far. And you know, the opening here is interesting, just forcing the CTs to respond in mid, and then falling back immediately off that mid presence into what's going to be an A split. They've got the lurk potential as well from Longs in the tunnels.
I like the double HEs in mid as well. Through the smoke. Often seen on an eco towards the window. 3 in Palace is quite a lot. Lounx is making a lot of noise in mid. First player will get some information. Maybe not expecting the second one to walk out afterwards. Job done. They make their way in, but maybe the job's not completely complete because JBA is or was there. Symmetry deals with that. But there might be a CT sandwich with one towards jungle, but they'll rotate over towards CT, the remaining 2, Sin and Swisher versus 3.
Very strong positions and a nice HE there as well. And yeah, looks like a save has been called to grab the AWP and get out. Nice round though. I really do like everybody stacking into Palace. You can see the efficacy there. The ticket players looking for somebody towards that T ramp, but no one comes and just fully exposed. And do we get any guns picked off here from FUT? They would love to get this AWP out of the hands of the CTs, but it looks like it's going to be held on to. Nice defense there from Sin. And 4 rounds now on the board for FUT. But where is that AWP going to go? That's the only thing that they really have to worry about, I think, in the opening of this next round.
I think that was great from Palace. The first player is purely sacrificial. You're just not expecting a second player to walk out the lane after the first player walks out the lane. You're expecting the T's to come from anywhere else. And that bait and switch, if you will, just allows the can opener to walk straight in there. And again, there were still chances with the positions for the CTs, but that was some nice work there by FUT. And indeed, Slacks with that AWP will be on the A-bomb site, and there are rifles around it. Speaking of AWPs, though, it is Cemetery to get the opening in round 5.
Yeah, difficult decisions to be made now by Monte. They start to try to get the information game on their side. Oh, the transfer, very, very smooth from Jugs indeed. Slacks, though, finds Scribeni in mid, lightening the load ever so slightly, but that load's still pretty heavy. And in fact, going away from the AWP, they don't have position to avoid Slacks completely, but they can run through T-spawn to B, where Swisher is going to be the key player. And how does he play this spot? He's taking a forward position to begin with. If he can show presence, maybe pick off one player, he has spots to fall back onto to reposition and buy time. There's that first kill, and now falls back. And it does buy some time for Slacks, but Slacks actually making his way through to Cat. That could be a really good position. If Swisher can buy enough time, this might be doable.
Yeah, he'll have sound cues. There are nades, but not mollies for this T squad to make their way through. Catches the bomb carrier, but doesn't quite finish off the job there. 2 are low, but with the AWP in the hands of Slacks, how much does that matter? He'll be aiming above the waist for sure. Spots one rotating over, but positionally, they're all but guaranteed to find a trade frag, and it's very important to hold on to that AWP, and he'll do exactly that. It was nice work from Swisher. Standing on a bumper at the back of the van is a really strong spot to just pop up and say hello. I think he thought he'd done enough on that first play, that bomb carrier, switching to the second, but not finding a frag in either direction ultimately. Very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I was trying to think to myself, you know, is there a world where if Swisher gets 1 and it's a 1v2 for Slacks? Does Slacks try to go for it? I don't think so. I think he would have had to have gotten both kills from the back there. So AWP is going to be carried into the next round. And that was a good effort though, but it is still 5-0. So MAT really unable to find the openings that they need. And FUT, they are consistently getting either these opening picks or just able to take very advantageous positions on the map early. So for MAT, James, it feels like the ball is in their court. They need to make a decision here. Do they try to go more aggressive and try to find some of these fights early to take the advantage away? Or do they just keep playing more passively? I don't think the passive play is going to work for them. FUT simply know how to work that too well.
A mixed bag here in terms of the weaponry for MAT. I think they'll be leaning heavily on the AWP for this one. Slacks heading over towards A. The way he peeks ramp, I've seen it in more than one round now. It looks pretty nasty. But haven't been on the receiving end of it too often so far in this game, but he's absolutely ready to take opportunity. Pistols have been detected then, and you'd expect there to be numbers, more numbers towards that B bomb site and perhaps the AWP elsewhere. So let's see what the approach is here for this T side of FUT.
I like this from both teams. You know, we get the pressure there, forcing out the smoke, and the CTs know they have to figure out, is this a fake or not? They need to be ahead of this push. But yeah, they force the smoke out. FUT reposition back into mid. Super unknown for MAT as to what is happening at the moment. Connector taken, but still 40 seconds left in the rounds. Jugs in that palace position is able to pop out at the moment's notice. AWP now spotted. Slacks gets taken out, and he's done nothing of value in this round. Unfortunate for MAT as they lose this A site.
I was about to say Swisher will be really important coming through from the underpass, but his teammates die before he can get into position to help them. So the timing does not work out here for MAT, and it's looking real rough on the CT side. A lot of rounds have passed, and their hands are currently empty. So again, if you feel like you've got to do it in 2 and you're 0-6 down, you might not be doing it in 2.
Yeah, really tough one. They do have enough money, of course, to get a full buyout this round. Backs back on the AWP. Again, you know, it feels like this mid position is really important right now. FUT have great command of it, but with that said, that's what we're looking for out of M80. But big response from Longs. They are sending it forwards through the B apartments, but the utility slowing them down. Great pick off from Swisher from down Cat. Jugs straight out there, has to find entries for his team, and he's going to find the Cat player, Swisher, out for the count as Jugs slows things down with the molly. And now Demon wrapping around the side of the site, finds another here on the entry, and suddenly it's looking rather difficult for FUT. Good defense from M80, Sax close range, and they will finally get their first round on the board. Well done from M80.
Yeah, really important to finally get there. Dropping the bomb carrier on the balcony with the remaining players on the bomb site as well. Could have helped if things got more difficult later on, but they were able to dispatch the remainder of the forces. I think they survived with 3 alive towards the end, which is important as well. Had great positions to shut down that push on the balcony around those windows. And they did exactly that, but 1 round will not be enough. They certainly need to build. FUT have huge advantages here.
I gotta say, you know, I think FUT made a great call there to just send it through the B apartments. I think most of the time the TTs probably aren't ready for that. And the reason why I think you're making that call is because you're detecting that there is a mid presence from the CTs, which is going to be more than 1 player. So you're thinking that they don't have enough on the B site to really slow you down. But great response from M80. They give themselves a lifeline here going into the beginning of this. Well, we're actually more at the halfway point of this half, but we'll see what happens on mid this time. Doesn't look like any early picks are available. So far, that's not a good prognosis for M80.
Likes to spend many of these rounds on that stairs position towards A. See if he gets put into the apartments at some point. Maybe waiting for the right spawn to do that. M80 not giving him... Sorry, FUT not giving him much of anything at the moment. Taking their sweet time. Heading towards that minute mark now with 2 still towards top mid. Intentions unknown. Although I say that, Sin is in a very forward position in B apartments. And that will give some confidence to the CT side to be a little closer to that A bomb site.
It's 1 player ticket, so it's more of a retake situation for the CTs on this A site. They can't get past the util now. That's by the jungle connector stairs position. JBA, though, finding his way back to the triple.
Look at this rotation.
And his teammates peeking beyond the smoke, and they see nothing.
Yeah, so we had a rotation. Sin put, as I stopped talking, Sin pushed around that corner. Oh, he's got the sound cues now as well. Can he find the right timing, though? No, There goes the bomb. Can Lake get into position in time? Doesn't look like it. Cemetery drops slacks. Lake is here, not showing just yet, looking for the round win. Oh, he really needed that transfer, but he will not be given it. That leaves JBA in a 1 versus 4. That is utterly brutal for the CT squad. Sin rounding the corner. Once I stopped my segment, seeing nothing there. Then you saw the push up towards top mid from short. That was dealt with. And then you saw the full rotation from the T's, knowing that the bulk of the defenses would be on the A bomb site. So off to B they went. This was the important frag here. Could see him completely caught off guard by that position. Allowed that rotation to come through.
Oh, so sad. So sad Sin couldn't get more there. Even 1. Now, into the next round we go, and M80 getting a good lick of damage there in mid. Both Graveni and Cemetery low. Resmoke there into connector as Lonks makes his way through the underpass. Looking to play for connector here, Lonks. Late on that position though. Is going to find that all too easy. An upgrade for him. Now that's going to trigger the push into the A site. Can M80 defend?
A lot of people heading towards CT. No lurkers as JBA is eliminated. Grenades flying through. Swisher slapped down. The numbers are dwindling very quickly indeed. Sin with the FAMAS will not last long at all. The sentences for M80 are short, round after round. Not much to be said for their Mirage just yet.
Timeout time. Time for timeout. Liking the guitar. We need more metal in esports, James. More metal guitar.
The music in general has been great. Not quite metal, what I'm going to refer to, but I had like UK garage vibes earlier on, and I grew up with UK garage and vinyl in people's bedrooms and so on. So that was quite enjoyable. So props for the music choices in general. But I am a bit of a metalhead as well. I have gone to 3 Glastonburys and 1 Reading Festival. I've been front row for Metallica in the past. That was great. The guy next to me, peed himself because he didn't want to lose his spot. But we were both wearing shorts and his leg was touching mine, so he peed on me. But you know what? It was a rock festival, so I accepted it.
I have questions, but...
Well, sometimes in life, that's going to happen.
I'll refrain.
In a UK rock festival, people often pee in a bottle and throw it into the crowd. So, you know, it could have been worse.
Oh, that's
more,
cool,
you know.
I guess. Especially with the 5.7. The 5.7's notoriously dangerous. I always think of Santaris when I think of a 5.7 on Mirage. Don't know why. I guess it's perhaps maybe self-evident. Brutality in mid though. And the Teagle actually coming into play from Slacks. AK upgrade, and in fact he's converted. Longs goes down as well. Cemetery 1v3 with an AWP in an afterplant. Awkward. There is a very good chance here for M80. Ooh, nice headshot, but does he expect a CT play? It doesn't even matter. Very well done, M80, in the chaos. Like getting peed on in a rock festival.
Yeah, that is chaos. It's slow chaos as well. Slow but warm chaos, if you will. That was an unlikely round. A very unlikely round, but one that will be gladly accepted as it is an arid landscape here. No water of any kind to be found on many around in this CT side. Man like Swisher, talisman for North America. He is to M80 what David Hasselhoff was to Baywatch, you might say. Also German pop music. Yeah. There's some lore for people to look up. All right then, round 11, and we have a fast round being attempted by M80. But the CTs will look to, sorry, by FUT, but the CTs will look to clean up. 4-on-3 for them, see if they can hold on for a desperate third round.
Oh. 2 versus 2 though after that, and Slack's now peering over the stairs with the AWP. Has Sin to his side, and Cemetery's looking for this as well, looking for that headshot, and it might just be available to him. Oh wow, through the smoke there. I don't know. Okay, maybe there's like a gap client side. I didn't see a gap there, but there you go. Another round for M80, and it's the aggression. They're turning up the aggression. They're in the mosh pit right now, and that seems to be more. That seems to be better for them.
I was in a mosh pit once dressed as Raptor Jesus and I almost broke my ankle. I have a video of it actually. There you go.
Where can you find this video?
I'll find the URL or what it's called. Then it's got the Street Fighter Guile music in the background. Anyway, it's a buy round, and we've got a 5-round lead here for FUT. Maybe the FUT's off the gas a little, as M80 have had some kind of a comeback, closing the gap as much as they can. What is the play here? Both teams well equipped with utility. Not many counter flashes for the CTs, but perhaps they have enough.
Nice pick from Lake, from Connector. That's going to go quite far in this one. Good to see the aggression from M80, taking matters into their own hands. Jugs has been very annoying on these Palace Slugs. Matey, they need that dodge ram energy. Got the Flomland winner buff.
Nice.
Ooh.
This man like slacks. Just putting in the big numbers. 8-4 at halftime. There is a gap. It could be a lot worse though. A recovery late on from M80 gives them a fighting chance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League. We are in map 2, half 2, here between FUT and M80. M80 with a resurgence, a fairly strong resurgence at the end of the first half, but they're still down 4-8. We'll see if they can do better on this pistol, but they'll start off here on the the T side, I should say.
Julies are out once again. Cemetery going for the pre-fire. Denied on this occasion. The Glocks are swinging, and they've got back up as well. M80 off to the races on this A-bomb site. Bomb needs to get planted quickly. Lounks rounding over towards CT. Very important he stays alive. Demon looking for lurkers in mid as he approaches connector. But look at this, guys. We've got 4-man on road around that jungle connector position. Smokes are soon gone. Pre-fire continues. Lounks and Jugs have got so much to do, but there's just too many man on road. JBA swings. Lounks has been spotted now. He'll be the sacrificial player on this occasion. It seems Lounks will look to hold on to what he carries, as it may be more valuable than the risk of trying to get a frag. And M80 take a much needed pistol.
Terrorists win.
I feel like it would be a pretty crazy upset if M80 wins. I'm sure I'm not the only person that feels that way. I think that's just by the numbers, like what you should expect or how you should expect to feel. Very interesting so far that M80 have managed to kind of dig deep and find a resurgence, because they looked really out of it in that first half. And looking at this game right now, with a win on this second half pistol, all they need now is just to get some momentum behind themselves. And they could make something of this. Again, they're ranked 29, FUT rank 13 at the moment. FUT on the up. Very good performances on LAN, but 3 players in the mid window here for FUT. They're up to some shenanigans.
Oh, that's just great work from the CT side. Just when you thought it was safe to put the slippers on, M80 are barefoot in the rain once again. Absolutely deleted on the ramp. Bomb lost, hope lost, lead lost, momentum lost, everything in the bin. My words, scorched earth here from FUT. Coming into the second half of Mirage, angry. I mean, if they have 5 standing at the end of this round, it's just disastrous. There's no upside here for M80.
Yeah, they need to try to get rid of some guns. I don't know how likely that is. Stuck behind 2 devastatingly difficult choke points. Another smoke A main as well. It actually is painful. It's painful. I am experiencing physical pain. Just looking at the lack of options and opportunity here for M80, and how disappointing this is as well. This could have been the start that could have got them to 8-8, but right now it's not looking very likely they'll be able to find their way there. At least not easily, anyway. But I mean, that's the danger of 5-7s, and the pistol buy on this map is notoriously difficult to deal with. And looking to save 2 Galils at least, forced to sit in their despair. But the problem is here as well, it prevents you as a T side from conditioning your CT opponents as heavily. Because if, let's say, you won that round and you play against an eco, then you got some money in the bank, and then you play against a buy round, suddenly you've got all these rounds where you can kind of set some conditioning. But now this makes it harder, I think, as a caller to navigate. And so we're really going to see M80 get tested here. We've seen some good resilience so far, but it's not a good look for them right now.
We've got really good observers. Props to you guys. I appreciate you. And us as well. Minute 30 for M80 to try and solve many a problem. Krabeni, tunnel vision with the sound cues going towards the window that window player dealt with. But 4 remain. Fast-moving action now as Slax looks to pre-fire around that corner. The trades continue in favor of the T's. Demon needs to be dealt with, though. He is buying time. He's allowing space for his teammates to rotate in, and Jugs will collect the last 2 to shut down the push towards B.
That was close, actually. There was some real opportunities there. Off of that connector pick, they had some really good pacing M80 into that B site. Some of those doors as well, it really could have gone another way. So, that will feel at least somewhat nice, but not getting the bomb planted, I think, is pretty devastating. Obviously, that money could go pretty far right now. But instead, just pure Glocks. Nothing
This is a good time to just let you know that the DHL mailbag, you can ask questions for the B stream as well. We specialize in relationship advice and bad crypto advice. So if you do send in some emails for the mailbag, then just put B stream in the title. And if you want relationship advice, Dan and I will come to your rescue or demise, but probably rescue. So just bear that in mind. If you've got problems, if you don't know how to talk to girls, then use that mailbag, and we will sort you out, guys. We'll save you.
Any form of life advice?
Yeah, absolutely. General life advice.
Accepted.
We got you.
Oh. M80 on the buy. This would have been really nice to get that pick there from Lake, but doesn't really work out, unfortunately for him. In the meantime, the rest of his team start to sort of progress through the underpass, getting slowed by these grenades. Re-smoke into the mid window. So that's going to create some forward movement now from M80 you'd expect.
Oh, Swisher!
And they hit a 5-round mid.
He's just a boy!
He's
eating nades in the basement. There's no nutritional value. This feels like it's been a quick game of Mirage, even though we're in round 17. It feels prompt, it feels aggressive. Racing towards Ancient, the way FUT are playing. Loungs dropped. They need to round that corner before SemperFi gets involved once again. Demon's in a very awkward position. We often speak about how good he can be, but on this occasion, it was too much to ask. Molly's flying through. Jugs looking to lose some weaponry as well, or is he? Another multi-frag for him, as it's him and Krabeni, who's been hiding now behind enemy lines. That bomb not planted just yet. They were ready to cover the plant, but it will never get planted. Great timing from FUT. False sense of security secures them the round.
Yeah, really smart for Krabeni to wait for so long, and really nice response time from Jugs as well. As soon as Krabeni starts firing, Jugs is like super fast through the window from kitchen, knowing that they have to deal with his teammate first, and that forward space makes it impossible for M80. No room to breathe for them as we go into what could be the final round here. They're having to buy, of course, and that just means a bunch of Galils, not an AK-47 in sight, not for them at least. And we'll just have to see what they can do. They've been working this mid position into Cat and B very effectively, you would say, but not actually picking up the rounds overall. Krabeni going aggressive here into the underpass. That is not fun for M80.
They're just in control. They are not stopping. They are dictating the pace, dictating the frags as well. The end of the line on Mirage looks painful, uncomfortable, perhaps a relief with how one-sided it has been for FUT. Maybe it always had to be done in 3 for FUT. For M80, they may have had other ideas, but Ancient it will be. We are going all the way.
Opening fight here and no utility to do it. Brokey going for more. Brokey wants it all.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over.
Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/e.
We get back to the gun rounds now as well. So Art might be a little bit limited down to a Tech 9 because he bought the AK in the previous round, but you have the op and Sads. I feel like, did we see the op in Wrinkle's hands on the T side at all in the first half? No? Maybe once? I don't recall it.
If we did, he didn't do much with it.
He hasn't had it in the second half either quite yet, obviously. It's still early going, but it's been a while since we've seen Wrinkle with the AWP. Doing great with an AK though, 17 and 9.
Oh, Sadzen swapped out for an AK too.
Okay.
Hey, smokes.
There we go.
Yeah, solid.
Yo.
Got ourselves a half.
It's more of a modern variation of them too. Fully updated.
Oh, well, you are screwed.
Oh, Wrinkle. No way. He's found some sanctuary above the Molotov, so he's able to stay there without taking damage. Now Dumao moving up to the side of main with those smokes will be activated by the flashbang. He gets caught by it, but still charges in, and Nissam's got the opening.
Ooh, what's that? Pushing the smoke from Wrinkle. That was audacious. Has not worked out for him, and round done. Snappy evacuates.
The idea is cool. Like, I actually really like that idea of trying to follow that up through the smoke, but no defenders in the upper bomb site means there's no resistance and nobody going down, which means if you're Legacy, you're like, well, I have the manpower to sit here and wait. You know, I don't need to help them take the bomb site. There's no action, there's no trading, no resistance. It's all good. He needed some teammates to create the distraction for that play to work.
It was also loud way too early. Gave a cue to the T's.
You boys excited for the next game, by the way? Get to see Senzu in that Passion jersey?
Yeah, that's going to be cool.
That's going to be weird.
I wish I could listen in to their comms.
Yeah.
Right.
We might see it on display, though. That might be the problem. Like, you might be able to tell.
It was always hard to, you know, interview the Mongols. That's for sure.
Turns out Senzu just speaks perfect English.
Imagine.
It's like, actually, I've just been sitting on this the whole time.
And they'll be taking on Liquid. So it's like our little, every once in a while, glimpse to see where Liquid's at.
Wait, Liquid are playing a tournament?
Have they taken a step forward? Have they taken 3 steps back? Let's find out. It's going to be coming up in the next series.
Chat, is this real?
Is it? So what's the vibe of that? Like Liquid just not attending events like by virtue of their ranking?
They had the whole NAF thing. So NAF was out.
That's right.
Yeah, he had a good deal with some stuff. He's now back.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
but
NAF's back.
You had to reply to those invites before any of that happened.
Yeah.
So it was just, perhaps not choosing, trying not to exhaust your players?
Well, I also think at some point it's not worth grinding tournaments if you're clearly not doing well at them.
Oh, because if you're going to do that, you'll lose points every time.
Eventually,
they don't have any points.
Yeah, they don't have. I think they're outside the major right now.
Oh.
I don't even think they are within the major qualification at this point.
They need to do really well here.
They need to do awesome at every event they play before the cutoff.
Okay. Oh, well, that makes it even more exciting. Yeah. So you get the first look at Senzu in a Passion jersey with the every continent covered roster.
Yeah, exactly.
And you get to Doom watch Liquid.
And kind of see if there is any hope for Team
That's everybody's slight. We don't need to Doom watch Liquid. You guys can hang out with me and have a positive Liquid viewing experience. You know?
Oh, Passion UA somehow still on America's team, Jason. They're going to pull it off.
However it works.
And another successful smoke wall.
Yes. This time Dumao playing with them. Alone. No one else with it.
Well, the smoke break didn't quite work out for them. Dumao continues his progressions as a second successful smoke wall. He's made it across, undetected. I say undetected, he's about to detect a presence. Not ready for that angle of approach. Down goes Ken, who's having a really rough day at Nuke.
Yeah, well, Dumao's just taught him a lesson there. He's like, you got to be careful about this kind of a play if you're just going to tuck yourself into that corner. Dumao, no idea that one's dropped down the vents, but Kaspersky's not being aggressive about it.
No, but this is really nice from Kaspersky. He can report that there's no commitment. He's not hearing multiple boots. He's just going to keep the top site rather defended. Wrinkle's even dropped in, so fully committed to the A site.
Yeah, but what's the way back in this round for NAP? That's the problem.
Something incredible from Kaspersky. That's about all you got. Yeah, I guess he'd have to hold on to... He'd have to get aggressive and make sure they can drop down vents.
Snap is going to go try and flank Dumao.
Ooh, this is
out
good.
for it.
Oh, he's turned back at the right time, but Snappy's still able to win the duel. So that's one kill back here for an IP.
Got a feel for Dumao, though. He's been in that position for, what, like a minute?
Boys, what are we doing?
I have too much to pay attention to. Can we maybe speed things up?
20 seconds.
Yeah, Wrinkle's backed up into Art, who's been waiting all along for that kill to come in. Now Satson out from heaven, taken down by Shush, who can only get one.
Wait.
Some Time is the problem here. NIP could use their teammate in time to try and win this one. But that plant finally coming through here for Legacy. Enough utility to keep them back. And now with a 3v2 with the post-plant setup, it's very tough to see a world in which NIP don't just save these.
Yeah, Luke, you see a little shake of the head on the cams there from Kaspersky. He knows that they've got to kind of resign themselves to the save here.
Art's got himself the impact kills in this round. That double kill just wins the day. Wrinkle is just, I mean, couple freebies given up. The Karen play, that is an easy one for Mal to open things up with, and then Wrinkle kind of just walking to the vent but looking elsewhere. Easy one.
Have no lobby control. Like, he's just running, jumping around. Like, it's...
Yeah, do you think no one's going to be in Squeak Door? That's like the position for late round lobby lurkers.
Yeah, people spend minutes there just staring at the wall for that play.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously he knows that. It's just the details and the pressure of losing parts of the map and the pressure of the way the round's playing out tactically, forgets the detail in the moment and punished. But he had an op. That was the one.
Yeah, it did happen. We've seen it.
He's got it again.
Okay. Yeah, this pathing just, ruining Ken's day. I guess in his head, he hadn't progressed that far. Expected them to start progressing upon the second wall, but Dumal was kind of already ahead of that. Internal timing of Ken. Strange, because I thought NIP were like really quite nuke specialists. I suppose this new constellation aren't as comfortable.
Going for a lobby crunch. You said they didn't have lobby control. They're not going to get it with this kind of a play. Shut down early.
Ooh, look at him go. Lato's catching this timing.
Way.
This is such ballsy counter-strike. You're not ready for that. Walks out the heart. Wrinkle reveals his aggressions into lobby.
Bomb is split off. Sadzin's got it. He's at the back of lobby, so they've got to find a way to get it in while holding on to the upper bomb site.
Can Karen find a little bit more happiness? He's not going to keep moving forward. He's going to start backing away, which gives Sadzin a level of comfort to move into the site. I'll smoke out main.
Wanted the Molly Heaven and realized it was smoked out already.
Well now he's going to wait for his moment.
He really wants.
He really like, I'm committed to this.
God damn it! I'm gonna Molotov this no matter what happens in this round.
It's like he said it in the comms, I'll Molly Heaven, and then just waited.
Didn't want to be a liar.
Yeah,
want to be a man of his word.
Exactly. Oh, nice. We can see the scoreboard.
Hey.
Thanks, Jakey. Nothing's really jumping off the page.
Even the 6 players on NIP is not enough.
The one thing jumping off is Art. 19 kills would be the one thing.
Yeah, valid. Ever since.
Yeah, the style with which he's done it too, yeah.
Ever since
lobby
lobby push on the eco.
And now 10 to 8. They've got double figures. Could be 2-0ing.
They're going. Sadzin wants a biff.
Oh, I love this. Send everything. While smoke goes up on the forklift. And that's going to be enough to discourage the commitment to the hunt.
To the hunt. All right, well, NIP better get back in shape. They better turn this around. 3 in a row now for the Legacy side of things. Running out of money is the issue for NIP at the moment. They have the 3 weapons they save, so they buy up again. They're starting to get a full losing bonus. We're almost there. But really, cash flow is going to be an issue if they can't start winning a few rounds.
Indeed. Well, Wrinkle going to be outside. He's going to be smoked out. It feels like we're getting a lot of outside smokes from Legacy, central to the game plan, actually. And Wrinkle looking to be disruptive. Karen's pushed up this time. Is this finally the spot where Karen gets some success?
Oh, he gets cleared.
Yep, he's got 1 and a second. Much better from Karen. Something to celebrate.
Yeah, number 3 was asking a bit too much. Sadzin's pulled us back level. So Kaspersky immediately dropped vents. That was his reaction. He's going to try and actually get active towards the yard side.
This should slow down massively. I feel like Legacy at this point should be taking at least like a 20-second pause to just chill and see if there's going to be a reaction somewhere. Readjusting on the map back towards lobby. Shush in the upper bomb site. Snappy over in ramp room. And Kaspersky down in secret.
I do start to have a growing concern for Legacy's ability to close in the mid-rounds after Ancient, but...
Right.
I feel like, I mean, what do you do here? I feel like just contact outdoor isn't the worst thing in the world. You've got a decent amount of utility to smoke off main if you wanna get a little bit more detail.
Yeah, I like that. When in doubt, aim map out, squeak.
No, that's good. Crossfire hit the moment, but Shush, will he spot the first contact? It would be the main player. It's Kaspersky finding the first fight, and Shush peeking, doing damage to Satson, but Kaspersky getting both picks. And yep,
well, you got all the fights you wanted. You got every single situation that you thought you might get into, and you had a decent chance in all of them, and you lost the fights. Unfortunate, but good, cool calling from Legacy to put himself in that situation. 1-round lead, they're nursing it. NIP survive with their money now. They don't get broken, so still gonna have a very strong defensive setup. That's a 5-on-4 conversion given away. And as you mentioned, that's Karen stepping up with a double kill to do it. All right, I want to see something out of Wrinkles All.
Maybe this is the round. This looks like he's going to get at least one shot, but they waited for the smokes. And it does get significantly harder without smoke breaks. There's one, nothing home.
Oh, he's looking for the main drop.
Yeah, that's a good angle for it.
Don't do it.
Oh, spots them, gets back to it, and there's Wrinkle with the opening frag. We've got Legacy with 3 players going down secret.
You've already got Karen to meet him here as well. He dropped over from ramp room, so now he's going to be inside the B-bomb site, ready and waiting for him. Nissim going to be lurking out late in the round, but that requires his 3 teammates to actually do something in the lower bomb site to give him the chance to play.
Wrinkle has been pulled away. He's in 2 minds. He's concerned. He knows Nissim's still alive. Man likes his lurks. Ken clock. Wrinkle's attention drawn as well, trying to provide support from both sides. No, just going to run out. Just going to run out on the timing. Far too easy for Ken. Trade is there.
So we get the follow-up, but Dumau certainly will. At range, domes Wrinkle. And so the round's completely back on thanks to that kill from Dumau.
It's not planted for Nissim, though, so keep that in the back of your minds. He's playing in ramp room.
Well, doubled up here at Decon. Dumau's hungry for another kill, and he'll get exactly that. 3 kills on his 8K. We've got Shush and Kaspersky trying to come back in for a retake. Kaspersky with that kill up from control room. That's Satson getting caught, so it's all on Dumau.
On for the ace.
Yeah, he has to ace this one. Has he got it up his sleeve? Goes out from the peak here at Decon, dropping to 73 HP, tapping away. He's got another kill, and he's kept a lot of his health. Flash to the door. Shush runs him down, blinded perfectly by Dumau. He's on the defuse, though. He's sticking it around the corner, and Dumau delivers all 5 kills. Huge round that might just be enough to get this 2-0 done today for the Legacy side.
Legacy have all the daggers in this game. The MP7 round in lobby, now this clutch, this 1v2 from Dumau where he gets all 5 kills. Those are back-breaking rounds if you're on IP on Nuke.
Oh, that is going to be really deflating to process and to bounce back from. Dumau's got a massive smile on his face.
Second ace of the game.
Yeah.
We had the quad kill from Lado. That was almost an ace as well.
Yeah, and all of that, Legacy have had mostly the dominance. Of course, Kaspersky with 1 ace of his own.
Interesting to see them take the timeout here, Legacy, after such a huge round from Dumau. You know, the pressure is on NIP. I mean, the NIP has timeout, but make them take one if they need it. I mean, Art was dead for a little while. He could have just been thinking about what he's going to call and the money and all of that. So you're giving them an opportunity to reset mentally, to come up with a plan, because the buy for NIP is all over the place. There's 2 5.7s, an AWP, 2 M4s. So now you gave them time to organize.
Come up with a plan, come up with an idea. Let's see what they got.
Yeah, I mean, eyes on Wrinkle, right? He's had his head in his hands, but he's got the big gun. And already Kaspersky's taken some heavy lift.
And that's what... Oh! Laser beam!
On to the knife round then, to decide who starts where. Ancient, the deciding map of this series. Perhaps the... I always wonder, like, if you get to a deciding map, is the worst over for one of the teams in the series? Is the worst about to begin? Like, who's at the biggest advantage now as we go into map 3 then?
Yeah, I think, for both teams, you kind of reset. Obviously, it sucks to lose map 2, I think, in the way that MAT did, but at least it was kind of like a quick affair anyway. And I think this map is, I think, familiar territory for both sides. So again, they don't have any experience playing each other, but in terms of playing Ancient, I think Ancient has become, of course, since this introduction, like very well adopted and well liked and very, I think, standard. It almost feels like Inferno to me in some respects. As Inferno became this map where everyone understood how to play it. It's in everybody's map pool. I think you have to be like there's not as many haters, you know, who I'm just not going to play it. It's very common. So I'm not going to look at this matchup and feel like either team's feeling in any way uncomfortable, especially MAT. You know, they had a really good showing on Anubis. And there's every reason to expect that they can be competitive here going into this matchup. In terms of the map statistics, we've got 6 maps played by MAT on this in the last 3 months, 83 win percent, and then you've got 67 win percent for FUT across 9 maps. So, relatively close in terms of that. I think it's just with FUT, they're just have been playing higher quality opponents.
Oh, for those of you who wanted to see the Rap to Jesus shenanigans, I have put them on Twitter now. So you can check my Twitter if you want to see the Rap to Jesus mosh pit situation from a while back. Good times, good times. I had a flock of geese at one point as well. You can see it towards the end of the video. I suppose they were my adopted disciples. But anyway, yeah, Ancient has become a staple. I don't see that changing with the addition of Anubis, which, I think every game of Anubis is information for people. I'm very curious to see where things settle, what an average Anubis will look like 6 months from now. I do also wonder how long it will last, because people don't seem to be giving it too much of a thumbs up. Yeah, without waffling too much about maps right now, the last update that was done to Cache before it was taken over by Valve, I wasn't a fan of some things on that, like the big fiery barrels and so on. I thought that was clutter. But I hope they've learned their lessons from doing too much to maps like Inferno, which on paper look good, but ultimately they've had to pare down a lot of the stuff they've been doing there in terms of distracting elements and so on. So fingers crossed that Cache is something that people still want to play. But anyway, into the pistol we go again. Just the one pair of jewelries actually for the CT side of FUT on this occasion, as MAT race across the map from B to A. Krebeni coming in from the back through that mid position, pulling the T's away, who are still carrying the bomb. They've certainly been spotted and they are almost completely surrounded now.
I feel like you almost want to go back into mid at this point. The CDs have had too much time to set up on the A site. There could be an isolated player on the flank. That's Krebeni, but he's started 1v1 Krebeni. It's very, I think, smart for him to make that rotation, but it's going to be exploited ultimately here by M80. Now darting towards this B site in a good spot to respond to Demon as well. Headshot onto him. He doesn't really get much value, and it's going to be a tough road back into the site here for the CT side of FUT. And they're all coming from CT, and they are getting flanked as well.
So many rounds in those Glocks. Chug's ready for the bogey at 6 o'clock, though. Got more to do, but nothing more to be done there. That's a confidence-building start to the third map. That's for sure. And for some, it will be certainly needed, because, boy, was that a lopsided affair. Again, these two teams somewhat unfamiliar with each other, but they are 2 maps deep at the beginning of the third. And I think after the spanking they took on Mirage, that is a needed pistol psychologically for M80.
Yeah, pretty nice response. The adjustments to decisively call to, back away from Donut, back into mid, and so good to see that, they're really present at the moment. Stack onto the B site for FUT with the pistols. And I don't think they're going to have as much success as they would have had on Mirage, or as they did have on Mirage in such a round as this. Chug's, his job is to delay this as much as possible. We'll see if it works, if there's a hesitation. If there is a world, if the smoke actually stops them, that FUT can kind of get a rotation in, but M80 surely wouldn't respect it.
In they go. There is an argument to, for the most part, reset for the next round. If you are what remains of FUT. play for exits as well. Tried to pick up a rifle. There are quite a few here for MAT. I don't think they'll be going for a retake. Lake could be expendable. He's got some good cover from Swisher, however. But it might just be that one extra frag here for the CT side. Well, a little more. Some extra cash maybe to be acquired in the next round. But that's all there is to say, really, at the beginning of this one for FUT.
So it just all goes according to plan. We'd love to see that if you're an MAT fan or if you're MAT, one of the two. But things, of course, will get kind of interesting once we get into the buy rounds, and we'll start to see how the utility default game kind of goes for both sides. Once again, the anti-eco protocol here for MAT to run. Quick mid to take with those pop flashes over the top from T-Spawn. And if we actually do get a potential fight that FUT are looking for in that mid position with 2 players donut and 2 players in the red room. Lots of nades towards B as well. Should surely pull some rotation. High threat on this B site.
Rings the bell, but can't do much more than that. Blake's still standing for now. Bumpy ride at the beginning of Ancient for FUT. For their players, around $2,000. We'll see what their first buy round looks like. Again, plenty of confidence, plenty of momentum brought into this one. The MAT claw something back in that regard. There's still more damage to be done here. We can see Slacks is in the red. They've dropped 3 players very quickly indeed. And it's actually going to come down to a 1 versus 1 here. So I think Krabani maybe keeps the AK at this point. He can get it far enough away. A lot more damage than we were expecting with those 3 deagles towards the end. And that really is significant for the CT side as they develop, because all those Ts have got to spend money that we weren't expecting now to get that full buy-in. So if FUT can start finding success early, that will reduce the pressure in continuation rounds that the Ts can offer. So well done to them for taking all those guns away from MAT.
The mid battle now rages forwards to this next round. Good counter util from the CT side to slow down any timings for the Ts. They're going to be giving that one up, kind of making the assumption the CTs have made a play into mid. But there's no setup there. It's voided straight away. And a pretty fast response, but it could go into the AWP here on a main that Cemetery is wielding. And I like that we've got Swisher on the B side of the map there, playing the lurk. But this AWP, I mean, it has to be flashed off. Otherwise, this will be quite painful.
One-minute mark. And the A players will hold as the investigation through mid continues. Lake approaching Donut now, currently mollied off, and the grenade starts to stream in as Cemetery repositions. Timing might be unfortunate for him, but he's still got some cover. He can have another look at that long position, ready to fall back if needed, though. Avoids the flash, and that is a great swipe onto JBA. Cavalry making their way in through CT as the frags go back and forth. Sin and Lake remain now, as that bomb still hasn't got quite to that bomb site just yet. And Lake might need a reload soon. Holding position for now, but the flashes will come through and the CTs will swing.
Damage here would be huge, even if they lose a round. Sin on the box. His teammate's now gone. He's got to make a play. He's going to find one. The transfer into the smoke. The Hail Mary not going to find its targets. The defuse comes in. So great response, great round. Very quickly here from FUT on the CT side. Bouncing back after the lost pistol and ensuing defeats. But of course, a lot more work to be done. With that said, like you mentioned, the economy not quite as strong as maybe it could have been for the MAT side. It's a great forward flick there. from Cemetery.
There's some big tilts on that monitor that we just saw on the player cam. That would be an interesting thing for LAN. Who's got the most tilt in their monitor? Get the protractors out, boys. And now you see the impact of those 3 deagles towards the end of the round that FUT lost. That third round for M80 because they wiped out all those rifles. M80 are straight onto the pistols for the most part. The hero rifle from Lake, which will come in handy immediately. Again, they've taken so much pressure off getting their first round thanks to those 3 deagling players. Cannot underestimate the impact of that.
That's a great pick. Was he boosted over the smoke, or was he just, does it like a line up through the smoke there for that spray? That was really nice. Chance here for M80. Only 2 players. Pistols make them really mobile into the site, but this defensive line is looking so strong. The multi-kills coming from Jugs and Demon is absolutely phenomenal. Okay, didn't expect that. I looked like M80 were so good to get into the site there, but that's rough.
Yeah, again, that round essentially was set up by FUT by those 3 deagles earlier on. Payoff. There is the boost that you were wondering about. Nice work from the hero rifle, but not enough, and they're down to the Glocks. It is a poverty round for M80, round 6. Now you wonder how important that start may have been for them, if it is to be a difficult T-side half. Those early rounds could be crucial. Take a bullet for the President time. There'll be many bullets. President's gone as well.
Nice little ace highlight there. That's like what you would. That's like the kind of clip you would see in like a 1.6 movie.
Yeah.
Like just like a bunch of those. Maybe some like wall bangs through like, you know, the paper thin walls on Nuke. People even know what 1.6 is these days, James.
Oh, someone was playing. I don't know if it was Forest or Nothing playing. I think someone was playing 1.6 on stream recently. But there are many great highlights. Some nasty wallbangs from Nothing on older versions of CS, which are quite fun to watch. I feel like frag packages like that should be, you know, played at majors during breaks. That's part of the lore of the game, you know. That heritage is important.
That's a good point.
Smokes towards mid for M80. Still in position to drop some flashes for his team to swing, but first there'll be smokes and mollies from the CT side as Lounks and Jugs all have some showing in that mid position. Late mollies as well to try and compromise positions. Maybe trying to stop Lake from hiding behind the box. Didn't go quite as far though. So after the initial util exchange, there'll be 4 players very aggressive in mid for M80.
Yeah, the very long lurk from Demon could be powerful, but this setup, like trying to get through the CT spawn, you know, they could go to A, they could go to B. This makes it very difficult. The flash comes out, the jumping Galil, that is beautiful distraction. And teammates there for M80 make good work of it, able to burst into the B site, or the A site, but maybe this is the wrong site to go to. Right now, there is information. B is clear. They've got to rotate back. Surely they pivot back, and they do. Leaving JBA to find Cemetery, and this is a knife opportunity, but you know what? I respect just, you know, shooting him with the AK. I respect it.
Yeah. My mind's eye see Cemetery turning around and no scoping. Well-positioned play there from M80. Back on their buyer once again. Good positioning, information finding. Bomb sent to the right place. There is money here for FUT. Definitely need to keep these rifles up if they can. Having the AK as well may be a difference maker in a round to come. But it's tight. It's back and forth early on our deciding map of this series. 13-10 on Anubis for M80. 13-5 demolition by FUT on Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Find ourselves in mysterious territory now on Ancient.
Love the jump there. You know your job. So yeah, it's a really good spot here for M80. It's actually really impressive that they managed to kind of break through red into CT there, because all the CTs had their heads turned to that position to defend it. So confident stuff. Now Cemetery actually making his way to B with the AWP, so mixing up his starting op position. In the meantime, mid take comes through for the T side, and it is respected by FUT on the defense. And Jug's actually moving into A main here, so that's going to allow them to be very expectant of a B play.
They've got much utility as well to buy time, to delay mollies and smokes, and HE's behind them if they need. Oh, show some elbow again. Show some elbow again, says Cemetery. He's lined up for that elbow. And down goes Slacks. They are expectant, but Krebeni getting dropped could be a problem. You can see Lanx dancing in CT spawn as well as Lake is lurking in that position. That's a very important frag by Demon, which can allow him to keep position elsewhere, but Lanx has lost his duel to Lake. So this is getting awkward, and Cemetery wonders about his back, but Demon continues to be active, dropping Sin. Look at the swing there from Cemetery with the USP. Urgency understood by the CT side. As they know, Lake's position could be very, very dangerous. After he got that kill in CT, there's a number of problems he could cause. It forced the hand of the CTs on the bomb site, and they dealt with the threat.
That was pretty solid, yeah. I mean, this really is very back and forth at the moment. Money, though, not looking all that amazing for the T side. They could definitely buy here if they wanted to. They could do it. It does feel like the mid play has been working out for M80 overall. That round they had an A-lean. Rather, sorry, a B-lean. Good aggressive timings found. Will Cemetery move his ult back to the A site? Yes, he will. Even guessing.
Great util from Spawn. That smoke in mid was an instant grenade from Spawn by the CTs. But the Ts will pursue regardless, it seems, with the right timing. Counter flashes from the CTs. Great timing. Straight back. They're expectant and they punish. Disengaging with all standing at the end. Very nice work there from FUT. Neutralizing the big threat from M80. But with 3 plays remaining in Tech 9, perhaps there is still more. Pusher conceding his position, though. Alive for now. But just the one rifle on M80 and next to no utility. Not sure how further they might get in this round.
Yeah, Jugs is looking really good at the moment. Some damage would be nice. The money's not amazing for FUT. You really want to be able to just like put that economy off balance. That would be such a really big win, I think, in this situation. But I don't know that there's much opportunity. 3 players low, but going into the AWP. But hello, able to take the AWP down. I guess that's something.
Everybody very, very focused on this deciding map. Is that monitor tilt? There we go. Tilt your monitor?
No, not that much. Maybe like a few degrees at most.
Marginally tilted is Dan. I'm massively tilted on the server, next to no tilt on the monitor. Krebeni picks the right angle on this occasion. Swisher took the gamble, put all the money on black, and on this occasion it was red. That gives FUT an early 5-on-4 and position around the B bomb site for now.
gravity pulling them towards the B sites. MAT quite patient. Lots of util left for the CTs as well. To try to stop this push, Cemetery's in the perfect position. Again, you'd expect a flash to come on through, but so much waiting. You know, you can see that the lurk here through A has been unlocked. Nice pick though, that's huge.
No respect to the AWP. He knew it was coming as well, and he still got deleted. Boy, CS2 peaks. No bomb plant though. It hurts when that happens. Like, you know what's going on. You've got the AWP, but they just swing and wreck you with the AK. It ain't like it used to be that. It's not like it used to be.
That's true. It's true.
Look at this. Look at this. It just feels so wrong.
Damn.
He just, like, he stopped right in the correct place as well. It's dirty.
Yeah. It actually looked like he, plans to swing as wide as he could on the top of the box. For that very reason. To try to force a whiff. But yeah, very well done, but doesn't matter. Still a 2-round deficit for MAT. They're starting to really struggle in the last few rounds. It was looking really competitive, like 3-3, 4-4, and now it's just been, FUT looking very confident. And the money sucks here again. And Cemetery is repositioning to the A site. Oh, he actually had a read on that. Doesn't manage to get the kill, but down to 9 HP. He might as well have had, it might as well be. He's a dead man walking. And that's the guy with all the nades.
Yeah, hand over the nades. Hand over the nades, go out and die. Pull the crosshair away, create space for us. That is probably his task at this point. Protect the VIP. Benny's made his way through the B-bomb site, so there'll be reinforcements over towards A. They will try to stream in. Cemetery and Lounx will do great work of solid position from Lounx. I mean, hey, it's just one of those rounds. They ran out of options. They don't have much to work with. They were exploited by the CTs. To the victor, the spoils.
Well, I mean, this is it. You gotta find that sign of life. Get the paddles out. Resuscitation is required. What's your favorite thing to do in a timeout, James?
Stare at the walls, lick the windows.
Lick the
Why not?
Never tried to lick a window before.
Yeah, window licking's the thing.
What's
I mean,
it
it's not, you don't want to be the window licker, but if there's nothing else to do, I guess fidget. Fidget. I do have a fidget spinner, but not on my table. I've just got loads of knives on my table. So I'll play with the knives. Leave the window licking for somebody else. Last round of the first half then. FUT lead by 3. MAT well equipped for what is to come in this round. And standing as they are somewhat unchallenged in mid for the time being. Lounx is in a donut position. And they must walk towards long A, otherwise he will hear them, although he has rotated very quickly indeed. Lake looking to challenge in mid. In the meantime, Swisher has been lost round the back.
Ooh, okay. Okay. That's a great pick from Slacks. Purchasing entry perhaps into the A sites. Longs now managing to find his way backside. A quick hop on the box. That is beautiful there from Longs. Gets himself a triple. What a brilliant way to shut down the round.
second half of...
Welcome back here. Oh, hello.
Normally we decide who does that, but we
James.
just ignored each other.
I'm
and then
going
we
to
both
leave.
did it.
I leave the room now.
Crikey. We never do that. Ooh. Well then, I guess I'll continue. Look at these odds. Look at these odds. M80 have got big, juicy odds. If you prefer dry odds, then I guess you can go on the FUT side. They are a heavy favorite in this one. 7 pistols for M80 on this CT side. Birds chirp as the men creep towards B. You can see Krabeni's in position, deploying the grenades, but retake is the approach on the B bomb site. All the CTs are in the back, maybe looking for a push through that mid position that was never going to come on this occasion. They will have a flash for a retake attempt. There it goes. And there go the CTs trying to retake the bomb site, getting deleted by the Glocks one after another. Sin and JBA remain versus 5. I don't fancy their chances. Nigh on impossible, but not completely impossible. Oh, decoy baits. Demon comes through to finish off the final players. That'll be very successful indeed.
A decoy was actually kind of useful. Well, okay, so it's not looking good for M80 right now. Third map in this series, and it was a strong start for M80, winning that opening map of Anubis. But here we are on map 3, and they really are in a dire spot. We'll see what they can do on the CT side. No economy, all stacking in donuts at the moment. All except Sin, of course, in Red Room. And M80, or rather, FUT leaving the bomb closer to T spawn. Ooh. Cuban pyramid. Now it's an L.
As long as it's not a centipede.
How ironic.
Back to you.
Oh no!
Oh god, they're running around like ants.
Man. Disperse the triangle formation before I could use the Pythagorean theorem, James.
That sounds...
What is C squared? What is the answer?
Super
What's the hypotenuse? I didn't have time.
There's still 4 players roaming around, and the bomb's not planted. They're all going after Jugs, it seems. Who's doing reasonably well. They've got nothing to lose. They're in a 2 versus 3. The bomb's only just been planted. Send it, boys. Send it, send it. Well, that is a shift key being pressed. Let's see what they choose to do. Maybe an invitation simply for M80 to expire at their hands. Again, we always say good things about Demon. I mean, at the moment, statistically, Laux is the one to talk about. But Demon is maybe the great hope for a 3 to 5 year trajectory. We'll see if he can live up to the early promise. Again, FUT they've been a sleeper team for a while, but everybody is aware of them now. See if they can keep their roster together, as you mentioned earlier on.
It might be the LAN environment that Demon really shone onto. He had a 17.9% multi-kill round percentage on LAN.
More poachers in CS than in the African savannah. Creeping through mid with the flashes. That will be the key to open things up for FUT, but Switch has got something to say about it, and he's found not only 2, but 3. Searching for a 4th, but that was an overperformance to go that far in the mid position. And the round turns on its head. Sin and Slack standing at the end of it. Great work from Swisher. He said he was the talisman for NA, and he is flying the flag in that round.
And FUT immediately take a timeout. Immediately taking a timeout, not wanting to give this one up. Wanting to slow down the momentum. Crush it, perhaps. See money in a tricky place for both teams, ultimately. But with a round like that, a couple AKs on deck is really nice here for the CT side. M80 They could have another kind of later resurgence in this one to start closing the gap. Full stack of util as well on the CT side to really enable a solid defense. That is certainly a really big edge that they have in this round against the T side. Heavy A main presence here for FUT, looking to shove all in on the A bomb sites.
In they go. Safety in numbers. Same can be said for the CTs towards Donut. See if they can both survive. Apparently not. Quickly dispatched of. There are toys to be collected by the FUT squad. Oh, those slacks go down for free here. A lot of pressure for Krabeni to deliver, and he absolutely will. That was like a cannon. Some call it the hand cannon. More work to be done, perhaps, for FUT, although M80, I think, will have to let this one go. They're 5 rounds behind already, soon to be 6.
Damn. They just ran into the A sites, and what a result. 4 players surviving, that's actually incredible. Some gun upgrades, and that went way too well there for FUT. That's very disappointing for M80. 11-5 now is the score, so starting to get really desperate. Yeesh, okay. That's like James. I used the poker analogy. I was like, oh, they shove all in on the A sides, but it's kind of like they just like hit the nuts on the flop. You don't care about the time. You don't care about the river. It's just all
flopped to full house. Let's go.
I played in a poker tournament recently.
Oh, how did it go?
It's like it's a friends thing. It's like 30 people.
Oh, that's not bad for 30 people. Like, I've gone to house games before, and they've really always gone bad. I went to one where the host got drunk and started saying to me, I know your game. I know your... I was like, yeah, bye. And then the other one, I went to one where it was like, you know, investor type people who just, they wouldn't play a hand unless they had like ace queen at least. So it was just boring. So I did like 200 quid by just being bored and playing like anything just to have, you know, play some actual poker, yeah. So I don't do the house games anymore.
That sounds
yeah. I would mostly do it in Vegas when I was in LA for a few months. I'd just pop over to Vegas for a weekend. It's a good game in the win. $20,000 guaranteed. I think the buy-in's like $200. Bit soft. Good value.
Not bad. Well, we have a peek down a ramp potentially. Sin is looking for that, but Demon is also kind of on the duty to watch for that push. Is able to spot it, the turret, and explode it. Forces Sin all the way back into a very passive spot on B. And in the meantime, A main's being worked by FUT as well. So that's been cleared, but they decide that they want to go back towards mid. And the CTs could get caught out here. You've got Swisher, exactly, in a very exposed position. No coverage. Oh my god, you peek into 3 players. It's looking terrible, James.
Yeah, they are stretched pretty thin now. This is going from bad to worse for the likes of M80. They're going to have to commit to one of these sites, but there's enough personnel to go both ways. I think the read might be there already. Just scrambling from site to site, pulled from pillar to post. We have JBA with the MP9, and not much he can really do from this position. Still a good gun, but still lacks range. Indeed, I think the best chance for M80 was to win it in 2 this series, and FUT likely 3, and it seems to be going that way as the numbers are cut yet further. Is there a way out of this for JBA? That doesn't include losing his head. Heading towards the end of the line for MAT in this series.
Terrorists win.
Well, there you go. We're almost at the end of the road on this one, potentially. It's looking terminal for M80, the prognosis. And yeah, I'm not sure what change needs to happen here. They're getting thoroughly caught out pretty much everywhere at this point. So the default thing's not really worked out for them on the T side and on this CT side as well. Not really getting those early openings they're looking for. Again, the deterrence has been set upon the mid pushes for the T side, so it will take for a little bit longer to get into the mid position. They've left only Kribeni to look after the B pushes that the CTs might be interested in making. Resmoke of mid is pulling attention. Pulling the CT defense, kind of further passive on B, but the pick is found at range.
They're all collecting to head in towards B, where still only Swisher is with a 5-7. Everybody else out of position. Cemetery looking for that rotation while the smoke is up. We'll see if he's caught out by that 5-7. The util's really good though. Cemetery thinning the numbers yet further. Lovely. Picks up the 5-7 and just continues as he means to go on. Sin, the last one to fall. After the first map, it was seemingly all FUT from map 2 to 3, and they will take that series in 3. They'll be happy with that. A noble effort from M80, but ultimately not to be versus a opponent who was simply too tough on this occasion.
Yeah, it was definitely some promising looks that we got to see from M80 here and there, but FUT, yeah, as you say, very, very promising opponent. They are on the up, and I would expect them to also level up the harder the opposition that they end up playing. So if you're a fan of FUT and their trajectory, I think it's only going to get better from here on out. But for their opponents from M80, it's definitely a tough one, but at the same time, I don't think they're walking away feeling super disappointed because they were truly heavy underdogs in this one.
Do you think that stealing is okay?
What?
OMG, that's huge. Like your mom?
Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Need to take out the cucumber and
fire, but they recovered the statistics.
You're lying! I'm absolutely cracked! I'm absolutely cracked!
clock's ticking away and nothing. He's playing this smartly. He's using it against Get Right. 10 seconds, nothing comes on. He gets the kill, a triple, and nothing.
Are you tired of overpriced, underwhelming, un-American produce?
Hi, Alexi Pop!
Refuel yourself.
And so, my fellow Americans,
Give us a major.
give me a major.
Guys, please.
Window no scope from Center!
this road to riches, I just pray and make it home. Navigation glitching, had to get there on my own. I made it this far, I can't turn around. Just know my mama proud, moving at the speed of sound. Trying to strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. That risk, trying to strike it rich. I'ma take that. Bands, baby, who don't want the bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance. Yeah, it's about who gon' pivot if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich, so I'ma take that risk, baby. Tryna strike it rich.
Here with the locals, doing alright.
Bands, baby, who don't want them bands? It ain't about who want it, it's about who gon' take that chance. Yeah, it's about who gon' pivot if some shit done change your plans. Yeah, yeah, know what I'm saying? If you tryna strike it rich.
Hi, I'm Stunna. Please say you'll be the answer for an innocent player who is suffering right now. A player who needs your help. Please call the number on your screen or go online and join the CSPCFA with a monthly gift. Right now, for just $3,000 a month, you'll rescue players from their free agency, provide a paycheck, food, shelter, and love. Call or join online in the next 30 minutes, and we'll send you a photo of a player at some point in their career. And this beautiful ESL shop tote bag from their dead stock. This is your chance to say, I won't sit by while the player is teamless. Please, call or go online right now.
Jason Rogaine podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogaine Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogaine podcast by night.
Well, this is probably going to be one of our best episodes of the Jason Rogaine podcast. Rushley, I'm excited to have you here.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. I mean, I listened to a lot of your episodes, so I'm very excited to be here, bro.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What is it you do exactly when you're working? What is it that you would say?
I just use a keyboard, basically. Like a keyboard is, I'm using this quite a lot. Yeah. I'm very familiar with a keyboard. Mostly I only use like the top portion of the keyboard, but that's probably what I'm most known for.
So like the top half of the keyboard.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. So you do observing for the games?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
I feel good about that. You know, I basically just look at numbers all day, running around a little map, which is, you know, might send some people insane, but for the most part, it's kind of fun.
Now, every time I delve into the community, and I do it frequently because, as you know, I'm a man of the people. You've seen the show plenty of times. I always hear complaints about the observers. You guys just missing kills, not spectating the wrong players, spectating the wrong things, missing the important information.
Well, the thing is, you know, people think they know what they want, you know, but I like to go a little bit outside the box, you know. It's like, sure, 4 guys might be pushing into 1 guy, but what that other guy is doing on the other side of the map is kind of important, you know. You really want to know what he is thinking at that moment. Yeah. So I want to know what that one person on the other side of the map is doing.
Okay, that's good information. I know the casters have a lot of respect for you guys. You're a pretty important part of the broadcast.
I mean, yes. Once the game goes live, you know, it's on us, and as a collective, us including the casters, of course. You know, the button presses in the back. You know, you guys with your voice and stuff like that. So we are an integral part. You know, we have to work together and create a strong bond.
This seems like an insane job to be able to spend your whole life practicing a skill set of just using the top half of a keyboard. So how exactly did you train and get into this lifestyle?
I mean, you know those little hand crunch things?
Yeah.
I haven't used one of those, but I think one of those would help if I were to do that.
Those things are great. I have a couple of them.
Okay.
They give you like a real fucking gorilla grip strength.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So if you get in that thing, your fingers are going to just be jacked.
if you have spares, I'll happily borrow them.
Yeah, I got a guy. I'll have some sent over to your observing den.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah. I also hear that you run a little bit of a podcast on your own called Get Animated.
Yes, Get Animated. It's where we talk about animes that we're enjoying at the time, you know. And
that's weird.
We're pretty... that's what?
Weird.
Anyway, we get very animated over anime.
What's your favorite anime?
My favorite?
Oh, just at the current moment, not all time.
At the moment, I'm watching some Solo Leveling,
okay,
some Shangri-La Frontier, watching a bit of Apothecary Diaries, which is also quite nice. There's a lot of good shows out there, though.
I happen to feel like anime is probably ruining society.
I mean, I could see why you say that.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's lots of different styles. You know, I like watching some people punch people a lot, you know, and sure, I think there is a connection between anime and violence in the real world. Same with video games, you know. You're watching all this violent stuff. It seeps into your brain and you just become a bit violent. So I understand what you're saying.
It's like any kind of a diet. You become the things that you're consuming.
Jason Rogaine podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogaine Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogaine podcast by night.
Fire, but they recovered the statistics.
You're lying! I'm absolutely cracked! I'm absolutely cracked!
Clock's ticking away and nothing. He's playing this smartly. He's using it against Get Right. 10 seconds, nothing comes on. He gets the kill. A triple and nothing.
Are you tired of overpriced, underwhelming, un-American produce?
Hi, Alexi Pop!
He's still trying to get that bomb out through monsters on the back of Rinko for now.
There's no utility for this T side either.
Ooh, good shot from Lacto. Oh, and Dumao moves forward. It's a second kill this time for Legacy. The bomb's gone. It spills to the floor, and not enough time, not enough manpower to get that back. So we're looking at 6-1 for the Brazilians to kick off Overpass, and this is after an NIP timeout. Okay, all right.
He'll take that.
This is what I mean. Like, they made the info play on B, went back heavy A, re-aggressed, got a kill, got back to B before the T's got into the side. You know, you just need to, and Shush made a great play. Like, that's what your B guy needs to do. Like, he needs to try and make plays like that.
Did he need to park at jail, though, or could he have maybe gotten a bit more disruptive further forward? Because he was on his own.
Well, he doesn't know what we know in that scenario. Like, he did enough. Like, he made himself known. He's waiting for his team to come with him, you know, or for someone to at least support him with a flash if he's going to fight any longer. Like, those are hard fights from that point on. Heaven isn't smoked.
Valid.
But Legacy was just one step ahead. They're feeling it now. You can see the comms are flowing. They're very active on the map, and NIP is just struggling. They're just sluggish.
Yeah, back foot. Well, they're going to come into another B hit. Karen over by Picnic. Nice kill from Dumau. Man, Legacy has just, to exactly your point earlier about how playing this map, they're just focused so much on controlling and being a nuisance over towards short. Like Dumau peeking off it in the gun rounds, now controlling it, attacking it. They don't ever want NIP to feel comfortable in that part of the map, which really sucks if you're NIP. You'd love to have this.
I mean, in the first round that Wrinkle had an op, he couldn't really do anything. I mean, he wasn't given an opportunity.
He's still going. Oh, just about gets it as the flames come.
You sit, I will talk. Can we do it?
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5.
Kassad. Who? Kassad. Who? Kassad.
And4, SemperFi.
Do you enjoy an alcoholic beverage?
Of course, vodka. Don't lose Ecos.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh, we did it again, James. We did it. We did it again. Yeah. You go fix that. Well, we're back here with 3D Max versus Pain for the final match up today. And this is going to be an interesting one. Actually, both teams on a little bit of a loss streak in terms of the recent matches they've played. You know, you got six map best of 3 loss streak for 3D Max, and for Pain is for best of 3. So maybe not the most positive note to start on in terms of breaking down this matchup, but I think there's a lot of interesting things otherwise to say in terms of these teams where, you know, both have had, some issues, both have had some recent, roster overhauls. You've got Body Out, Masuta in here for 3D Max. And of course, Masuta is a player with a lot of experience and someone that can definitely help this lineup. You've also got MBK coming in as an assistant coach. And I wonder how many people are really familiar with the legacy that MBK has in the French scene. So that's also always good if you're adding a major champion to your roster in any capacity. And so, 3D Max has a lot of great pieces. So, I think the expectation here for them is certainly they should be in a good spot to be somewhat of a favorite. And you can see some of the stats here around Masuta, who is, really making his way back in with this 3D Max lineup to hopefully this tier 1 competition. Because we had to, of course, just take a trip down memory lane. I don't know if you're still fixing your camera, James, but
almost there.
Masuta, obviously, from Vitality a long time ago, and then to tier 3 to 3D Max in roughly an 18-month span. So we'll have to see, what he's able to put on here in terms of performance.
Yeah, it's been turbulent for both of these squads and recent changes. I see that 3D Max have NBK as an assistant coach now as well. Daddy NBK. So it's great to see him get involved, and I think there's short-term pain, hopefully for long-term gain for both of these teams. That seems to be the story going into this series. I mean, looking at the statistics for many of these maps for both teams, it is a period of transition, if you will. There's a lot of the statistics in the last 3 months are below 50% for almost every map. One that stands out for Pain is Nuke at 80%, but the best map we can see for 3D Max, for example, I mean, the maps played are small. like Anubis 50%, Ancient 40%, and it just dips down to around 30 or below on the other one. So again, perhaps a period of transition where new people, new ideas are required, fresh pair of eyes, fresh hands, fresh mice, and maybe they can turn things around. And this is a great time to do that for either squad. But I feel like the struggles are relatively even for the most part. Obviously, again, Nuke is an outlier for these for Pain with a good percentage on that. But again, 80% might be a bit misleading because the maps played is 5 maps played, and yeah, winning 4 out of 5 is good, but still the sample size is not the biggest. So I think that it seems to be wide open between these squads, everything to play for. They've got 3 wins against each other for either side. So I think it should be an explosive one. I love that we have VSM for Pain, especially online. Wow, we are really tilted over here. This is interesting. Hopefully their equipment doesn't slide off the table. But yeah, VSM, having VSM for Pain, I think is awesome, especially online. He always does great work. He kind of gives me Hiko vibes to some degree in a good old days. He's a big clutch player. We'll see if he can be today. But Nuke will be the pick of Pain Gaming. So that one map that is a big statistic allowed through by 3D Max is a curious one, but here we are.
Yeah, and Dust 2 for 3D Max. Definitely interesting because, I mean, like you said, you know, both teams really not in the best place right now in terms of results and even just, you know, competitive maps played. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the form actually looks when we get down to the eye test. And, you know, Decider on Inferno, you know, pretty classic. I think everybody knows how to play Inferno, but yeah, 3D Max is an interesting team, I gotta say, James, because they actually looked really decent back at the you know, all the way back a couple majors ago, the Austin major. They looked really good in terms of their shape there and the potential trajectory. But I think, you know, going through some months of struggles, you know, coming up into this point, you know, I'm sure that they'll be looking to start the year strong. And with some of these changes, obviously, to the lineup, you know, this is a good time to really, you know, get to testing some of these changes and overhauls that they've done internally.
Yeah, and again, you might think Pain, you know, their best map by far of what we can see of the maps they've played recently is Nuke, so why would you allow that through? But I think with where both these teams are, it might simply be about playing what you want to play and what you want to build. So it's not about necessarily counter-picking in the short term, but trying to build it for the long term. Nuke is one of the maps that 3D Max have been playing more than other maps. I think Dust 2 would be alongside that as well. So the stats might not be so good, but the only way they're going to make them better is by playing them. So we'll see what they have to offer. I'm coming into this one with no expectations because, again, the boat is pretty similar. Many of their recent matches are in the red. They, you know, the roster changes and so on. So I think that the ingredients are there. Again, there is some familiarity between these squads. 3 wins for both sides. They can go close as well. So I don't know, if I had to pick a team at a push, I'll go with the French. Like I do like me some VSM action. He's good for a highlight, but a highlight does not win a map or match necessarily. So I think it would be nice to see this 3D Max squad pull something out of the bag here and have more rise to French squads. Can't just be Vitality doing all the work there. And I mean, they're somewhat international now anyway. So it would be nice to. I still miss the Very Games days. I know, for those of you who remember Existence, he's doing stuff in Valorant. I think he's I don't know if he's a coach or a team manager or something over I think he's in coach, that scene. Yeah, we need to bring him back at some point. But again, I have nostalgia with French rosters from the Very Games eras. So I would like, I mean, maybe they had some Belgians there, but hey, I would like to see the French rise again beyond just Vitality. So I would like to see a 3D Max win. I don't know if you have an interest either way between these squads.
I think 3D Max for me as well. I think I really enjoyed how they used to play Counter-Strike, and you know, I'm rooting for them to kind of bring themselves to success. And 3D Max as an org as well is pretty tenured, storied. And so I always like to see older brands in that sense in the esports sphere. So definitely rooting for them, and also just with French Counter-Strike in general. Obviously, you have Vitality, I suppose. Obviously, as they are the French team, I suppose. But it's always nice as well to see other successful stories from the French scene. Because again, I think if you think about the history of CS:GO, as well as Source and otherwise, you always will see, and 1.6, you'll always see like a really strong representation from French players and teams. And so I always like to see the continuation of that. But with that said, we are kicking things off here. 3D Max against Pain. This is map 1 of this best of 3. We'll have to see what these teams can do. We've got 3D Max on the CT side and Pain on the T side.
Window's broken. The vandalism starts early. A lot of T's waiting for that push. Maybe something telegraphed. They were set up for a hard counter and an immediate punish. Has bared fruit. 5-on-3 then for Pain as they move through into what was a crossfire. Gravity is in position to do more. A rare P2000. Don't see those every day. Exercise gets a free kill based on the shadow advantage, and he's doing even more. Slowing these T's down on their advance towards the A bomb site, and Gravity's up the ladder. Looking to rain down on these players who are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place at present. But Snow is able to deal with 2. Now we're down to that 1 versus 1. Still just under a minute on the clock here. Bugazira near that squeaky position. So Gravity needs to gamble. Does he go down towards B? Spotted. As he commits to that bomb plant, then Gravity's closing the angle very quickly indeed. And he does bait Bigazira off the bomb plant. If he can win this round and they don't plant the bomb, could be money, but there we go. Bigazira's planted slowly. Creeping! That was nasty! Ooh. What a flick! That was utterly brutal and completely emotionless. That was wonderful. Great way to finish the first round.
Yeah, that's a sick snap. It's really nice too because you're closing in on the bomb there. You're in the open. So as soon as they swing, if you miss the first couple bullets, you're in trouble. You got nowhere to hide, no cover to play with. So it's fantastically confident. And XSC's was really nice work here with the dualies, just playing those angles to perfection. Took some heroics there from Snow to try to win things back in their favor, but 3D Max on the CT side of Nuke, starting off comfortably. We'll see how comfortably, though. The bomb went down, 2 AKs, and a lot of nades coming out here, so this was going to be dangerous.
Oh, I love a second round AWP. Hard to resist. The eco for AWP in pistol round. Surprise! Not the surprise you were looking for, but it is a surprise you got. Numbers towards the ramp then. VSM, of course, with the AK-47. So good with it. And he will find the opening they were looking for. The numbers start to flood in. Not sure how many plays Masuta might have seen on the def cam there. Minutes on the clock, though. No need for Pain to rush just yet.
A good adjustment from 3D Max on the setup. Able to deal with that lower sights quite well, and the pushes coming into the lower sights. Set up there in the control room. Decon as well. 20 seconds to get the bomb planted now. So time is going to start to force Pain to start moving rather quickly. 2 players have to help defend this one, but able to get past that Molotov. Oh, doesn't win the 1v1 though. That's a problem. And Pain, they're going to get themselves an afterplant, a 3 versus 2 afterplant. Not a bad position to be in. These other TTs are well out of position, and with the AWP in hand, you can see they want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, that is very awkward indeed to approach. So problems early then for 3D Max. might be okay to hold on to their weaponry, but Pain Gaming will certainly be happy with that. Brazilian Counter-Strike always on the rise. Watching this squad, even just 2 rounds in, made me wonder where KNG is. I don't think he's been on a team since 2024, but can often be found streaming. It'd be nice to see him back on the servers at some point. The professional servers, that is.
Well, a 1-1 scoreline makes things a little awkward. Well, I suppose more so for 3D Mags on the CT side. KNG, don't you mean Kianji?
Whatever you like.
We get flamed for not saying it.
Listen, what was that ridiculous pronunciation you told me about? Magisk, saying it was Morgisk. And no one followed suit with that whatsoever. So I'm just a non-believer now. But I mean, there's always someone flaming us for something, so I don't mind if it's KNG or Kianji. If we're gonna get all the gamer tags
Creep
right.
down. Yeah. Don't always
Hey, people are calling you DDK these days. Don't know how you feel about that one.
I guess it's better to be called something than to be invisible.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw the black DDK comments are back, which, for the record, I have no problem with whatsoever. But someone was saying I was half black, half Asian. Like I'm half the color black and then half Asian, apparently. So that's news. Hey, let's see if this Mag 7 gets to work. It is Masuta holding on for dear life at the moment. Feels like he may have to force the issue somewhere, just trying to understand the situation. He gets one of them at the very least. 30 seconds on the clock, and there is exercise with his Mag 7. Not sure how much he'll get out of that, though. That said, NQZ's a bit low, and Lucky, maybe all that's needed here. Pyria on the way. A pop flash and a great angle through the smoke, rescuing the round for the T side.
Yeah, very nice. That got a little bit scary right there at the end. But it's all fine. It's all fine. Pain here. They've really put their opponents in a terrible position now. 3D Mags lost everything. Absolutely. Great timing from Lucky, though. And what a glow up this team had, actually, at the Austin Major. You know, thinking about it, getting to the playoffs. Seeing Snow on stage was really, really fun. He's like small stature, but massive energy output.
That's what we should use AI Slop to do, just like have every pro standing next to each other in order of height, from tallest to least tallest.
Squad, they're out of main. DSM is he's been rung. It's not looking good for his prospects, but his teammates looking to clean things up. Snow's on top of it. This is the start of on the CT side that you just really receiving end of.
That's griefing. That's griefing. All right, let's get into the deep weeds then. That is a 90. That's more than 90 degrees, that keyboard. You don't really see the Quake era keyboard on the lap anymore.
No, it's. I'm trying to think. I don't know if any CS player ever used that. The StarCraft players did.
There are some players who look like they could benefit from it, but anyway, we'll keep an eye out for that. Pyria kept a nice eye out for Gravity. So we've got a very early advantage here for Pain. 3-1 on the T side of Nuke, first map of the series. If you're joining us late, if you're not prompt, if you're a little tardy, Nuke, Dust 2, and Inferno will be our series, as you can see in the top left. There is a distinct lack of util here. The odd smoke here and there for the CTs, but really, they're just going to have to out-duel their opponent. 3 AKs and an AWP coming their way. as Pain will choose their pacing. Orpa, you can see, carrying the C4 on the roof.
$35 seconds left. It's time to make a move. Some flashes there through into the lobby actually to try to fake some presence, to keep some CTs entertained. But now the Molly smoke's coming on top of this A-bomb site, and Misuta in a good position here, but it's going to get taken down instantly. So now it starts to get a little bit awkward here for 3D Max, but time really is on their side. The drop down through vents into the lower bomb site. They are losing members on the way, but still enough time to get the bomb planted, it looks like. And so now 3D Max are woefully out of position. Nice snipe from lobby all the way down to the vents. Definitely not expecting that one is Ecstasy. So now Maka in 1v3. I don't like his odds in this particular situation. He knows the AWP is on this line. That's very dangerous to deal with. He's got to sort of spend so much time just trying to be very cautious about that position and walk straight in to his demise.
Tough out here. People are still smiling though, which is good to see. We need to keep an eye out for the monitor tilt here as well, as we will have a timeout early here on Nuke. One of the staples of this series. I mean, of Counter-Strike, rather. Oh, the mailbag. Okay. So production have sent us. Oh, you know what? I'm not sure if there's time for this. We've got a request for relationship advice, which we will look to. Okay, if it's just the pistols. All right, here we go. Henry Mainfield asks, "Hey guys, I'm having a tough-ass time right now with my girlfriend having left me a month or so ago, and EPL casting is exactly the kind of BS I need in life. Anyway, how do I get a new girl? I invited the old one to a forest and told her I may or may not..." I'm not going to finish the rest of that sentence. Never mind the old girlfriend, okay? So don't talk to her again for her sake. How do you get the new girl? Well, you need to go outside. That certainly helps. In terms of inviting people to a forest, don't recommend that. I do know, actually, like a nice Irish girl who went on a dating website. Gorgeous girl. And she was invited, she got talking to a guy, and he invited her to meet him in a field, which is a red flag. It's more than a red flag, it's like a police level red flag. But we'll continue this conversation once we see if there is a threat here by the remainder of 3D Max. An AK-47 and 2 pistols will be in their hands now as we are in a 3v3 situation.
There's a minute to play with now. We get the reset on the rounds. Thank you, Zeke. Just looking to see if he can find a CT. There might be a timing here for him. But maybe Gravity with the flank here is looking like the best player on the map in terms of opportunity. He might just hit a stunning timing here, depending on how quickly or slowly the T's are going. And they might be lining up for this 5-7. As he continues to creep, he is absolutely on top of this one. He wants more, though. Oh, the turnaround, but there it is. 5-7 still good, but the trade comes on through, and there it is. The threat is shut down.
All right, so listen, the last thing you want to do is be inviting women you don't know to meet you in forests or fields, etc., because it just says danger. You can't be doing that. Listen, you need to have some personality. If you don't, probably read more books, so then you can kind of share your interest in that, but needs to be outside, man. Join a club of some sort. Join a rowing club. You might find a nice person there. But if you are a danger to people, then maybe you're better off single. But yeah, man, you need bars. Honestly, you need, like, if you just spend all time indoors, you'll be doing yourself no favors. So once the match is done, go outside. But while the match is done, stay indoors. Both teams on the bye now. We've got AWPs. No early pick in round 7. For Pain Gaming. Much more util as we're in the mid round here. Do things increase?
Outside smokes, kind of faking that's a secrets movement potentially. So like CTs normally need to be in a position where they have to make a decision whether they respect that or not, and rotate some players down. You have a fast response from the vent there from Gravity, but oh, lucky with the spray through the smoke. That's going to work out.
Oh,
he's chancing it. He's not too far off.
that lineup looked good. Well, 40 seconds now. The urgency will be high. Snow will give some sound cues up, and they know that the outside is compromised. They may have problems towards L. And there'll be some jiggle peeking, but to no avail towards the ramp. Pain will fall one by one. Still 5 standing for the CT side. I'm not sure how long that will happen. That will stay like that for, I mean, Misuta is dropped. Again, they heard that lurker outside earlier on. The last 2 find themselves on the ramp now. Bomb's been spotted. Lucky repositioning. 17 seconds, inviting them to make desperate plays, which should be in their favor, but Lucky will fall. Exercise on the bomb site now, 10 seconds. Do they have time to even clear this? There's more than one CT here. Do they hard commit to this? NQZ surely doesn't stand a chance there. Exercise pre-firing round the corner. They had a lot of time until they didn't, and then they just were trying to... Well, they essentially ran to their demise. They just couldn't find an opening that was in their favor. They were on the receiving end of more or less everything afterwards. You can see some strokes on the chin, wondering, where did we kind of lose grip of this round? What was the decision or lack of decision earlier on that gave control to those CTs and put them on a second round?
We might actually get the movement through secret now from the outside smokes. So again, it's a classic conditioning that the T's put on the CTs, of course. You see it in every Nuke game. There's the connecting smoke to provide cover for the movement down secret. You know, typically you also want to maybe potentially wait for these HEs to kind of go away. The CTs want to try to make a play like we're seeing these delayed HEs. Reveals, maybe some T's for the AWPer, but not working out for 3D Max in this occasion. And the creep down through secret is occurring now. Get my advice in on that question too when there's appropriate moments. Maybe there's no appropriate moments.
.40 seconds. CT's trying to buy time. They've got some counter flashes. They've got a 5-on-3. That is an answer from VSM, but again, the window of opportunity is going to get narrow. The trades will continue, and Snow finds himself in a 1 versus 2. 26 seconds. He needs to rescue the bomb, but he can't keep his head. Misuta will drop, and the CTs will prevail.
All right, so things stabilizing a little bit, perhaps for 3D Max. Very nice indeed. Yeah, James is saying you got to go outside, right, to get a girlfriend. But you got to think of what kind of girlfriend do you want? Do you want a girlfriend that reads? If so, go to the library. You want a girl that makes money? Go to a shop. You know, you got to be more specific, James, in your advice. I feel like it's woefully inadequate.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a complicated question, you know? You got to go outside, but go outside where? To the shop? I mean, hey, maybe. Coffee shop might not be a bad shout. Got to take a shower as well.
Yeah, wear some deodorant, for God's sake.
That's an important one. Wear deodorant.
You know what? Wear deodorant at LAN, please. I've been to one too many iSeries.
Came to off at an iSeries with Jackie, Norwegian Fragger, Matty, some other peeps. Long time ago now. Never made it to an epic LAN.
It is kind of crazy though, because not just for me, but for so many people, there's an association with iSeries and just like the smell in a negative way, right? And I've heard that, you know, dead bodies smell really bad, James, like really, really bad. And I've never smelled one of those, but one day probably I will. And I'm sure I'm going to compare it instantly to iSeries and how it smells. So that's all I'm saying.
I mean, people don't seem to need like many licenses to be a mortician in America, so you could just open your own. You could open your own mortuary, and the bodies will come to you. Then you can smell them all you want. That.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Round 10 will have AK. Excuse me. Round 10 will have AKs back in the hands of Pain. I wonder if they will tweak their pacing to try and find more favor in the mid to late round, because some of these have slipped away back into the hands of their opponent. Perhaps not on this occasion, though, as Pyria has found 2 and Big Azira will collect a 3rd. Maka and Masuta remain. I mean, there isn't really much to do. It's a question of survival at this point, which is awkward for Maka because he's got to give some sound cues to get away from this position. They may hold in situ. VSM will hunt. Boost coming through if they make their way towards C. Oh, he's fallen off! Oh, VSM. I expect more than that from you, mate. That is a blessing in disguise. That allows them to make it towards CT. I don't know how long the smoke in heaven would have lasted, but here we are. That will be a relief for 3D Max. Just simply deleted by AKs in that round.
Terrorists win.
Well, how are you feeling about these two teams so far, James?
It's unpredictable, which I think is good for the spectator. Like, I don't know. Oh dear. Oh, that's a bad miss. I don't know who feels stronger just yet, and that's good. That tends to lead to a good match, which is ultimately what we want. Also, I think the audience can hear me fidgeting with knives, so I'm going to stop now. I'll put them away.
Snow really looking for something outside there. Masuta! Strong performance, holding this line, preventing any entry from lobby. And Maka now enclosing around them as well, but Snow from the outside is, I suppose, at least able to trade that, but that's the luck. He has nobody left. There's nobody left. Okay, well, that's another nice headshot.
He has
a little pirouette on the way out as well.
Nobody left.
All right. All right, then. How long have you been holding that one?
Oh, just briefly. I thought that's what you said, but then I realized it wasn't. I'm like, oh, I've got a window. I can do this. I can be that guy. God, that scenario for Masuta with the 2K is like so urgent, up close. Feels like his, mouse arm might be at the corner of the mouse pad. You're a glass. Are you using a glass mouse pad?
Yeah.
Do you have I think we had a conversation about this previously. Do you have, because it wears down the mouse feet, right? So do you have like loads of replacement mouse?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the trade-off with glass is that with regular cloth pads, or I mean, they get lots of different types of materials now, but the regular kind of cloth pads, it's the pad itself that kind of gets worn in places over time. But whereas with glass, the glass is always perfect, but it will kind of wear out your mouse feet, so you have to just replace them. But that's a lot easier to replace and to have loads on standby. To always have a very consistent feel if that's what you want.
Okay, I've got a stupid question to ask about this in the second half. But for now, let's see who will prevail. There are 3 AKs on the CT side in round 12. Nice position to be in. Can have a much more confident duel versus the T's. Initial utility, initial exchange, free fire. And it all goes quiet. Maka waiting with the AWP. Wall of Smokes is up again. There's the denial of information. Oh! The nade comes through, but the timing is not such. That will yield a frag for Maka. And now we reach the 1 minute mark. Pain have been very patient outside. They still got a good chunk of util as Piria looks for something behind that blue box.
Unlucky on the angle. He's actually just fallen off there on the outside. The CT is rotating completely into lobby. They are fearful of lobby, but in fact, it might still be an upper play. So creating quite the problems here. There's a nice timing window whilst the CTs are moving around for the T's to move in here from Pain. They'll look to get these entries. VSM with 2 beautiful ones. Enabling a bomb plant now for this upper site. Maka, great shot there. The swing was quick from VSM, and Maka's down to 4 HP. He is out of there, dodging the HE. Big Zera holding the upper position. NQZ doing a great job on the lower as well. And Masuta is in, and now it's just down to the 1v1. NQZ and Masuta. Oh, it's a nice tap onto Masuta's head, sending him clean off the rafters. Welcome back, ladies and gents, here to the ESL Pro League. We are off to the races once again for the second half of the first map of this best of 3 between 3D Max and Pain, and we're straight into the upper site, or are we into the vents? As the bomb site, lower bomb site is going to be under assault here. ESM in the back on lobby, or rather Rap is doing excellent work there. creating distraction. But after the trades are said and done, we have a 3v3 here on this lower site.
Things can escalate so quickly in a pistol round. Maka finds 2, but a third one comes around the corner. And Snow will find himself alone. Pistol for each player, perhaps, as he's in a 1 versus 2. They swing. He does not show. And now he starts to creep. They're looking for him elsewhere. Lucky holding down 2 jobs, but in the right position to pop Snow as he rounds the corner. Makes it look easy. That was a high-stress environment for that pistol round. But Lucky's able to secure it for the gang. Let's see if they can build some momentum off that now.
Very nice indeed. Okay, well, 3D Max on the... Well, they're in a really good spot, as you say, and... making noise outside, so just being very loud, purposely, of course. Gravity really trying to force someone to swing in. There's the pop flash. There was to be a CT set up outside. You'd expect it there, but instead, the upper play comes on through. The Molotovs are there to really force these CTs out of position. Nice entries, though, Masuta with a double. And things looking rather good right now here for 3D Max side, at least initially. But in on the back, VSM with the 5-7 has now put Lucky in all kinds of trouble.
I'm rescued.
50 seconds and... Oh, we've done it again, James. Yeah, please, you go ahead.
I'm just thinking, what... There isn't really like a bad play here. Because it's all guesswork. You just have to gamble one way or another. And they will move together to try and trade frag. VSM ready around that corner. Comes out of that unscathed. Deep exhale. Payne will be happy with that one. Chaotic start to the second half of Nuke, our first map of the series. The final series of the day here on the B stream. Again, it's Payne Gaming who have pretty significant statistics on Nuke. Again, the sample size is small, but the numbers are big. 80%, if I'm not mistaken. But only 5 maps played. 3D Max 29%, 7 maps played. So it's a developing situation, let's call it that. Certainly developing here. Bomb planted, but also diffused.
Yeah, it's a tough game for both teams, really. I mean, again, both are kind of fighting from the bottom, I suppose. So in that respect as well, like the expectations are not high for both teams. But we do know that both teams and players have a pretty high ceiling. That's said too.
Yeah, they're in the mud.
So as we get back into this one, perhaps they can clean some of the mud.
Mud's not a bad place to be.
It's exfoliating, perhaps.
Yeah, if you're in Colombia, it can be. Throw a rifle in the hands of Gravity. Payne Gaming looking to secure stability on their CT side now. Orb's not coming out just yet. Great timing from MQZ. Minimal utility here for 3D Max. They've got some potential with these positions around the vents. Not 1 but 2 Tech 9s that Pyria might need to deal with. You see Snow waiting in the vent. There's some info. The trajectory will tell a story. Snow looking to creep out. A big pop. Now, does his teammate walk through that smoke? Does he dare? Did they hear the rotation? I don't think the bomb's been spotted in the hands of Maka, but surely this is the green light for Lucky to make a play upstairs, which will go nowhere. They haven't had enough mileage from this round thus far with 4 players standing for Payne.
20 seconds to go here for Maka. Door is shut. That is not a good sign. No time for stealth. Windows open though. And I felt like he had a nice crosshair placement for that duel, but it doesn't work out anyway. So not too much you can expect from that situation, but Payne will certainly be happy with that. There's young Snow. Looks like a nice hotel. Actually looks like every other hotel.
So the goal's got to be to get a bomb plant, surely, in this round. However, they will not do that. They're all on the floor. They're on the pavement. That was a brief one. A brief eco round is a good eco round. On to the next one we go. AKs are out once again. 4-round lead for Payne now. Got to feel confident on Nuke specifically. Now we have the smoke offerings from 3D Max. Saw plenty of those from Payne in the first half, often with a slower pace. Two-man hit squad makes their way towards Secret. Oh my days!
Biggest arrow popping off. Definitely my favorite pickup for the Payne team last year. There was a lot of drama to try to get him onto the team in terms of just the logistics and everything. He is nasty. Exorcise, on the other hand, here in the huts, has a hell of a lot of work on his hands. In his hands. He's found one.
$40 seconds remain.
2 seconds.
Lucky's carrying the bomb. He's got to find at least one frag before going for a bomb plant here. Might be that man through Squeaky. Nice. Right then. Does he commit to this one? Rotations are coming through. I think he's got sound cues from heaven, but perhaps not for the other player. Guesswork as to where he might be. He's got to know that's a base as well. Finds the info, but the 180 won't come fast enough as VSM will finish off the job.
Here we go. This is crazy. Oh my god, that's actually so insane.
I don't think he knew anything about the second guy there by Secret. I don't think you could see him from his POV until he's already gone.
Talking about frag movies, that is definitely some frag movie stuff. 11-6, Payne looking amazing right now on this TT side. Just have to close down a couple more rounds up against the Tech 9s. Now, usually you want to find those numbers into a spot, stream them in, down the vent, down secret, down lobby. Just, get those numbers together out of the hut. We've seen some good set pieces from both teams, of course, on the upper side. Very classic stuff with the incendiaries. That can also work quite nicely here. We have Lucky in position on top of building there on the roof to get those nades in onto the upper side. It might indeed be an upper play. There is that incendiary all ready to go.
What's the time on the clock they're looking for? Heading towards that 50-second mark. And in they go. Carpet of flames. You can see Pyrio trying to swing and avoid the flashbangs, but there aren't many places for him to stand. There aren't enough frags as well to determine who's at the advantage here. Masuta's down too, but so have the CTs. 3-on-3, 36 seconds. The Tech Knights continue to roar. NQZ up top of the AWP. Bomb being planted for the vents. Molly coming through. Bigazera swinging. And NQZ will get that final frag of the AWP to keep Pain's momentum going forth and game points here on Nuke.
Here we go. Time to make it happen. For 3D Max, they got everything. Absolutely everything. It's been such a dry half though for them in terms of making or creating openings that work. But so you know what? They're looking to just go fast. And that can often be a good way to do it. But it's getting slowed down here with the counter util. The CTs of Pain still handling this situation. Nice entries though. Piri in a great position. Finds one player. Great pivot onto the second. And now 2 versus 2. Here for the Pain side to reset. Oh my goodness. Gravity's found VSM. And Bigazera as well. 3D Max, they're still here, James, but I mean, they had to do it with just a very chaotic upper rush. That's not too repeatable. So still a long road ahead.
Yeah, looking quite difficult and lacking promise in the rounds to come. But perhaps they can thread the needle. Need to do it repeatedly, though. Bigazera picking up the MP7. It's nice to see that firearm finally in use after such a long time of being pointless to purchase. 4 AKs and AWP, a well-equipped T side. Got a lot to throw at Pain. Perhaps NQZ and that AWP can be the difference maker for the CT side. But again, it is a war on this bomb site. Flames and all. Really good 2K there from Pyria. 5 from 5 required by 3D Max. Bigazera narrowly leading on the frags with 16. Many players on both squads. 1 or 2 frags behind. MP7 put in situ. Snow waiting for the swings to come. Trying to avoid the junk. Great pre-fire, but can't catch Lucky as well. 4 on 3 now. And Pain can't really afford to lose this round. We've seen many a catastrophe when a team with a 4-buy go up against 5-7s and the like. But 3D Max are putting themselves in a good position. I'm not sure if they will pursue any further frags here. Backs to the wall, but they are delivering.
You feeling it, James? Are you feeling the French comeback?
While it's unlikely, we can never assume. We should never assume. We've seen big comebacks before. Sometimes when there's how I'm feeling, I'm feeling thank you. My words. So many flames. I'm gonna have nightmares of all these incendiaries on Nuke. Maka looking for style points on the ladder. And then it goes quiet after that initial exchange. This time there's not much left in terms of util for Pain. They've got all their personnel. Maka the grenade man. There's an AWP lurking somewhere. But Gravity needs to be real careful about his jiggles. We reached the minute mark. TT's waiting for 3D Max to make their play as sound cues are heard on the mini roof.
Oh, wow. Knows the timing. That's so awesome to see from Biggest Error. Quickly punished, though, by Gravity. So, one of the double-edged sword to catch that kill. The snap there and the spray not going to find VSM. Now a 3v4 here for them to play with, and there's not a lot of time. Their hand is forced into this upper side. Gravity's coming in from around the top. This could be pretty huge. 10 seconds, though, to get the bomb planted. There's a quick kill found. Is there a trade in time? Around into safety, into cover goes Piri. And Gravity needs to find him, but where has he gone? He's in the smoke, and wouldn't even have been enough. And there it is. It is done. Map 1 in the bag there by Pain Gaming, looking to go strong into map 2.
Damn, guys, we almost had this.
Thank God that's over. Bored of endless matchmaking? Take your first steps towards EPL, experiencing real strategies against teams of your skill. Learn more at fce.gg/EPL.
Listen, we got... Oh my gosh, we got...
I'm so sorry, baby. Don't listen to them.
Work till it hurts. You know the look at me play. I'm the captain now. I'm at the top, it's lonely.
So he's like, why you order Mackies? That's not
as well. The new boy came in and said, hey boys, throwing a flash for you.
Every member of this Passion squad contribute.
We don't know that he calmed it. He just threw it, you know?
That's true.
Great.
I get used to
The
that.
game communicates for me, right? It just says flash.
Yeah.
I don't need to say anything. One hell of a start. Poor Elite just got absolutely owned.
Probably the main rule for Passion is whoever dies, if it's not Senzu, calm for him.
Yeah,
just let him play.
Let him play. He was always a very flashy individual. And Try as well is a player that I think is, he's caught a lot of attention when he does have his moments.
It's sad that he's been overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's got some game.
Yeah, I think, you talked about Kavem at the major. I think Try had a good major. I think Imperial overperformed at the Budapest major than what people were expecting, and he was a big part of that. Senzu and Try both getting involved early on here. Nerds and Elige, couple of kills between them, but in the end, it will be another Passion UA round.
Job done.
Remember, this is a Passion team too coming into this with Senzu and with Kvem, that they're probably looking at those two guys to replicate the firepower they're losing from Grim, you know, going out of the team. Senzu, obviously, you could
Or improve on it.
Yeah, or improve on it. We'll see how it continues to develop. But yeah, you have to imagine with Senzu coming in and with what we've seen out of Kvem, that's a very real possibility. But that's what they're trying to make up at the moment as Grim has departed over to NRG. They lost their game earlier today as well to start ESL Pro League.
JT's just doing the like solo queue, solo mid take, fastest flash possible to get Tri already up short side. This is already very quick. Look at the time. They're already round the corner.
I mean, I like how quickly they're applying pressure. It puts so much on the defense.
Well, Tri blinded and held back for the time being.
It's pulled the util out already, though. Look at what's on the belts of Liquid right now.
Yeah, Legion Ultimate as the two A defenders. They have 0 grenades between the two of them. Legion has now picked up an extra flashbang over, and Nert's probably passed it over to him as he gets boosted up. But you still don't have anything to slow that down or to cut off the choke point with a Molotov, with smoke, nothing along those lines.
In stark contrast, you can see the teaser about to throw out.
It's all on Nertz.
Yeah, Nertz on this boost, on his uncrouch. He's going to hope to have a back turned. JT using that smoke to guise him, but he's going to be able to spot something. He sees the whole team. Oh, lovely double kill. Naf and Nertz just spring to action. Naf goes down, but there's Ultimate to pick up the pieces and ensure that this one's not going to go awry. Bomb will be picked up. A bomb plant's nice.
Bomb plant's nice, and if you're Liquid, you want to make this pretty clean. You don't want to lose more than just one player on this retake. 1 versus 3. Elish coming from tunnels, other 2 over in middle, and Nick's already been spotted, taken down through the door, couldn't get a clean look. Liquid's on the board. First round.
Let's go, Liquid. Let's go.
You're going to start the chance early?
Yeah.
Defense.
This is where those 2 deaths against the USPs become somewhat problematic for Passion. I mean, they can buy if they want to. It's not going to be ideal. Probably have to result in some sort of a set call.
All right, Scout picked up, passed over to Tri. So yeah, you're exactly right. Reinvestment coming in hot. Does anyone have any expectations for Liquid? Just out of curiosity.
My expectations are that I'm going to enjoy this game versus Liquid and Passion. I don't have any expectations for what this team can do. I think I'm the same as you, as in like I would be excited to see a Liquid uptick in form. I think Counter-Strike's better when we have, you know,
competitive Liquid
North American representatives.
I think
who can hang.
I think it's both. I wouldn't be surprised if they progress through stage 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if they get eliminated. Like it's just both. You're kind of smack bang in the middle for Team Liquid.
Being cheeky with this, just a little subversion of the expectation.
Senzu treading out that pick, so Elish is now down.
Miscom at the B bomb, so you'll see 2 smokes popped in upper B. Both Naf and Nertz threw it at the same exact time. So miscommunication there before the defenders. Might not have too much impact on the round as the attack is going elsewhere.
Yeah, Senzu looks like he's going to be the spearhead of this operation. Trying to forge a path into the site.
Yep, tap it away over the top of the boxes. Sees the target and seizes his chance. Senzu dropping him. Now Shuei's going to wait a Goose. He's dead. Surely Senzu actually gets slowed by the grenade, which gives Shuei a second chance, and he will actually get a lot of damage as well. Off towards Kvem, who hunts down his further kill and drops the bomb down to the elevator. Naf's got to worry about 2 different angles here, but he's isolated the fight against Tri, and now looking for Kvem, who's backed all the way up into CT spawn and used his own utility to give him some cover.
What is this? He can see through bodies, he can see through smokes. Right, Naf's cheating.
There he is. Safe pair of hands, Mr. Naf.
Yeah, he really did bail them out of a very uncomfortable 1v2.
Didn't really look like he was clocking that Kvem was down in CT spawn.
When he threw the incendiary.
I know, and he was still looking up at the jump box and towards short. I was like, uh-oh.
But I think you're right about the nade. That putting them in the mud really set up Shuei for success. Didn't quite manage to manifest the second one, and this is just pure feeling from Naf.
Sigh early from Nertz.
Yep.
All right, back to pistols for the Passion side. Oh, Ultimate's taken a lot of damage.
Is that a Deagle headshot through the door? Bloody hell.
We're just at range?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, back of the head. It's never easy. It's never easy.
That's not fair.
It's not.
This is why Jason says you can always afford a P250.
Right there, exactly.
That would have been a kill.
Yep.
Yeah.
They would have won the round. That's it.
Should never play with a clock.
Good good to see Chase's lessons of being passed on.
It's the big one, man. The P250 is just, it's there for you. It's your best friend.
Apart from all those pistol rounds, Jason.
Yeah.
Apart from the pistol rounds.
Don't need it then. No. Nertz has always been an MP7 enjoyer.
He has. He's the hipster. He was here before it was cool.
Why have we not, highlighted how this is going to be a huge meta shift in Nertz's power level? They've upgraded his signature weapon.
It could be.
It's cheaper as well.
Yeah, it's cheaper. He can have it more often. It's powerful. Everyone's starting to get on the train. I'm sad that the MP5 hasn't caught on yet.
It never will.
I used it the other day, and it's still pretty rough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it looks cool.
It does look cool, and the silencer is always like a key selling point.
Yeah. Oh, we got a little aggressive play. Nyx is going to be safe from the flash, but dips.
Yep. Gets away, just that follow-up grenade would have landed exactly upon his head.
So if you're CTs and you've got complete space in upper tons, what's your, why have you still got 2 players there? What's your reaction here? Run over to A as fast as you can?
Yeah, you are now. This is where Nertz kind of holds on in case someone's still behind that smoke. Might have been a concern of theirs, but now they know all. Nertz actually gives it up, shifts back. Shui tries to find a timing, had the fight, missed the shot. So does Ultimate, and now Passion can start scaling.
Yeah, they've applied pressure to Ultimate as well, doing damage upon the Opera. He just came off the angle as he was about to get his opportunity. Here comes the Liege. Through the CT smoke, just starts shooting early and catches Kavem. Smoke break is up, Liege. No, he's gonna go back again, and exactly the same result, this time on JT.
Now for the Liege, definitely looking their usual selves here. High impact frags from Liege.
Here's the benefit too of them clearing out upper B earlier. Now that they've all shifted over, you can tell it's just very casual. Like you have one front attack essentially. Naf just keeping an eye behind them, grabbing one more kill. That's the lurker, and then you just get to focus everyone here. Good shot from Ultimate at the end. Double kill for the AWP, and Liquid CT side is off to the races.
It's nice of Alish to have used his best webcam. Gifted to him by his great-great-grandfather.
Yes. Passed down through the generations.
Record breaking.
It's one of those ones, remember the ones you had as a kid where they were like circular,
Yes.
It's a sphere.
To think Elise used to have the one with the blurred background.
Do you think that stealing is okay?
What?
OMG, that's huge.
Like your mom?
Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Need to take how to cucumber and
My map, Dust 2, is so beautiful when the sun is low. At nightfall, the Elo harvesters land. Their cruelty to my people is all I've known.
May thy mouse whip and splatter.
And a double kill, it's all onto Alexi. Pity. He's got 19 bullets, everything he needs.
no, you gotcha.
Does he swing off the nade? Jiggle fade! Alexi Al-Gaim!
They're not human. It's brutal.
My desert. My Elo. My Dust 2.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Can this move any fucking faster?
Are they taking him?
So you're not mixing your alcohol?
You can drink it, I don't know, 10 hours. It's no problem.
What am I doing here, man?
Choose a job. Choose a career. Choose the fucking big house. Choose academy players.
Hey Future Pros, taking B site on Dust 2 can be brutal. With this B door smoke, however, it might feel a bit easier. To throw the smoke, get in line with this dot at the back of the stone pillar. Aim at the left tip of this ray of light. Then while holding mouse 1 and mouse 2, use your forward step jump throw bind to throw the smoke. This will land in the doors and completely block off vision from anyone playing outside of the B bomb site.
Eclipsing all who came before him.
XD. You still doing that?
Yeah.
You need to step your game up, bro.
What does that stand for?
Not I have a small penis. I have smelly pants.
I have smelly pants.
It's a famous phrase, I would say, in France. Do you want to sleep with?
Say potato, you know. And
Kartoshka?
You can Kartoshka, yes.
Kartoshka, cheese,
what,
anything, just...
Hey Future Pros, back to Dust 2, this time with the door smoke that you can throw from T-spawn. To throw this smoke, get into this corner. Aim at this point at the top right of this distant building. Then simply jump throw the smoke. Just like that, the mid doors will be blocked off. This smoke will also deny CT sightlines to peer over it and get info on catwalk. This is a Dust 2 essential, so commit it to memory.
After a mentally testing game of Nuke, we return after a break where everybody can reset, renew, hydrate, go for a walk, get some fresh air, then sit down at the computers ready to wield the mouse once again. We move to Dust 2, the second map of a 3-map series, potentially, if we go that far. That'll be down to 3D Max and Pain. Pain lead 1-0 after a 13-8 scoreline on Nuke, looking comfortable towards the end. The closing rounds felt like they were in very good control. 3D Max. Dust 2 is their pick. Second map of the series. Can they take it to a third, Dan?
Oh yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, I could definitely see Pain winning this one. I think they've got. Pain's always been interesting. They've got really talented players, and I think Big Azira again. He was so iconic being added into this team, last year, and I think that's only continued. His presence on the server is definitely felt. I think we've seen like great individual skill ceilings from this team, and so I think I'm feeling pretty good about Dust 2 that they can close this down in a 2-0 fashion. 3D Max, obviously. Again, you can't say different for them in terms of the skill ceiling, but Pain just looked better today in terms of the form test, going into Nuke, which is, I think, comfortable territory for both sides.
Yeah, I think that should make sense. I mean, with the roster changes we've seen for both squads, Masood has been on 3D Max for 5 days, so there's going to be shortcomings with a short tenure on a roster. So I think it's in their favor to have like holes in their game, if you will. So again, it's a time of growth, I think, for both squads. But that doesn't mean that the future is concluded. I think Dust 2 is maybe one of the easier maps to find a way to slot in with very few days on the roster. I mean, it really depends, I think, on the variables like, how are you just taking all the roles of the person that you are replacing? Because that's probably the least effective way to join a team, especially if you're not playing roles like Rops has said in recent interviews. In all his teams, he has all his roles, basically. Although he is something of a specialist. The double nades coming into the B-bomb site will yield no results as the pistols will fire for the CTs, but 3D Max fighting back now. cleaning the bomb site. Although NQZ and Pyria are not far behind. Down to a 2-on-2 now. Bomb being planted. Bomb is planted. Planter is gone. And that's down to Maka versus Pyria. 1v1. USP in both hands. And Maka's hands will be the only ones that are still warm at the end of the round. Down to the wire. Bomb planted. Round 1. On to the next one.
A great start there then for 3D Max on this in this Dust 2 initial half. To see how these teams will fare against each other. Again, it's like limited data on both sides, so we just don't really know what to expect too much. And it's always interesting with that, because that's also the same for the teams. If they're trying to do prep on each other, it's kind of difficult in this particular case. But we will see NQZ staring down into Suicide, just all the way from CT spawn, of course. 3 players dark. 3D Max to try to begin this mid and cat control. Late long take. Big Azera is definitely feeling it. He's got the assistance from NQZ. Could be a nice setup. First contact, NQZ. What can Big Azera get off of it?
Oh my god. Not much then. Big Azera have a lot to do, but the trade will be instant. 2 scouts on Dust 2. I feel like the best days of scouts in Counter-Strike are behind us. That's how I feel.
You like
I like the good old, like the good old days of Chris J, who was notable for the scout. Now notable for being interesting on Twitter, to put it politely. But yeah, I think like I feel like with the scout, I feel like it's just so rare that we see crazy action with the scout like we used to. I did see one, I think it was an ace with no armor in the Impact League from one of the South American players, which was utterly crazy. But I mean, it's like very few and far between versus the things we used to see. Just not sure if we'll see those dizzying heights once again with the scout specifically. That's how I feel. I don't know if you feel differently, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I guess so. It is something that requires like a lot of skill and practice too, because of the timings with the movement. Like you move so quick with it. And I don't think anyone is reasonably putting in a lot of time to practice the scout. So. It's definitely few and far between when we see like really, really epic moments with it. I can only think of like 2 really epic scout highlights outside of Chris J that come to mind. And I think it would be Nico and NBK, I think. But I'm having to go back a long time. So the CSGO, actually. So
yeah, there you go.
I'm sure I've just missed the ones in CS2. There's got to be, there has to have been
I feel like there's not as many, honestly. It used to be like, oh, what can I do with the scout? But now it's like, maybe they'll tag someone. I guess had it stay in the sun.
Ooh, fast.
Yeah. Very prompt indeed out towards long. Because Zero has a decision to make. That HE will certainly help, however. But there is still presence here from Gravity. I'm rotating over towards B. So we've got the CT split between both bomb sites now. I wonder what the read or the expectation might be for the 4 remaining of 3D Max. They've got so much utility. Maka ready for VSM asking questions. No rotation just yet from the A players. I think they may have a decision to make here. Do they commit to A bomb sites? Because Zero's on the way. 3D Max still holding position. And cutting noise.
Yeah, it's faking that they're rotating off, but they don't have any presence anywhere else, so this has to work. First teammate coming through doors, but now smoked off. And Snow is going to get instantly dropped by Masuta. So they're looking in pretty good stead here to have no drama to close off the rest of this one. Yeah, forcing Big Azera just to have to go back and save. Well played by Payne to pick up this round. Just kind of getting picks, wherever they looked for them. In the long quick push from Lucky, found a great timing off the spawn. rip that opening for his team, and then a nice punish towards B as well with the AWP. So Pain getting everything they wanted this round.
That car position that Snow was in is a pretty good spot for avoiding many flashbangs. Not all of them though, but it is a strong position. You can plonk yourself in a spot where you can sit and fight. Nothing doing on this occasion though.
Terrorists win.
3D Max off to the races then in the second map of our series. Clean sheet so far. Wasn't much yield in that crop for the CT side whatsoever. Just the one frag, I think. Let's see if they can turn things around. You know, I was thinking that we should pick a song for each other to sing at some point, like if we have the time, like verse and a chorus at the very least. I'll leave you to think about that, as we might have a fast push. Indeed, we do. And that's going to be the round. If he falls here, Snow's gone. That's the round. There's nothing you can do. They don't have position. That's a wrap.
Yeah, really sick round there. Really great rounds from 3D Max. Like, because they just dialed up the timing to a 10. 10 out of 10. Super fast timing. And if you based on like, you know, what they've been doing the rest of the rounds, the only fast timing we've really seen is, you know, that long spawn from Lucky, you know, where he's got a long spawn, so he's going to take it to try to get a fast opening. That doesn't necessarily could indicate that the whole team is switching up pacing. He's just playing off of the timing that he has off the spawn. So super fast pace into that B site at the perfect moment. Good execution from 3D Max here, and Payner definitely in some problems, but I mean, this is Dust 2, James. You know, this is kind of just like how it can go sometimes.
So your glass pad, does it, this might sound stupid, but does it bend? Or is it like,
no.
Is it like a piece of glass, as in like a solid piece of glass? Or is it, you know, has technology moved on? Because I looked up some glass pads and some were like black, you know, so I don't know if it's like glass mixed with something, or, I mean, that might sound completely ridiculous, but is it just like a solid piece of glass?
Well, I mean, there are some pads that have some really interesting like materials mixed in that are even slicker than glass. But yes, no, you know, the glass mouse pads still adhere to the same like physical characteristics as glass.
So like, yeah, but I mean, is it like,
well, where that does not bend?
Is it like a window?
I mean,
is it like a window on your desk?
Smash,
is it like a, you know?
Yeah, basically. Okay. I don't lick it though, so that was not.
Well, now you've got the option. You know, you never thought about it before, but now you can get your window licking on, if that's what you're after.
Nice.
That's a clear beat indeed. How to win a round as fast as possible. Drop the 2 beat, guys. That's a wrap. But with 3 rifles saved, Pain are able to buy around what they saved. Now facing a 0-5 deficit. 4 of their 5 players have got just the 1 frag that.
That's not good. That's pretty desperate.
Some teams you'll see, some T-side teams will put a smoke down on the mid doors there, and also one on the short box. So if the CTs put a HE into one smoke, the other one will likely cover the angle. So look out for that.
And I wouldn't count, you know, Pain out, you know, just yet as well. With a start like this, again, it's kind of does 2 things, to be honest. When you are off the bat with just having a horrible CT side in terms of using the pistol, etc. Got that typical long or other cat take. Furia is making his way, you know, pretty deep here on the long position to look out for any, you know, late takes or lurks through there. 30 seconds, and you know, Pain haven't threatens too heavily towards the A or B side. They're going to go for a drop here. There's the B split smokes coming on through. And they're going to just hit that B side again. Had success there, but will this orientation work just as well?
Can't see Snow from the smoke. They have the sound cues though. VSM, the initial engager, as Snow activates afterwards. VSM delivering more. He's gone down and Snow will collect the last two. And finally, Pain will find their way onto the scoreboard. Very happy with that. Working together, confident in their positions. The smoke surviving long enough to give Snow the cover he needed to deliver the goods. And now we see them smiling now. Big smiles, which is great to see. Again, a difficult start to this game of Dust 2 for Pain. They are comfortable with their positions.
Amazing. You know, that you got to hope to be able to have holds like that on the board now. One for Pain. Threatening some of that long-timing shenanigans, forcing some nades out from the CTs. Now working on that mid control into Cat. You know, very standard stuff here for Dust 2, and ooh, nasty connection there onto VSM. Are they actually going out the doors? They're going to try to do it. NQZ there with the stoppage. And that's going to force the T's to start to question things. It's 4v4, so still in a decent spot here. And walk back out into mid, and the CTs have long gone.
This is so aggressive. Heading over, and my word is Snow in some trouble. One coming through the tunnel, his teammates all being dealt with on that rotation, and Snow's unable to secure the frag there. So it seems it will be a hefty reset after that, just that one round one. If Piri can hold on to his rifle, then we'll see what they choose to do. And NQZ's got almost 6k in the bank, so perhaps there is some buys to do. That maths is beyond my comprehension. But indeed... Oh, okay, one person's disconnected. But yeah, indeed, this is a difficult start for Pain. But I think when you've got teams who, I mean, by no means has this map reached its conclusion, but when teams are on the struggle bus, as Dan would say, in this scenario, then they may find added strength on their map picks if their pools aren't so strong. We'll see if that's true by the end of this one, but the beginning is certainly good for 3D Max.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, it depends so much on the, on the CT side. If you can manage to get 4 or 5 rounds, that can often be like a pretty solid CT side, depending on some of the context. It's just the capacity to really get things rolling on that T side. And I always found it interesting, like looking back at last year and seeing the level of success that Spirit had on Dust 2. They were just like almost unstoppable there. And they did it off of just like really core basic fundamentals around cat play. Just like it's this kind of stuff that you can't really anti-strat because everything kind of looks the same. And that is the kind of the capacity that you have with a map like Dust 2, where the T's can really create horrible rotations and very, very challenging timings for the CTs, somewhat reliably. And then if you add that into the fact that CTs can't get very aggressive, it's very hard to do it. You kind of have to have some correct guesses as to what the T's are doing to make the aggression work. Whereas, there's other maps where you wouldn't get punished for maybe not guessing correctly quite as much. So it's just very difficult. And if you lose guns on the CT side, James, it obviously absolutely sucks. So it really carries massive risks to even get aggressive. So a lot of teams just don't even try to do it on the CT side. So you can end up with these games where you get almost no rounds, and then you kind of have to put up on the T side yourself.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A tech pause. Okay, so you wanted to give your view on that relationship advice.
Oh, I already did it. I was just saying that you have to kind of direct them of where to go.
Oh, when they go outside.
You gotta understand what kind of girl are you looking for. You're looking for a girl that's,
I think if you pick if you find some hobbies that require social interaction, then that can lead you to encountering the potentially encountering the desired people naturally, which I think is the best way to do it, because then you don't have weird rules that don't exist anywhere else by going on websites and such. So I think that's the way to do it. Don't invite people to the forest, especially not your ex-girlfriend, your jilted ex-partner. Don't be doing that. Leave them be. Just walk away.
Yeah, I can't say it's something that I've tried.
What, to meet someone in a forest?
Yeah, it's not the typical.
Yeah, not recommended.
That's not the
a
spot.
good
You know,
idea.
everyone has their like date spots. That's not one of mine. Korean barbecue is a good one if you do food, actually, because it's social. Like any social kind of food experience can be fun. Climbing, everyone's into bouldering in the esports scene.
Bloody hell!
That's a good social.
When I went to Australia, I went bouldering with the boys down there. Shout outs to Genome, who has bouldering jeans, like stretchy jeans. So he was, dedicated. But my God, I've got so much meat in my trunk. Like when you're hanging and your midriff is just like, you can just feel all the weight of that. You realize how heavy you are. It's brutal. I need more upper body strength. But that's a good way to do it. Should do that more often.
Steroids.
Get on the roids. Get the injections. What was that? Icarus. I'll talk to that Russian doctor. See what he's got for me. Make me look like Brock Lesnar. Minus the tattoo.
You could try to get Ray Hench compete in bodybuilding competitions.
Lesnar.
Yeah, because you'd be kind of like Brock Lesnar then, right? Because isn't he like a massive guns guy?
Oh yeah.
His picture was at the
Accuracy International office.
Accuracy,
holding I don't know if it was an AWP, but one of their massive rifles, topless. I think he was just in a pair of shorts, just being a big American dude.
Yeah, Accuracy International is a company that makes sniper rifles, and the AWP specifically. We went there for a video, and Brock Lesnar's picture was up there in the offices.
It's pretty cool. the guys who run that company are lovely. I want to flag an AWP off them one day. I reckon it's possible.
It was crazy because we got to shoot like a professional sniper rifle that's maybe like elite military use, which is not something you necessarily find down the gun range. If you're going down to like ranges to shoot.
It's one of those calibers where when you fire it, the feeling going through your body is way more significant than the sound. It was an AWSM that we fired. Essentially. There was also an AWP. I mean, it's essentially the same thing, just some minor differences, but what do they call it? I don't know if they call it a drivetrain or something. The bit that fires the bullet is basically the same between the AWM or AWSM and AWP. Super Magnum. I recently had a brief discussion with the Counter-Strike developers, actually, because the AWP comes in two different calibers. One is 308. I don't remember if the other caliber is 6.5 Creedmoor or whatever it is. So I asked them which one the AWP in the game, what caliber it is, and they said it's 50 BMG because that is the biggest and therefore the best bullet. So they were griefing me as usual. When they do reply to my emails, they are always griefing. If you remember when we had the counter on the wall of how many days it had been since we could draw on the map, I remember emailing them about an issue with the game, and they replied and said, I trust that there is no other issue with the game and it is perfect. So yeah, always griefing me in exchanges with them. But yeah, my last exchange with them was about the AWP, because I was going to acquire an AWP and I wanted to get the correct caliber. I mean, to buy one, the price is about £6,000 to £11,000. It's a lot of money. I didn't want to buy two. So yeah, I emailed asking which caliber the one in the game is. And they were like, yeah, 50 BMG, which is just trolling. But I did reply and say, challenge accepted. I can make that happen. Kentucky Firearms. I could hook up with them and do something. I can also get a Scout, a Steyr Scout, but that doesn't actually have... people seem to think it's a bit of a weird rifle. So I don't know that I really want to invest in a Scout, because that's also I think it might be cheaper. It's cheaper than AWP, but it's still not cheap. Anyway, there is Maka with an AWP of his own, having a look towards lower tunnel as we resume the game. 6-1 for 3D Max.
Oh no! He's been absolutely robbed. Unfortunately there for NQZ, and now the defense of VSM is dismantled as well. And the doors are open for business. There's that B split smoke there down on CT, and do they pivot back to Cat into A? Again, that's always the threat on this map, and pushing beyond the smoke, seeing nothing. That is surely what the CTs have to assume now, is that it is a rotation back to A. But B is still open through the tunnels as well, so this is the difficulty of Dust 2. There's that nade, and the pop up there. Exorcise, great headshot onto Pyria, and that's going to enable a clean take of the A site.
This is getting expensive now for Pain, who didn't have much success in the first place, but look at the money. Because Zero's got 250 in the bank. They know Snow's a B player. We'll see if they choose to hunt him. They've certainly got the money to do it. But maybe the situation is bad enough. No, it's not bad enough. They are going to go for the hunts. They're all lined up, ready to find him as well. Scorched Earth on Dust 2. Nowhere to hide for Pain as they fall further back on Dust 2.
Man, it really sucks, doesn't it? It's just so painful to play Dusty on the CT side and just have it go like this. We've all been there, and it just absolutely sucks. Again, there's always a way back, though. Obviously, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. But of course, you know, sometimes the problem is that the rounds don't happen in a vacuum. There's a continuity where, you know, you've tried this, you tried that. You know, they're kind of running certain, you know, timings and so on. And so if the other in-game leader can kind of get in your head and get ahead of you as to how you think you should adjust based on the history of the rounds, then it can get even worse, and you can kind of get in your own head as well at that point. So definitely a challenging scenario for Pain. We'll see what they're able to do, though. Again, just even scrapping out, you know, 2, 3, 4 rounds could be enough for them to have something to work with in the second half, but it's right now it's not looking all that good. Much like the whole forest situation. It's not where you want to be.
Yeah. How quick do you need to be to deliver that frag?
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Do like the pink DD Pat AWP.
Ooh. Micro correction went to the wrong direction there.
No presence on long from Pain. Focused on short. But if long is compromised, I feel like shorts often feels like it's a little bit more brittle. Now, Bigger Zero will hear the presence on long. And surely that raises the urgency. Indeed, it does. They're going very, very deep, as I would expect. VSM and Bigger Zero looking around, but Gravity is in a common spot. And VSM will be able to dance and deal with him. So again, very, very high urgency once they see that long is compromised. And they have delivered. Now VSM looking to clear T spawn as the T's make it onto the bomb site, or towards it at the very least. NQZ looking for an opportunity, but better angles are found by 3D Max.
Yeah, the barrel around the corner there and the trading into the site. It's looking very difficult, but still players up here. Lucky with a fantastic headshot, giving an opportunity now. A solo player on this bomb site. And there's only one left to deal with. VSM now creeping his way forwards.
Boy.
Lucky, it's a great shot there. Great adjustment. And that is so sad for the opposition. Pain. That looked like a great round, James. They figured it out perfectly. They took down the lurker. They had a great way to then set up for that push, but still it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting the timing that we saw from the T side. VSM going through suicide to see if there were maybe any lurkers or just get into a position for a longer round. But over towards A they went. But that was quite interesting to see how the CT side dealt with long being abandoned and then knowing it had been taken. Because if they come for short once long's been secured, you've got nowhere to defend the bomb site from, so the urgency was certainly high. They had to press on and find those kills, and find them they did. Something to look out for in the rounds to come as well. But yeah, this is looking somewhat dire at the moment for Pain. They are 14%. They don't do very well on Dust 2. Of the there's only 3 maps that they've played enough to have percentages on, and Dust 2 is 14%. They've got 7 maps played. They're playing plenty of Dust 2. And there's still time for them to turn those stats around, but again, the deficit is growing quite significantly. It is inflating.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you only get a couple good spots for opportunities, and it feels like Pain have certainly maybe missed some of those. The push up long here. There's something to be had. These setups usually don't go super well for the CTs. Already lost Big Azera as the 3D Max team make it onto the sides. Well, there we go. VSM finding a headshot from Elevator. Looking to get maybe a little bit more. Got to be very cautious. Do we get a jumping deagle? I don't think we will, but we might get another headshot. Lucky goes down, and that's traded by Snow. Beautiful work there. 2v2, again, a chance here for Pain.
Awkward duel coming the way of Long as NQZ rounds the corner with the Scout versus the AWP of Maka, who is absolutely ready. And the struggle continues. The struggle bus is on flat tires, it seems, and going nowhere on Dust 2, at least in this first half.
After a couple of deagle shots like that too, it's unfortunate for the Pain side that they can't cobble together that round. I feel like there's been maybe 3 rounds where you look at them and like, they had a really good shot of winning those rounds. Kind of went down to the wire, but no dice this time around. 9-1. Now 3D Max, I mean, they're really threatening an insane first half scoreline at this point. The buy from Pain is in, of course, though. That max loss bonus, I suppose, helping them to some extent. But again, it's the problem of just not really... Because one of the things you can do if you're losing rounds and it's really feeling terrible is to take the initiative. And again, we talked about this already. It's very hard to do that on this map.
Fast moving action on Long. So many flashes coming through from both squads. And neither will leave unscathed. As Big as they're able to escape, he's in the smoke. We're not expecting Ecstasies to have that angle. A quick flick from NQZ. And then there were 2 still stuck at the back of Long. They've got the bomb. Numbers are low for the CTs as well. And there is time to go fishing. ESM holding down 2 jobs, short from lower tunnel. And presence towards B. Snow will jiggle top mid, and NQZ will try to hold the cross. The flash won't bait a shot. They don't know where the AWP is, but they might soon.
Able to cross at least, successfully. And still plenty of time around this bomb plant, so no rush.
Oh!
That nice trade. And the trades come on through on the side of 3D Max as well. Another 1v1. Lucky, no idea where VSM is. He really doesn't have any idea. That is the advantage here for VSM. It's a positional info. And the bomb goes down. Lucky, not entirely sure how to position. Has to stay on side here again. Could be long, could be spawn, but there it is, spotted now. Huge moment for Lucky here. He's going deep here. Really smart positioning, and he manages to take the fight. Just a split-second choice. No hesitation. Wide swing, and that's just never expected, Jake.
I never expect VSM to lose the clutch. I've seen him win so many, way more than his fair share, but perhaps Lucky is balancing that back out for him now, as he seems to have his number. You can see the frustration there, shake of the head from VSM. He normally delivers. That's like his signature in those big moments. He is the man. Oh, just like the good old days.
Yep. They got all the money, so they can do stuff like that.
Music to my ears. My auto, one of my autos is called You're an Idiot. Y-O-U-R, of course. Anyway, the T's looking to make inroads towards the A-bomb site. That's a very important frag for NQZ on long. He must hold position if he can. 4v2, things finally looking favorable for another round here in this first half for Pain. Maka, swing and a miss. 22 HP for him. He will find NQZ though and try to reposition. Is the bomb planted for him as he heads towards the pit? Might be the platform play. That might be difficult to deal with 3 players alive, especially with such a big smoke up. Attempt number 1 has missed, and now there is cover. So it will be a desperate second round for Pain Gaming. They are lacking, but maybe the worst is over for them as the half concludes.
Welcome back, everybody, to the ESL Pro League, and we are looking at a 10-2 first half in favor of 3D Max here for map 2 against Pain Gaming. 3D Max looking to force us to a third, unless Pain Gaming can make the comeback of comebacks here on Dust 2. And they finally get to play on the T side, so it's possible, I guess.
Nice mid smoke. Three players curious in that mid position. There is the opening onto B, however. On plant looks likely here. CT's heading towards the tunnel, it seems. Gravity's got a flash. Maka by the doors with a smoke. He's looking. Pain Gaming taking the fight to them. NQZ doing God's work here for the squad. Misuta on a 1 versus 2. Oh, he's running that low on the bullets. Finds one, but Pyria will trade. Very important round. Otherwise, it would be an early bath on Dust 2, I think.
An early bath?
Early bath, yeah. It's like it's a term from football. So, like, if an early bath is, I guess, like, if the match finishes early or you got substituted, like, in the first half or something, it would be an early bath. You'd go and have a, shower and clean yourself up and just be, like, done way before you expect it to be. Early bath.
I see. Well, Upper Dark's been taken over by the CTs. And Pyria is now having to take long control. Definitely pretty threatening, this CT side with the positions they have, but only insofar as the T's actually push into them. But finding the 1v1. Really, really nice pick off there from Pyria, but he's kind of weak now. Flash is coming on through. And surely Exorcist wants some of that, but now the reinforcements have arrived. There's the flash. In goes Exorcist. Sees the whole team. Okay, well, if Maka can make some magic with this Hypnotic, Deagle Hypnotic, perhaps.
Ooh, the Honey Badger Deagle.
It's not happening, James.
Love that. I like to think of myself as the Honey Badger. Completely unhinged and aggressive. We all have a Honey Badger inside of us.
True.
I hate to see your badger.
Little honey badger. Did you first learn about the honey badger from that video that went viral years ago?
Oh yeah, the one where it like bites the snake, passes out from the venom, and then continues eating the snake afterwards. That was the most goated video. I was like, these guys are crazy. They must be from Croydon.
All right, 4 rounds on the board. Pain get to start off with the same kind of start that their opponents had. The thing is, though, Pain actually had, again, there were a few rounds where Pain, were in 1v1s, 2v2s, maybe not super favorable, but they managed to make something of some of those rounds. So to only get 2, I mean, it's going to be a very tall ask to run it back against 3D Max and do it even better than them. We do have a long progression here for the nades. NQZ able to escape though. And the position fully taken by Misuta. Now, do we get a retake? Because that would be, that is a move you can go for sometimes. You expect the CTs to rotate off. You don't want to be over leveraged on this long position on your defense.
In a pistol round, though, does that bring added risk of unpredictable behavior from the CTs, I wonder?
It's a great point. And it's one of those things where this is why indecision can really kill a team that's in Pain's position right now. Because you kind of your brain is thinking about all of the worst possible things that could happen, and suddenly you're too scared to go anywhere, and then you run out of time.
Analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes the junk. Well, I thought they might get a second kill from that. Pretty good work from VSM. Threat somewhat neutralized. There's still time for error correction, even with the 2 remaining CTs.
It's just nice to see. Period has Mac 10. He's able to go get information for the team. And bonus actually clears out the A site too. So really well done. And makes some extra money too, putting extra Cs. So brilliant stuff there from Pain. Actually very well handled, and that's going to give them a lot of money. But money's not even really the issue here, is it, James? Because they don't have any, they don't have much of a buffer before the game is over. So it really is just about picking up these rounds.
Yeah, just getting those numbers in. Still more work to be done. Margin of error is reasonably small for the likes of Pain. Now both teams are on a bye. Let's see how things are looking in this second half. Mac has been such a busy boy. 18 frags for him and counting. See if he's able to continue the momentum on the CT side with the AWP. NQZ on the other side. Well, the whole squad had a quieter game. Minute 10 on the clock as utility and counter utility is deployed, but Pain are holding a lot of junk to throw. They've got many a Molotov to deploy. They certainly have a hard execute in mind. Gravity looking to offer some control towards those middle doors. And again, so important to try and pull that third player out of position for the CT side. So you've got a XV2 situation on a bomb site you choose. 30 seconds, 4 players in mid. Snow moving towards that B bomb site. And it is Lucky and CT who can be isolated with smokes and mollies. They come in quickly. Lucky will collect though. He is often a thorn in the side for this squad. Making their way towards B now. And Gravity ready and waiting. Got deleted. 12 seconds to get that bomb planted. Masuta still standing on the B bomb site. The bomb carrier drops the bomb as well on the outside. And there isn't time to find these frags. The push from Pain has thwarted all that utility and they're still empty-handed.
Oof, Snow actually survives there. I thought there was no chance. Yeah, that was a desperate round at the end for sure. It kind of sucks too, when you're playing against not just the CTs but the clock as well. It's it just really sucks because the sense of urgency is so high. You can't take the extra bit of time you would normally use to routinely check and clear things. Nice shot though, straight through the door onto Masuta. Chunky damage.
Did have some concerns when I think there were 32 seconds left and 4 of the 5 players were in mid. Not through mid, but just in mid. With one lurker heading towards B. So I don't know if they were wanting to have a frag by then and didn't find an opportunity or what, but I feel like they would have liked to have been further ahead in that particular round. Can't afford many more of those though. Very forward position here from Exercise. Of course, he'll have the shadow advantage if Period chooses to creep. He's got nobody with him. There's no one to throw a flash. He just needs to bide his time and wait for help to come Maka's way after the push on short. Lucky's in the smoke, though, but he is in CT spawn. Not sure he can offer much help for the time being. He doesn't have a HE. There's often HEs left on the floor in CT spawn, so it might be that he could drop a HE to clear an angle for the AWP to use. Anyway, the bomb's been planted 4-on-4.
Here comes the CTs. Oh, Period just able to get it off the spray on the flank. Gravity now alone, and this is a very, very rough spot. They can just play the clock here. They don't even necessarily have to peek, but just occupying his attention. Snow dealing the fatal shots, and the round will go to Pain. And suddenly, James, things are beginning to look quite nice, because Pain's defaults, the way they've been working the map, have been working. And so, you're seeing a semblance of consistency to what is giving them these wins round by round. So if you're 3D Max, you're going to start to be a little worried about shutting this game down. because it's an eco now, which you would expect Pain to have a decent time dealing with. And suddenly, it's only a 3-round deficit, you know, once you get past into the next 5 rounds. Oof. He looked good, but 5-7's dangerous. AK, it's been stolen.
An interesting dance there in terms of how much you... How big is your window to pursue after the AWP fires the shot? He was more concerned on holding position and moving that rifle around. Now I wonder, these mid to late rounds, do things get more difficult for Pain or less? These pistols, oh, they're going to charge through the smoke. If they engage Masuta, he is repositioning. Gravity's actually got an angle as well. Oh, he's checked first. Really nice work. BSM does well in these scenarios, dealing with the pistoling players. Now they take the uncontested from the tunnels. Now, do they want to risk losing this AK-47? Maka goes through first as the bait, I think. And off they go. BSM creeping now. So comfortable, like not worried, got his bell rung, just completely measured, deals with the threat. Pain will move to a 7th round. Is the comeback possible, Dan?
I mean, yeah, I think so on Dust 2 with this configuration. You're on the T side, you got control of the economy and you got control of, you know, these defaults that have been working out. I do think, though, that obviously the steal of this AK-47 might be actually pretty huge. Every bit of money counts for the CT side. They will be buying next round anyway. So it's also, you know, long ranges. It's just really nice to have the ability to you know, one-shot somebody with a rifle on the CT side. So yeah, the AK, we'll see how much damage that can do as the next round plays out. But Pain looking pretty good at the moment, that's for sure. And they have had you know, good command of mid. They've had decent command of, you know, some of these long takes when they want them. Their defaults are, you know, relatively uninterrupted. So they're kind of getting to play the rounds out in the way that they want to. And I think, again, that is the hardest part of being on the CT side. It's hard to disrupt that. Oh, nice double
Very
nade.
nice indeed. Pain being abused in round 19. Area lurking towards long doors while the T's look to take shots. Might be a relief that for Pain that there are no more HEs in the hands of these CT players. Not that they know that, they may still fear them. But nice util usage here, softening them up. 3D Max still 500 HP. Not sure if Pain have seen one of them yet. 1 minute on the clock. Again, that slow approach from Pain. 4 on 5 though. They do have util, but if they look to put smokes up on this short position, Maka may deal with them before they can find the angle. Indeed, NQZ will get dropped. Left by paper cuts in this round for Pain.
Just as things are starting to look pretty nice, the Pain is getting very difficult now. The flank from Exorcist dealing some good damage. And it's a 2 versus 4. Well, there's another trade from Snow. That's going to, well, rather a kill from Snow straight up onto Maka. So looking to battle for this A site, get some extra plant money, but it's denied. 3 weapons surviving. That's going to be some AKs up or upgrades to AKs. And, you know, you heard it there. It's all on this now. There's no extra room to work with. 12-7. Pain need 5 in a row to just get overtime.
Yeah, things slow down a bit too much for them, I think, in that mid to late round. And control just kind of falls into the hands of 3D Max. Good patience from Lucky. I'm sure he saw a few pixels there. Choosing to head out, though. NQZ has not had enough of this game. Not enough impact with the big green gun. Oh, the util usage. Puncture from Maka afterwards. 21 frags for him. The Amasuta having big games here on Dust 2. Swing and a miss from Lucky, but there are plenty of targets to make up for it. More util flying through as well. Oh, there's almost nowhere to go. NQZ on 6 HP. Almost a collateral to finish off this map, and Lucky will deliver that final one. Really was a thorn in the side, a big one on Dust 2. A one-sided affair, and indeed it will be a deciding map between 3D Max and Pain. We're going all the way. There's one more map to go in this series.
I don't know who's throwing that incendiary that's messing with the smoke. Forces out a second one. Safe passage for number one. Elige gets across.
Some golf commentary?
Yeah, basically.
I like that,
yeah, I just thought I'd kind of try a different flavor.
Yeah, it was good.
Thanks. Onto the ladder for Shui.
We're just chilling right now. Liquid's T side, so they're giving a lot of time for Nerds and Elige to work down Secret at the moment. Everyone else is kind of waiting up in lobby.
What's Kvem supposed to do solo B? He's just like the Canary at this point. Oh no, he's got friends. He's got friends. The Canary has friends.
Now that he has friends, he can be the Canary, right? You can push forward and you actually have someone to give an early warning to.
Hello, that's an awkward timing for Shui.
That's a push forward, and Nick's coming away with it. So that is Rapashiway. 40 seconds left on this clock, and Nix is going again. He wants a double dip.
Nix.
Oh, he gets lucky too. A bomb is going to drop with that. Spills to the floor.
Yeah, but only 3 people are playing Counter-Strike in this round. It's Nix, Elige, and Nerds. And the rest of Liquid is like, we're going to give you all the time in the world. They've got to be like, they've just been sitting in lobby, letting Nix take the initiative.
He nearly got another one.
And the vent to Elige gets dinked, but still gets the kill. But both remaining players are so low. All the nades going to the back of the side. It's going to be Elige to come away with a kill on Senzu. Kvem gets an upgrade into an AK-47, and that plant is happening just around the corner. Kvem racing after it. He won't deny the plant, but he will get both kills and recover the round regardless.
Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like a very weird round where I felt like the Elige and Nerds are in secret, kind of walking, lurking their way towards the vents, but no one else is really doing anything. We're just hanging out in lobby, holding on to it, and I don't know. Like, you shouldn't get beat by Nix in that kind of a push twice.
If you are holding the lobby, let me...
Nearly 3 times.
Yeah, Shui coming down that ladder was convinced it was safe. I mean, you can understand why. There was 2 other players in that lobby, and Nix killed 2 of them.
It seemed like they were supposed to fake uppers so that Nerds and Elige can get outdoor and cause a ruckus down B, and then they could split through ramp. And also maybe they were surprised they didn't have any contact down secret with anyone.
Maybe. Yeah.
And then just the timing of the Nix push really messed up their plans.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, poor Shuhei coming down the ladder. 3-1 in the favor of Passion. Money a concern for Team Liquid. Mac 10 for Nerds. Tech 9's being picked up. AK on Elige. It's not looking pretty. I'm still waiting. One of these days, Liquid's gonna have a boot camp and they're gonna come back and look awesome. It's not anytime. It's not anytime soon.
One of these days.
Yeah, after they make 2 roster changes.
Well, here goes the fast play. It's going to be ultimate with the first Elige to follow up, but Nyx has already done them again. He's got a double kill once more. He's taking the sting out of this attack for Team Liquid. The bomb is still going to get planted, but a very doable retake here for Passion UA.
I like the pace change from Liquid, though. I like that really fast into the upper bomb site. Got themselves a plant, a good post-plant situation. 3-on-3, and Senzu's going to wait out this smoke in main.
Yes, really going to come down to the second Molotov. You can't go. Senzu's just about got vision back.
Senzu's the only kit.
Yeah, he can't afford to go down on main. He'll be too disconnected from the play, but he's got a partner in crime now. He's still hitting headies, but they are collapsing. It's all onto Shui. Tucked on the vent. Double kill required. Double kill denied. Time.
Oh, it's close.
I think he's got it.
Oh, it's so close.
Oh my.
He's got it.
Oh, that's on the last tick.
Oh my lord.
Outrageous. Oh, that's another. I mean, that's the start of like this House of Cards coming tumbling down.
That might be the round. That round might just knock you back to the stone.
Dude, you got the lovely entry. You locked him out. You timed your Molotov and smoke. It rotted the clock appropriately.
And
but
Senzu just clears your last second, gets to the defuse.
The fact that he's crouching backwards towards the bomb while spraying made all the difference in the end. If he wasn't doing that, he wouldn't have had time.
9-2 as well for Senzu. A great start to the second map.
Oh, and he could not be better positioned for the potential yard crawl. It is only going to be Elige working with the Tech 9. A test for try. And if at first you don't succeed, try.
Try again.
Try again.
Ooh. Elige could clear. It's going to be Senzu down this time without impact. Kaven holding on. Elige walks right through the smoke. Try is under a lot of pressure, but he still gets away with it.
He does try again.
Yeah, just keep trying. And unfortunately for Team Liquid, that's all they really have to do at this point.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh. See, that's why I'm a fan. That's why I'm a big fan of his. He rubs it in.
They have, you know, like quite quietly managed to fill their ranks with some heavy hitters.
I was about to say, you don't need to be taking that fight, Quem, and then he just deletes him.
The pre-fire jiggle.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is looking horrid.
For Liquid.
Liquid.
Yeah.
Fantastic debut from Passion UA.
Senzu top of the tables, try getting multi-kills. And Krem looking very sharp. Had a great time on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, maybe not the time for that.
No, maybe way.
That was ambitious.
That was very ambitious.
Is a great word for
Hopefully it's the last time you'll do
Miss smoke from Team Liquid outside, though. It's gone off the map, as you could see.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not much going for them.
Hey, didn't even know that spot existed.
Smoke secret? Old secret?
Old secret is smoked. Rap heaven?
So Elige is going to be late piece, right? There's nothing going to be happening in the yard early.
Yeah, Passion was gambling towards outside, but nothing going on there, so try on the move now. Flash clear.
Walk out, squeak. JT just peeking in. One's already ahead of the play. Now a missed shot from the AWP. Things go spiraling out of control, and Liquid with a flurry of frags to secure 2.
Yeah, that actually worked out just perfectly. That opening kill helped prevent them from going out and searching for Elige or finding any information. The man disadvantage kept them a little bit further back, and plenty of time for Liquid to set that up.
Hey, that's a poor play from Nyx in a
still
important round. Their money isn't great. Problem is, like, you have 2 of your teammates are outside. Or you know, like, you still have information outside. It's too early for him to try that sort of a push. Like, you're just straight up gambling.
Yeah, and I guess maybe because of the weaker weapon, but still, just that put him in a really impossible
Even more
place.
so, it's like, yeah, bro, you have a weaker weapon. We're fine. We got AKs, we got an AWP. Like, you should be the last guy making a play in this round.
Just sit in that upper bomb site and be an anchor.
Yeah.
Just stay on top of HUD, bro. Relax. If they come, kill one, and you've done your job.
It's literally the pep talk Yanko gives me when we're playing Nuke. Just sit on top of the hut, man. You get one, you've done it. You've done it.
Don't stress. That's your job. That's all we need out of you.
Yeah.
Just the one.
Problem is you get excited because you just got 2 kills from pushing HUD.
Okay, get excited right now though. This is the big boy round.
The UMP's out.
This is the important one. If Liquid drop the ball against this kind of a diminished buy, the rest of this half feels like it's just going to be ugly.
I agree. I think you're right. I think this has to be another one of those.
This has to be a Liquid win.
Yeah. But you know that JT's got cooked something up in the lab for rounds just like this with compromised buy and limited utility.
I'd say you could call some kind of a lobby crunch, but since Nyx has tried to pull it off, or has pulled it off once, failed to pull it off a second, like you've already kind of done it twice in the past 7 rounds, so maybe be careful with that one. Let's see what they got though. Kvem with the AK, M4 on Senzu, heavy hitters with the rifles, everyone else on SMGs, and a 5-7 for JT.
Ooh, cool run boost, but eats the flash. And wow, Kvem just wants to fight.
I love that. Goes back down secret as well. Doesn't hang around to give it up. And go back to safety.
That's a dream start to this round. I mean, not for Liquid, sure, but for Passion, one of your 2 rifles has managed to find an immediate incision.
Oh, but given right back by Senzu, who steps out into the open at Garage, and ultimate sends a shot forward. Okay, dude. Sussy.
Hacky boy.
Yeah, he has to heat up though. Ultimate, haven't really been saying much of his name.
All right, how do you handle this situation?
I am curious. Are they going to go for an info play yard? Because it's, you know, Nyx just got once bitten. Is he twice shy?
Well, they seem so primed to attack outside when the cross is coming, right? 2 players in mini, one at the unbreakable outside. You're just kind of waiting for that indication that they're actually going to go for the cross, and then everyone fights. But that's not exactly where Liquid's headed. So
here's that re-clear. Call yard clear, and now you need info.
Yeah, but those footsteps are going to be heard.
Yeah.
All Liquid's going to be looking towards main.
Well, Kvem again goes into the open, and he gets his pick on Shue. He's going to be smoked out, but they don't check him. The smoke wasn't up, and Elise exposed himself to it, not looking the right way. And Kvem destroyed ultimate on the smoke break as well. Kvem eradicating the entire Liquid attack, and Naf also going down inside of the site. That is a huge round to win. And now it is going to stink for the rest of the half here for Liquid.
Yeah. All right, everyone join on the Kvem hype train with me?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Choo-choo.
Get in the club. Yanko, you want to come in? Yeah, I can see you're not really there yet.
They might be the first team that doesn't have to communicate.
Mongols doesn't have to boot camp.
Yeah.
This doesn't have to communicate. It's a Senzu thing, really.
Swing, shoot.
And they shoot down
hard. Maybe not noticing who he killed. Yeah. I'm still alive in the corner, kind of giving him a freebie there. So Passion stay alive in a crucial round, not having to eco. We're back to a bye.
Okay, Senzu without an opening kill. A nice find from Nerds. That's his first frag of this half.
Oh.
Ew.
And if you can build on that, if you can stop Try from killing everyone on your team! Try just mows them down! Murder at the yard! Cedar Creek, a crime scene!
It actually is just funny at this point.
Bruh. Even the Opera's arrived.
Oh my god.
It's insane.
What are you supposed to do?
I would take.
What are you
Let's take 2 timeouts. Let's take
double them all.
Burn them all. In fact, type to the other team and ask, can we use one of yours?
One of yours, please. He'll be right back.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, okay. Put this in the oven for 25 minutes at 220 degrees because this one is done when that time has elapsed.
It's done in 25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Mate, you're just getting styled on by everyone at this point.
What is this?
Dude, it's so
Number 2. Rah!
Oh, it's so unfortunate.
Get out of my way, man.
Yep, that's how he's feeling right now.
Oh, look, yeah. If you can sort of squint, you can see Alicia's reaction to that one. He's not happy with it at all.
I don't know. It was all a bit of a blur for me.
Okay, here we go, Senzu. He's been
Got
banged
back
out
for more.
He's been banged out the last 2 rounds, but he wants to get back at it. He's seen his teammates have all the fun.
Yeah, so one spamming. You hear the M4 try actually, and Senzu combining their bullets, and the nade didn't quite expose, but enough has been seen. And he tracks him through the smoke, so an early casualty for Liquid to stomach. JT's in trouble. And that's what... Oh! Laser beam!
Time for the knife round on the deciding map of Inferno. Last map of the series. Last map of the day here on the B stream. First day of action, plenty of days to come. So important to just like trade right click with your for your teammate here. It's hard to do in pugs, not everybody gets it, but you know, you just have to not care about it really. So there is the knife round. Get your gamer sleeve in position. Bit of compression there. I wonder what the I know a few people who have the compression sleeve. I don't know if it's for like RSI or something like that. Do you have an idea, Dan?
I think that's just for the the glide on the pad.
Oh yes, it might be.
Normally you have to be careful about like what you combine, because normally like sleeves initially came about for like glass pads, because skin contact on a glass pad is just not
grippy.
There's no glide, they just get stuck on it. So, but if you use like one of those designed for glass, it's gonna get like, it's actually horrible friction on the cloth pad. So you got to get the right one.
Like compression clothing is kind of banned in, say, pistol shooting, for example, at least upper body. But anyway, into the pistol den of the deciding map of the last series today. A long day will soon be concluded. 3D Max and Pain both looking for a lift out of their recent situations, out of difficult times, or out of losing matches. And this would be a great way to start. NQZ really saved his teammates bacon there. Snow lives to fight another day, and Maka has to wonder where on earth his bullets just went.
Still a chance though, if this bomb makes its way towards A, that's where the 2 CTs are for 3D Max. Ooh, okay. Gravity being spotted. He's got that range on the half wall on Banana, so it's not the easiest thing to challenge into, but VSM, he's going to find his pick. And they're also challenging Vasuta on the other end, so I guess they're just going to win by elimination at this rate, so... Lucky against 3 players. It's so impossible. With the jiggles, it's just so hard.
I think VSM will certainly be wanting to get the better of Lucky on this deciding map. I feel like Lucky had the lion's share of their particular jewels in map 2. Perhaps now everything's more even in map 3. I feel like when you have these teams who have had struggles, you tend to often get to that third map where they have decisive victories on the map of their choosing, but then things become finally unpredictable on the decider. Map of Inferno. 33% for 3D Max with 6 maps played. Pain have played it once recently, so they have no percentage. It was against G2, Cluj-Napoca, and they lost 10-13. I sometimes look at the player cams, right, and I look at the hair of like each player, and I think if I had to have like a hair transplant, that had to be one of the hairdos of the players, who would I pick? They'd all be strange on me. That much is true. So we've got a relatively clean eco here for 3D Max. They're saving money for a day that's not raining. I do pose the question to you though. If you had to do hair transplant or a hair swap, let's say, with one of these players, whose hair are you taking?
I have to get back to you on that one.
I think I'll take Masusa's hair or Lucky's hair. I might take Lucky's hair. I think Masusa's hair would look like a toupee on me, so I'll go for Lucky's hair.
Someone needs to Photoshop
I think Big Azera's hair would look like a toupee on you. Maybe Pyria. You could take Pyria's hair.
I think Big Azera doesn't. He has a haircut I've had.
Sounds unfortunate for you.
I don't know. No one can cut my hair here in the US.
Why is that?
I haven't found
got Indian hair.
And like I don't know. Well, so you know, I searched London for a long time when I was living in London for the best barber I could, and eventually, after a couple of years, found an incredibly good barber. And there's just no one that can compare in the States. I've had comparable haircuts in Turkey, but Turkey's also another like capital of barbering in the world. So it's I just have a weird head, James. I've got like 5 calics, you know, it's just all.
Well, since I'm kind of giving myself the haircut of a racist football fan, I just do it myself. I mean, that's not the look I'm going for, but you know, like the skinhead, like whatever. Just I've got a thingy at home. I just have to remember to check the back with a mirror, so I don't have like a patch of hair missing, or not missing rather. Anyway, both teams have got significant guns. Double FAMAS out for the French squad. For those of you who haven't been to France, go to like a big train station or something, you'll see the military men walking around with the FAMAS. It is a French gun after all. A lot better than it used to be. This is a very fast developing round. There's only 2 players here for the CT side. You have to wonder if this is a hard read, if it's just expecting that presence to be over towards B. Regardless, Exercise has got 2 unanswered frags. Lucky's finally B dropped, but they might be able to buy time for that rotation. We've got Masusa coming through the smoke on long. There's only 2 Ts left.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Exercise takes down NQZ. The player's quite low though. VSM, it's able to get a drop on Exercise at least. Element of surprise now gone though. And 1v3, distance being closed. Teased is VSM. Oh, it's very close indeed. The timing not going to work out. Gravity is going to pick up that one, and first round goes to 3D Max.
Like the pace of that round from the T's. Maybe expecting a bolstered big start to the B bomb site, just sending it straight to A. But some individual prowess certainly helped put the odds in 3D Max's favor. I'm expecting the haircuts. I feel like that's why they're showing us the cams. Oh dear.
Great hold from Exercise.
In terms, since we've got the French or French speakers here, obviously
we have to do French
accents
what? Every time we say their names. I was just saying we have to do French accents when we say their names.
Exercise, Gravity, Lucky. This is all the French you're going to get from me. Maka.
Gravity.
Meno.
Gotta go for the flick. Oh, it doesn't quite connect. And a reposition for Maka. Apartments controlled. Tick that box on the checklist. There for the T side. Thank you. See, opening up top middle. Open for business now. No longer cordoned off. Bomb actually by itself towards the ramp position though, so this would be quite tragic if Big Zero goes down here.
Yeah, I'm looking for the counter activity from the CTs there. Quite static for a while. That's the bomb spotted. You can see the urgency from Maka. He's like, oh, he's lurking with the bomb. Go, 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 go. And this will really help them close down the distance, but perhaps he went a little too far. Does that invite them over towards B? Of course, the CTs know that they're over towards that A bomb site. That is an important exchange. No one falling though, and the Pain Gaming squad will pursue the A bomb site with mixed results. The bomb's been lost now. 20 seconds. VSM on the A bomb site, waiting for the smoke to go. NQZ kind of still looking for the lurker in mid, essentially, for the CTs. So this one has fallen to pieces. And I think as this series has developed, the mid to late round sometimes feels painfully slow for Pain Gaming. And I do wonder if that's something that 3D Max are detecting, because on the map, as far as 3D Max are concerned, that will feel really brittle, having no position towards top mid, having 2 players with minimal info towards Banana, minimal info towards A, but then just creeping. It's like Pain are maybe holding position a little too long and not kind of seizing the windows that may be more beneficial to them. I do wonder if that's something that 3D Max might try to exploit in rounds to come in this half.
Yeah, I do agree that it looks quite odd, and trying to throw the smoke there for B, expecting the CTs of just guessing that they wouldn't be on Banana at all. It's very awkward. It's very awkward there. The singular weapon, I suppose singularly good weapon, the AWP there in NQZ's hands. He does have some lemmings he can throw in front of himself to kind of bait out shots from the CTs, find positions, and then swing afterwards. There we go. That's exactly what we're talking about. VSM does actually trade onto XSC, so that's not bad there. Fast-moving action with the pistols. And they're going to go straight into CT with that bomb as well. This actually could work out because you only have Masuta here. He's got to deliver white swings from the pistols, and Lucky in from Library at the key moment will shut down the play.
Correct indeed. I think maybe this here I could get away with. Or that one, though. That would be sus. People be pointing at my head. Still early here on Inferno. Pain trailing by a 1. Gazira looking for his first frag. May have to be with the Galil, as the utility will be a priority. There's plenty of that. Good job, is Banana. You just have to accept utility damage. Round after round. This time they'll want to ensure they force the CTs off of Banana. But Period, the lone man towards A, is the one that falls. Big Gazira should have heard that scope from Maka, but what can they do about it? Do they have position with flashbangs on the right players here, as Gravity spots a lot of information, and Maka can't do anything after his teammate falls. Desperately trying to hold on to B, but Masuta will be traded. Somehow it's down to a 2-on-2. The bomb's on the bomb site as VSM tries to make some space. HE in the smoke, bombs planted, and KZ has fallen back.
Time to work with here. Do you ever expect VSM to be this deep? No way. He's gonna... Yeah, for a second, he was thinking about it. Unsheathing the knife, but no. XSC's now he's got 2 angles to worry about, but doesn't know where the side player is exactly being teased. He knows this very well at bait. And VSM locking it in there for Pain. And 3-3 is the score, so we're really going back and forth with this one.
I think this next round is super important for Pain, just from what we've seen of the rounds so far. Like, if they could break the CTs, then that's got to be where the lion's share of the rounds are for them. So a continuation round here will be crucial for them, as the money will be on the edge. Opportunity knocks for Pain in this first half. There'll be a timeout for 3D Max as they discuss their options. They'll know this one's an important one to win as well. They can stay on their necks if they can come out on top. Can 3D Max in this next round? Everything to play for.
A decent amount of nades there for the CT side to try to get that initial control. Banana hasn't had too much of an emphasis on it from Pain Gaming. Unless they actually try to just send it, which they'll do maybe here. No, just sending one player up. So able to get to the half wall. Nice opener. Taking down Gravity, that's a bit too free. And looking for the next one, will get shut down, but you can't blame Snow for taking it. Now, in the meantime, VSM has crept up, and he's going to get caught from the cubby there in top middle. And then we're going to re-hit top banana. So this is crazy from Pain. They're just hitting everything all at the same time.
That's a really important frag top mid with the rotation from Lucky over towards the B bomb site. There were some sound cues over towards banana recently as well. And that presence from Pyria will tell the CTs that the Pain Gaming squad are still spread out, as they often might be with this timing. Pyria falling away, though, from the A bomb site now. That might keep 2 of the 4 players stuck towards B.
Tough choice, but into B we go. Pain Gaming looking to make their way forward now. Big0 looking for those openings for his team.
Maka's got a HE in CT.
On through now, Maka with the open spawn.
Yeah, he deployed the HE, but nothing doing. Big0 and crossed already, and again, it's slow and methodical. Allows that third man to make his way over. Long rotation for exercise. All the smokes have gone now, and NQZ might be stuck in the corner. Yeah, Maka's posted up, and that can allow exercise to just elephant foot his way over. How can they solve this? NQZ focused. Pulling out the Tech 9, but I think it was a difficult position to find anything from. He was kind of checkmated by the AWP on the other side there. The CTs will secure one more.
Counter-terrorists win.
Yeah. VSM always looks so jolly. Jovial. Jolly, joyous.
Yeah, it's good to be happy. It's
Nothing doing
underrated.
from that position.
The look on his face was like someone farted in a
If
lift.
Pain can continue. Astrid. There's the deep banana nades once again. Looking to shut this one down now, and just the pistols there for the Pain side. And I mean, that's part of the reason why we're going heavier on the pre-nades here. The CT side wants to just prevent that rush timing. So now they've successfully done that. They all stack towards the A bomb site, leaving just Maka. Maka is vulnerable here if he gets rushed down, and that's precisely what's going to happen. But they have to keep moving. They can't be stopped here. They have to keep going because the timing window is a small one.
Yeah, Masuta's made his way over. He's got no support grenades. Maka continues to take pot shots and tries to buy time. The flash is up, and that has landed very nicely indeed. Masuta's able to take advantage of that. A third CT is here, and through the smoke there will be chaos, but Pain will be on the receiving end of that. Oh, how do you get the bomb plant now? Might be a question of damage. Tagged through the smoke, and that round will yield no crop whatsoever by any measure. We'll see what a difference a bomb plant might have made there once this spy comes through, if they'll be lacking grenades or such.
Ooh, tech pause. Technology.
So do you eat food of any kind at your gaming station? Because I remember years ago in Korea, there was a chap who had, you know, like those litter pickers. There was like a mini version of that people would use to eat potato chips so they don't get oil on their fingers and then oil their keyboard, you know? So do you have any tactics to not dirty your gaming space?
No. No.
Just in there getting grimy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be, you know, you just like clean it from time to time. Don't be an absolute cretin.
Nice. We'll see if they bounce towards the default plant later on. Double short position for the CTs in this round, as Lucky will hold an off angle towards the apartments. Maka with the AWP on short. Always good for a late repositioning when you're trying to clear that top mid position. gives a lot of info. That is a big swing from the T's early on.
Yeah, and they've largely been deterred from this top mid position. They do have Big Zera dug in, but they're going to have to repopulate top middle. And the CT split 2 to a bomb site. I mean, Lucky's in the most dangerous position because he doesn't really have the capacity to fall back. If he gets pushed here by multiple players, he's absolutely dead. He has to deliver a headshot or two. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, now he's been spotted. He's a little bit scared to... There we go. He'll be able to reposition. Ooh, that's not a good whiff. Maka now has players closing on his position. Nice follow-up shot, though, but how much else can happen? Okay, VSM's going to get team killed by NQZ, and the bomb site has been taken.
See what the CTs choose to do. Maybe there's not much else for them to do. Pain living life on the edge as they were losing prior rounds, but you can see how desperately they need this one just to have money to keep the attrition going, if you will. Keeping the score close while securing this round. See if they will survive. Yeah, big action in that mid position. Never saw that late emergence from the AWP on short. Difficult scenario towards top mid there for the CTs on that occasion. We'll see if Pain can string some rounds together now and keep that momentum going.
Pretty tense stuff right now. There's that banana smoke again. Double plays again. Actually be able to shoot that banana pretty much whenever he wants. Ooh, okay, looking to go forward. Gravity did not see that. The current bullets making their way through that smoke.
That was very, very cheeky. Nuisance grenades, maybe trying to make Pain play that late game. But they're a man to the good now, Pain, which surely invites further risk from 3D Max. Plenty of util now to... Yeah, go on.
To separate them, look at the threat level from that smoke. 2 players committed to B whilst the push comes away.
Because Zero just creeping through, trying to invite more players over. And indeed, Lucky's made his way over. It's going to leave Exercise out of position, but he's still getting the multi-frag. Holding on for his team as best he can, but now the bomb site's been cleared. Masuta and Maka rotating over. 2 on 2, made 1. Masuta now in the clutch, he's got a kit. Of course, that player has rotated. I think that might be it for Masuta.
Yeah, another round which is happily converted by Pain after getting that initial pick. So that's obviously something that 3D Max really needs to try to avoid allowing to happen. And I mean, either they decide to play more passively, just not give up the potential for an opening in the early to mid rounds, or they, I guess, just do it better. Just get better on these aggressions. Yeah, kind of hard to call this one right now.
That's tight on the deciding map.
A final map, perhaps. Another tech pause coming on through. There's a lot of tech pauses in Counter-Strike, you know. If you're a professional player, I feel like there's all these, because you can't talk to anyone. So you're kind of like forced into silence. You're forced to be understimulated, James.
This is the opportunity to lick the windows.
Yeah, I mean, and also like you're not allowed to look at your phone. It's actually really, it's like this is a good thing for mental health. These tech pauses for the players at least. You're forced to do nothing.
Good time to drink water. The drink water pause. You favoring either of these teams for Inferno? Or is it too close to call? For me, it is too close to call. I will say, before I force you to make a decision, maybe you don't have one.
That's how I feel.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, you know, it's a common scenario, as we said before, like in the vacuum of a match such as this, where each pick handily goes in favor of the person who picked it, but then that deciding map is just, you're just completely in the dark as to who might take it. I mean, I think what we've seen thus far, both teams are capable, for sure. If you ran this map 5 times, maybe it goes a different way each time. Who knows? That's kind of the vibe I get so far. And again, a head-to-head, 3 wins for both teams. So it is quite down the middle.
Respect the whoop band.
Inferno was 13-9 in the middle of last year with slightly different rosters, I suppose. Yeah, the new knife sounds in the background. They've been somewhat controversial. Not everybody likes them.
Knife sounds?
Yeah. So like the draw animations, they've got new sounds. So when you pull the knife out, the sounds are different now. And I feel like there's a lot of sounds which are made in a like the steps I feel like are uneven steps, you know? But anyway, conversation for a different time. No 2 weapons are the same on this buy from 3D Max. How often can you say that? An M4, an MP9, a FAMAS, a Mag7, and an AWP.
The variety buy. It's like a gun game situation. Okay, well, we have 3 smokes left still, going into the 1 minute mark for 3D Max. So that's usually a good sign on the CT side of Inferno. It does really appear that Pain, you know, they have the option to pivot to top mid. They've got Pyria who's up there, but it really looks like they are wanting to just hit the B side here. 3 players to defend though. Makes this a good spot for 3D Max to maybe pick up a round. Nice nade.
So low on the clock. Very important that Maka has an angle towards top mid, which can allow them to have the confidence to hold 3 players over towards B here as that push starts to come through. Now they start to rotate over. Maka knows one's lurking in long, and Exercise has made his way top mid with the Mag7. The bomb carrier's gone past. Does he catch a second? He does. Swing and a hit. Ooh. They both get deleted. Look at the range on VSN. That is offensive with that Mag7. Snow finds himself alone now. Smart Junk peeking with the reload, but not much more to be done on that occasion. And again, the late rotation not really working out there for Pain.
That second Mag7 kill is kind of grotesque. I don't know the science on that one. That just looks too good. It looks way too OP there. Well, there we go. 3D Max back into a really good spot on the money. Able to get full utility. A couple AKs as well. And the slow crawl up Banana is rather rough. Gravity over to the sandbags. A scary position. Definitely needs some supportive nades. And he's just going to get destroyed when the smoke goes. And here you go. He's just going to send it after this. Surely that smoke can't respect it. Moving straight on through. Masuta backside trying to deliver the defense his team needs. Snow with a very strong spot there. Able to be very effective on the front line. And creating a 3v2 afterplant here for the Pain side.
Lucky and Exercise remain. Very unusual round for the CTs, considering the scenario at the beginning of this one for Pain. Isolated on Banana. Now they find themselves in another crap scenario. NQZ spotted. There is Util. There's a smoke. They could obscure some angles if they can find a way to drop them, but it won't happen. And Pain will secure one more round. A difficult half, which is over now. We'll see what they can do on the CT side.
Welcome back. This is the third map of the B stream, or rather the final best of 3 today on the B stream, and the third and final map as well between Pain and 3D Max. It's all tied up as well, 6-6 as we go into this last half here on Inferno. And we're going to see 3D Max here now on the T side. and Pain Gaming on the CT side as we kick things off in this pistol.
It's crazy. Look at Pyria. He's got 1 frag, bit bigger 0, not much more. But somehow the score is tied at halftime. So it did feel like a struggle at many a point for Pain, but they have survived it. Let's see if they can get themselves in the driving seat now and put the pedal to the metal. Presence in the apps from 3D Max. Suta and NQZ on 12 frags. Exercise on 13. Others with some catching up to do. Did Lucky see that second player. Second one has fallen either way. Ooh, NQZ's got limited place to stand. Trying to rotate back to the bomb site, but nowhere is safe. All is lost. As far as A is concerned, Big Zero's got so much to do. Look at him come for him as well. Snow rotating over from that B bomb site with the Julies. You wonder if it's worth going for. He's got Kevlar as well. Might be better off just saving that stuff, really. How many frags would you need to make up for losing all of this? Might as well go and save. If they're going to force buy in the next rounds, he'll have the option for a helmet. If he takes damage, he won't. Oh, he'll squeeze a frag out of it. Time to disappear. Risk reward.
Terrorists win.
Well, he got some damage. Well, he took some damage, got a kill, like you said. But more importantly, he asserted his dominance, James, and that's really what it's all about. Don't ever forget that.
Yes, sir.
You must show them you are superior. And 3D Max aren't out of the woods here. I mean, obviously the force buy can be really nasty on Inferno. Lots of close ranges to deal with. Do we have any interesting setups right now from Pain? There's a boost.
Well, that's interesting. Or is it? Apparently not. Apparently not interesting at all.
Were you expecting the nades to reach the boost?
I thought they'd go further. I thought they would go around the corner, the other corner. I remember
need more arm strength.
In the CSGO days, there was an era where we had, like, GoTV was so broken that someone would throw a grenade and the line that follows the grenade would have all kinds of, like, corners, and it would just be like a heart monitor for no reason. It was crazy. But anyway, you are surrounded. Say 3D Max pressing on towards the bomb site. Positions looking very good indeed. That is a clean execute with a Colgate smile. Because Zero and Snow, I think, have little to do in this round. I might be favoring 3D Max.
That was very nice, and honestly, that's also...
Sorry, Dan. I know I've stopped, and then it's time to talk. But I think... I feel like 3D Max might have a slight... I think it might be a little more confident in this series now. I don't know how you feel.
I just like to see from them that we had a really, really well played or well executed, A split, which was obviously designed to be able to deal with buys like this. That is like something that it's able to deal with well, and it was just clean execution and timings, and that's a play that they have in their playbook. And in the moments when the CTs have to play really dug in and defensive, you're not going to get disrupted too much from a play like that. So it just shows us that, hey, this is something that from their playbook they can execute again when they deem that the round calls for it, and they can make it look really good. So from that point of view, yeah, I feel like 3D Max are looking kind of good right now. We'll have to see, obviously, when the full buy dynamics come in, and I think banana control's always a question that I have. How is that dynamic going to work between the two teams? But for now, it's gonna be a headshot. Oh my, that is a long-range Deagle headshot from Pyria.
Very nice indeed. Can't find an angle for the HE, and this is descending into chaos now as 3D Max team hell-bent on pursuing this B bomb site despite no results. We need to dispose of these weapons on the floor. They'll do exactly that. But, God, what a situation to be in. You are so unlikely to come out of this alive. Lucky with 18 HP. Is there any world where they just try and save?
It's so funny to see because we were both just like, oh yeah, the 3D Max are great, and I was like, oh look at how they're able to play the sort of anti-pistols, anti-force buy, etc., and then they get demolished. But to be fair, the Period did hit a stunner from top mid down to T ramp, and then following that, it just seemed like they just were like, okay, we got to hit a timing towards the B site now. We just like absolutely must commit to this. But the gun was lost in territory that it couldn't be recovered from. And so perhaps they could have slowed the round down and found another option. But oftentimes against pistols, you're gambling. For all they knew, it could have been a top mid stack because they know, the other team has pistols. So it could, I think you made this point before. There is this variance in pistol rounds where there is a chance for weird setups. So sometimes it's better to just be decisive. And in this time, it made them look foolish, I guess. And so it's easy to be critical of that.
What a stunted push towards B. Might be a wake-up call for 3D Max. Because I feel like they may feel like they have an edge at this point, but that can easily be lost. It doesn't take long to get into the deep weeds in CS2. And they may feel like they are there in the next round, regardless of the result of this one. No money left in the bank after this buy. Khalil's out to get those grenades in. Big 0 with the Mac 10 for this round. Lucky he's got no armor whatsoever with his rifle. There's quite the gamble. No armor Galil, not something you see every day. I feel like armor and a Tech 9, it could work around the boiler position or something, but here we are. Absolute 0 in the bank.
Gonna be a desperate hold. I mean, NQZ, he's going to get overwhelmed on this AWP. Period is going to have an insane performance for him to be able to survive this. Now, players are starting to make their way across, so if the T's do get slowed significantly enough, maybe this is doable. Good opener there from NQZ. Misses to follow up. The trades come through. It is messy here on the site there for the T side. Pain Gaming. I'm looking to hold this. And with the drive-by at the end, it's going to actually look great. The teammates came in just in the nick of time.
Here we are. $2,000 per person. Things getting dicey now for 3D Max. Pressure suddenly starts to rise. All that confidence dissolving very quickly.
Area on the apartments duty here. Looking to evict some people.
It's a tough round.
Ouch.
For the pistol squad. They've got to basically wait out the util and I guess try and force their way into a bomb plant. I think that's best case scenario when you've basically got Glocks and you're on P250. They've managed to pick up the rifle here. "36 seconds to go." Coin flip as to which one might be the better option in the dark here. We'll see if they can get anything done.
Okay, things getting a little bit scary there. Pyria, though, still a great spot there from the pit. TSM on the side to play off of. It's just too good at this point. Mako gets shut down, and 3D Max losing another round there. Deciding to take control of this one. And so, you know, James, what you were saying there about, you know, your confidence for 3D Max after, you know, how well handled they had, you know, that, I forget which round it was, maybe round 2 or 3, how well handled it was. It's kind of funny because it's like when you're like, oh, this stock is going up, I'm going to buy it, and then immediately it crashes. That's like kind of what happens.
To the moon. Nope, to a ditch. All right, 3D Max have their backs to the wall now. You see how quickly things can change. Nice from NQZ. Pain rising with confidence, rising with strength. Masuta gives his team an option. SM collecting 2 towards B. Really crushes the advance here for 3D Max. Lucky finds himself alone. And this is really difficult time for things to start to go wrong. No bomb plants, not enough frags, not enough money. Slipping out of the hands of 3D Max. It has been a difficult game, a scrappy game for Pain. But they're starting to make their way back. But they're in a very good position now.
Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Money's looking good. AWP for NQZ is like very, very nice right now. All the util. Even packing some dualies. Pyria's got a Deagle. There's AK-47. There's 3 AK-47s on the CT side. I mean, that's usually a barometer as to how well it's going on the CT side. Is how many AKs do you have? Almost got the, you know, 404. So it's going to be really tough now to kind of, I suppose, move them off with this momentum. They've had really good holds on the A site overall when things really, you know, get to that point. So 3D Max leaving some to be desired on this T side. They've got the tech knives out, so the fast pace is going to be something that they can use to good effect, as well as the numbers. But they gotta wait out all these nades first, and that is the painful thing about this map.
I wonder if Lucky knew he didn't have Kevlar in that round, because I feel like this kind of scenario with more grenades may have made more sense. So you can actually take a bullet, maybe. What is the intention with these high explosive grenades? Had to leave money in the bank for a proper round to come. CTs can buy regardless. Pain suddenly in such a good position. Dealing with the threat in the apartments. 3D Max trying to abuse the numbers, but look at that smoke. These rounds are brutal for them. Just as Pain had struggles in that first half, it is absolutely 3D Max's turn to have the taste of that nasty cough medicine.
Again, just holding it down on the site. The A holds look fantastic. Getting stuck in the quicksand, trying to get through. And 3D Max don't seem to have too many answers just yet. Obviously, sort of give it to them in the sense of, hey, it's just pistols.
Nah, bruv. VSM saying,
VSM's
nah, bruv.
Like, why are they trying this, man?
What is you doing, bruv?
Yeah. What are they doing? Oh, it's got to charge his headphone.
You see some frustration.
I better not be the reason.
Look at the body.
I bet that's the reason.
Look at the body language. Yeah, like they have to feel like this was in the bag. It was in the bag, but then the bag tore, and now there is no bag. It looks like everything they were carrying is firmly on the floor.
Wet at the bottom.
Yeah. The struggle bus has got plenty of seats for 3D Max, who trail by 3 now versus a well-equipped Pain Gaming. Again, not enough frags in that previous rounds, as you can tell by the money on Pain Gaming's side. They've got all the tools they need to close this series out. See if 3D Max have got anything left in the tank.
I mean, A is definitely a no-go zone. So definitely understand why we're seeing the banana play. Now, whether they go to clear top mid, typically you should be doing that to keep the CTs guessing. Force util to come out, but there is actually an aggressive play for the CTs, and they're making a statement here. Top banana, you can't shut us down on A, you can't shut us down even outside the B site. 2 players remaining now, looking to potentially. I mean, they're committed. They've got to keep going at this point. Smoking the CT cross, picking up the bomb. Gravity is 5 HP.
ESM as the anchor on the site as well is very capable. He's got help here. Pyria running distraction from CT, dealing with exercise, but the trade is there from Gravity. 5 HP in a dream. 1 versus 2. 1 rotating in from the back, but he catches Pyria through the smoke. Pyria rather, and he's got to be unready for NQZ. Just couldn't think about him rotating in. Had his knife out, and now he's on the pavement face down with match point.
Oh, the dejection. Deflation. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. There's just no answers. But the problem partly here is that these CT defenders are hitting their shots and they're extremely confident. And the A site's being played really well. Like they're playing in such a way as, you know, to slow you down with the defensive utility. And then they play really deep in their positions, forcing you to have to go really, really deep yourself to open up the angles to the CTs. And that is just so dangerous. And then when the CTs are hitting the shots like they are, it just feels impossible right now. And 3D Max, I think they need, one of the things I think that they need is a stronger default to find ways or opportunities to find either earlier picks or just make the utility way less for them to have to deal with when they finally move into a site. And because they don't have that element, they're moving in against these players that have too much util and are hitting too hard. So right now, it's hard to see an answer for 3D Max.
Firmly in the driving seats are Pain. Opportunity knocks. Do you may give credit to 3D Max for coming so far again with a player being 5 days old in the squad. If they are to lose this map and series, they will feel like they could and or should have won it. For now, they need to focus on the round ahead of them. They still exist in this series. Quietly making their way up towards top mid. Pain, almost 4 players ready to defend this A bomb site. They have a feeling. Oh, Lucky through the smoke finds an opening, and they might not be done with this yet. They've got to trade this frag though as Pyria continues to commit to the corner, but it's Lucky again. He's been so important in so many rounds for his squad. He finds 3 when their backs are to the wall. And Snow's got to hold on to his weapon. VSM's got $850 in the bank. He needs a drop. Everybody else is good. He really needs to hold on to his rifle. NQZ may have extra money, but they've got to prioritize their own economy here, surely.
He's looking for some exits, potentially. Or there's no way he's looking for a ninja. I don't know that that's ever going to happen. Okay, well, you know, right after we were saying that there's no answers, 3D Max come to take that A site that's been so well held in pretty much all the other rounds. So a much better round there, and obviously they've got to replicate that 3 more times in a row. I wonder if Pain mixed anything up, because I don't think they need to.
They've just squeezed out enough of a buy. Only limited on diffuse kits, really. 2 on the 5. We'll see if that makes a difference. NQZ could have picked one up here. He's chosen to keep his money. So let's see then. Look at the numbers game. 3D Max looking to abuse the fundamentals of the T side, it seems. I don't know if this is a tradable spot, though. If NQZ drops that first player, swing and a miss from him, VSM will look to collect. It will be 2. That might be enough now. 4 on 3 here for the CT side as NQZ repositions towards that long area. Goes deep to check long, nothing doing. Now he can re-emerge in short with that AWP. It's such a common play with the CT side, who have all rotated over towards A. But if he can clear that, they could get into position towards B before the Ts do.
Making their way back across, and one of the issues is no nades left. And that has been a big problem for 3D Max. So that's going to be something that is a beneficial factor. They make their way forwards into B. Like you say, oh, this is just going to have to be... Oh my god, they're actually getting the boost off it. This could go pretty huge. The transfer comes on through, but it's not quite good enough. It does do some decent damage, and the 2 remaining players for Pain are now, or rather 3D Max are rather low at this point.
There's the HE for both sides. I mean, I don't see 3D Max pulling the HEs out here, but NQZ's could offer something if he finds the right angle. 2 on 2. They do have a kit. They don't have an NQZ though, as Piri is the last one standing, last one to fall. Just 2 rounds. 2 more rounds here for 3D Max, and the body language changes all over again. Do they recognize that they have broken that CT economy?
I was going to say, where is the money? Yikes. It's, I mean, you gotta, I feel like you have to, I feel like you save, right, so that you have a full buy in the next one. You have like 1 good chance rather than 2 like crappier chances.
Yeah.
Bonus is 2,400 though, so they can get some stuff this round.
Pain of defeat, the glory of victory. Written on the faces of 3D Max from round to round. Roller coaster of emotion. So a very light investment. Piri has gone a little further with his M4. Bigger Zero has a smoke. He's the only one over towards B. And Piri will get started. But they have opened the correct door. Have 3D Max and taken the B bomb site. A very quick plant will be good. No kits here for the CT squad. But they have little to lose. We'll see if VSM fully commits with this AK-47. I mean, they could buy regardless. So do they want to chance it is the question.
I think it's a good choice, especially if they get the AK out, which they look to be doing. Korea has he's legged it. I'm trying to make this one hurt a little bit. It's actually kind of awkward. That's not bad. I wonder if any weapons will get blown across to them. Yeah, they're looking for it. I wonder if they got... I don't think they got anything there. Would have been pretty nice. Okay, well, it's all about to come to a conclusion here, one way or the other. 1-1. I feel like both teams looking more competent on Inferno than any of the other maps.
Yeah, deciding map will do that sometimes. I'll see if 3D Max have the temerity to force an overtime. One round to decide it. Is this where VSM rises and pulls out some vintage plays? Gravity and Maka have been somewhat dead weights in this game. This would be a great time to find those impact frags and take things over the line.
Initial presence towards that top mid position, the pivot back to Banana, the 3D Max. And Payne actually, with 3 players on this B defense, makes it a decent prospect for their ability to hold. And now they're stepping, they're going for it. Almost getting the catch there, Snow, down to 53 HP. In goes the entry for Masuta, takes down 1, a second on this way. They don't know that VSM is in the bomb site. He has to deliver multiple kills. He gets 2. Might be more in store for him. He's still pretty healthy. Backside, they have to go for him. They've got to get rid of him right now. And right here, VSM still staying alive, still causing problems. Leaves it to Exorcist, 1 versus 2. To save the chances here for 3D Max. Can he make it work?
"21 frags for him. Needs to isolate those fights. AWP is creeping. Oh, he deals with him very handily indeed. And he's ready for the other one as well. We set up the VSM play perfectly. They've got to keep an eye on the kill feed and see who they're fragging. VSM's been on the B bomb site round after round. Tunnel vision on the bomb plant. Crazy play from VSM. Emerging from the darkness, but Exercise forces overtime.
He was locked in for those 2 kills, that first one especially. This, it's just so locked in on that one. Really well played, down to 45 HP. You can see he is, he's feeling it right there. Okay, we're into overtime. As you see the top of your screens, first 2:16.
Gravity starting off with Mac 10 in the first round. But he's a man with a task, and he's opened up the long area. I mean, it becomes awkward, but maybe he's done enough. NQZ in the library position, threatening to have another look. Running distraction as things get high variance in this long position. 2 on 2. Bomb on the bomb site almost. Lucky waiting for that molly to go. Default plant comes through for the pit. Exercise though having a look, and they're ready for him in that graveyard position. Lucky in the clutch now as we see the bunny hopping from the AWP to pull a crosshair away, and the CTs will take the first one.
Pretty high energy to round right there. I like to see that one.
I mean, they came out of spawn with a hard strat, picking a Mac 10 in the first round of overtime, dropping the long play and having to duel the player in the pit from long with the Mac 10. Of course, that didn't work out. And the question was enough done? But NQZ was able to slow things down, emerging from the library with the AWP. Curious strat, though. CTs must have been thinking, what the hell, when they had the Mac 10.
Yeah, no kidding. It's but hey, I mean, that's the thing though. It does really make a big difference. I think we saw on Ancient, I think, which was the second map, I think, of the first best of 3. A moment where, you know, you saw how powerful it can be for the first player to just be able to just be jumping into an angle. This team's wide swinging. Even though the CT tracked the spray on that player perfectly, even if you get the like one-shot headshot, you're still not at head height for the rest of the players. You're going to make another adjustment on your crosshair. So it actually is very powerful in those moments. So I'd love to see that. The run and gun.
Do you think that stealing is okay?
What?
OMG, that's huge. Like your mom?
Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Need to take how to cucumber and
Dimension 2025, that's my boy.
I had a 30 centimeter.
I'm a criminal.
So Freya's gonna read these ones off.
Oh, goodness.
Oh my god.
Nice!
So, he's pushing me another.
Looks like he's trying to push his eyeballs into the back of his head. But thankfully he hasn't, otherwise he wouldn't have got that clutch earlier on. No Mac 10s in the second round of overtime. There will be 2 AKs on the CT side though. Oh, that's a fast one from NQZ. Very nice indeed. A great start to this second round. Five on four for Pain. Oof, gotta be real careful at bottom banana.
Nana. You there,
Yeah, are you there?
Okay, it just went silent. I was like, wait. I thought there was a thought that would follow the previous thoughts. Looking to try to challenge DSM on this angle again. Going beyond the nades, but very responsible. What a great teammate. Lucky able to deal with that one. And 3D Max's approach seems unstifled. Piria from Apartments could be a good spot, but it really shines when there's distraction. As, oh my goodness, straight out in there. Big Zero able to take down Maka. Does create that distraction. Piria still alive, and Snow is working the other angle. So there is a chance here for Pain to actually close this one down. Player dug in on the site. There's the peak. Oh no, Gravity with a headshot. He had to hit it. And now here comes Piria. Making his way down. Doesn't know who the other player is. And this is looking very scary right now. Moving forwards. Again, gets that first kill. Looking for the trade fragger around the corner. Has to jump on top of the bomb. And is going to get challenged. Ecstasy's coming on through. Knows it wasn't the time to be, faking that one.
Ecstasy's is wilding out. When the bomb was planted, he left the bomb site and went towards top mid. And I was like, oh, this could go bad. But no, that peak was nasty from the site. Left him with less lifting to do. But he is having a very strong performance indeed. After that clutch we saw over towards the B bomb site. 1 for 1 then. And we have double orbs coming out for the last round of the first half here of overtime. for Pain, NQZ and Big Azira. They've lost VSM early. Been so good for the squad. Oh, he hasn't been spotted whatsoever! And swipes left, and Masuta's on the floor face down. That is one hell of an answer, though, from Maka. 3-on-3 with 1:20 on the clock.
Op meets Op. 3v3, yeah, it's definitely really interesting because there's so much time left on the clock. So, what is the play for the T side? Ooh, they're just going through. I respect it. Lucky sprays through the smoke and finds a quick connection. This is going to be very difficult for the remainder of Pain for the retake. Expensive gun on the way. Lucky elevated, a quick snap. He's looking for it. He connects that shot onto Lucky, and now with that, there's a chance. Teammate now wrapping around Graveyard. There might be a really good duel here for Pyria. Oh my god, around the corner, around the barrel of the gun. Pyria looking for the transfer, but he's too late on that one. Gravity shutting it down.
Great work to look for that elevated position. In the repick of a grenade, somehow just dodging bullets. I didn't think he knew how he was still alive after that one. That was crazy. Rounding the corner, then one's just right in your face. All these frags were crazy. Bing. See you later. That was a hell of a last round in this first half of overtime. 14-13 then. 3D Max lead by a 1. Can Pain dig deep enough to tie the score once more? They had such a strong chance to close it out after VSM's 3K on B. They've got to let go now. That is history. The ink is dry. But there are more lines to write in these rounds of overtime. What more has VSM got left? That was such a classic highlight moment for him.
Yeah, it truly was. 3D Max, I think, who did struggle a lot in this series, especially in the second half. Are in a commanding position, at least, you know, 1 round in advantage, forcing the T's back. But it was the CT side that has historically been the most difficult for them. Grab T going forwards, and these types of shenanigans often backfired in that second half. Snow on the other end gets flashed, and okay. Oh my god!
Ooh.
How does that happen, Snow?
Was that mouse wheel? Or was he just pulling out a nade? Either way, Snow has activated after that. A stroke of luck in his favor. He finds a second and draws more focus on Banana, but only Lucky is here. I say only. He's been plenty in many a round. But can he be on this occasion? Good dancing, numbers advantage from the T's. Leave exercise with much to do. 26 frags so far. But that lead will be disappearing very quickly indeed. NQZ finds another 25 for him. Score is tied once more. Plenty of happy faces in the Pain camp.
Yeah, that's a gift. This is a gift.
Oh, that's mouse wheel. He fired 1 bullet and then his avatar switched to a grenade. That's oh, at so late in the day as well. That's brutal.
Ooh, deep breath. Move on, I guess. Different setup here for the CT side. You got 2B, 3A. They got that apartments control on lock. Taking that VSM early. That's a nice find. And this side Snow is also going to take some chunks as well. And now asking questions of top Banana. Which, I mean, it doesn't surprise me at all they're going for B right now. No presence on top mid. CTs will surely soon work that out. And that will give an advantage to 3D Max when they do, if they can rotate in time.
Suter with nade in hand. And now he's got to do it alone. Gravity is deleted, attacked through the box, and there was so much junk coming his way. That did not go to plan whatsoever. 3 players remain for 3D Max. This might be quite the challenge. There's another smoke to be deployed by Pain. I don't see a door opening anytime soon for them.
Flash. Gisera in the pole position. It's a really good spot. Despite the smoke blocking off a couple players, it doesn't matter. The defense is remarkable. Untouched almost. And there it is. Snow yelling. The success of that round brings them one closer to taking this best of 3.
That late smoke is so brutal. Leaves you one avenue with 4 players to find as well, and you have to go for it. Just running to your demise. Match point then for Pain. Both teams well equipped. I say that. There's only one kit. No, there's 2 kits, sorry. For the CT side, always worth observing. Who strikes the first blow?
Smoke on half wall there on Banana, and at the same time the walk down the apartment stairs is not going to be good for 3D Max. 5v4 for Pain now, and do they double down on this push, or what is the play? 2 to a site at the moment, which gives all of the strategic advantage to Pain, because there are now holes in the information for 3D Max.
49 seconds remain. Gravity over towards B, still holding on to a smoke, which will be deployed now. Masood has got a Molotov in the hole as well, an incendiary rather. So we'll see what Pain choose to do. 36 seconds on the clock. Last time the setup holding the flash really didn't work. Gravity got deleted before Masood had thrown anything. The grenades start to stream in now. There will be the molly. And there is the flash to swing with as well. Gravity's completely blind and can't connect the dots here. But now he's got to, but he won't. Nothing doing, leaving Lucky and Exercise versus 4. Another rough scenario where there are smokes being deployed right now. VSM at the bottom of Banana. They know exactly where these CTs are coming from. This could be the end of the line for 3D Max.
It's not looking good. That is for certain. Nice nade, though. Makes it a little bit easier. On the way through now. Lucky at Ecstasies, but Ecstasies gets dropped, and now it's just down to Lucky, but he also falls to Pyria. And with that, after a long and grueling series, going every single map, finishing in overtime here on Inferno, but both sides seemed inseparable, we finally see a victor in Pain Gaming.
That's a brutal loss for 3D Max. Kind of like the emotional closing of the webcam as well. Tells the story. They know in their heart that they should have won that match. Slipped away from them. I think both teams struggled at times, but on that third map, maybe we saw the most from both. Definitely down to the deep weeds, and this was a great opportunity for Pain to win it with the 3K from VSM. Definitely an error there from 3D Max because they know he's over towards B. But no one checked the kill feed and looked for that third player. Lucky to survive even this long. Again, we saw a great clutch from Exercise in a very unlikely scenario to force that overtime and have him smiling again, but they come away empty-handed. On the plus side, though, for 3D Max, again, Masood has been on the team for 5 days, so to have a long slog in this series is a lot of information, and perhaps there are things that they can easily fix for the future, but indeed, they just came up a little short versus Pain Gaming here, who will definitely feel rewarded for their struggles and the difficult times in that series.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. You know, both teams, as we set up at the beginning of the day, kind of on a redemption journey. You know, both have made some key changes in their lineups. You know, Masuda coming in for 3D Max, adding an MBK as the assistant coach. You know, lots of changes, you know, there for 3D Max to begin to get comfortable. And it is the beginning of the year still, so definitely a road to be walked, but definitely one where Pain are going to be breathing a sigh of relief, because obviously, you know, taking the win there was pretty big for them.
Yeah, I think that's a huge win for Pain. I would say that they were, from watching the match, they felt like a slight dog there. And I think that will be, again, some of their T sides, the pacing, they got punished. They didn't really have the mileage. They had opportunity that just kind of came and went, and then ended up running out of times in some rounds in that series. And those are things that they can certainly look at with a smile on their face after coming out on top in that series. Congratulations to them for that one. Very hard fought. And we can see the day from the B stream today, starting with a 2-0. The other 3 maps went the full distance there. So lots of action we saw here on the B stream today, finishing with 3D Max and Pain. On the A stream, it was more of a 2-0 affair, as we can see, with NIP losing a 3 mapper towards the end of the day, and Liquid going 2-0 down versus Passion UA as well. So that is the action over on the A stream for day 1, and there'll be plenty more CS to come on both streams tomorrow, of course. We'll see an updated Swiss bracket shortly to see how things are shaping up. You can see all the scores there. The round 2 matches are to come. And again, make sure you're following both channels, A and B stream, as there'll be matches to be announced later on as to who is coming up where. But there'll be plenty of end of day highlights as well, so make sure you stick around for those. But any final thoughts, final words on today's action, Dan?
It was good to see some of these teams, you know, start to see the action heat up a little bit. I think we got to see a lot of cool things, obviously not just on the B stream, but as you were mentioning, across the other stream as well. You know, I think Passion UA was one that a lot of people were very curious about, getting a Sensu in there and just seeing, you know, that team that are, you know, the X-Complexity guys, you know, seeing what they're able to do. So a lot of like cool stuff in the days to come. So, you know, stay tuned, mark the calendar, and yeah, I'm just hyped to see the matches.
Yeah, lots of fallout to be had from today's matches. We'll see plenty more action tomorrow on the A and B stream and throughout the week as well. So we're going to call it a night for tonight. But again, we will be back tomorrow along with everybody else for more Counter-Strike action. So cheers for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow.
ESL presents the ESL Pro League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, PHL. Zoe.